Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 39:24 to Chapter 40:15. Tell me, where is the thing? The terrifying existence looked at Morongronger with cold eyes. His eyes were filled with a demonic power. When Morongronger saw those eyes, she immediately screamed. His soul's defense was instantly destroyed. This was an extremely domineering soul-searching technique. It was different from ordinary soul-searching techniques. Ordinary soul-searching techniques required the cultivator to search for all kinds of information about the other party. Once the information was found, one would be able to find out a lot of things that one wanted to know. However, this soul-searching technique had a drawback. If there was a restriction in the other party's soul, then when the restriction sensed that the cultivator's soul was being searched, the restriction might destroy the cultivator's soul. The power of the restriction might destroy this cultivator's soul. At that time, only death would await this cultivator. And he wouldn't be able to get any useful information. Lin Feng had encountered this situation before. The soul-searching technique that the creature with a human body and a crocodile head used was rather special. He didn't sense what he wanted to search for, but directly asked the other party what he wanted to know. In this way, he could avoid the scene of the restriction in the other party's mind destroying the soul. However, this soul-searching technique was too domineering. After it was used, the other party's soul would completely collapse. "It's on me," Morongronger said with a dull look in her eyes. "Very good." The creature with a human body and a crocodile head curled the corners of his mouth into a sinister smile. He reached out to take off Morongronger's storage ring. However, at this moment, the void trembled, and a sword chi slashed toward him. This sword chi was too sudden. It was so sudden that the terrifying existence didn't notice it in advance. The power of this sword chi was too strong. It was so strong that it made people turn pale with fright. Even the powerful creature with a human body and a crocodile head couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He had no choice but to block it. The creature with a human body and a crocodile head slapped at the sword chi with a palm. His palm was surrounded by powerful magic power that was as majestic as the sea. It collided with the sword chi. That streak of sword energy was formed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng borrowed the man descends from the heavens, a single sword able to kill immortals. The power it erupted with was incomparably terrifying, directly blasting the crocodile-headed creature flying. Then, Lin Feng changed from the state of sword chi to his original body and hugged Morongronger in his arms. At this time, several creatures of the Undying Realm had already recognized Lin Feng. "Brat! It's you! You're courting death!" These Undying Realm creatures roared angrily. Whoosh! However, before they could attack, Lin Feng had already left with Morongronger. He met up with the three-headed viper. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the middle head of the three-headed viper. In his arms was the dying Morongronger. The three-headed viper flapped its wings and shuttled through the void at its maximum speed. It wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Behind it, several terrifying creatures of the Undying Realm had already chased after it. I am sorry, before. I didn't tell you the truth before," Lin Feng stammered as he looked at Lin Feng. Morongronger said with a pale face. She trusted the power behind the 100 Swords sect too much, so she chose to hide some facts. However, Lin Feng did not blame her. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't talk anymore. Rest well. My divine soul has collapsed. Even the immortal elixir of immortality can't save me," Morongronger said with a bitter smile. Lin Feng was silent. It was indeed as Morongronger said. Morongronger's current situation was extremely bad. The reason for this was that Morongronger's divine soul was too seriously injured. The divine soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Once the divine soul was injured, it would be an extremely serious injury. Morongronger's divine soul had collapsed. The reason why she was not dead was because she was hanging on by her last breath. If she let go of this last breath, only death would await her. "In my storage ring there is another storage ring in my storage ring. The thing of this storage ring is something those black-clothed people, and those people from the undying realm are looking for. Morongronger said weakly. Then, she continued, I'm very happy to be able to recognize you as a good person. Morongronger stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Linfeng's face. However, she did not succeed in the end. When her hand reached out, it fell to the ground. In the end, Morongronger died. Boy, hand over the item and I can spare your life. Otherwise, no one in this world can save your life. The few creatures from the undying realm were getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. The terrifying creature with a human body and a crocodile head said with a gloomy expression. They were about to get the item, but it was snatched away by Lin Feng. These creatures from the undying realm wanted nothing more than to skin Lin Feng alive. You want the item? I won't give it to you. Lin Feng said fiercely. Although he really wanted to kill these guys to avenge Morongronger, they were too powerful. Moreover, there were too many of them. Therefore, this battle could be left for another time. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The creature with a human body and a crocodile head said coldly. The few creatures from the undying realm suddenly increased their speed. Seeing their sudden increase in speed, Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng kept Moronronger's corpse in the spacetime space. Then, he let the three-headed viper enter the spacetime space as well. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directions world and flew away quickly. In terms of speed, Lin Feng was much faster than the three-headed viper. In addition, Lin Feng's use of the Tao of space made his speed unimaginably fast. Very soon, the creatures from the undying realm were shaken off by Lin Feng. The 100 Swords sect was destroyed because of this item. The creatures from the undying realm didn't hesitate to cross the starry sky to come here. This item. What exactly is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He found a hidden cave and sealed it with a seal. Then, he took out Moronronger's storage ring. His divine sense invaded Moronronger's storage ring. Very soon, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Swoosh. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was finally going to open the storage ring. Lin Feng didn't know what was inside, but he could imagine that it must be something amazing. His divine sense invaded the storage ring, and Lin Feng summoned the item inside. A token. What these people wanted was actually a token. It was a black token that exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. On the front of the token, there was a picture of a Hell's Gate. On the back, there were countless runes. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the front and back of the token. He felt that the token had something to do with the underworld. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated into the talisman. In a flash, his godly awareness was pulled into an endless darkness. Do you know, what is the true meaning of life? A voice rang out in the darkness. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. Let me ask you, do you know what is the true meaning of life? The voice rang out again. Let me ask you, who are you? Lin Feng asked again. Answer me first. The voice said. Answer me first. Tell me who you are first, and then I'll answer you, Lin Feng said. Kid. This is a very serious matter. Whether your answer is correct or not will determine whether you will know the secret of this token or not. The voice sounded flustered and exasperated. Many people had obtained this token and found out its secret, but no one had been like Lin Feng, who kept asking who he was. Therefore, Lin Feng had infuriated him. Lin Feng said indifferently. If I answer wrong, won't I not know the secret of this token? Of course. The voice replied. Then I'd better not answer. Lin Feng said. You must answer. The voice sounded like it was gnashing its teeth. Obviously, meeting a weirdo like Lin Feng had infuriated it quite a bit. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, if my guess is correct, you should be the spirit of the token, right? You've pulled me into the spiritual world. Hurry up and tell me the secret of the medallion, or I'll destroy it. Hearing Lin Feng's threat, the voice sneered, you're not the first to threaten me. But he won't be the last one to threaten me. You are now trapped in the spiritual world that I created, and you still dare to threaten me? What an ignorant and foolish act. I can destroy your soul at any time and let you die without a burial place. Lin Feng faintly said, even if you destroy my soul, I will only lose the soul of a primordial spirit. I forgot to tell you that I have one main primordial spirit and 5 auxiliary primordial spirits. Even if you destroy my primordial spirit, I still won't die. When the time comes, I'll destroy your main body and send you to hell. You shameless. The voice became flustered and exasperated. It had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng in all these years. It was so angry that it wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, no matter how sullen it felt, it could only endure it. Lin Feng was clearly not someone to be trifled with. You win. The voice said viciously. Lin Feng said, can you tell me the secret of this token now? The voice fell silent for a moment before saying, this token is not from this era. It's from the last era. A token from the last era? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This origin seemed a little too great, and it gave him a fright. The voice continued, that's right. It's a token from the last era, and it's related to the Burning Legion. The Burning Legion? What kind of faction is that? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The Burning Legion was an invincible legion created by one of the 9 great masters of the previous epoch, the Burning Sacred Sovereign. It played a huge role in the war against the destruction of the epoch. However, in the end, it still couldn't stop all of this. Later on, the legion was cursed and its members obtained the ability to become immortal. However, from then on, they would live in endless pain. The Burning Sacred Venerate sacrificed himself and turned his body into this token. He hoped that one day, someone would be able to use this token to find the cursed Burning Legion and rescue them. The voice said. Heroes shouldn't be tortured like this. Lin Feng said. But the real world isn't like that. There's no such thing as heroes. There's only the law of the jungle. Lin Feng fell silent. The voice was right. The real world was too cruel. And history, it was written by the victors. How can I find the Burning Legion? Lin Feng asked. You'll have to rely on yourself to comprehend some clues on the Burning Legion token. If you can find the Burning Legion, you'll have an invincible army. At that time, you'll be able to dominate the universe and even contend against the 3 realms. Wasteland. Otherworld. None of them will be a problem. The voice continued. Lin Feng said, no wonder those people crazily want to get the Burning Legion token. It's really good stuff. The next moment, Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the spiritual world created by the voice. He fiddled with the Burning Legion token. He could search for the Burning Legion in the future. If the Burning Legion was really as terrifying as the voice said, it would be amazing. To himself, it would be a great help. Of course, Lin Feng knew that before searching for the Burning Legion, he had to comprehend the secrets on the Burning Legion token. And that would require time. Lin Feng kept the Burning Legion token for the time being and headed to the Divine Kingdom of Despair's imperial capital. The current bitter cold province was not peaceful. The Jinyu Immortal sect and several other forces were still looking for Lin Feng. But now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he was not afraid of the Jinyu Immortal sect. Moreover, he was shrouded in fate. His portrait could not be circulated. It was not easy to find him. 2 months later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Divine Kingdom of Despair's imperial capital. Looking from afar, the Divine Kingdom of Despair's imperial capital was like a huge beast living on the ground. A terrifying aura filled the air. The Divine Kingdom of Despair's imperial capital gave off a suffocating and oppressive feeling. Countless cultivators arrived on flying ships or mounts. Outside the Divine Kingdom of Despair's imperial capital, they all landed and formed a long line. There was a huge mirror above the city gate. It was the demon-revealing mirror. The demon-revealing mirror contained the information of the people wanted by the Divine Kingdom of Despair. Therefore, when one walked under the demon-revealing mirror, if one was wanted by the Divine Kingdom of Despair, the demon-revealing mirror would show a change. The Jinyu Immortal sect is very powerful. I'm afraid my information has already been recorded in the demon-revealing mirror. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. At this moment, there was a huge commotion at the city gate. Then, a huge battle broke out. It turned out that an old woman wanted to enter the city. However, the demon-revealing mirror had shown its spirit. The old woman was actually a middle-aged female cultivator who had used the transformation technique to transform herself. That middle-aged female cultivator was a famous itinerant cultivator. People called her the Taiwi goddess. The Taiwi goddess had a beautiful female disciple. This female disciple came to the imperial capital to do some business and was fancied by a young prince of the royal family. That young prince sent people to kidnap the Taiwi goddess's female disciple. Taiwi goddess's female disciple couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the young prince's residence. The Taiwi goddess only had one female disciple. She treated her as her own and treated her as her own daughter. However, her disciple had died so miserably. Hence, the Taiwi goddess entered the imperial capital. One night, she snuck into the young prince's residence and cut him into pieces. She wanted to avenge her disciple. However, this matter was found out by the royal family of the divine kingdom of despair. Since then, the Taiwi goddess had become a wanted criminal. Now, no one knew why the Taiwi goddess had come to the imperial capital. This time, she didn't manage to sneak into the imperial capital. After a huge battle, the Taiwi goddess was injured and fled. A general of the city guards led hundreds of experts to chase after the Taiwi goddess. Among the crowd, there were some cultivators who left the group. They were probably fugitives. They disguised themselves and wanted to sneak into the imperial capital. However, seeing that even an expert like the Taiwi goddess had failed to sneak into the imperial capital, they gave up on this idea. Hence, they left the group. It seems like the great transformation technique will be discovered. However, it's fine. I have other methods. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was still in the group. Long lines of people entered one after another. It was finally Lin Feng's turn. The demon-revealing mirror shone at Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A stream of destiny power silently entered the demon-revealing mirror. Immediately, the heavenly secrets were obscured. After the demon-revealing mirror shone on Lin Feng's body, it did not find anything unusual. Lin Feng entered the capital after paying the required origin crystals. The divine kingdom of despair was extremely lively. After entering the divine kingdom of despair, all sorts of hawking sounds could be heard. The kingdom of despair was so lively that Lin Feng felt the aura of a mortal world. For a moment, he thought he had arrived in a mortal world. Lin Feng didn't know if Zhong Haimei and Nalan Lingbing were still in the capital. He planned to find a place to stay for the time being before he went to find out where the two of them were. Roar. A deep roar resounded through the sky. A dozen strange beasts pulled a divine chariot and rushed over. Around the strange beasts were many guards protecting the chariot. That's the 8th prince's chariot. Many people said. When they saw the chariot, they showed even more respect. The 8th prince, Duga Mingho, was a talented and outstanding individual. Although he couldn't compare to the first princess in terms of strength and prestige, the 8th prince's talent wasn't much worse than the first princess. If the 8th prince was given time, he would definitely grow up. Of course, the 8th prince was keeping a low profile. He didn't show any intention of fighting for the throne. Moreover, he belonged to the neutral faction and had a good relationship with his royal brothers and sisters. Stop! Suddenly, the 8th prince's voice came from the chariot. The group stopped. The curtains opened, and the 8th prince walked out. Brother Ji. I didn't expect you to come to the capital. What a coincidence. It seems like it's really a coincidence that we can meet here. Duga Mingho looked at Lin Feng in the crowd and smiled. Swoosh, countless eyes looked at Lin Feng. The high and mighty 8th prince was actually being so polite to this person. Who was this brother Ji that the 8th prince was talking about? Everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's exact identity, many people felt that Lin Feng must have a heaven-defying origin. Otherwise, why would the 8th prince be so polite to him? So it's brother Dugu. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The 8th prince said. Brother Ji, since we're in the capital, I'm the host. Brother Ji, please come with me to the 8th prince's residence. Let me show you the hospitality of a host, alright. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Lin Feng cupped his fists and boarded the chariot with the eighth prince. The ferocious beast's roar shook the sky. It pulled the divine chariot, crushing the void, and quickly rushed toward the eighth prince's residence. After arriving at the eighth prince's residence, the eighth prince ordered someone to arrange a place for Lin Feng. The two of them sat in the main hall. The eighth prince asked, "Is there anything you need to deal with in the capital?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm here to look for someone." "Oh? Looking for someone? That's simple. Brother Ji, just tell me the person's information, and I'll give the order. If the person is in the capital, I believe we'll be able to find him within 3 days." The eighth prince said. "All right. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Dugu." Lin Feng said. "Brother Ji, there's no need to be courteous with me. If you're courteous with me, it means you don't consider me a friend." Dugu Mingho said with a smile. "It's a pleasure to have a friend like you, Brother Dugu," Lin Feng said with a smile. Dugu Mingho said, "Brother Lin, you can rest in the residence for now. My elder sister is holding a banquet tomorrow, and many experts will be there. Brother Ji, why don't you come with me? Such a banquet would usually bring a lot of shocking news. Moreover, there would often be a small trade fair." Lin Feng was rather interested. He nodded. "All right." The two of them chatted for a while, and Dugu Mingho personally sent Lin Feng to rest. After Dugu Mingho returned to the main hall, a white-robed scholar walked out from the inner hall. "That's right, it's him." The eighth prince narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Ji's identity isn't simple. He's still wanted by the Jinyu Immortal sect. That item should still be in the hands of the Jinyu Immortal sect. It's said that this matter has something to do with the eldest princess," the white-robed cultivator said. "Eldest sister? She's been related to the master of the endless ghost sand for a long time. Among the people who chased after Meng Bingling, there were also her subordinates. Her orthodoxy is related to the master of the endless ghost sand." The eighth prince said. The white-robed cultivator said, "The monarch should know about this matter as well, right? Why did he leave the eldest princess alone? The 5 signs of heavenly decay. The end of the world has arrived. That master has come into being. It's already something that can't be reversed. Imperial Father is most likely turning a blind eye to it," the white-robed cultivator said. After the prison Jinyu Immortal sect obtained the item, they spread the news. Now, many of the 9 great factions are trying to get on their good side. It seems like they want to use the item to negotiate with the master in the boundless ghost sand. They're probably trying to get benefits from it, the white-robed cultivator said. "Asking a tiger for its skin." The eighth prince shook his head and said. The white-robed cultivator said, "Tomorrow, I wonder what kind of expression the first princess will have when she sees young Master Ji. I also want to see eldest sister's expression." The eighth prince revealed an unfathomable smile. The next day, Lin Feng and the eighth prince went to the eldest princess's residence together. Lin Feng had heard of the eldest princess before. The eldest princess was extremely talented and had a powerful cultivation base. She was also very ambitious and had been building up her own faction all these years. She wanted to become the first successor of the monarch. If the eldest princess was a man, with her cultivation base, talent, temperament, and methods, she would have been crowned as the crown prince long ago. However, the eldest princess was a woman. Although there had been an empress in the history of the divine nation of despair. Back then, there had been a lot of controversy. Let alone now. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators was not only a world where the strong were respected, but it was also a world where men ruled. Therefore, the rulers of the various great factions were mostly men. Of course, there were also some large forces whose rulers were female cultivators, but such forces were too rare. Moreover, there was a big difference between an ordinary force and an imperial force. An imperial force was related to imperial power, so the imperial power was usually held by men. This was also the reason why the first princess, who was so outstanding, was still unable to be confirmed as the successor to the throne. There were 3 people competing with the eldest princess for the throne. They were the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 5th prince. These 3 people were not ordinary people. The forces of the maternal clan were also very powerful. However, although they were extraordinary, they were not ordinary. However, there was no way to compare with the first princess. If there was a prince whose ability was comparable to the first princess or close to the first princess, he had long been conferred the title of crown prince. Lin Feng and the eighth prince arrived at the eldest princess' residence. This palace was called Weiyang Palace. The first princess's name was Dugu Weiyang. Some beast carriages arrived one after another. These beast carriages were all parked in the huge square outside the Weiyang Palace. Those who could be invited by the first princess were all extraordinary people. Seems like the eldest princess really likes such gatherings. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said. The eighth prince said, "Big sister has a lot of friends." Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning of the eighth prince's words. Big sister has a lot of friends. Didn't that mean that his big sister was very good at winning people's hearts? The eldest princess wanted to continuously strengthen her power. When her power was strong enough, she would be able to do it. Even if the current emperor did not want to make her the successor, she would still have to consider the consequences of doing so. The royal family did not talk about family ties. In history, there were many ancient immortal kingdoms and divine kingdoms where the princes fought for the throne. There were many cases where father and son turned against each other and brothers killed each other. In fact, 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish talking about it. Many people came forward to greet the eighth prince. However, Lin Feng noticed that many people did not respect the eighth prince. It seemed like these people relied on the fact that they were close to the eldest princess and did not respect the eighth prince. The eighth prince's expression was normal as he greeted everyone. He did not show any unpleasant expression. This made Lin Feng admire the eighth prince. It seemed like the eighth prince was a very scheming person. He needed to be more vigilant against such scheming people. Although the eighth prince looked good now, who knew what he was thinking in his heart? Lin Feng and the eighth prince entered the Weiyang Palace. The gathering was held in the Weiyang Palace. After Lin Feng and the eighth prince arrived, many people had already gathered. Seeing the arrival of the eighth prince, some people greeted the eighth prince while some people directly ignored him. As for Lin Feng, many people treated Lin Feng as heir. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a servant of the eighth prince. Brother Ji, please take a seat. The eighth prince found his seat and invited Lin Feng to take a seat. Lin Feng nodded and sat down with the eighth prince. Many people were surprised. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng was the eighth prince's servant. Who would have thought that the eighth prince would be so polite to Lin Feng? Obviously, Lin Feng was not the eighth prince's servant. Instead, he seemed to be the eighth prince's guest. His Highness the eighth prince's taste in making friends is truly unique. A mocking voice sounded. The speaker was a cultivator opposite of the eighth prince. He was wearing golden clothes and looked very handsome. There was a trace of arrogance between his eyebrows. Who is this guy? Lin Feng asked. Golden Sky Sect. The son of the Godly Sword Sect's Grand Elder. The eighth prince said. Lin Feng naturally knew about the Godly Sword Sect. It was one of the 9 major factions of the Bitter Cold State. Back then, the Godly Sword Sect, Remnant Immortal Valley, and 100 Immortals Pavilion had gone to find Old Monster Yin and asked him for the token to find the Phoenix Fall. At that time, Lin Feng had met the Godly Sword Sect. It seemed like the Godly Sword Sect was one of the factions behind the first princess. They were one of the factions that supported the first princess to inherit the throne. Brat, what did you just say? Golden Sky Sect had heard Lin Feng use the word guy to describe him. His expression was very ugly, and he looked at Lin Feng coldly. I said you're a piece of trash. How dare a piece of trash shout here? Do you believe that I won't beat you half to death with a single palm? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Golden Sky Sect was an extremely terrifying cultivator. He had cultivated for 320,000 years and had already broken through to the Sage Emperor realm. In the future, he would have a chance to reach the Sovereign Lord realm. After a short period of silence, the entire hall was in an uproar. That kid probably doesn't know Jin Tianzong's identity, right? If he knew Jin Tianzong's identity, would he still dare to say that? I don't think so. Maybe he knows Jin Tianzong's identity, but he still deliberately humiliated him. Could it be that he's relying on the 8th prince's support? I'm afraid the 8th prince won't interfere in such a matter. That's right. The 8th prince is a scheming person. He won't casually participate in such a battle. If that kid thinks the 8th prince can help him, he's gravely mistaken. Just wait and see. That kid is unlucky to humiliate Jin Tianzong like this. Jin Tianzong is ruthless. How can he let him go? Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. They felt that Lin Feng was courting death by humiliating Jin Tianzong like this. An expert like Jin Tianzong was not a good-tempered person. It was not an exaggeration to say that Jin Tianzong would kill without batting an eyelid. 8th prince. This kid humiliated me. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. I hope the 8th prince won't stop me. Jin Tianzong stood up and walked toward Lin Feng. He said these words directly to the 8th prince. Obviously, he did not put the 8th prince in his eyes. Because, under normal circumstances, if he wanted to deal with Lin Feng, he would have done it directly. There was no need to involve the 8th prince in this. The 8th prince frowned. He wanted to say something, but Lin Feng smiled and said, 8th prince, I'm not going anywhere. You don't need to do anything to deal with trash like him. I can suppress him without even moving a finger. Arrogant, really too arrogant. Previously, when Lin Feng said that he could slap Jin Tianzong half to death with one palm, everyone thought that Lin Feng was arrogant enough. Now, Lin Feng said that he could deal with Jin Tianzong without even moving a finger. He really did not put Jin Tianzong in his eyes. It was simply an insult to Jin Tianzong. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. He had seen arrogant people before. But he had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Brat. This young master wants to see what qualifications you have to say these words. When you are stepped on by this young master wants to see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. As soon as Jin Tianzong's voice fell, he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Powerful spiritual power surged out, and a terrifying aura spread out from Jin Tianzong's body. After sensing the terrifying aura in his body, many people's expressions suddenly changed. The Golden Sky sect was indeed too powerful, to the point where people couldn't help but be shocked. What does that brat have to fight the Golden Sky sect? I think he won't even be able to withstand a single strike from the Golden Sky sect. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath as they stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng and Jin Tianzong. Jin Tianzong opened his hand and slapped toward Lin Feng. Scram! At this moment, Lin Feng shouted coldly. He shouted loudly. It was like thunder rolling. It resounded throughout the world. When Jin Tianzong heard Lin Feng shout, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was unbearable. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward. There was a thump. Jin Tianzong fell in the main hall. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, Jin Tianzong roared angrily, his eyes turning blood red. He was the direct descendant of the godly saber sect. Today, he had suffered such a great humiliation. He would become the laughingstock of everyone. Jin Tianzong now hated Lin Feng so much that he wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. The surrounding cultivators all looked as if they had seen a ghost. There was a soft cry. Jin Tianzong was sent flying. He even made Jin Tianzong vomit blood. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? It was like a myth, shocking everyone. Many people couldn't believe that this was real. However, all of this, it had indeed happened before their eyes. It was real. I want your life. Jin Tianzong had gone completely crazy. He roared angrily. There was a flash of light. A magic treasure flew out. It was a blood-red long saber. Jin Tianzong held the blood-red long saber in his hand. Just as Jin Tianzong was about to attack Lin Feng, a voice was heard. Brother Jin. Today's matter can be considered as giving me face. Let's just forget about it. This voice seemed to have a special kind of magic. It made Jin Tianzong's originally violent emotions calm down in an instant. Jin Tianzong recalled the terrifying strength Lin Feng had displayed before. Even if he took out a supreme treasure, he was probably not a match for Lin Feng. He rushed forward recklessly. It was a dead end. He had completely lost his mind just now, which was why he was so crazy. Now that he had come back to his senses, he felt a lingering fear. The person who spoke came out of the inner hall. It was a beautiful woman. This person was the first princess. It was not the first time Lin Feng had seen the first princess. Therefore, he had a deep impression of the first princess. The first princess is here. At this time, many people stood up and greeted the first princess. Everyone, please take a seat. The first princess said with a smile. I'll give the first princess face and won't lower myself to your level today. Jin Tianzong looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This guy was obviously not a match for Lin Feng. It was the first princess who gave him a way out. He had to show off again. Lin Feng said indifferently. After the gathering, we can have a life and death duel. Hearing this, Jin Tianzong staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing Jin Tianzong in such a sorry state, many people could not help but laugh out loud. Jin Tianzong had been humiliated. In addition, he was really worried that Lin Feng would have a life and death duel with him after the gathering, so how could he dare to stay? He found an excuse. Then, he hurriedly left. The first princess did not pay attention to Jin Tianzong who had left. She looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Brother Ji. We meet again. When Lin Feng first met the first princess, he did not introduce himself. However, the first princess knew his name. Obviously, the first princess had investigated him. Yes, it has been many days since we last met. I never thought that I would be able to come to the first Princess Weiyang Palace one day, Lin Feng said with a smile. The first princess said. Perhaps, this is fate. He, I'm late. I hope the first princess won't blame me. At this moment, a delicate laugh came from outside. Then, a female cultivator walked in. This female cultivator was wearing a white palace dress. She had a voluptuous figure and smooth skin. She was born with a beautiful face that could be broken by the wind. Her every move was charming and flirtatious, just like a vixen. The eldest princess was also a beautiful woman, but she was high and mighty. Many people didn't dare to have any thoughts about her. However, this female cultivator was different. She wasn't inferior to the eldest princess in terms of looks. She didn't have the aura of a ruler like the eldest princess. She exuded a seductive charm that made people's hearts flutter. Not only was she beautiful, but she also didn't feel too distant from the others. Although she was a goddess, she was the kind of goddess that could be pursued. Fairy Shui, Lin Feng looked at the woman in surprise. Fairy Shui had opened a restaurant in Yang City. Later on, Yang City was destroyed, and she escaped from the city. It seemed that this mysterious Fairy Shui was from the imperial capital. Fairy Shui. She's Prime Minister Wang's granddaughter, right? A cultivator said, pointing out Fairy Shui's identity. Her identity wasn't simple. Her grandfather was the Prime Minister of the divine nation of despair. One had to know that this was a nation of cultivators. Strength spoke louder than words. The fact that Fairy Shui's grandfather was able to hold the position of Prime Minister showed how powerful he was. Of course, other than strength, he also had powerful connections and the trust of the current king. Is this woman's identity that extraordinary? Many cultivators exclaimed. The granddaughter of the divine nation of despair's prime minister had a powerful background. The Wang family was very powerful. The only thing they couldn't compare to the 9 factions was that their foundation was shallow. They didn't have a strong foundation like the 9 factions. But so what, even if their foundation couldn't compare to the 9 factions, as long as Prime Minister Wang was in charge, who would dare to underestimate them? Fairy Shui, you're here. Welcome. The eldest princess said with a smile. When they were young, they were very close. They were best friends who talked about everything. However, as they grew older, Fairy Shui and the first princess also had a lot of friction between them, although on the surface they still had a good relationship. Although they seemed to be on good terms, only they knew that their relationship could never return to how it was before. I heard that Her Highness went to Yang City not long ago. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet her. Fairy Shui said with a smile. However, there was a deeper meaning behind her words. Perhaps Fairy Shui also felt that the destruction of Yang City had a lot to do with the first princess. Of course, Fairy Shui wouldn't voice her suspicions. If she did, she would offend the eldest princess. The eldest princess smiled and said, "I'm going to see that Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone." They were only passing by Yang City. They didn't go in. Who would have thought? Sun City was destroyed. It really makes one sigh. That's right. Even the restaurant I ran in Yang City was destroyed. What a pity, Fairy Shui sighed. It was unknown if it was intentional or if she was truly sighing for the destroyed restaurant. Fairy Shui, please find a place to sit. The eldest princess said. Then I'll sit next to young Master Ji. Fairy Shui smiled at Lin Feng. Immediately after, she started walking towards Lin Feng. Many people couldn't help but mutter. Fairy Shui knew that brat, there were still many seats in the hall, but Fairy Shui didn't want to take one. Instead, she wanted to sit next to that kid. What did this mean? Could it be Fairy Shui was interested in that brat? Many people started having thoughts about Fairy Shui. However, these thoughts had just sprouted when they were dealt a blow. This made many cultivators rather depressed. Many people looked coldly at Lin Feng. They were envious of Lin Feng. Come, Fairy Shui. There's more than enough room for the two of us. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shameless. What a shameless person. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. They prayed in their hearts that Fairy Shui wouldn't go over. However, Fairy Shui didn't care about their gazes. She came to Lin Feng's side. However, she didn't sit next to Lin Feng. Instead, she sat in the seat below Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. Many people started to mutter. Perhaps Fairy Shui and Lin Feng were only friends, which was why they sat next to each other. The two of them didn't have the kind of relationship that everyone thought they had. I didn't expect young master to come to the imperial capital as well. Fairy Shui said. As the saying goes, marriage is bound by a thread. It seems that Fairy Shui and I are fated to be together. Lin Feng said with a smile. Damn, this guy is too shameless. He actually dares to tease Fairy Shui in public. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Fairy Shui said with a smile, I also feel that we are fated to be together. Many people's mouths twitched. Fairy Shui couldn't have been tricked by that brat, right? She definitely couldn't believe that shameless person. The eldest princess said with a smile, I've invited everyone here today because I have something important to tell everyone. Hearing this, everyone's spirits rose as they looked at the eldest princess. The eldest princess said, a few years ago, I obtained a token that leads to an ancient immortal realm. All these years, I've been searching for a way to enter that immortal realm, but I haven't been able to find a way. Fortunately, I've found some clues recently. Everyone here is my friend. If we enter the immortal realm, we might be able to obtain a great opportunity. How can I have the nerve to monopolize such an opportunity? Therefore, I plan to go with everyone to that mysterious immortal realm. The moment the eldest princess said this, the crowd burst into an uproar. The eldest princess is really benevolent. Many people were full of praise for the eldest princess. At the same time, they were also very excited. That was an immortal realm. If they entered, they might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The eldest princess wasn't a simple person. Everything she did had her own calculations. An immortal realm, such an opportunity, and the eldest princess wanted to share it with so many people. No one knew what she was up to. 3 days later, everyone come to the Weiyang Palace. We'll set off together then. The eldest princess said. Okay, we'll definitely be there then. Many people responded immediately. Ha 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 ha, I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to go with the eldest princess to that immortal realm. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a man in a black robe stepped into the hall. When he saw this person, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This man was actually the Tai Dao Honorable Master's disciple, Tu Lu. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Tu Lu obviously knew the eldest princess. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures hated the epic Lost Clan. In other worlds, there were people who hated the epic lost clan like the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, but there were also people who did not. Everyone had their own thoughts, so they could not influence the thoughts of others. So it's Brother Two. Brother Two is a rare guest. The eldest princess smiled when she saw Tulu. As the disciple of the black-robed clan's Grand Dao Honorable Lord, Tulu's status was naturally very high. Moreover, Tulu's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Among the new generation of black-robed clan cultivators, Tulu was definitely a representative figure. Tulu smiled and said, "I have another reason for coming here." "Oh? What is it?" the eldest princess asked curiously. Tulu said, "My other reason for coming here is because of this child." As Tulu spoke, he pointed at Lin Feng. In fact, there were very few people present who knew Tulu's identity. However, even if they did not know Tulu's identity, the faintly discernible terrifying aura that he emitted made many people feel as if they had fallen into hell. Therefore, even if they did not know Tulu's true identity, they knew that he was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the eldest princess would not have been so polite to Tulu. Now, Tulu was pointing at Lin Feng, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It made people's imaginations run wild. Previously, Lin Feng had displayed extremely terrifying battle prowess. Such powerful battle prowess was enough to shock the world. However, against Tulu, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. I remember who he is now. He's the disciple of the black-robed clan's Grand Dao Honorable Lord, Tulu. What? The Grand Dao Honorable Lord's disciple? My heavens, the Grand Dao Honorable Lord is an existence that transcends epics. How powerful and terrifying is his disciple? Many people could not help but exclaim. At this time, someone else said, "How did this person become enemies with that brat? Tulu clearly wants to kill that brat." Many people were also puzzled. They did not know how Lin Feng and Tulu became enemies. Brother Tulu came for Brother Ji? The first princess looked very surprised. Tulu laughed coldly and said, "I'm sure you all don't know the identity of this person. He is actually Jiuzhou Lin Feng." What? He is Lin Feng of the 9 prefectures? Cries of surprise rang out one after another in the hall. Lin Feng of the 9 prefectures, who didn't know of him? Previously, the Sacred War Alliance had joined forces with the extraterrestrial races and some forces from the Great Worlds to invade the 9 prefectures. In the end, the two sides engaged in an ultimate battle. And everyone knew. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Feng contacting the 9 prefectures' great emperors, how could the 9 prefectures' great emperors unite? In particular, the few old antiques might not make a move. If that was the case, the 9 regions would have already fallen. However, because of Lin Feng, the great emperors of the 9 continents had united as one and fought against the alliance army formed by the myriad races, the races from other realms, and those great worlds. In the end, he had killed the myriad races' 5 ancestors. They had defeated the alliance army. That was why the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Although the myriad races of the Bitter Cold Prefecture had nothing to do with the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance. But the influential groups of Kuhan province had heard many things about Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually come to the Heavenly Sage Great World? It had to be said that Lin Feng was truly audacious. The majority of the Heavenly Sage Great World was under the control of the Sacred War Alliance. Coming to the Heavenly Sage Great World was simply suicide. However, Lin Feng just had to come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. This guy's guts were truly extraordinary. I didn't expect Brother Ji to have such an identity. The first princess looked at Lin Feng in shock. Fairy Shui also had an extremely shocked expression. The 8th prince was astonished as well. He was astonished by Lin Feng's real identity. "Kid, I've been looking for you all this time. But you've been hopping around like a grasshopper. Now that I've finally found you, are you ready to die?" Tulu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. It was as if he was looking at an ant. In Tulu's eyes, the gap between him and Lin Feng was too big. If he wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Therefore, Tulu looked down on Lin Feng. This was a disdain that came from the depths of his bones. Everyone could feel Tu Lu's contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Who gave you the courage to say such words to me? Lin Feng glanced at Tu Lu indifferently. Some people never know their own limits. You are such a person. Normally, I wouldn't be interested in dealing with trash like you, because it would only dirty my hands. However, my master, the Supreme Tao Honorable Lord, ordered me to kill you, so I had no choice but to accept the order. Tu Lu said with an indifferent expression. You're the one who doesn't know your place, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Tu Lu looked at Lin Feng with contempt. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. I've seen many people who don't know their own limits like you. In the end, these people all died at my hands, you are no exception. Now is the time when the eldest princess is gathering everyone. If I kill you now, it will be disrespectful to the eldest princess, so you should be very glad that you are at this gathering, because you can live a little longer. When you leave this gathering, it will be the time of your death. Tu Lu's emotions were as calm as an ancient well. Killing Lin Feng seemed like an insignificant matter to him. Therefore, Tu Lu didn't care about this matter at all. Many people didn't dare to sigh. Tu Lu was indeed an expert from the lost races of the epic. He was simply too powerful. There were almost no cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng. Tu Lu was an existence with heaven-defying talent and such a terrifying master. Killing Lin Feng would be easy. Shameless boasting. Lin Feng sneered. I can't be bothered to talk to you now. After the gathering is over, I will personally take your head. Tu Lu's voice was cold. At this time, the eldest princess said, Brother Tu. There are no grudges that can't be resolved. Why don't we turn this into a small matter? Tu Lu said, Eldest princess, this is my master's order, and I can't disobey it. Therefore, this kid must die. Therefore, I ask for your forgiveness. What a joke. Do you really think you are invincible? There is no need to wait until the end of the gathering. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death in the arena. The current Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. So what if Tu Lu was strong? What did Lin Feng have to fear? He could use this opportunity to kill Tu Lu and deal a huge blow to the black-robed clan. Lin Feng wanted to kill every member of the black-robed clan he saw. Good. You're courting death. Then come out with me. Let's go to the arena in the Imperial Capital's plaza and fight. Tu Lu looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He still had the same arrogant attitude. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. If he wanted to kill Lin Feng, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Slaughterer's arrogance seemed to come from his bones. He put his hands behind his back and stepped out. He looked like a god and a demon, making people feel intimidated. After Tu Lu left the hall, Lin Feng followed him out. The others also stood up. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Lin Feng and Tu Lu were both top experts. Now, the two of them were going to have a battle to the death. Many people were already very excited when they thought about it. This battle will definitely be exciting. Many cultivators said. After leaving the hall, Lin Feng and Tu Lu quickly flew towards the arena in the Imperial Capital's central plaza. As for the others, they followed closely behind. The cultivators outside saw that such a large group of cultivators were all flying towards the central plaza. They were puzzled. After asking around, they found out that the top genius of the epic clan, Tu Lu, was going to have a battle to the death with Jiuzhou Lin Feng. What? Tu Lu from the epic clan? Tai Dao Honorable Lord's disciple? What? Jiuzhou Lin Feng? The human cultivator from the Jiuzhou Great World, Lin Feng? All sorts of exclamations of surprise could be heard. Many people were deeply shocked by this scene. The black-robed clan of the epic clan was famous. They were definitely one of the strongest epic clan. As for the Grand Dao Honorable Lord, he was a living being that had transcended epics. One could only imagine how strong his disciple, Tu Lu, was. He must have a battle prowess that could shock the heavens and the earth. As for the name Lin Feng of the human clan in the 9 regions, there was no one who did not know of him. Everyone knew about Lin Feng's reputation, but it wasn't because of how powerful Lin Feng was. It was because Lin Feng had played a key role in the Great War of the 9 states. And now, the two of them were about to have a showdown to the death. This was truly a shocking showdown. It did not take long for the news to spread out. After hearing the news, many people were shocked and rushed to the central square. Tu Lu and Lin Feng landed on the battle arena in the middle of the public square. This void battle ring was very special. It was said that once the battle started, one person was bound to die. If no one died, the arena would be sealed forever. A large number of cultivators rushed over. The huge square was very crowded. There were even many cultivators hovering in the void to watch the battle. This showdown between the two pinnacle experts attracted the attention of countless experts. This Lin Feng is very famous. I've heard about him for a long time. This guy is one of the cultivators that the Sacred War Alliance wants to kill the most. Now, he has come to the Heavenly Sage Great World. How audacious. It is said that this Lin Feng is the #1 genius of the human clan in the 9 regions. He is very strong. I wonder what cultivation realm he is at now. Can he defeat Tu Lu? I think he's delusional if he wants to defeat Tu Lu. Tu Lu is a member of the Epic clan. His talent is heaven-defying. He has cultivated for much longer than Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is talented, he has only cultivated for about 100 years. What does he have to fight Tu Lu? They are on completely different levels. I don't know why he would agree to a battle to the death with Tu Lu. Is he out of his mind? I heard that it was Lin Feng who initiated the battle to the death. What? There's such a thing? Then he's courting death. The surrounding cultivators were discussing the upcoming battle between Lin Feng and Tu Lu. In those cultivators' eyes, Tu had a high chance of winning and killing Lin Feng. However, those who believed that Lin Feng could kill Tu Lu were few and far between. A voice rang out from the void arena. Are the two of you aware of the rules of the battle to the death in the void arena? The voice sounded. It was most likely the voice of the void arena spirit. Of course. The two of them replied. Good. The voice rang out again. The next moment, buzz, intense ripples spread out. A huge light screen appeared and enveloped the entire void battle ring. Lin Feng and Tu Lu were also sealed in the arena. The battle was about to begin. Countless people couldn't help but look at the two people in the arena. Lowly ant, I can take your dog life within 10 moves. Tu Lu looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. It was a look of deep disdain. It was a look of disdain that came from the depths of his bones. Tu Lu had always been high and mighty. Perhaps it wasn't just Tu Lu. Every cultivator from the lost races of the Epic treated him as a superior. Lin Feng sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Just wait until you're defeated by me. I really want to see what kind of face you'll have then. I'll be defeated by you? Do you think that's possible? Die. Tu Lu's voice was cold. He moved his arms in a rather unique posture. His left arm was placed in front of him. His right arm was raised. Following that, a lightning beam shot out from his right arm. The lightning beam contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Feng. Lightning of death. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. The lightning of death was definitely a peerless and unparalleled technique. It was said that this attack was fused with 2 powerful forces. The first force was the force of death. The second force was the force of lightning. The force of death could deprive others of their lifespan. The force of lightning was the most powerful offensive force in the world. When the force of death and the force of lightning fused together, the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. Now, Tu Lu had used the powerful divine ability, Lightning of Death. Instantly, many people were shocked. Tu Lu's attack is really too powerful. The Lightning of Death is incomparably heaven-defying. It has almost no weakness. Wanting to break this divine ability is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That Lin Feng won't be killed instantly by Tu Lu, right? Killed instantly? It can't be, right? I think it's very possible. I think it's possible too. Tu Lu is really too powerful. Tu Lu's Lightning of Death was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that so many cultivators thought that Lin Feng would be instantly killed by Tu Lu. As soon as Tu Lu attacked, Lin Feng roughly estimated Tu Lu's battle strength. Tu Lu's battle strength was definitely above the third or fourth heaven of the Emperor realm. In addition, his bloodline was powerful and he had cultivated many top-notch divine powers. Therefore, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Tu Lu. Of course. Although Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Tu Lu, it did not mean that he was afraid of Tu Lu. This was a completely different concept. When the lightning of death came crashing down, Lin Feng immediately used the Immortal King descends to the nine heavens technique. This was an unparalleled divine ability from ancient times to modern times. Its power was incomparably terrifying. After this divine ability was used, the shadow of an Immortal King appeared in the void. The Immortal King stepped forward. It was as if he had crossed through endless time and space and arrived in this world. The Immortal King's aura was simply too powerful. The descent of the Immortal King directly collided with the lightning of death that Tu Lu had unleashed. What happened next was shocking. Tu Lu's lightning of death was directly shattered by the Immortal King's shadow summoned by Lin Feng. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Many people originally thought that Lin Feng would be instantly killed by Tu Lu's attack. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would not be instantly killed? Instead, he displayed extremely powerful battle strength. The Immortal King's shadow did not dissipate just like that. Swoosh, a light flashed. In the next moment, the Immortal King's shadow appeared in front of Tu Lu. Then, the Immortal King's shadow launched an extremely fierce attack on Tu Lu. Tu Lu could not help but be shocked. He was originally full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was as easy as moving a finger, that's all. But now, his attack was actually neutralized by Lin Feng's attack. Therefore, his previous contempt for Lin Feng was like a slap to his own face. This made Tu Lu feel extremely aggrieved. Other than feeling aggrieved, Tu Lu also felt a deep sense of humiliation, which almost drove him insane. However, what Tu Lu needed to do now was to neutralize the Immortal King's attack. In the face of the Immortal King's peerless attack, Tu Lu's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch at the Immortal King's phantom. Bang! Along with the sound of an incomparably violent collision, Tu Lu and the Immortal King phantom fiercely collided. The shadow of the Immortal King was destroyed, but at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Tu Lu. His cold voice rang out. Slaughter. It had to be said. You've disappointed me. Although Lin Feng had only said a short sentence, it had greatly stimulated Slaughter. His words contained disappointment and disdain for Tu Tuesday. How could someone as prideful as Tu Lu be humiliated like this? Therefore, at this moment, he was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Boom! A violent sound of friction suddenly rang out. After Lin Feng's voice fell, 6 times the power of the dragon elephant had already exploded. It directly charged towards Tu Lu. Lin Feng's fist violently rubbed against the air, and even caused a sonic boom. Just now, Lin Feng had taken advantage of the moment when the Immortal King Phantom and Tu Lu were fighting to quickly close in on Tu Lu. Then he launched a thunderous attack on Tu Lu. A physical battle had always been Lin Feng's favorite way to battle. A violent collision of fists on flesh. A collision that could cause one's soul to tremble. As the saying goes, one's strength can break 10,000 techniques. When one's strength was strong enough, then, there was no need to circulate one's spiritual power, and no need to use one's divine ability. He could directly use his unparalleled strength to explode with a devastating attack. Tu Lu's expression was gloomy. He was extremely confident in his physical body, so he was not afraid to fight Lin Feng physically. Tu Lu also punched out with an unrivaled fist. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng's fist and Tu Lu's fist directly collided. Although it was just a collision of fists, their physical bodies were simply too strong. Even the void was shattered. How is this possible? Many cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. A physical collision could even shatter the void. What if their spiritual power collided? What kind of terrifying level would it reach? Just thinking about it sent chills down everyone's spine. Tu Lu took Lin Feng's punch with 6 times the power of the dragon elephant arm, but he was not directly defeated by Lin Feng's punch. This shocked Lin Feng, and he was even somewhat in disbelief. This Tulu's physical body was simply too strong. However, Lin Feng immediately laughed coldly. So what if he was strong? This was just the beginning. Go to hell, Lin Feng shouted coldly. The power of 6 times the power of the dragon elephant arm was completely unleashed. Lin Feng threw punch after punch at Tulu. Every punch. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was simply too strong, shocking everyone. Tulu's expression was somewhat gloomy. Compared to Lin Feng's shock, Tulu's heart was like a tsunami. Just now, he had used all his strength to block Lin Feng's punch. Tulu knew that he had already suffered internal injuries. Lin Feng's strength was simply too terrifying. If he continued to fight with Lin Feng physically, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Therefore, Tulu wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. However, Lin Feng did not give Tulu the chance. Lin Feng's storm-like attacks came one after another. It was truly terrifying. Tulu had no choice but to fight back with his fists. Bam bam bam, after more than 10 punches, Tulu could not completely block Lin Feng's lightning-fast attacks. Cracking sounds kept spreading in the air. Many of his bones had been broken by Lin Feng's attacks. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Tulu is the disciple of the Tai Dao Honorable Lord, the top expert of the Black Robe clan's new generation. Now, he can only block and can't even form an effective counterattack. Yeah, it's just too incredible. Many people exclaimed. They could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Bam, Lin Feng and Tulu clashed again. This time, Tulu's left arm was directly broken by Lin Feng's punch. Tulu's body was also sent flying. Wah, in midair, Tulu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Tulu's hair was also disheveled. He looked extremely wretched as he roared in anger. Tulu had never felt so aggrieved before. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Die. At this moment, Lin Feng had already attacked again. 6 times arms of the dragon elephant exploded as he punched towards Tulu's head. Strong. He's too strong. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. This is too shocking. Yeah, he's too scary. It's not easy to find someone in the younger generation who can go against him. Perhaps only those geniuses who entered the Myriad Tribe Divine Palace back then can go against Lin Feng. Many people exclaimed. Everyone's attention was deeply attracted by the battle that was taking place at this very moment. Lin Feng's terrifying attack was about to collide with Tulu's head. Who would have thought that at that moment, Tulu's body would suddenly turn into a black fog? Lin Feng's punch landed on the black mist. In the next moment, Tulu, on the other hand, appeared 100 meters away. However, his face was extremely pale. Tulu was locked onto by Lin Feng at close range and had no way of getting rid of Lin Feng. In close combat, he was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. Now that he was able to get rid of Lin Feng, it was all because of the move he had just used. However, that move was not something that could be easily used. If it had been that easy to use, Tulu wouldn't have needed to use it after suffering such a huge loss from Lin Feng's attacks. Hence, Lin Feng guessed that the move he had just used might have caused a lot of damage to Tulu's body. TSK. You were so arrogant just now, so I thought you were strong. How dare you jump around in front of me with this level of skill? You're overestimating yourself. I've always thought that your master, the Tai Dao Honorable Master, was someone who had been scheming since ancient times. But now, it seems like your master, the Tai Dao Honorable Master, is just a piece of trash who has lived for a long time. Lin Feng curled his lips as he said. Not only did he humiliate Tulu, but he also scolded the Tai Dao Honorable Master. After scolding him. That felt good. Kid. Don't be too happy. You'll be crying soon. Tulu looked coldly at Lin Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying waves of energy surged out from Tulu's elixir field. Swish swish swish. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded. From Tulu's dantian, clones flew out one after another. A total of 8 clones flew out. This Tulu guy was truly something. To think that he had even refined 8 clones. that doppelganger and Slaughter's original body. There were 9 of them in total. The Netherworld realm. At this moment, the 9 Supremes spoke at the same time. Then, the 9 Supremes turned into 9 illusory worlds. Each world was mysterious and unfathomable. Every world seemed to have existed since ancient times. Ancient, powerful, mysterious, immortal. 9 underworlds. It was rumored that the underworld was an extremely terrifying place. Legend had it that countless experts were buried in the 9 underworlds. Even if immortals entered the 9 underworlds, only death awaited them in the end. Whether this saying was true or not was still unknown. But as the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. There was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor in the world. Perhaps the rumor was true. Now, the 9 illusory worlds formed by the 9 Supremes merged into one. When the 9 illusory worlds merged into one, the originally illusory world actually became real. The Netherworld realm. He immediately moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Lin Feng was instantly swallowed into the Netherworld realm. What a terrifying Netherworld realm. The 9 prefectures world that is rumored to be able to bury immortals. It was actually condensed by Tu Lu. Tu Lu. She was truly a talented and outstanding person. Such battle prowess is truly shocking. Now, Lin Feng has already been swallowed by Tu Lu's Netherworld realm. I wonder if he will die in the Netherworld realm. If he can't escape from the Netherworld realm, he might really die there. After seeing Lin Feng being swallowed by the Netherworld realm, the surroundings were in an uproar. Those cultivators who originally thought that Lin Feng would win against Tu Lu couldn't help but waver. The eldest princess watched the battle without any ripples. No one knew what she was thinking. The 8th prince raised his eyebrows. His thoughts were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Fairy Shui couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Die. Die. Little bastard. I hope you die without a grave. Within the crowd, Jin Tianzong's face was filled with malevolence. He hated Lin Feng to the bone. Naturally, he hoped that Lin Feng would die in the Netherworld realm. Lin Gongzi will be fine, right? In another direction, 2 female cultivators worriedly watched the battle on the stage. These 2 were Zhong Haimei, Nangong Lingbing. The 2 of them had been waiting here for Lin Feng. Tu Lu's cold voice resounded in the Netherworld realm. Brat! You have been swallowed by my Netherworld realm. Now. Heaven and earth. No one can save you. Shameless boasting bastard. If I wanted to destroy your Netherworld realm, it would be as easy as flicking my finger. Lin Feng sneered. Is that so? I'd like to see just how you plan to destroy my Netherworld realm. Tu Lu sneered. Next, an abyss appeared in the Netherworld realm. That abyss moved towards Lin Feng, trying to swallow him whole. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from that abyss. When Lin Feng sensed the aura from that abyss, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. The aura from that abyss was truly too terrifying. Lin Feng said that he didn't care about Tu Lu, but in truth, he was still very wary of him. Facing that abyss, Lin Feng directly brought out his 9 domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic fields condensed. Then, the domineering magnetic fields began to expand. In an instant, the 9 domineering magnetic fields destroyed the abyss that was swallowing Lin Feng. Then, under Lin Feng's control, the 9 domineering magnetic fields collided with the Netherworld realm. Bang! It was as if 2 ancient worlds had collided. The power of the 9 domineering magnetic fields was incomparably terrifying, and it directly broke through the Netherworld realm. Lin Feng rushed out of the Netherworld realm and continued to control the 9 domineering magnetic fields to collide with the Netherworld realm. Bang 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 bang, after dozens of consecutive attacks, the Netherworld realm finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to collapse. In the end, the Netherworld realm was destroyed, and the 9 Supreme Slaughter was beaten back to its original form. A person from beyond the heavens can slay immortals with a single sword. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. He turned into a dazzling sword ray and descended from the sky. Then, this sword ray divided into 9. In theory, Lin Feng could do 18 things at once, so he could at most turn into 18 sword rays. However, if he turned into 18 sword rays, the power would be dispersed. Therefore, the 9 sword gleams that Lin Feng had transformed into were too powerful. Lin Feng's original body had locked onto Tu Lu. The sword gleams that he had transformed into were blocked by Tu Lu's superpowers. However, Tu Lu's doppelgangers were unable to block the attacks of the other 8 sword gleams. Poochie! 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 The sound of something being torn apart could be heard continuously. The heads of Tu Lu's doppelgangers were chopped off by the sword gleams. The 8 doppelgangers were instantly killed. You killed my doppelgangers. I'll take your life. Seeing his 8 doppelgangers being killed by Lin Feng, Tu Lu went berserk. He had spent a great deal of effort to create these 8 doppelgangers. Now that they had been killed by Lin Feng, it was only natural that he hated Lin Feng. Epic. Destruction. Destruction. At this moment, a low growl came from Tu Lu's throat. His voice was like the voice of the Grim Reaper, resounding in the air. Tu Lu's body exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, an illusory world appeared behind Tu Lu. That illusory world was boundlessly large. However, upon closer inspection, that illusory world contained countless stars. That illusory world seemed to be a cosmic world. If it really was a cosmic world, then it would be too shocking. It would be absolutely unbelievable. Everyone was moved. Now, that world was beginning to crumble and collapse, heading towards destruction. This was an almost heaven-defying superpower. It was a living being that had transcended epics. It was a supreme superpower created by watching the destruction of an epic. Therefore, one could only imagine how powerful this superpower was. It was truly shocking. It was hard to imagine. Then, the epic of destruction that was floating behind Tu Lu enveloped Lin Feng. That epic of destruction wanted to destroy Lin Feng. What a powerful superpower. This Tu Lu. It's no small matter. All sorts of terrifying means. It's endless. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand Tu Lu's attack this time? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. In the previous battles, Lin Feng had suppressed Tu Lu multiple times. Therefore, everyone had more confidence in Lin Feng. However, in such a battle of life and death, a heaven-defying superpower. It could possibly turn the tables. Now, Lin Feng was fighting Tu Lu. The situation could change at any moment. After all, even though Lin Feng was suppressing Tu Lu, it wasn't like he was crushing Tu Lu. Humph. Lin Feng grunted coldly and started using the Great Desolation Scriptures. Lin Feng released the Great Desolation Scriptures. Lin Feng had obtained the Great Desolation Scripture a short time before. It contained some of the most incredible things. Desolation Palm, Lin Feng threw a punch at the epic of destruction's world. Desolation of desolation, desolation of desolation, desolation of desolation, Asian of desolation, desolation. People couldn't help but be aghast. The desolation of desolation of desolation, Asian, the desolation of desolation, desolation of Desis of desolation. Bang, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the huge energy handprint in the void slammed against the destroyed epic world. Although it couldn't destroy the shattered epic, it could temporarily stop the shattered epic's attack. Then, Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist landed on the destroyed epic world. Crack, crack. The destroyed world began to crumble. Die. At this moment, Tu Lu had already arrived. He held a blood-red broadsword in his hand. The space around the blood-red saber began to distort. It was obvious that it was an amazing treasure. Tu Lu wielded his blood-colored broadsword and slashed towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of broadsword lights were formed. Every single one of them contained the power to destroy the heavens. The densely packed blade aura slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He brought out his magic treasure and the power of slaughter rose rapidly. Lin Feng quickly brought out his Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor protected his body. At the same time, he quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the blade auras. However, it wasn't realistic to completely avoid the attacks of the blade auras. Clang, 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 some of the blade auras slashed onto Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. However, with the protection of the Dominator's armor, Lin Feng didn't suffer much damage. Kid. Die. Tulu looked indifferent. He was like a god of death that had walked out of hell. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng again. He waved the broadsword in his hand and a blood-red dragon flew out. Dragon spirit, that blood-red broadsword has a dragon spirit. What a terrifying weapon, many people exclaimed when they saw the dragon spirit flying out of the blood-red broadsword. The dragon spirit turned into a 1,000-meter-long blade aura in midair. It locked onto Lin Feng. Then, it charged towards Lin Feng. It charged towards him. That terrifying attack was simply too powerful. Anyone who saw that attack would be shocked. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He waved his hand and in a flash, 4 stone swords flew out from his hand. Tulu was from the Epic Lost Clan. Lin Feng's stone swords specialized in killing the Epic Lost Clan. Under Lin Feng's control, the 4 stone swords slashed towards the 1,000-meter-long blade aura formed by the blood-red dragon. The 4 stone swords instantly pierced through the 1,000-meter-long blade aura and destroyed it. The 1,000-meter-long blade aura turned into a blood-red dragon again. However, this time, it was cut into 5 parts. The blood-red dragon that was cut into 5 parts let out an ear-piercing cry. Then, it vanished into thin air. Under Lin Feng's control, the 4 stone swords quickly arrived in front of Tulu. Stone swords. When he saw the 4 stone swords, Tulu's face turned solemn. He knew how much damage the stone swords could do to the Epic Lost Clan. Of course, Tulu was confident in himself. He quickly calmed down and waved the blood-red blade in his hand towards the 4 stone swords. However, the 4 stone swords quickly separated. The highest-ranked hero sword slashed towards the blood-red blade in Tulu's hand. The other 3 stone swords instantly disappeared without a trace. Not good. Tulu's face changed. He did not expect the stone swords to be so strange. He wanted to retreat quickly. However, behind Tulu, a stone sword appeared and slashed towards Tulu. Then, stone swords appeared on Tulu's left and right. They slashed towards Tulu. Together with the stone swords in front, the 4 stone swords had completely locked onto Tulu. At the crucial moment, Tulu used total annihilation. Clang 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 clang, 4 consecutive collisions were heard. He resisted the attacks of the 4 stone swords with difficulty. However, Lin Feng traveled through space and arrived in front of Tulu. Die. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He directly struck towards Tulu's head. Tulu's face changed suddenly. It was too late to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Poochie. Lin Feng's right index finger tapped on Tulu's head. A powerful force. Tulu had been killed by Lin Feng. The entire world fell silent. Such a powerful existence had died just like that. Countless people still hadn't recovered from their shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. The current Lin Feng was much stronger than the legends said. Lin Feng took Tulu's storage ring and treasures, then destroyed his body. In the end, Tulu only left a ball of origin energy, which Lin Feng put away. The battle is over. Seal open. A deep voice reverberated between heaven and earth. When this voice fell, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The originally sealed ring was opened once again. Whoosh, Lin Feng flew down the arena. Ha 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 ha, Lin Gongzi. I think we shouldn't attend the gathering. Why don't you come over to my place? Fairy Shui said with a charming smile. She was extremely charming and beautiful. She attracted many people's attention. All right. Lin Feng nodded and left with Fairy Shui. However, the storm had only just begun after the battle. Lin Feng of the 9 prefectures, he had killed Tulu, the disciple of the Grand Dao Honorable Lord of the Black Robe Clan. This was truly an earth-shattering matter. Through this incident, many people guessed Lin Feng's battle prowess. Lin Feng was so young, but he already had the battle prowess of an emperor. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was an indisputable fact. This fact had deeply shocked too many people, causing them to be emotionally moved. Tianxia planet. This was a very famous planet in the extraterrestrial world. There were many experts on this planet. More importantly, this planet was the destination of dozens of space routes, so it was very lively. Many cultivators would often land on Xianxia planet to rest, or to replenish some of the things he needed. The Grand Dao Honorable Lord was currently on Xianxia planet. The Grand Dao Honorable Lord was in a living room, discussing with several experts about exploring an immortal abode. However, the Tai Dao Supremacy's expression suddenly changed. The others were all very powerful and had sharp senses. Naturally, they could sense the change in Tai Dao Honorable Lord. What happened? An expert asked. The Grand Dao Supremacy took a deep breath and waved his hand. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a jade pendant appeared in front of everyone. Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant. Everyone else was shocked. This was because the Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant that the Grand Dao Honorable Lord had taken out had cracked. The Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant had the same function as the Primordial Spirit Lamp. The flame of the Primordial Spirit Lamp went out. This meant that the death of a person was like the extinguishment of a lamp. The cultivator corresponding to the Primordial Spirit Lamp had already died and his Dao had disappeared. If the Jade Pendant had cracked, it would also mean that the cultivator corresponding to the Jade Pendant had died. Now that the Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant that the Grand Dao Supremacy took out had cracked, it meant that the cultivator corresponding to this Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant had died. Whose Jade Pendant is this? A cultivator asked. It's my disciple's Primordial Spirit Jade Pendant. The Grand Dao Supremacy said gloomily. The rest of the group had also witnessed a massacre. They knew how powerful Tulu was. Logically speaking, with Tulu's cultivation, it should be very difficult to kill him. Even if Tulu is no match for him, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape. The Grand Dao Supremacy nodded. His expression was very ugly. He was also very confused about Tulu's death. The Grand Dao Supremacy had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that Tulu would be killed by Lin Feng. The Grand Dao Supremacy naturally knew that Tulu had received his orders to search for Lin Feng. If he found Lin Feng, he would kill Lin Feng. However, the Grand Dao Supremacy did not think that Lin Feng was Tulu's opponent. Tu Shen. Come here. The Grand Dao Supremacy said. Not long after, a cultivator arrived. This cultivator exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. This person was the Grand Dao Supremacy's right-hand man, Tu Shen. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was many times stronger than Tulu. My lord. Tu Shen cupped his fists and bowed. The Grand Dao Supremacy said gloomily, Tulu has been killed. Go and check if Slaughter was killed by someone. If you find the murderer, kill him without mercy. Yes. My lord. After receiving the Grand Dao Supremacy's order, Tu Shen hurriedly left to investigate this matter. The news of Slaughter's death spread like wildfire. In the next few days, Yi Zichen's death spread like wildfire. This news even spread beyond the Bitter Han state and into the ears of the thousands of tribes in the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng actually went to the Bitter Han state. No wonder we couldn't find him. Great. Use our hidden forces. We must cut him into pieces. The higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance said coldly. They were determined to kill Lin Feng. They were willing to use their hidden forces to kill Lin Feng. The people of the Genyu Immortal sect also heard this news. This matter immediately caused a certain amount of panic in the Genyu Immortal sect. Back then, the Genyu Immortal sect repaid Lin Feng's kindness with enmity. Because of this, the two sides formed a grudge. Now that Lin Feng had become so powerful, the Genyu Immortal sect was naturally worried about Lin Feng's revenge. After Meng Bingling received this news, she was speechless for a long time. Lin Feng brought her all the way back to the Genyu Immortal sect, and even braved great danger. At that time, Meng Bingling was very touched. For a moment, Meng Bingling was even moved by Lin Feng. But later, Meng Bingling still chose to stand on the side of the family's interests. The Genyu Immortal sect and the Black-Robed clan were related. When Tulu appeared in the Genyu Immortal sect, Meng Bingling knew of Lin Feng's true identity, and also knew that Tulu wanted to kill Lin Feng. But she didn't inform Lin Feng. She silently watched all of this unfold. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would leave without making a sound? Now. He had even grown into such a terrifying existence. We can't continue to wait, we need to act. If we don't act now, it might be a long night with many dreams. Meng Tianli said. On this day, the Jinyu Immortal Sect's upper echelons held an emergency meeting. No one knew what they were discussing. But obviously, the matter discussed must be related to dealing with Lin Feng. On this day, the eldest princess and the others went to the mysterious immortal realm, but Lin Feng did not appear. Originally, the eldest princess's actions made Lin Feng very suspicious, and after the battle, Lin Feng and Fairy Shui chatted for a long time. Fairy Shui also had doubts about the eldest princess's actions, and felt that this matter was definitely not simple. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to go. Lin Feng did not return to the 8th prince's residence, but stayed in the prime minister's residence. Of course, Lin Feng also sent someone to inform the 8th prince, but only said that he had something to deal with and could not return, and thanked the 8th prince for his hospitality. The 8th prince was a smart person, and naturally understood the various ways of the world. On this day, someone handed in a visiting card, saying that they wanted to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked and found out that the visitors were 2 female cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing? Not long after, the 2 women arrived. After meeting, Lin Feng realized that it was really Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. Lin Gongzi. We've finally met you. Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing said at the same time when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, during this time, the 8th prince's men have been looking for you. Previously, the 8th prince sent someone to tell me that he saw you. I wanted to tell you that I was looking for you, but you managed to escape from the 8th prince's men. Zhong Haimei said, we don't know which group of people are the 8th prince's men, but during this time, people have been looking for us. We suspect that they are from the Spirit Evil sect, so whenever we sensed that someone was following us, we would try our best to get rid of them. Perhaps the 8th prince's men were among the cultivators that we managed to shake off. Nangong Lingbing said, previously, we watched the battle between you and Tu Lu. At that time, we wanted to reunite with you, but who would have thought that the 2 of us would be targeted? At that time, we felt a dense killing intent quickly approaching, so the 2 of us quickly left and hid for a few days before daring to come out. I see. Lin Feng nodded and said, since we've met up, let's head to the Spirit Evil sect tomorrow to rescue your master. Thank you, young master. Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing were overjoyed when they heard this. Lin Feng said, rest in the prime minister's residence for a day. I'll have Fairy Shui arrange a place for you to stay later. The 2 women quickly nodded. Fairy Shui arrived not long after. When she saw Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing, she looked at Lin Feng and smiled, young master. May I know who these 2 fairies are? Lin Feng said, these 2 are my friends. This is Zhong Haimei and this is Nangong Lingbing. They came to find me because there are some things that they need to deal with. Fairy Shui, please arrange a place for them to stay. Naturally, no problem. Fairy Shui nodded. Fairy Shui nodded and called for a servant to prepare an elegant residence for Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. At night, Fairy Shui invited Lin Feng to her courtyard. How could Lin Feng not come when the beauty had a date with him? Moreover, Lin Feng had wanted to say goodbye to Fairy Shui. It wouldn't be good to say goodbye when he left tomorrow. Thus, today was the most appropriate time. When Lin Feng arrived, Shui was playing her zither. Her music was beautiful. Lin Feng looked for a place to sit down. He quietly listened to the beautiful music played by Shui's music. Shui stood. Shui came to Lin. The voice said faintly, it seems that young master is about to travel far away. Lin Feng nodded and said, indeed. I plan to leave the imperial capital tomorrow. Therefore, I came today to say goodbye to you. Shui was. Their bodies were almost stuck to each other. Lin Feng could even hear her breathing. Young master, is there anyone in this vast imperial capital that you're reluctant to part with? Fairy Shui asked as she exhaled. She looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes with her charming eyes. Fairy Shui's hint was very obvious. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking, but Lin Feng was focused on cultivation. Lin Feng already had so many women. Lin Feng wouldn't mess with a woman unless Lin Feng really liked her. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have tried to flirt with other women. Fairy Shui was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. There were cultivators who liked her. Countless of them. There was probably an endless stream of people chasing after her. But even so what? Lin Feng still didn't want to mess with Fairy Shui. Even if Fairy Shui sent herself to him. Even if Fairy Shui kept hinting at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't have that thought. Lin Feng avoided Fairy Shui's gaze and said, "Naturally, there are some people that I miss. You are one of them. To be able to see a friend in an unfamiliar city was something to be happy about." "Young master and I, are we just friends?" Fairy Shui asked in a faint voice. Lin Feng said, "We should be good friends." Fairy Shui sighed inwardly. This small gathering ended very quickly. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The next day, he bid farewell to Fairy Shui. Then, he set off with Xianxia and Nangong Lingbing to the Spirit Evil sect. The Spirit Evil sect was located in the northwest of the Bitter Cold province. That area was covered by a huge dark mountain range. The dark mountain range was covered in restrictions and wild beasts roamed freely. Danger lurked everywhere. Ordinary people didn't dare to set foot in that area. And the Spirit Evil sect was located in the depths of the mountain range. The Spirit Evil sect was a rather special faction. This faction's inheritance included the Immortal Dao, the Evil Dao, and the Devil Dao. The Spirit Evil sect was ranked rather low among the 9 factions, only ranked 8th. But this didn't mean that the Spirit Evil sect wasn't strong enough. In fact, it was the opposite. The Spirit Evil sect was an extremely terrifying faction. In terms of foundation, the top few factions wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress the Spirit Evil sect. It was just that the Spirit Evil sect had declined in recent years. Not long after the 3 left the capital, a cloud of evil fog flew over, covering the sky and surrounding Lin Feng's group. "It's the Spirit Evil sect," Zhong Haimei whispered. Lin Feng nodded and coldly looked at the evil fog. There were many people hidden in the evil fog. Although he couldn't see them, Lin Feng's perception was strong and could sense their existence. "Kid. We know who you are. We also know that you killed Tulu not long ago. But so what? Although Tulu is strong, he is only cultivated for a short period of time. How can he be compared to the experts of the Spirit Evil sect? These 2 women are people that the Spirit Evil sect wants to capture. If you know what's good for you, you should leave on your own accord and not get involved in this mess." A cold voice sounded from the evil fog. Lin Feng sneered. "So what if I get involved in this mess?" The existence in the evil fog laughed sinisterly and said, "Do you smell a faint fragrance in the air? Check your magic power and see if you can still circulate it." Evil cultivators loved to use some sinister moves or methods to deal with other cultivators. Obviously, these people from the Spirit Evil sect had used such a despicable method to deal with Lin Feng, Zhong Haimei, and Nangong Lingbing. Seeing the unconscious Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he did not have the time to circulate his magic power. Otherwise, he might have fainted like the 2 women. However, the 2 women's breathing was stable, so they should be fine. Lin Feng quickly communicated with the White Jade Toad and had it secretly detoxify him. At the same time, Lin Feng needed to stall for time to buy enough time for the White Jade Toad to detoxify. He asked, "What poison did you use just now?" "It's a colorless and odorless poison. Once inhaled into the lungs, it will fuse into the blood. Then, following the blood, it will flow into the body's limbs and bones. As long as you circulate your magic power, the magic power in your body will become chaotic. In light cases, you'll directly faint and die. In serious cases, you'll go mad. Originally, I thought that all 3 of you would be poisoned. Who would have thought that these 2 women would be so impatient to circulate their magic power, causing you to become alert? Thus, you did not circulate your magic power to check your body's condition, so you did not suffer any deeper injuries. However, this is not a problem. Although you did not circulate your magic power. However, this poison has already caused you to lose the ability to fight. Now, you are a turtle in a jar. The existence in the evil fog said sinisterly. In his voice, there was an indescribable pride. Obviously, he felt proud of himself for successfully scheming against Lin Feng and the other two. It seems that the words you said before to not interfere in this matter were just a means to attract my attention? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Of course. You are a big fat sheep, we are not willing to let you go. The voice continued. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the laughter of many cultivators came out from the evil fog. Lin Feng was young and had endless luck. He had many magic treasures on him, even the legendary stone sword, which made the cultivators of the spirit evil sect extremely envious. In addition, Lin Feng had many strong orthodoxies on him. His endless wealth was enough to make people go crazy. Therefore, these people from the evil spirit sect would naturally think of ways to kill Lin Feng. Ignorant, Lin Feng said sarcastically. The group of people who were laughing complacently immediately stopped when they heard Lin Feng's ridicule. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to say such reckless words to us. It seems that you're really arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kill him for me. That voice rang out once more, and it was filled with dense killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 figures flew out, charging towards Lin Feng. Some experts began to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort. The poison in his body had already been neutralized by the white jade toad. These people were no longer a threat to Lin Feng. He flicked his finger. 3 streams of sword chi flew out. Puff. Puff. Puff, 3 sword beams instantly pierced through the bodies of the 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators screamed miserably. Their bodies fell to the ground, and they died on the spot. You can still use your magic? The existence in the evil fog cried out in disbelief. He originally thought that Lin Feng was poisoned and couldn't use his magic, which was why he was so arrogant. If he knew that Lin Feng was fine, he would have fled long ago. My methods. How can you dogs and cats know about them? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but reveal a dense killing intent. Run, the leader of the cultivators in the evil fog shouted in a deep voice. Although their cultivation was not bad, they knew that they were far from Tulu. Tulu was killed by Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng wasn't poisoned, what could they use to fight against Lin Feng? Therefore, there was only one choice left, and that was to run. As far as they could go, they had to run. Otherwise, only death awaited them. It's too late to run now. Lin Feng laughed coldly, and a stream of sword chi shot out. Then, the sword chi split into numerous dazzling and terrifying sword chis in the air. Every sword chi contained destructive power. All of them contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. In an instant, they caught up to the group of cultivators and attacked them. Puff. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard as the cultivators' bodies were instantly torn apart, killed by Lin Feng's sword chi. The group of cultivators was killed in the blink of an eye. After Lin Feng collected their storage rings, he carried Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing with one hand and left. Lin Feng didn't have any romantic thoughts with the beauties in his arms. After leaving the area, he found a secluded valley and landed. He placed the 2 women on the ground, then summoned the white jade toad to help them detoxify the poison. Lin Feng took out the storage rings he had just obtained and checked to see if there was anything good. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about ordinary treasures. Only some top-tier treasures could catch Lin Feng's eye. Lin Feng searched for a while and didn't find anything particularly heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng did find a map. This map depicted the entire spirit evil sect. It was a map of the spirit evil sect. Lin Feng browsed through it and had a general understanding of the spirit evil sect. 2 hours later, the 2 women woke up. Lin Feng sent the white jade toad back into the space of time. He looked at Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing, then asked, "How do you feel?" The 2 women said, "Our bodies are fine. Thank you for saving us, young master." Lin Feng said, "You don't have to be so polite. Let's rest for 15 minutes. You can rest for a while before we continue our journey." The 2 women nodded. 3 months later, Lin Feng and the 2 women arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away from the dark forest. This town was called Wooden Town. The town was quite lively. Lin Feng had the two women stay in the town for the time being while he went to rescue celestial mortal Fan Jin. The two women knew that with their cultivation, it would be difficult for them to help Lin Feng. If they went with Lin Feng, they would only be a burden to Lin Feng. Therefore, when Lin Feng told them to wait in the town, they agreed without hesitation. Lin Feng rested in the town for a day, adjusting his condition to its peak. Then, he flew toward the dark forest. No matter what, Lin Feng would do his best to save celestial mortal Fan Jin. After all, celestial mortal Fan Jin would determine whether or not Lin Feng could obtain the fourth type of hockey. Along the way, Lin Feng noticed that many cultivators had entered the dark forest. Although the dark forest was dangerous, there were many precious resources and various treasures. After Lin Feng entered the dark forest, he flew all the way to the depths of the forest. In the depths of the dark forest, one could see powerful beasts passing by from time to time. Those beasts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, terrifying and ferocious. However, it was difficult for them to intimidate Lin Feng. Lin Feng basically did not stop on the way. When he passed by a continuous mountain range, a dragon's roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, resounding through the clouds. When he heard the dragon's roar, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the mountain range. From afar, he saw a huge flaming dragon, its huge body rushing out of a volcano. The flaming dragon seemed to want to undergo a deeper transformation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. The evil fog rolled, and there were many cultivators hidden in it. Are these people from the evil spirit sect? Seeing the people who came, Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. He had a deep impression of the aura of the evil spirit sect cultivators. It was this aura. Moreover, when the evil spirit sect members went out, they would be surrounded by this evil fog, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were from the evil spirit sect. The main reason was that the evil spirit sect was simply too powerful. Therefore, when they went out, they would be surrounded by evil fog. This way, it would let others know their identity, and it would serve as a warning. This way, when some people saw their identity, they would not have any ill intentions. Lin Feng hid, and he could not help but frown slightly. What were these evil spirit sect cultivators doing here? From the looks of it, they seemed to have come here specially. A group of people stood in the void. The evil fog disappeared, and more than 20 people appeared. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. The beautiful woman wore a white palace dress, and her voluptuous figure was very charming. "My lord, this fire dragon is going to undergo its ninth transformation," a evil spirit sect cultivator said. The beautiful woman said, "The ninth transformation, it is almost ready to be used as a sacrifice. When the fire dragon completes its transformation, immediately kill the fire dragon." "Yes," the others replied. "Sacrifice? What sacrifice? These people want to kill the fire dragon and use it as a sacrifice? What are they trying to do?" Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. The whereabouts of these people from the evil spirit sect were strange, but Lin Feng felt that they must have some secret that they could not tell others. He had never shown himself, hiding in the dark to observe. The fire dragon's transformation attracted the lightning tribulation. Bolts of lightning tribulation came crashing down. Huolong began his tribulation. After the tribulation was over, Huolong's injuries were extremely severe. In the end, he was only left with half of his life. "Do it," the beautiful woman said coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, those cultivators flew out in different directions. The cultivators of the evil spirit sect each took out a flying sword. The origins of those flying swords were extremely extraordinary. The flying swords were called dragon-slaying sword and were specially made for slaying dragons. There were a total of 24 dragon-slaying swords. It was extremely powerful. Under the control of the evil spirit sect cultivators, the 24 dragon-slaying swords slashed towards the fire dragon as fast as lightning. The roar of the fire dragon shook the heavens. He spat out a dragon breath attack to block the attacks of the dragon salliers. Although the fire dragon was severely injured, it was still very powerful. It actually managed to block the attacks of the 24 dragon swords. Humph, the beautiful woman snorted coldly, soared into the sky, and charged towards the fire dragon. Then a palm struck towards the fire dragon. That palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was as if it could destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. It instantly dispersed the dragon breath that the fire dragon spat out. The 24 dragon-slaying swords quickly flew to the fire dragon's side. Then it directly pierced through the fire dragon's body. Roar! The fire dragon let out an incomparably mournful cry as dragon blood splattered everywhere. However, the fire dragon's vitality was extremely tenacious, so it did not die. The fire dragon turned around and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The beautiful woman took out a silver spear. He held the spear in his hand, becoming one with it. It turned into a peerless edge as it pierced towards the fire dragon. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He never thought that the beautiful woman's weapon would actually be a silver war spear. Normally, female cultivators would rarely choose to use treasures like war spears as their weapons. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of flame towards the beautiful woman. However, the ball of flame was instantly shattered by the peerless edge that the beautiful woman had transformed into. Then the peerless edge that the beautiful talisman had transformed into instantly pierced through the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon's huge body fell from the sky and smashed into the forest. The beautiful woman kept the fire dragon's corpse into her storage ring, then quickly left with a group of people. Lin Feng followed closely behind this group of people. He wanted to see what these people were doing. They went all the way into the dark forest and finally arrived at a mountain range in the depths of the dark forest. This was the mountain gate of the Spirit Evil sect. There were 2 huge stone sculptures at the entrance of the Spirit Evil sect. The stone sculpture on the left was an evil god, and the stone sculpture on the right was a demon god. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was sinister and terrifying. Above the Spirit Evil sect, there was an incomparably huge demon-revealing mirror floating. That demon-revealing mirror enveloped the entire Spirit Evil sect. If any outsider dared to sneak into the Spirit Evil sect without permission, they would immediately be discovered by this demon-revealing mirror. Of course, it wasn't that cultivators didn't have a way to dispel the detection of the demon-revealing mirror. For example, they had some magic treasures that could make them invisible. However, these magic treasures were too rare. Another example would be someone like Lin Feng who knew the Great Destiny technique. Obviously, this kind of cultivator was also as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lin Feng silently sent a stream of destiny power into the demon-revealing mirror. Following that, Lin Feng used the Tao of Space and hid in the void, sneaking into the Spirit Evil sect. The Great Destiny technique could conceal heaven's secrets. This mystique was quite useful. Not only was its attack power strong, it could also be used in many situations. After Lin Feng sneaked into the Spirit Evil sect, he saw a huge square not far from the mountain gate. Right now, there were a large number of Spirit Evil sect cultivators gathered in the square. There were even a few Emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Feng guessed that those Emperor-level powerhouses were the hidden powerhouses of the Spirit Evil sect. Even that beautiful woman could be the hidden powerhouse of the Spirit Evil sect. In the middle of the square, there was a huge altar. These people seemed to be conducting a ritual. After the beautiful woman arrived, she immediately took out the fire dragon's corpse. She flicked her finger. A stream of divine light shot into the fire dragon's corpse. The originally several thousand meters long fire dragon's corpse instantly became more than 10 meters long. Then, the beautiful woman placed the fire dragon's corpse on the altar. After putting down the fire dragon's corpse, the beautiful woman retreated into the crowd and stood with a few emperor-level powerhouses. At this time, an old woman wearing a priest's robe walked out. That old woman was holding a huge scepter. The scepter was forged from white bones. It was unknown what kind of creature's bones it was, but it emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. At the top of the scepter was a human skull. The entire scepter was wrapped in dense runes. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. This Spirit Evil sect was indeed worthy of being an evil force. Even the magic treasures passed down were so terrifying. Lin Feng lay dormant in the void, not daring to make too big of a move. Although he used the power of destiny to block the perception of the demon-revealing mirror. But if his movements were too big, he might be sensed by those powerhouses. Those powerhouses weren't to be trifled with. The old witch took the white bone scepter to the front of the altar and began to jump up and down. As she jumped up and down, she muttered something. This was an extremely ancient sacrificial ritual, commonly known as the Great God Dance. Some factions with longer inheritances still had this kind of sacrificial method. This old witch had the sacrificial ritual. There was a big difference between this sacrificial ritual and ordinary sacrificial ritual. The priest who presided over the ordinary sacrificial ritual could be either a priest or a priestess. But only a priestess could perform the Great God Dance. As for why this was so, it was unknown. On the altar, in addition to the fire dragon's corpse, there was also a demon statue. The creature that the spirit evil sect was sacrificing to should be that demon. However, he didn't know the origin of that devil. That demon statue was very strange. From within its body, it emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. After feeling the aura emitted from the demon statue's body, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It was clearly just a stone statue. How could its aura be so terrifying? That stone statue was a little strange. As the sacrificial ritual progressed, the fire dragon's body began to dry up. The fire dragon's flesh and blood. It was gradually devoured by the demon statue. This was an extremely shocking scene. The devil statue was actually able to absorb the fire dragon's flesh and blood essence. It was extremely strange. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ancient ritual, so he was very shocked. However, the cultivators from the spirit evil sect were different. They seemed to have experienced such a ritual before. Therefore, many people had calm expressions on their faces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the eyes of the demonic stone statue lit up, and then the two eyeballs kept rolling. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. The evil demon statue had actually come to life. Great Lord Abyssal Demon, you have finally awakened, the old witch was very excited. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the demon statue. The rest of the people from the evil spirit sect knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the evil demon statue. At this time, Lin Feng saw a stream of energy emerging from the evil spirit sect cultivator's head. The energy was all absorbed by the devil stone statue. The power of faith. This energy was the power of faith. These people believed in the abyssal demon in front of them, so they produced the power of faith. My servant. Is there a matter for you to communicate with the great abyssal demon King Abbas? The devil stone statue actually spoke. Abbas Demon King. That should be the name of this guy. He didn't know what kind of world this guy was from. Lin Feng guessed that it might be a creature from a high-level world. Oh great master, I'm afraid that the master of the boundless ghosts will be born soon. Great master told us to keep an eye on the boundless ghosts. When we learned of this, we immediately activated the seal to report this matter to Great Master, the old witch said with an incomparably sincere voice. The master of the endless ghost sand is about to be born? This is really big news. This matter is indeed very important. For you to be able to report the news in time, it can be said that you have made a great contribution. This king will not treat you unfairly. This is a lump of abyss origin. This lump of abyss origin can help you break through your cultivation. As for how to distribute it, you can discuss it yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the void split open. In the void that had split open, a lump of abyss origin flew out. That lump of abyss origin contained an unimaginably pure energy. When he sensed the energy of that lump of abyss origin, Lin Feng realized that even his cultivation state was getting restless. Lin Feng's face changed. That lump of abyss origin was way too extraordinary. It could definitely allow a cultivator's cultivation state to soar by leaps and bounds. Thank you, master. The old witch hurriedly thanked him profusely. The rest of the people from the spirit evil sect hurriedly kowtowed to the devil stone statue as well. But just at this moment, the void split open as a tremendous amount of power gushed out and coiled around that lump of abyss origin. Lin Feng had initially wanted to take advantage of the fact that those people from the Spirit Evil sect had defeated the Devil Stone statue and did not have the time to collect the Abyss Origin to collect it. But someone else had beaten him to it. Seemed like someone else was also spying on the Abyss Origin. Only, he did not know the identity of the other party. To think that they would be the same as him, sneaking in silently. The methods of the other party were truly extraordinary. However, Lin Feng felt that the other party might have used a magic treasure to sneak in. This was because cultivators who cultivated the Great Destiny technique were simply too rare. In the myriad of worlds, cultivators who cultivated the Great Destiny technique could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Thus, Lin Feng was able to deduce that the other party had used a magic treasure to sneak in. "You're courting death," the cultivators of the Spirit Evil sect roared in anger, their eyes overflowing with killing intent. The other party actually dared to sneak into the Spirit Evil sect and snatch away the Abyss Origin in front of so many experts of the Spirit Evil sect. It was simply a blatant slap to the faces of all the cultivators of the Spirit Evil sect. "Chase! Chase for me!" the old witch roared in anger. So, one by one, the Emperor-level experts took the lead in chasing after them. A large number of experts of the Spirit Evil sect also rushed out. He definitely could not take this lying down. The Spirit Evil sect still had 2 Emperor Lords that had yet to leave. One of them was the old witch. The second was the beautiful woman. It was obvious that they needed to guard the Spirit Evil sect. The old witch said, "You went to hunt the dragon. It's already extremely tiring. Go back and rest." "Yes, Granny." The beautiful woman nodded and left. The old witch also left the plaza. Some of the cultivators of the Spirit Evil sect began to tidy up the altar. Lin Feng was still a little regretful that he was not able to obtain the Abyss Origin, but he quickly felt relieved. The main reason he came here this time was to save the fairy Fanjin. Furthermore, the people who snatched the source of the Abyss helped him attract the attention of the 4 Great Emperor Lords. Other than the 4 Great Emperor Lords, there were also many experts who were attracted away. This created a condition for him to rescue the Fanjin fairy. If the Emperor Lords were here when he rescued the Fanjin fairy, at that time, whether or not he would be able to escape was a very uncertain matter. If he couldn't handle it well, even he would fall into it. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. He quietly walked towards the depths of the Spirit Evil sect. Lin Feng had seen the internal distribution map of the Spirit Evil sect before, so he remembered where the Spirit Evil sect's heavenly prison was. The Spirit Evil sect's heavenly prison was located in the northwest direction. There was a demon mountain there. The demon mountain had been hollowed out, and the interior of the demon mountain was the Spirit Evil sect's heavenly prison. Lin Feng sneaked to the side of the demon mountain. Very quickly, he found the entrance to the heavenly prison. There was only one entrance to the heavenly prison, and it was guarded by dozens of Spirit Evil sect cultivators. There was even a demon-revealing mirror above the entrance to assist. Even a fly would not be able to fly in. It's really not easy to get in. Lin Feng frowned. He could use the Fate technique to block the demon-revealing mirror. Then, he could use the transformation technique, such as turning into an ant, turning into a bug, and so on, and then try to enter. However, Lin Feng realized that the cultivators guarding the heavenly prison would release their spirit sense to seal off the void. The cultivator's spirit sense could easily detect the various flying insects that had been transformed into by the transformation technique. If that was the case, it would be difficult to sneak in through the transformation technique. Lin Feng planned to wait patiently and see if there was any opportunity. Not long after, someone came with a token. The other party checked the tokens on those people and then let them in. After a while, those people escorted the prisoners out. Those cultivators seemed to be the ones who interrogated the prisoners. Most of the people imprisoned in the heavenly prison should be the enemies of the Spirit Evil sect. Because this power was an evil force, it had more enemies. Secondly, it should be people like the Fanjin fairy who had obtained some shocking opportunities. If the Spirit Evil sect found out, they would think of a way to capture them and imprison them. He would be tortured day and night until he handed over the opportunity. The last type of people were probably the unlucky ones. Many of the cultivation arts and divine abilities practiced by the fiendish devils required sacrifices, plundering, and so on. They would capture many talented cultivators and imprison them. When the time came, they would kill them. This was also one of the reasons why the evil demon forces were not popular. Therefore, the suppression of the evil forces in many places was extremely serious. However, once the strength of this evil force reached a certain level, no one would dare to provoke this evil force. Just like the evil spirit sect, who would dare to provoke such a powerful evil force, even the royal family of the divine kingdom of despair tried to pacify the spirit evil sect instead of destroying them. This was because once the war broke out, even if the spirit evil sect was destroyed, the royal family of the divine kingdom of despair would suffer heavy losses. Lin Feng stayed outside the prison for a few days and noticed that every once in a while, someone would come out. Every time, a dozen or so cultivators would come and take away some prisoners. Lin Feng planned to make a move on these people. However, he had to choose the right time to make his move. If he made his move at night, the target would be smaller. If he made his move during the day, the target would be bigger. That night, another group of cultivators came to interrogate the prisoners. Lin Feng ambushed these people on the way. Lin Feng used the space freeze technique to freeze these people. Then, he used the Great Purification to purify this group of people. Following which, Lin Feng put on the clothes of the spirit evil sect. He blended in with these people. A group of people walked towards the heavenly prison. Halt! Show me your token, the guard commander said. Although they knew each other, checking the token was the rule. The leader of the cultivators took out his token. After checking it, the guard commander found no problems and handed the token over to the cultivator. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. The guard commander looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. This is a new disciple who recently joined our spirit evil sect. He only joined my team today, the leader of the cultivators said. Oh? You only joined your brother's team today? This is a fat job. It seems like this kid's identity is not simple, the guard commander said. We don't know the identity of the person who was planted by the higher-ups, the leader of the cultivators said. The guard commander nodded and let them go. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. If his identity was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the guard commander was fooled. After entering the interior of the demon mountain, Lin Feng immediately felt a sinister and terrifying aura. There were also many guards guarding the interior of the demon mountain. After checking the token, the guard commander ordered his men to bring Lin Feng and the others to retrieve the prisoners they wanted to take away. Everyone walked deeper into the mountain. Lin Feng realized that in the depths of Demon Mountain, there were many cells. The cages of the cells were all made of magic sealing stones. The cultivators who were imprisoned inside would have their magic power sealed. Therefore, they could not break out of the cage. If it was some stronger cultivators, they would be shackled by chains made of magic sealing stones. Wanting to escape was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the place where female immortal Fan Zhen was imprisoned. Female immortal Fan Zhen was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. However, her body was covered in wounds. Furthermore, her hair was disheveled and she looked to be in a sorry state. She must have been tortured quite a bit during this period of time. Lin Feng had seen female immortal Fan Zhen's portrait before, so he remembered her appearance. Lin Feng stopped in front of the cage. The rest of the people also stopped. The cultivator who led Lin Feng and the others in to retrieve the prisoner said, "Why are you stopping here? The prisoner isn't here." Lin Feng gave the leader of the cultivators a look. The leader of the cultivators understood and secretly approached the cultivator. Suddenly, he attacked and killed him with a palm strike. On the other hand, Lin Feng circulated the strength of the dragon elephant arm 6 times and directly broke open a hole in the cage that was big enough for one person to enter. He entered and looked at female immortal Fan Zhen and said, "Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing asked me to save you. Now, follow me quickly." The reason why he did not let female immortal Fan Zhen enter the spacetime dimension was because the spacetime dimension was Lin Feng's secret. Other than those closest to him, how could anyone else enter? However, female immortal Fan Zhen was extremely embarrassed to be carried on Lin Feng's back. She had never interacted with a male cultivator like this before. Female immortal Fan Zhen said, "Can you put me down? I can walk on my own." Lin Feng said, "You have no magic power left. There will be a battle later. Do you think you can walk out of here alive?" Female immortal Fan Zhen could only nod. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice. The rest of the people led the way. "Don't let them escape." At this moment, a group of people had already rushed over. There was no way to hide the fact that the cultivator had been killed. The most important thing now was to rush out. As long as they could rush out, they would be able to leave this place. "Kill!" The group of cultivators shouted and charged towards the guards in front of them. These people had already been converted by Lin Feng and were completely under his control. Therefore, now, this group of people was willing to sacrifice their lives for Lin Feng. The cultivators from both sides instantly engaged in a great battle. Lin Feng attacked from behind them. Rays of sword chi flew out and slashed towards the cultivators. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. One by one, the guards were killed. Soon, the group of guards were all killed by Lin Feng and the rest. They rushed to the entrance of the prison as fast as they could. The place was heavily guarded. However, under the attacks of Lin Feng and the rest, the line of defense was quickly broken. Female immortal Fan Zhen was extremely shocked. Naturally, she could tell that the reason why this group of people was so strong was mainly because Lin Feng was too strong. He was so young but so strong. Female immortal Fan Zhen could not help but be curious about Lin Feng's background. She did not know where her disciple had found such a powerful young expert to rescue her. Of course, Lin Feng's side was not without casualties. When they rushed out of the prison, only 3 of the guards were left alive. The rest were killed. After coming out of the prison, Lin Feng was about to leave. However, at this moment, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping his body. In the next moment, the void split open and the beautiful woman appeared. This beautiful woman had killed the fire dragon earlier and her cultivation was extremely strong. After she appeared, she sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng threw a punch at the woman. A powerful strength surged in the air and the space around them cracked. "Who are you? How dare you sneak into the evil spirit sect?" The beautiful woman asked coldly. "Ha ha ha ha, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I've rescued her." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Humph. So what if you immortal Fan Zhen is die today?" The immortal Fan. You imdi to you kill to immortal Fan Zhen was die immortal imdi. Previously, the beautiful woman had killed the fire dragon with her spear. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he summoned more than 10 powerful magic treasure. Under Lin Feng's control, more than 10 powerful magic treasure flew towards the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. She never thought that Lin Feng would have so many high-grade magic treasure. Furthermore, Lin Feng was able to activate so many magic treasure at once. This was too inconceivable. Chaotic spear shadow. The beautiful woman snorted. The silver spear in her hand swept out a dense number of spear shadows, blocking Lin Feng's attack. However, it was still very difficult to completely dissolve Lin Feng's attack of so many magic treasure. The power of those magic treasure was already terrifying enough. The shockwaves from the magic treasures sent the beautiful woman flying. "Humph! You dare to behave atrociously in my evil sect? You really don't know life from death." At this moment, a cold snort was heard. The old witch who presided over the ritual had arrived. The old witch held a white bone scepter in her hand, and then she waved the white bone scepter in her hand. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and earth, and the white bone scepter actually revealed a dense number of skeleton warriors. Those skeleton warriors bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their roars shook the heavens as they held various weapons in their hands. They crushed the void and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly controlled his magic treasure to kill the skeleton army. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out, and many magic treasure were swept away by the skeleton army. Then, The skeleton army flooded towards Lin Feng. The old witch's attack was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng controlled so many powerful magic treasure, but it was still difficult to resist the old witch's attack. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng quickly retreated. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned the holy monk's skeleton. The moment the holy monk's skeleton appeared, Buddhist light illuminated the heavens and earth. When the Buddhist light shone on the skeleton army immediately began to dissipate. The skeleton army that appeared from the old witch's white bone scepter was an undefeatable attack, but everything in the world reinforced and countered each other. The skeleton army was countered by the holy monk's skeleton. Lin Feng summoned back his magic treasure and then kept the holy monk's skeleton. He then used the Tao of space and traveled through space to escape. "You can't escape," the old witch sneered. Her body shook slightly, and in the next moment, the old witch disappeared without a trace. When she appeared again, the old witch had actually appeared in a parallel space. And she appeared above Lin Feng. "Brat! Go to hell." The old witch laughed sinisterly, and the scepter in her hand struck towards Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying attack, female celestial Fan Zhen was so scared that her face turned pale. If such a terrifying attack landed on them, she and Lin Feng would definitely be smashed into meat paste. This old witch was like a maggot in one's bones. She actually chased them so closely. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but sink. The old witch's attack was indeed powerful, but Lin Feng wasn't without a way to deal with it. In front of Lin Feng, a black light flashed, and a black war spear appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was the transformation of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper was able to transform into a black light that resembled a black war spear. That was its initial state. Now, the three-headed viper's ultimate form had been determined. It was shaped like a black war spear. When Lin Feng held it in his hand, his strength merged with the three-headed viper's strength. It was able to reach its peak. Clang! Lin Feng held the three-headed viper's black war spear and directly collided with the old witch's white bone scepter. Lin Feng was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away, but the old witch only retreated a dozen meters. Pervert, really perverted. Lin Feng couldn't help but wail gloomily. The old witch was really too powerful. He really couldn't beat this old witch. If he couldn't beat her, then he would run. Lin Feng first took out hundreds of powerful jade talismans, and then he threw all of them at the old witch. Explode! Lin Feng coldly shouted, and those jade talismans were activated by him, and directly exploded. Rumble! An earth-shattering boom rang out, followed by a devastating wave of energy that engulfed the old witch. The destructive power contained in that energy was too powerful, and it was really shocking. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that with the old witch's strength, there was no problem in blocking the power of the jade talisman's explosion. Lin Feng didn't expect the jade talisman's explosion to kill the old witch, as long as it could block the old witch. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Break! The old witch's expression sank slightly, and she waved the white bone scepter towards the explosion's energy. The old witch's terrifying attack directly hit the explosion's energy. The explosion's energy was directly shattered by the old witch. But at this time, Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. He's really like a loach. But in the end, it's still a dead end. The old witch sneered and rushed out of the parallel space, once again chasing after Lin Feng. After Lin Feng rushed out of the spirit evil sect, he quickly flew through the forest. The old witch chased after him. This old thing's speed was really too fast. Moreover, this old thing also had some understanding of the Tao of space, so to shake off this old thing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng was also quite depressed. Kid! You're not with the group of people who stole the abyssal origin, are you? If I remember correctly, this woman seems to be the leader of a small force. That small force has already been destroyed. This woman obtained something that seems to be related to some kind of domineering aura. With her status, it is impossible for her to have too much of a relationship with an expert like you. But now that you are risking your life to save her, could it be that someone asked you to save her? What conditions did the other party give you? We, the Spirit Evil sect, will double the conditions. The condition is that you have to hand this woman over to us. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing the old witch's words. He didn't believe the old witch's words at all. Lin Feng knew that the old witch only said those words to disturb him. If he stopped himself, the old witch would immediately rush up and kill him. The old witch was an old fox, incomparably sinister. He had to be on guard against this old witch. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't take the old witch's words to heart at all. He continued to fly forward quickly. The old witch followed closely behind. It was impossible for the old witch to completely catch up to Lin Feng. It was also impossible for Lin Feng to shake off the old witch. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. Flying at such a fast speed consumes a lot of magic power. How long can you last? When you can't hold on any longer, it will be the time for you to die without a burial ground. The old witch said sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy. The situation was indeed similar to what the old witch had said. There was a huge gap between his magic power and the old witch's. Therefore, if it was a competition of attrition, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to compete with the old witch. Right now, it was indeed more troublesome. If this situation continued, the old witch would catch up to him sooner or later. At that time, his magic power would be greatly consumed and he wouldn't be a match for the old witch. He might even die in the old witch's hands. Go to the southeast. There is an extremely terrifying place there called the Ghost Tombs. That place seems to have many terrifying creatures buried there. Furthermore, it has formed a powerful magnetic field. Once you enter it, it is very easy to get lost inside. We might be able to take the risk and pass through that place. At this time, female immortal Fanzhen said. Female immortal Fanzhen had no other choice but to say that place. If she had any other choice, she definitely wouldn't say the Ghost Tombs. Although the Ghost Tombs weren't a land of death, the danger level of the Ghost Tombs wasn't much lower than that of a land of death. Lin Feng nodded and quickly changed direction, flying towards the Ghost Tombs. 6 hours later, Lin Feng finally saw the Ghost Tombs that female immortal Fanzhen had mentioned. That area was shrouded in ghostly aura and was terrifying. It was already daytime. Moreover, when they were still more than 10 miles away from the Ghost Tombs, Lin Feng could feel a cold and terrifying aura spreading over. That aura was simply too terrifying. At this time, the old witch also knew of Lin Feng's plan. Her expression became incomparably gloomy. She naturally didn't want Lin Feng to enter the Ghost Tombs. Even someone as powerful as the old witch. She was also incomparably fearful of a place like the Ghost Tombs. Kid, go to hell. The old witch screamed. She waved her white bone scepter and attacked Lin Feng. However, she was still thousands of meters away from Lin Feng. Therefore, when her attacks flew towards Lin Feng, the power had been greatly reduced. Lin Feng struck out with his palm and those attacks were shattered by him. The old witch's attacks couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng arrived outside of the group of Ghost Tombs. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped in. The old witch hesitated for a moment before charging in as well. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to stay in the outer area and wait for the old witch to leave. Then, he would leave the Ghost Tombs. However, he saw the old witch charging into the Ghost Tombs. Lin Feng's plan naturally fell through. Therefore, Lin Feng had no choice but to continue charging into the depths of the Ghost Tombs. Ghostly aura lingered in the Ghost Tombs, blotting out the sun. This was the misty sky. As they went deeper into the Ghost Tombs, Lin Feng was shocked to find that the path behind him had disappeared. He and female immortal Fanzhen were lost in the Ghost Tombs. What a strange Ghost Tombs. There are many powerful cultivators buried here. The magnetic field is too strong. Is the magnetic field affecting my perception of the outside world? Lin Feng took a deep breath. This place was simply too bizarre. It was impossible to turn back. Go in. You can't turn back, the Demon Lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord's opinion was exactly the same as Lin Feng's. The Ghost Tombs were too strange. In such a place, one could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Because the Ghost Tombs were filled with yin qi. Lying on Lin Feng's back, Goddess Fanzhen kept looking around. If she had come alone, she wouldn't have dared to come here. She wouldn't have dared come in. Only with Lin Feng would she have dared come in. Such a dangerous place was terrifying for cultivators. The slightest carelessness could lead to death here. Lin Feng frowned. When he arrived here, he felt an extremely oppressive feeling in his heart. It felt as if there was a terrifying existence staring at him from the dark. "Kid, you can't escape." At this moment, the old witch's voice sounded. Lin Feng was speechless. This old witch was really hot on his heels. Now, he had run into the ghost tombs. The fact that the old witch was still hot on his heels made Lin Feng feel rather gloomy. He increased his speed and rushed deeper into the tombs, pulling away from the old witch once more. However, not long after, a shrill scream was heard. After hearing that scream, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Because, that scream was actually the old witch's voice. He didn't know what had happened to make the old witch scream like that. Could she have met with a calamity? She's so powerful. Could she have met with a calamity here? Goddess Xianxia said with a serious expression. This place is very dangerous. Anything is possible. Lin Feng said with a serious tone. Even he could feel the dangerous aura. This place made him very uneasy. Lin Feng took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia and wrapped himself and Goddess Xianxia in it. Lin Feng tried to walk out of the ghost tombs, but the tombs were too big. He couldn't turn back and could only walk deeper into the tombs. Goddess Xianxia looked behind and exclaimed, "There's a large amount of ghost fog coming from behind." Lin Feng turned his head and looked behind him. He also saw a huge amount of ghost fog. However, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the ghost fog didn't quickly envelop them. If it had a target, it would be very scary. Time passed. The sun was setting. Darkness descended. At night, the group of ghost tombs became even more eerie and terrifying. Female celestial Xianxia's magic power had recovered by 30% and she was able to move on her own. Therefore, he got down from Lin Feng's back. However, female immortal Xianxia still stood with Lin Feng. Both of them were draped in Xianxia, using this treasure to protect themselves. They could even sense each other's auras. Woo! The cries of malicious ghosts could be heard. Female celestial Xianxia felt a chill behind her and turned around to look. Instantly, she saw a female ghost with disheveled hair and wearing a bloody robe appear behind her. That pair of sinister and terrifying eyes were staring at her. Ah! Female celestial Xianxia let out a terrified cry. He was shocked by the female ghost. The female ghost stretched out her sharp claws and clawed at female celestial Xianxia. But at this moment, the Buddha's treasure Xianxia emitted a Buddhist light. The Buddha's light swept over the female ghost. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard and the female ghost's body emitted black smoke. The female ghost let out a blood-curdling screech, then quickly ran away. Seeing this, female celestial Xianxia let out a long sigh. Then, female celestial Xianxia's pretty face turned red. Clearly, she was a little embarrassed, which was why her pretty face turned red. After all, female celestial Xianxia had cultivated for 360,000 years. Although this age was still considered very young compared to her long lifespan. Although this age was considered very young in the world of cultivators, Lin Feng was still too young. Acting so surprised in front of Lin Feng made female celestial Xianxia feel a little ashamed. Why couldn't she compare to such a young cultivator? Lin Feng didn't think too much about it and didn't pay attention to female celestial Xianxia's actions or the changes in her expression. He had been observing the group of ancient tombs. He didn't know when these ancient tombs were built. Many of the ancient tombs were emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Feng saw many ancient tombs but realized that they didn't have tombstones. For some reason, these ancient tombs were nameless. If Taoist Wu Liang was here, that damned Taoist would definitely dig up the ancient tombs to see what was inside. However, Lin Feng wouldn't do that. He didn't have as many tricks as Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng was worried that after digging up the tombs, some terrifying things would appear. What if he couldn't deal with it? Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew in the group of ancient tombs. At this moment, the ancient tombs started shaking violently. Rumble, 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 every time the ancient tombs shook, it would cause an earthquake. Kacha kacha. Next, the ancient tomb started cracking. F***ck, seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was too much. Would some terrifying thing crawl out of the ancient tombs? We won't die here, right? Female Celestial Fanjan's face was pale. She had just escaped from the prison and her hope of survival was reignited. As such, she didn't want to die. Don't jinx it. Don't say such ominous things at this time. Let's go faster, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Female Celestial Fanjan nodded and reached out to hold Lin Feng's arm. She was afraid that she would lose Lin Feng. Such an intimate action made Female Celestial Fanjan blush. However, Lin Feng didn't have the time to think about such things. He just wanted to leave the group of ghost tombs as soon as possible. He. All sorts of sinister and terrifying sounds echoed in the group of ghost tombs. Those sounds came from the ancient tombs. Many pale white palms reached out from the tombs. Fortunately, the ancient tombs stopped cracking after reaching the point where the palms were reaching out. If the tombs continued to crack, who knew what terrifying things would happen? Perhaps those terrifying existences would crawl out of the tombs. Lin Feng didn't want to face those terrifying existences. Why is this place called the group of ghost tombs? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the name of this place. He couldn't help but feel curious and asked. It said, because, this place, is haunted, Female Celestial Fanjan said. Just as she finished speaking, then, something that made one's hair stand on end happened. Above the tombs, figures appeared one after another. Who would have thought that someone would dare to enter the ghost graveyard? A female ghost said eerily. This female ghost should have been extremely beautiful when she was alive. Even though she had become a female ghost, her figure was still very well maintained. She was slim and alluring. Although one could not see what her face looked like, one could still imagine. However, no matter how beautiful she was when she was alive, she was now an evil ghost. A pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng and Lady Fanjin, revealing a dense killing intent. TSK, a man and a woman ran in. Could it be that they had the same fate? Another female ghost said. This female ghost did not dare to compliment her. Not only was her figure out of shape, but half of her face was already rotten. It was a horrifying sight. Soft skin and tender flesh. It's delicious. It must taste good. A demon god said. This demon god only had half of his body and half of his head left. In the past, he had been split in half by someone. His death was really tragic. Who were you when you were alive? Why were you all buried here? Lin Feng asked curiously. These terrifying existences were stunned when they heard Lin Feng's question. Perhaps, no one would have thought that Lin Feng would ask them who they were in their previous lives at this time. At this time, shouldn't they think of a way to escape, perhaps, to beg for mercy? However, Lin Feng did not do so. Screech, many terrifying existences let out shrill cries. After hearing Lin Feng's question, they seemed to have been greatly provoked. Previous life. Previous life, they were roaring and roaring. The memories of their previous lives seemed to be incomparably painful. Even though they had become malicious ghosts after death, when they recalled their previous lives, they still felt incomparably painful. They still did not want to think about the past. To them, it was the experience that they did not want to recall the most in their lives. Of course, there were also many terrifying existences who did not make any movements. Perhaps they had forgotten what had happened in their previous lives. Perhaps it was because they had seen through it, so they could control their emotions. We no longer have anything to do with our previous lives. We only wish to transcend in this life. As for you, you are destined to become the souls of the dead here. A cold laughter rang out. A terrifying existence stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Lin Feng and female Celestial Fanjin. The one who attacked was a monster with 5 heads. It had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a scorpion. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and an endless amount of Buddhist light condensed into the word swastika. This swastika flew towards the other party. Bang! The two sides collided, and Lin Feng's swastika blocked the opponent's terrifying attack. However, the swastika also dissipated, unable to cause any harm to this terrifying existence. This human brat's cultivation is really not bad. The terrifying existence said. Hey, this is indeed a bit interesting. Let me eat this brat. A snake demon said with a fiendish smile and rushed towards Lin Feng. I want to eat him, I want to eat him. A female ghost screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng. Next. One terrifying ghost after another pounced towards Lin Feng. These ghosts all wanted to eat Lin Feng. After sensing the aura of these terrifying existences, female celestial Fanjin was so scared that her entire body trembled. After all, female celestial Fanjin's cultivation was only at the Imperial Emperor level. Although this level was not weak, in front of these terrifying existences, there was still a huge gap. These terrifying existences' mental pressure on female celestial Fanjin was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng was not affected. Although he was not affected, the attacks of these terrifying existences were still extremely terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly summoned the holy monk skeleton. The holy monk skeleton floated above and holy light surged out, shining towards the surroundings. When the holy light from the holy monk skeleton shone on the ghosts, they immediately let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Many of the ghosts' bodies began to burn. However, their methods were so powerful that they quickly extinguished the burning bodies. The holy monk skeleton had scared the ghosts away, but they did not leave. Instead, they surrounded Lin Feng and female celestial Fanjin. It's his skeleton, that's right, it's really his skeleton. One after another, the ghosts spoke with uncertain expressions on their faces. The holy monk skeleton could intimidate them, but it could not scare them away. It was not that the holy monk skeleton was not strong enough, but these ghosts were simply too strong. Do you know who this skeleton was when he was alive? Lin Feng looked at the group of ghosts. He had always been very curious about the holy monk's identity when he was alive. However, Lin Feng did not know the exact identity of this existence. Although Lin Feng had some guesses, he could not be sure if they were true. We know, but we just won't tell you. One of the ghosts said. Hearing that, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. These ghosts actually knew how to mock people. Kid, do you think you can escape just because you have the holy monk skeleton? You won't be able to escape. To tell you the truth, your escape route has already been sealed. You can only go forward, and this place is only the outer region. The further you go, the more dangerous it will be. Moreover, we won't let you go any further. You can't unleash the power of this skeleton at all. We can grind you to death. One of the ghosts said sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely gloomy. These guys were really despicable. Normal ghosts did not have such high intelligence. Attack, another ghost said coldly. Following that, a ghostly aura filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng and female celestial Fanjin. The holy monk skeleton emitted a powerful holy light, protecting Lin Feng and female celestial Fanjin. However, the holy light was gradually being eroded by the ghostly aura. With so many ghosts attacking together, Lin Feng clearly could not withstand their attacks. The situation was very troublesome. Lin Feng's facial expression couldn't help but become extremely solemn. And at this moment, something even worse happened. From the depths, a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble uncontrollably was emitted. The situation was getting worse. Lin Feng's expression turned unsightly. It seemed that an even more terrifying existence was about to appear. However, Lin Feng found it difficult to shake off the terrifying ghosts surrounding him. Not long after, a terrifying existence appeared. Namo Amida. The terrifying existence clasped his hands together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Clearly, this terrifying existence was a monk when he was alive. However, his body was now shrouded in endless black energy. His body emitted a sinister aura, as terrifying as a malicious spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw the face of the venerable. This existence, once a holy monk, now an evil monk. His aura was simply too evil. Screech, upon seeing the evil monk's arrival, the terrifying ghosts surrounding Lin Feng let out ear-piercing screeches. Following that, they retreated one after another, not daring to get any closer. The arrival of the evil monk intimidated these terrifying ghosts. This evil monk that came from the depths was indeed different. I never expected that benefactor would bring his skeleton in, the evil monk said, his eyes flickering with a sinister light. Upon seeing this evil monk, Lin Feng became increasingly worried for his safety. The fact that this evil monk could scare off so many terrifying ghosts was more than enough to show how terrifying this evil monk was. This evil monk had a sinister look in his eyes. He did not come with good intentions. Lin Feng had to be cautious. Otherwise, only death would await him. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the evil monk. Holy monk, do you know his identity? Keek keek. Upon hearing the word holy monk, the evil monk immediately let out a sinister laugh. That laughter seemed to contain a hint of mockery. Lin Feng asked. Holy monk, why are you laughing? Look at me. Do I look like a holy monk? The evil monk asked. No, you don't. Of course not. You don't look like one at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. How did he look like a holy monk? He was clearly an evil monk. An evil monk who was heinous beyond redemption. Of course he looks like a holy monk. No, he was originally a holy monk. Lin Feng said with a grin. The surrounding group of ghosts rolled their eyes, thinking that this kid didn't even blush when he said such untrue words. How admirable, the corner of the evil monk's mouth twitched. He squinted at Lin Feng and said, when it comes to shamelessness, you are almost on par with the 7 bald donkeys of Buddhism. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, the 7 great bald donkeys of Buddhism? Could it be that you're referring to the 7 great ancient monks of Buddhism? The 7 great ancient monks of Buddhism were even more powerful than the 3 Buddhas of the future, present, and past. Every ancient Buddha had the ability to reach the heavens and penetrate the earth. They were the 7 greatest existences in the history of Buddhism. Evil monk coldly laughed and said, that's right. He was talking about them. The existence that you have summoned is the golden body Dharma Laksana, one of the 7 great bald donkeys. It seems that you are destined to meet the Buddha. When evil monk mentioned the 7 great ancient Buddhas, he didn't show any respect. Instead, he was full of coldness, killing intent, and hatred. It seemed that there was a great hatred between evil monk and the 7 great ancient Buddhas, but no one knew what kind of hatred it was. Lin Feng naturally couldn't admit that he was destined to meet the Buddhas. If he did, wouldn't he be courting death? Evil monk would definitely kill him. Lin Feng hurriedly said, destined to meet the Buddhas, my ass. I also don't like the 7 great ancient Buddhas. They are just sanctimonious fellows. In fact, I dug out this skeleton from an ancient tomb. You dug it out from an ancient tomb? Evil monk showed a surprised expression. Then, he coldly laughed and said, who are you trying to fool? Lin Feng thought, aren't you a ghost? You said that I was trying to fool a ghost? I am indeed trying to fool a ghost. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't say these words in front of evil monk. He said, holy monk, this junior is speaking the truth. There is not a single lie. Evil monk said fiercely, whether it is the truth or not, I need to verify it. After I verify it, you will know. After saying that, evil monk directly opened his big hand and grabbed at Lin Feng. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Facing evil monk's attack, Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. Since this battle was unavoidable, he could only fight. Lin Feng continuously poured his magic power into Holy Monk's body, hoping to stimulate the power of Holy Monk's skeleton. Originally, Lin Feng found it very difficult to stimulate Holy Monk's skeleton. When Holy Monk's skeleton fought against enemies, it was instinctive. However, this time, Lin Feng didn't know if it was because of evil monk, but he found that Holy Monk's skeleton was actively absorbing the magic power in his body. Not long after, Lin Feng's magic power was completely sucked out by Holy Monk's skeleton. Damn! Lin Feng wailed. Shouted Lin Feng. The Holy Monk's skeleton was too strong. He didn't even have any strength left for himself. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. Lin Feng could only quickly recover his magic power. Holy Monk's skeleton stretched out his big hand and collided with evil monk's. After this attack, evil monk was forced to retreat. Ah, evil monk roared in anger. You have been dead for so long. You still have such strength. Back then, it was the 7 of you who schemed against me. You expelled me from Buddhism. Today, I will settle this debt with you. Evil monk roared in anger. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a relationship. Was evil monk an expert of the same era as the 7 ancient Buddhas? Was he expelled from Buddhism by the 7 ancient Buddhas? Could it be, evil monk became evil monk because he was expelled from Buddhism by the 7 ancient Buddhas? Was that why evil monk became evil monk? Although Lin Feng didn't know what happened back then, he felt that with the status of the 7 ancient Buddhas, there was no need to scheme against evil monk, right? Of course. This kind of thing was hard to say. After all, Lin Feng didn't experience what happened back then. Lay down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. At this moment, the holy monk skeleton spoke. Lin Feng was shocked. This was just a skeleton, how could it still speak? It was truly inconceivable. Evil monk said fiercely, I can't let it go. I can never let it go. Now, I only want to destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, an evil world appeared behind him, and in that evil world, there was a huge hole in the ground. In that evil world, 3,000 monks surrounded by evil light appeared. So many evil monks. Lin Feng looked at the evil monks that appeared in that world in shock. Every one of them had an incomparably ancient aura. Their auras were extremely powerful. 3,000 worlds, 3,000 techniques. You are smearing history. You deserve death. Evil monk's expression was cold. The 3,000 evil monks spoke together. Death. The word punish flew over with great power. The word punish. It exuded a terrifying aura. That aura made people feel a sense of horror. It was too powerful. When the word punish flew over, holy light surged out of the holy monk's skeleton, and 100,000 feet of holy light flew out. The holy monk skeleton sat cross-legged in the endless holy light. Boundless Buddha see, suddenly. The holy monk skeleton let out a majestic voice. This voice seemed to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng felt his whole body tremble. It was as if he was about to be pulled into a boundless Buddha kingdom. In front of him, a vast sea appeared. That vast sea was formed by the Buddha's light. Endless Buddha's light surged in it. It was shocking. The Buddha's light turned into an ocean, dispelling all evil. This was the boundless Buddha sea that the holy monk skeleton had mentioned. This was an unparalleled divine ability. This divine ability was so powerful. People couldn't help but be shocked. The word punish shouted by the evil monk and the 3,000 evil monks was instantly swallowed by the boundless Buddha sea. Then, the boundless Buddha sea swallowed the evil monk. Run. When the surrounding ghosts felt the power of the boundless Buddha sea, they were all trembling in fear. Those ghosts fled frantically. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If they continued to stay, they would probably die without a burial place. Finally, those ghosts all went into the graves and disappeared without a trace. The tombs that had been cracked closed once again. They resisted the invasion of the Buddha's light. The holy monk skeleton was indeed powerful. It scared those terrible ghosts half to death. At this time, the boundless Buddha sea enveloped the evil monk and the 3,000 evil monks that appeared in the evil world. Back then, Buddhism abandoned me. We didn't accept it, the evil monk roared. Then, the 3,000 evil monks that appeared in the evil world roared together. Back then, Buddhism abandoned me. We didn't accept it, their roars fused together. The 3,000 evil monks turned into 3,000 evil runes. As for the 3,000 evil runes, they all flew towards the evil monk. Finally, they went into the evil monk's body. The evil monk's aura began to rise. You sanctimonious bastards, you don't deserve to be Buddhas. The evil monk roared angrily. His body grew bigger and bigger. Before long, he was 3,000 meters tall. He transformed into a giant. Lin Feng guessed that the number of eminent monks who were expelled from Buddhism back then was extremely high. This evil monk was one of them. The evil monks were the 3,000 evil monks that appeared in the evil world. He should belong to this category. The boundless Buddha sea continued to attack the evil monk's body. However, the evil monk, who had transformed into a giant, was simply too powerful. It was able to withstand the impact of the boundless Buddhist sea. Therefore, no matter how the boundless Buddhist sea attacked evil monk's body, evil monk was not affected in the slightest. What a powerful evil monk! Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't know if the holy monk's skeleton could still resist this evil monk. The current evil monk was no longer the same as before. Strength. It was simply too terrifying. Infuse the power of 3,000 evil monks. I am now an invincible existence. Didn't you think of it? After countless years. All you have left is this skeleton. Your soul has long been destroyed. Only the last mark is left. And I have returned from the reincarnation and am still so powerful. Evil monk looked coldly at the holy monk's skeleton. Reincarnation, my ass. This guy really knows how to blow his own trumpet. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Reincarnation usually referred to being reborn as a human, awakening the memories of the previous life. Then, starting the second cultivation and growing rapidly. After fusing the memories of the two lives, one's talent and cultivation would be even more powerful. Evil monk had turned into a ghost, so naturally, it couldn't be called reincarnation. It was just that evil monk was more concerned about his reputation, so he bragged about it. This was also human nature. Who didn't care about their reputation? Under the impact of the boundless Buddha sea, evil monk still quickly approached the holy monk's skeleton as if he was in an unstoppable state. Go to hell. Finally, evil monk came in front of the holy monk's skeleton. He roared and slapped at the holy monk's skeleton. The holy monk's skeleton attacked and collided with evil monk's attack. Bang! Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of the violent collision. This time, the holy monk's skeleton was blasted away by evil monk. The boundless Buddha see that the holy monk's skeleton had evolved actually began to fluctuate violently. The boundless Buddha see seemed to be about to collapse. Not good. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but sink. If the holy monk's skeleton was destroyed by evil monk, then he and female immortal Fan Zhen would naturally not have a good ending. Lin Feng was thinking about whether to help the holy monk's skeleton deal with evil monk. At this moment, the holy monk's skeleton quickly flew behind Lin Feng. Then, the holy monk's skeleton stretched out his right hand. His right hand was placed on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. Then, Lin Feng found that a large amount of information poured into his mind. His spiritual quickly flipped through this information and was shocked to find out. This information turned out to be the operation method of the swastika mantra. Buddhism's 6-word mantra, Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mu, Hum, and Taoism's 9 secrets, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Zai, Qian, were the most mysterious inheritances. It was the foundation of the early Buddhism and Taoism. Lin Feng had obtained the Lin and Bing mantra of the 9 secrets of Taoism. As for Buddhism's 6-word mantra, Lin Feng did not obtain any of the 6-word mantra. At this moment, the holy monk's skeleton had actually taught him the operation method of the swastika mantra, which made Lin Feng very shocked. Operate the swastika mantra with me. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. This voice. It was the voice of the holy monk's skeleton. Lin Feng began to operate the spiritual power in his body according to the operation method of the swastika mantra. At the same time, Lin Feng felt that the power of the holy monk's skeleton also poured into his body and flowed in his body along with the operation method of the swastika mantra. In an instant, Lin Feng guessed what was going on. The holy monk's skeleton should want to use his body to fight against the evil monk. Lin Feng felt the power in his body surging. After the powerful force circulated in his body, all of it flowed into Lin Feng's throat. Swastika. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. Thousands of Buddha's light gushed out and turned into the swastika mantra of the 6-word mantra. The swastika mantra blasted toward the evil monk. Break! The evil monk roared and punched toward the swastika mantra in the void. The sound of a violent collision was heard. After the evil monk collided with the swastika mantra, his body directly exploded. What a powerful divine ability! Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This true word swastika was worthy of being one of the Buddhist true words of Lin. Moreover, it was ranked first among the 6 true words. Its attack power was so terrifying that it could directly shatter the evil monk. With this divine ability, it would be the most effective way to deal with these evil ghosts. The demon lord said, Buddhist divine abilities can restrain evil ghosts. And the true word swastika. It is one of the foundations of Buddhism. With this divine ability, the true word swastika, it can play a big role in many situations. Lin Feng agreed with what the demon lord said because the true word swastika was indeed terrifying. The most powerful thing about this divine ability was not that it could restrain evil ghosts. Even some other creatures would be seriously injured if they were attacked by the true word swastika. The true word swastika itself was the top divine ability, but it seemed to have greater restraining power and lethality against evil ghosts. Lin Feng had now obtained the cultivation method of the true word swastika, so he was extremely excited. With this divine ability, not only had his combat power been greatly improved against many evil ghosts, it could also restrain those terrifying existences. Of course, it would take a certain amount of time to cultivate this divine ability. The reason why Lin Feng had successfully used the true word swastika just now was because of the help of the holy monk's skeleton. Without the help of the holy monk's skeleton, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Feng to use the true word swastika by himself. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. Whoosh! At this moment, the void split open, and an evil aura flew out from the cracked void. The evil aura wrapped around a remnant soul of the evil monk. The evil monk's methods were really powerful. Before his body was injured, a part of his soul escaped first. Then, he hid in the void. That was how he escaped with his life. Lin Feng wanted to chase after the remnant soul of the evil monk, but it was too late. Now that the evil monk was not much of a threat, there was no need to pay attention to this guy anymore. The color of the holy monk's skeleton seemed to have dimmed a lot. Then, the skeleton flew back into the Chonglu demon palace. Lin Feng tried to summon the holy monk's skeleton, but after many attempts, it ended in failure. Perhaps because the previous battle had consumed too much of the monk's energy, the monk's skeleton had fallen silent for the time being. Lin Feng's divine sense, he looked at Lady Fanzhen and said, "Let's go." He wondered if it was because of the holy monk's bones that had a deterrent effect. They experienced extremely painful things when they were alive. After they died, they turned into ghosts and ghosts. Thinking about what happened in the past, they still felt incomparable pain. They even tried their best to forget what happened in the past. I'm guessing that the person who built these graves wanted them to be forgotten by the world. Lin Feng said with a sigh. Big brother, you're right. The person who built these graves also wanted the world to forget everyone here. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind a grave. When Lin Feng and female celestial Fanzhen heard that voice, they were startled. They looked towards the tomb and saw a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old walking out from behind the tomb. The little girl looked like she was carved out of jade. She was very beautiful. However, Lin Feng and Lady Fanzhen felt their hair stand on end. This was a group of ghost graves. Any existence that appeared here would not be easy to deal with. Just like the little girl in front of them. The ghosts in this area were intimidated by the holy monk's skeleton and did not dare to appear, but this little girl dared to appear here. That was enough. There were too many problems. Seeing Lin Feng and Lady Fanzhen retreating with solemn expressions, the little girl seemed a little sad. She said, "Big brother, big sister, are you afraid of little Nan Nan?" "Afraid? Of course we are, although you look very cute, you're not human, you're a ghost." Ghosts were sinister and knew how to use pity to gain sympathy. That was why many people were harmed by ghosts. Although Lin Feng was slandering her in his heart, he still smiled. He said, "Why would we be afraid of you? You're so cute. We can't even wait to like you. It's just that we almost died in this group of ghost graves. We were really frightened by the ghosts here, so when we saw you, little Nan Nan, we didn't recover in time." "Little Nan Nan, can you not blame us?" Little Nan Nan was very happy when she heard Lin Feng's words. She asked, "Big brother, are you really not afraid of little Nan Nan?" "Of course not. Big brother likes little Nan Nan a lot," Lin Feng said with a grin. He spoke the words of a human and a ghost. Little Nan Nan became even happier. She turned to look at Celestial Fengzhen and asked, "Big sister, are you afraid of little Nan Nan?" Big sister is naturally not afraid. Not only is she not afraid, but she also likes little Nan Nan a lot. Celestial Fengzhen said something against her will. She had no choice but to lie when she was under someone else's roof. That's great. That's great. Big brother and big sister like little Nan Nan a lot. Little Nan Nan is really happy. Little Nan Nan immediately jumped up and down. She then ran towards Lin Feng and Celestial Fengzhen. Celestial Fengzhen was scared half to death when she saw little Nan Nan running over. She wanted to retreat, but Lin Feng grabbed her. In truth, Lin Feng was also very scared. If little Nan Nan was an extremely terrifying ghost, the consequences would be unimaginable if she got close to them. However, Lin Feng instinctively felt that little Nan Nan didn't seem to be an extremely evil ghost. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to take a gamble. If he won little Nan Nan's trust, he might be able to get little Nan Nan to bring them out of this place. Lin Feng knew. It was too difficult to leave this place. No one knew what terrifying existences were in the depths of this place. They had to rely on little Nan Nan's strength to leave this place. Little Nan Nan ran to Lin Feng and Celestial Fengzhen's side and stretched out her pale hand. Looking at little Nan Nan's innocent face, it was hard to imagine that little Nan Nan was actually a female ghost. She was so naive and innocent. People couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms. So now, the suspicion that Lin Feng had towards little Nan Nan had disappeared. People could indeed disguise themselves. But that pair of pure eyes could not be faked. Because, the eyes were the window to the soul. Anyone who saw such a pair of pure eyes would believe every word she said. Lin Feng and Goddess Fengzhen each grabbed little Nan Nan's hand. Little Nan Nan's hand was very cold. Perhaps all ghosts' hands were like little Nan Nan's hand. It was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. If an ordinary person grabbed little Nan Nan's hand, they would immediately be invaded by ghost chi and be frozen into a lump of ice. This was little Nan Nan's hand. It was so cold that it was unbearable. However, Lin Feng and Goddess Fengzhen's cultivation were both very strong, so they were able to withstand little Nan Nan's cold hands. Lin Feng looked at Nan Nan and asked, "Little girl, what are you doing? Which tomb here is yours?" Little Nan Nan's home is not here. Little Nan Nan's home is in the depths. Little Nan Nan said. She treated the tombs here as her home. Hearing this, it really made one's heart ache. But soon, Lin Feng felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Little Nan Nan was really too young. At such a young age, how could she be buried in the depths of the tombs? The deeper one went into the ghost tombs, the more terrifying the existence would be when it was alive. Little Nan Nan obviously did not have much strength, so how could she be buried in the depths of the tombs? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. But soon, Lin Feng thought of another possibility. He asked, "Little Nan Nan, do you live in that home by yourself?" Little Nan Nan raised her little head and said, "Of course not. Little Nan Nan and Xianxia are living together." It was just as he had guessed. Little Nan Nan was not alone, but with someone else. Little Nan Nan's mother also lived inside. Then, little Nan Nan's mother, what level of existence was she when she was alive? Presumably. It must be incomparably terrifying, right? You still have a mother? Can your mother send us out? Celestial Maiden Fengzhen asked excitedly. Lin Feng felt that Celestial Fengzhen was oversimplifying things. Little Nan Nan was pure and kind. This was because she was still very young when she died. Although she had turned into a Yin spirit, she still retained the innocence of the past. Therefore, the current little Nan Nan could not be considered a ghost. A Yin spirit would only become a ghost if it developed evil thoughts. Little Tiantian's personality did not represent her mother's personality. Since her mother lived in the depths of the ghost tombs, it was obvious that she was a terrifying existence. Perhaps it was an extremely terrifying and vicious female ghost. It was all possible. Of course, there was another possibility. Little Nan Nan was so pure and cute. Perhaps her mother loved her very much. Of course, her mother could also be a good ghost like the female ghost king. If that was the case, then Lin Feng and female celestial Fanjin would be able to leave the ghost tombs. Big brother, big sister, why are you leaving? Do you not want to play with little Nan Nan? Little Nan Nan's tears immediately trickled down her cheeks, looking extremely heartbroken. Of course not. We really like to play with little Nan Nan. However, big brother and big sister still have many things to do. Wait until you're done with everything. Then you can come and play with little Nan Nan, okay? Lin Feng looked at little Nan Nan and said. Then it's a promise. Little Nan Nan said, then stretched out her little hand. Let's pinky swear. We can't change our minds for 100 years. Little Nan Nan said naively. Lin Feng rubbed little Nan Nan's head. Then, he pinky swear with little Nan Nan and said, we can't change our minds for 100 years. Little Nan Nan's tears turned into a smile. Then I'll bring you to see mother. Little Nan Nan will let mother send big brother and big sister out. Little Nan Nan's voice was very clear and pleasant. Okay. Thank you, little girl. Lin Feng and female goddess Fanjin could not help but smile. The two of them held little Nan Nan's hand and went into the depths of the ghost tombs. Originally, Lin Feng and female goddess Fanjin thought that when they entered the depths of the ghost tombs, other ghosts would definitely come looking for trouble. However, who would have thought that, along the way, it was very peaceful. There were no ghosts at all. This made them very puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. After all, even if little Nan Nan's mother lived in the depths of the ghost tombs, little Nan Nan should not be enough to scare off other ghosts, right? Unless little Nan Nan's mother was so powerful that the ghosts in the depths did not dare to provoke little Nan Nan. Those ghosts would not appear at this time. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Big brother, big sister, look. That's little Nan Nan's home. Little Nan Nan pointed to the depths. There was a huge ancient tomb there. That ancient tomb was much bigger than the other tombs around it. The ancient tomb exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. Anyone who felt that aura would feel their hair stand on end and be overwhelmed with horror. Other than the fact that the ancient tomb was huge, there was another special feature. The tombs around it were scattered on both sides of the ancient tomb. It was like the emperor was in court. The emperor sat in the middle, while the civil and military officials sat on both sides of the hall. Lin Feng didn't know why he was having such a strange thought, but it was a very strong one. 49 tombs on the left. 49 tombs on the right. Including the huge ancient tomb in the depths. A total of 99 tombs. When Lin Feng saw the number of tombs, his face turned extremely ugly. The number 9 was unknown. The number 99 was even more unknown. Even the sage emperors of the human race did not dare to call themselves the number 99, because misfortune would befall them. And the misfortune that befell them would take the life of the sage emperors. Even the sage emperors of the human race could not withstand the number 99. From this, one could see how terrifying the number 99 was. And now, there were 99 tombs here. The place where little Nan Nan's mother lived was in the 99th tomb. The ghosts and ghosts here were extremely powerful and terrifying. They were also extremely evil and vicious. They were filled with endless hatred. There was only killing in their hearts. One could imagine just how terrifying of an existence Nan Nan's mother, who lived in the 99th ancient tomb, was. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that his body, his soul, had fallen into hell. She saw me. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. The feeling of being stared at by little Nan Nan's mother was simply too terrible. This feeling was simply enough to make one collapse. Lin Feng was slightly better. His body could still move. He could also move freely. Next to Lin Feng, Celestial Fanjin couldn't move at all. Her entire person. It was as if she had turned into a wooden person. Mother! Little Nan Nan is back. Little Nan Nan brought back a big brother and a big sister. Big brother and big sister are very good to little Nan Nan. Mother, quickly come and see big brother and big sister. Little Nan Nan said. The void distorted. In the next moment, a woman appeared. This woman was dressed in a white long dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens. However, that pair of eyes made one's heart palpitate. Because that pair of eyes was like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. If one were to look into that pair of eyes, it was as if all life would be taken away in an instant. Do you like them very much? Little Nan Nan's mother looked at Little Nan Nan and asked. Of course. Little Nan Nan especially likes Big Brother and Big Sister. Little Nan Nan hurriedly said. Following that, Little Nan Nan's mood became somewhat downcast. But Big Sister and Big Sister still have a lot of things to do, so Big Brother and Big Sister can't stay and play with Little Nan Nan. However, Big Brother has already made a pinky promise with Little Nan Nan. When Big Brother is done with his business, he will come and see Little Nan Nan again. Thinking that Big Brother will come and see Little Nan Nan again in the future, Little Nan Nan is very happy. Little Nan Nan was very pure. She had never doubted Lin Feng's words. She still remembered the promise between her and Lin Feng. Furthermore, she had firmly engraved this promise in the depths of her heart. Baby, you've played for a long time. It's time to go back and rest. Little Nan Nan's mother said. Following that, with a wave of her hand, Little Nan Nan disappeared. Little Nan Nan's mother looked at Lin Feng and Goddess Fanjin. Her eyes became extremely cold. How dare you take advantage of my daughter's kindness? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Little Nan Nan's mother stared coldly at Lin Feng and Fairy Fanjin. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that his body was almost unable to move. Little Nan's mother was truly too powerful to the point of causing others to be aghast. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to face such a terrifying existence. They probably wouldn't even have the strength to resist. We didn't take advantage of Little Nan's kindness. We really like Little Nan Nan. No one would have the heart to hurt such an innocent little girl. Lin Feng said in a hoarse voice. Anyone can say that, but the key is how to do it. My daughter is very lonely. You keep saying that you like her. Then, you should stay and accompany her. If you stay with her, I will believe what you say. Nan Nan's mother said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was impossible for him to stay. He still had too many things to do. We can't stay. I hope you can forgive me, Senior. Lin Feng said. Little Nan's mother's voice was filled with endless killing intent. She said coldly, you can't stay, but you still dare to say that you like my daughter. You still say that you aren't using my daughter to escape? Liars, you are indeed liars. The two of you are nothing good. I will kill you and turn you into malicious spirits. That way, you will be imprisoned here forever. That way, you can always stay by my daughter's side. This terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng and Fairy Fanjin with a sinister smile. Then, she walked step by step towards Lin Feng and Fairy Fanjin. At that moment, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented aura of death enveloping his entire body. That feeling was too terrible. Lin Feng tried to communicate with some powerful magic treasures and fight with Little Nan's mother to the death. He might even win a chance of survival. But soon, Lin Feng despaired. Because, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't communicate with any magic treasures. Even his connection with the Demon Lord was cut off. It was really despairing. The main reason was because Little Nan's mother was too powerful. Too powerful. He couldn't fight against her. So, Little Nan's mother could only cut off his connection with the magic treasures. Lin Feng was already in complete despair. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel this way. Lin Feng was no exception. Little Nan's mother's terrifying attack was about to hit Lin Feng and Fairy Fanjin. But at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. A silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng and Celestial Fanjin. This existence struck out a palm and collided with Little Nan's mother. The attacks from both sides caused the void to distort. Then, the distorted void began to collapse. After the collision, both of them retreated. When Lin Feng saw this existence, he almost cried. Savage, it was actually Savage Senior. In the past, Savage had followed his ancestor Lin Qi for a long time. Later on, Savage sealed himself for many years, which was why he was able to survive until now. Savage Senior was powerful. Lin Feng knew. In fact, Lin Feng hadn't seen Savage for many years. Who would have thought that Savage would appear at this time? He appeared at the right time. If he had appeared a few seconds later, he would probably have been killed by little Nanan's mother. In this era, there's still someone with your cultivation? Little Nanan's mother looked at Savage in shock. Lin Feng didn't know what Savage's cultivation was. The only thing he knew was that Savage was incomparably powerful. Even little Nanan's mother seemed to be quite afraid of Savage. I know who you are. Savage looked at little Nanan's mother and said. We are, a group of forgotten people. Little Nanan's mother seemed to have thought of the past. Her eyes were filled with endless killing intent and endless hatred. No. No one has forgotten you. Savage said. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can say whatever you want? Little Nanan's mother suddenly lost control of her emotions and screamed at Savage. Reincarnation, new life, past, future. You should look forward. You will realize that the scenery along the way is very beautiful. Life will also be very brilliant, Savage said. A heart filled with hatred only has hatred. You can no longer enjoy the beautiful scenery. You remind me of my past life. You deserve to die. Her fingernails began to grow longer. Soon, they were 1/2 meter long and shone with a blue luster. They contained a terrifying corpse poison. Little Nan's mother's sharp claws slashed across the void, instantly tearing the void apart. The power of time and space quickly seeped out from the torn space. But soon, the torn void healed again. Little Nan's mother's terrifyingly sharp claws swiped towards the barbarian. The corpse poison on her claws was terrifying. Even the Savage couldn't help but frown slightly. It was obvious that the Savage was quite wary of the poison on the mother's claws. Of course. The Savage's methods were extraordinary. Facing the venom on little Nan's mother's sharp claws, a powerful magic power appeared on the surface of the Savage's body, protecting his body. He opened his palm and used it as a saber. In an instant, a giant saber formed from magic power slashed towards little Nan's mother. Clang, the two sides fiercely clashed. Nan's mother and the Savage's attacks were very powerful. It was very difficult to suppress the other party. Epic. Changing. Cycle. Suddenly, Nanan's mother used a peerless and invincible divine ability. After this divine ability was used, numerous worlds appeared behind Nanan's mother. Those worlds were epics of different eras. The old epic was destroyed. A new epic was born. The changing of epics was like the changing of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. A terrifying aura pervaded the world. It was too frightening. It was suffocating and filled people with despair. Nan's mother was indeed too powerful. Her techniques were too frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. The divine ability that little Nan's mother grasped was definitely one of the most powerful divine abilities in history. Just the name alone was enough to tell how powerful and terrifying it was. 6. Paths of Reincarnation. The Savage also made his move. He used the supreme technique of the human race, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Nan's mother's technique and the Savage's technique clashed once more. This time, Nan's mother's technique was broken by the Savage's 6 paths of reincarnation. Little Nan's mother was forced to take a few steps back in this confrontation. Little Nan's mother had suffered a small loss, but it was only a small loss. It was hard to imagine what level the little girl's mother and the Savages were at. Their battle had completely exceeded the scope of Lin Feng's imagination. The Savage grabbed Lin Feng and female celestial Fan Zhen and quickly flew outside. Little Nan's mother's expression was very gloomy, but she did not make a move to stop the Savage. Although she had only lost by 1/2 a move in the battle just now, she had already lost. But even if he only lost by 1/2 a move. But that was still a loss. Of course, little Nan's mother could summon the terrifying existences from the other tombs to deal with the barbarians together. With the help of those terrifying existences, they should be able to deal with the barbarians. However, Nan's mother did not do so. Because little Nan's mother disdained to do so. Lin Feng and female celestial Fan Zhen were brought out of the ghost tombs by the Savages. They stopped in the middle of a forest. Lin Feng looked at the savage and said, "Senior. Why are you here?" "I returned from the Undying Realm and was looking for something very important. So I came here. When I passed by the ghost tombs, I saw the two of you." The savage said. "How lucky." If the savage had not appeared, they would not have been able to escape this calamity. "Senior, thank you for saving us." Female celestial Fanjin thanked the savage. The savage nodded. Lin Feng did not thank the savage. Because, with the relationship between Lin Feng and the savage, there was no need for him to thank him. The savage. He was Lin Feng's Tao protector. Although the savage was not always by Lin Feng's side, he was still Lin Feng's Tao protector. The savage left Lin Feng because he had some important matters to deal with. Secondly, he did not want to interfere too much with Lin Feng's life. He hoped that Lin Feng could rely on himself to grow up. He could help Lin Feng occasionally. If he kept helping Lin Feng, then, let's see. How could Lin Feng grow up? When the time came, he was destined to be a flower in a greenhouse. Female celestial Fanjin was a very smart person. She knew that it was time to leave this place. Give Lin Feng and the savage some time alone. So she walked away. Lin Feng said, "Senior, I remember you said that my ancestor Lin Qi left something with you. When I become stronger, I can get it." The savage nodded and said, "That's right. I've been keeping it for you. Your current cultivation is indeed quite good. However, in my eyes, it's still lacking. How about this? Breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. I'll give it to you." Breakthrough to the Emperor Realm? Can I break through to the D Ancestor Realm earlier? Lin Feng asked. He really wanted to see what ancestor Lin Qi had left behind. Right now, Lin Feng was in the Emperor Realm. If he wanted to break through to the Emperor Realm, there was still the Emperor Realm, and the Saint Emperor Realm. How long would he have to wait? No, the savage said resolutely. Although Lin Feng hadn't spent much time with the savage, he knew that since the savage had already made his decision, it was impossible to change his mind. That was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So, Lin Feng could only nod and agree. When he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he would ask the savage for the things left behind by ancestor Lin Qi. Cultivate well. Don't slack off. The savage patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Senior, are you leaving? Where do you plan to go? Lin Feng asked. He was very reluctant. The savage. In Lin Feng's eyes, he wasn't just his Tao protector. He was also his elder, his relative. There are still some important things that need to be done. I can't stay in one place for too long. But don't worry. Wait until you break through to the Emperor Realm. I'll appear. The savage said. Then, he walked into the distance. With a few leaps, he disappeared without a trace. Who is that person? Isn't he a little too powerful? Celestial Fanjin flew over and asked curiously. My Tao protector. Lin Feng said. After experiencing so many things with Lin Feng, the beautiful woman had developed a great interest in Lin Feng. Her charming eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng's eyes. The only thing she knew about Lin Feng was that Lin Feng was someone Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing had found to save her. Apart from that, there was nothing else she knew about him. Therefore, Goddess Fanjin was very curious. What was Lin Feng's social status? Such an extraordinary person must have a shocking identity, right? Lin Feng said, I'm your benefactor. She said. You should know that's not the answer I want to ask. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Why are you so insistent on knowing my identity? I usually don't want to tell other female cultivators about my identity. Do you know why? Why? She looked at Lin Feng curiously. It's because I'm worried that too many women will think of me day and night after knowing my identity, wanting to become my woman. As for me, I'm a man who can walk through a field of flowers without being touched by a single leaf. Lin Feng said proudly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, Bah! How shameless! One had to admit that if a person was beautiful, even rolling their eyes would make them look charming. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. I originally thought you were a Taoist nun, but after seeing you, I realized you're not a Taoist nun. Since you're not a Taoist nun, why do you have such a strange name? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. When she heard Lin Feng praise her beauty, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? Which woman didn't want others to praise her beauty? She was a Taoist nun. Naturally, she also wanted others to be amazed by her beauty. Especially Lin Feng. A man who had moved her heart. Lin Feng's opinion. Taoist nun Fanjin. She was even more important. Taoist nun Fanjin said, if a person is too beautiful, there will be a lot of suitors. And those suitors, they kept circling around him. They're like a swarm of insects, buzzing non-stop. That's why I need to find a way to get rid of these annoying insects. Celestial Maiden Fanjin said. When Lin Feng heard Celestial Fanjin, he understood what Celestial Fanjin meant. Female Celestial Fanjin's name sounded like a female Taoist in Taoism. Of course, they were also commonly known as Taoist nuns. He was a monk after all. Since he was a monk, it must be the sixth sense's tranquility. He would not consider the relationship between the two women. Therefore, those suitors would sigh with emotion for a while and then leave silently. Lin Feng smiled and said, your method is quite useful. But now, let's get down to business. What is it? Celestial Fangjin asked. About the reward. Lin Feng said. You don't look like someone who lacks treasures or divine abilities. Given your cultivation level, do you think you would be interested in my items? Celestial Fangjin said. She then continued, of course, if you want something, you can tell me. If I have the ability, I'll do my best to satisfy you. I heard that you obtained something that is related to condensing hockey. Previously, you were captured by the evil spirit sect because of that item. May I know where it is now? Lin Feng asked. You saved me because you wanted to obtain that item? Celestial Fangjin frowned. That's only one of the reasons. Lin Feng said, I'm friends with Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing. Since they came looking for me, how could I not help them? Celestial Fangjin naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. If that item did not exist, Celestial Fangjin did not believe Lin Feng would save her. I've already used that item. You won't have the chance to get it. Celestial Fangjin said. Don't lie to me. If you had really used it, the people from the Spirit Evil sect would have killed you a long time ago. The Spirit Evil sect has been torturing you all this time because you have yet to use that item. You must have hidden it somewhere. You're pretty smart. You knew that if you revealed the whereabouts of that item, the Spirit Evil sect would never let you off. In fact, no matter how they tortured you, you didn't reveal it. Actually, I really admire your tenacity. You're a woman. It's not easy to do what you've done. Lin Feng said. For the sake of survival. Sometimes, you have to be ruthless to yourself, Celestial Fangjin said. If that's the case, you don't intend to give that item to me? Lin Feng asked. Of course. That item is very important to me. I'd rather take that item to hell than hand it over. Celestial Fangjin said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed like Celestial Fangjin wasn't going to give him the item. Torture was obviously useless against Celestial Fangjin. However, Lin Feng did not intend to torture her either. He had other methods. Do you know what I'll do to you? Lin Feng glared at Celestial Fangjin. Originally, the two of them were getting along quite well. However, when it came to conflicts of interest, the relationship between the two of them, immediately, it dropped to the freezing point. What do you want to do to me? Are you going to kill me? Celestial Fangjin said coldly. I've always been kind to women. Why would I kill you? Lin Feng waved his hand. A powerful force surged out and imprisoned Celestial Fangjin's body. Celestial Fangjin struggled with all her might but to no avail. Celestial Fangjin said in a panic. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you off. If you're afraid, hand it over. Lin Feng said. No. Celestial Fangjin's attitude was still very firm. This woman was so stubborn that Lin Feng could not help but feel depressed. It seemed like normal methods could not deal with this woman. He could only use some special methods. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Next, he used the Great Purification Technique. Lin Feng planned to purify Celestial Fengzhen. Then, he would order Celestial Fengzhen to bring him to that item. There were very few cultivators who knew the Great Purification Technique. Even the Spirit Evil sect didn't have anyone who cultivated the Great Purification Technique. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Spirit Evil sect would have already used it on female Celestial Fengzhen. With her cultivation, it was naturally impossible for her to resist Lin Feng's purification. A powerful purifying force surged into female Immortal Fengzhen's mind and purified her instantly. Master. She bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Celestial Fengzhen. Celestial Fengzhen had become much more obedient after being converted. He asked, "What was that thing you obtained?" "Master, it was a tyrant stone," female Celestial Fengzhen said. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. There were many ways to condense qi, such as some unique techniques passed down from generation to generation or some precious treasures. However, these things were extremely rare. It seemed like Goddess Fengzhen's tyrant stone was one of these treasures. Lin Feng had seen a tyrant bone before, but he had never seen a tyrant stone before. There was a difference between a tyrant bone and a tyrant stone. A tyrant bone could increase the level of one's qi. For example, Lin Feng's epic qi was very special. It was an evolvable qi. Epic qi. One could use a tyrant bone to increase it, a tyrant stone could not increase the level of one's qi. However, a tyrant stone could help a cultivator cultivate their qi. A tyrant stone was extremely rare in the world. It was rumored that a tyrant stone was a special stone that was formed when an epic changed. It was branded with the power of the world's qi. Only a few tyrant stones could be born in an epic. Therefore, a tyrant stone was extremely precious. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. So many people with great providence had failed to obtain a tyrant stone, but Goddess Fengzhen had obtained one. One had to admit that this woman's luck was extraordinarily good. "What tyrant stone is this?" Lin Feng asked. "Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone," Goddess Fengzhen replied. Hearing that, Lin Feng's face lit up. The Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone's corresponding qi was the Azure Qi. Among the 9 types of qi, the Azure Qi was the 7th level of qi. Lin Feng's White Tiger Qi was the Azure Qi. "Where is that tyrant stone?" Lin Feng asked. "Master, please follow me," Goddess Fengzhen replied. 1 month later, Lin Feng and female Immortal Fengzhen came to a small town called Driftcloud Town. Female Immortal Fengzhen actually had a mansion in this small town. There was an old servant helping female Immortal Fengzhen to look after the mansion. She brought Lin Feng into the secret chamber and took out the tyrant stone, handing it over to Lin Feng. This tyrant stone was about the size of a fist and was completely green in color. There were divine inscriptions imprinted on it. Those divine runes intertwined together and finally transformed into the appearance of a ferocious azure dragon. This was the Green Dragon Tyrannical Stone. Lin Feng put the Green Dragon Ba stone away and removed the Great Purification Technique from Celestial Fengzhen's body. Lin Feng had no intention of taking Immortal True Fairy as a servant. Although she was pretty, her cultivation was not strong enough. How could he be qualified to become Lin Feng's servant? "Give me back my Basher!" Female Immortal Fengzhen screamed and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed, causing female Immortal Fengzhen to be rooted to the ground, unable to move. "Basher is mine, don't even think about taking it back. As for your 2 disciples, Zhong Haimei and Nangong Lingbing, they are in Muxia town, 1,000 miles away from the Spirit Evil sect. Think of a way to inform them to meet up with you. Even if something like Basher falls into your hands, it is useless because it is basically impossible for you to cultivate qi. It is better to find a place to conceal your identity and live a low-key life in case the Spirit Evil sect finds you again. At that time, you will definitely lose your life." Lin Feng looked at female Immortal Fengzhen and said. Following which, the surrounding space slightly distorted and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng found a quiet place to cultivate in the mountain forest. He planned to cultivate his 4th type of qi, but he did not know if he could succeed. Lin Feng held the tyrant stone and carefully sensed it. Soon, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. He felt that he had arrived in a huge space, and within this space, there was a huge green dragon. The huge green dragon looked coldly at Lin Feng with a pair of cold eyes. When he saw the huge green dragon, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The huge green dragon's aura was extremely terrifying. He could feel that the green dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lowly existence, you want to cultivate chi of the green dragon? What a joke. Go to hell, the green dragon roared, its voice filling every corner of the space. Following which, the green dragon pounced towards Lin Feng. It wanted to devour Lin Feng directly. Because Lin Feng's soul had entered this mysterious space, after Lin Feng's soul was devoured by the green dragon, he would die. Humph. Little green dragon. How dare you launch an attack on me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly as he activated his supreme chi of supremacy. The supreme chi of supremacy bombarded the green dragon. Roar, the green dragon let out a miserable cry. This green dragon was formed by the green chi of supremacy, and the suppression between chi of supremacy was very strong. The suppression of a high-level chi of supremacy over a low-level chi of supremacy was very strong. Lin Feng's supreme chi of supremacy was at the 9th level, so naturally, he could suppress the green dragon formed by the green chi of supremacy. The green dragon shattered. It turned into runes. Lin Feng's divine will enter the runes and began to read the contents recorded in the runes. The runes recorded the cultivation method of chi of the green dragon. In addition to the cultivation method of chi of the green dragon, to cultivate chi of the green dragon, one also needed the help of the green dragon tyrannical stone. The green dragon tyrannical stone contained a vast amount of energy. When cultivating chi of the green dragon, one needed to absorb this special energy to condense chi of the green dragon. This was also the reason why chi of the green dragon was difficult to cultivate. Just by obtaining the cultivation method, one would not be able to cultivate chi of the green dragon. In order to cultivate chi of the green dragon, special items were often needed to assist. Lin Feng spent a year in the time and space. He spent a year cultivating chi of the green dragon. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate chi of the green dragon. Fortunately, hard work did not disappoint. In addition, Lin Feng had already cultivated the supreme chi of supremacy, white tiger chi, and epic chi of the 3 chi of supremacy. So, although condensing chi of the green dragon was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Lin Feng still succeeded in condensing it. When the chi of the green dragon in his body was activated, a huge green dragon phantom appeared behind Lin Feng. The green dragon phantom hovered in the air, and the dragon's might spread for 30,000 miles. As expected of the chi of the green dragon, its power was extremely powerful. Lin Feng did not waste so much time and risk so much to get Fairy Fanjin out of the spirit evil sect. Lin Feng came out of seclusion and flew towards the gloomy ancient forest. On the way, Lin Feng stopped at a place called Stone Golem City. He planned to rest here. After arriving at Stone Golem City, Lin Feng heard that the auction house was going to sell the Abyss Origin. Lin Feng naturally remembered something like the Abyss Source. It was a supreme treasure. During the Spirit Evil sect's sacrificial ceremony, the Abyss Demon had rewarded the sect with an Abyss Source. Lin Feng had even wanted to snatch the Abyss Source, but someone else beat him to it. This kind of Abyss Source was extremely rare and not easy to obtain. But now, it was being auctioned off. It was truly inconceivable. Of course, there was another possibility. This possibility was that these people couldn't distribute it evenly, so they had to auction it off. Why not exchange it for a large amount of immortal stones? Every faction would get a portion of the stones. After all, if those major forces wanted to operate, they would need enough immortal stones to support them. If they didn't have enough immortal stones, it wouldn't be enough for the entire sect to operate normally. After asking around, Lin Feng found out that the person auctioning the Abyss Source seemed to be related to the Jinyu Immortal sect, the Black Robe clan, and several other factions. When he heard this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that the Jinyu Immortal sect and the Black Robe clan were the ones who snatched the Abyss Source from the Spirit Evil sect? The Jinyu Immortal sect and the Black Robe clan were indeed in cahoots. Enemies truly were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lin Feng planned to stay and participate in the auction because the Abyss Source was very important to him. After obtaining it, he might be able to use it to break through to the Emperor Ancestor realm. Lin Feng was very much looking forward to breaking through to the Emperor Ancestor realm. If he could break through to the Emperor Ancestor realm, it would be a major transformation for him. Of course, Lin Feng was also very clear that the competition for the Abyss Source would be extremely fierce. Whether or not he could obtain it was still uncertain. Lin Feng first found a place to stay. The auction would only be held 10 days later. During this time, Lin Feng could continue cultivating. He entered the time and space and began to cultivate the swastika mantra, a supreme technique. This ability was extremely difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, Lin Feng's comprehension was strong. In addition, the holy monk skeleton had used the swastika mantra once through Lin Feng's body. Thus, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of how to use the swastika mantra. Therefore, even though it was very difficult to learn swastika, Lin Feng had managed to learn it in a short time. I thought it would take a long time to succeed. Who would have thought I would succeed so quickly? I'm a genius. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He was like an old man who was selling melons and praising himself. After Lin Feng exited seclusion, Lin Feng headed to the auction house. There were many people participating in the auction. People were coming and going, and it was very lively. Not just anyone could enter the auction house. Only those with a certain amount of wealth or strength could enter the auction house. Lin Feng was stopped by someone. He casually tossed a few dozen immortal stones to a group of guards. The guards immediately showed a respectful expression and invited Lin Feng into the auction house as if he was their ancestor. The guard commander even arranged a private room for Lin Feng. Although it was only an ordinary private room, it was impossible to get one if one didn't know the people in the auction house. There was a saying that money could make the devil turn millstones. It was true. Lin Feng waited for the auction to begin. A large number of cultivators swarmed into the auction house. The auction house was huge and could easily accommodate 100,000 people. Those with status were all ushered into the private rooms. After waiting for about 2 hours, the auction house was basically full. The auction officially began. A beautiful woman walked out. She looked to be in her 30s. She was dressed in a long purple dress, which accentuated her graceful figure. She was alluring and attracted many people's attention. Everyone, my name is Zhuge Xinyu. I'm the auctioneer for this auction. Next, we will be auctioning the first item. After Zhuge Xinyu's voice fell, a beautiful maidservant walked over with a tray. Zhuge Xinyu opened the tray. A treasure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The thing on the tray was actually a purple metal ball. What's that? Many people were puzzled. Generally speaking, the first auction item was usually an extremely precious treasure. The first auction item was called a good start. It had to be a good start. This metal ball is called the Taishan Divine Stone Immortal Ball. It's a supreme treasure made from Taishan Divine Stone. It's one of the treasures that the Taishan Celestial Lord forged in the past. It's a top-grade Emperor weapon with both offense and defense. It's extremely powerful. Zhuge Xinyu said. Hiss, when Zhuge Xinyu's voice fell, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. A top-grade Emperor weapon was being auctioned. What a big deal. A treasure like that could almost be the final item. It seemed that the auction house was very well prepared. The auction houses in bitter cold state were basically in the hands of the imperial family. Therefore, these auction houses were very capable. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Lin Feng couldn't help but show a lot of interest. Now, apart from emperor weapons and supreme treasures that could attract Lin Feng, ordinary treasures couldn't attract Lin Feng's attention at all. However, this treasure was different. It was a top-grade emperor weapon and was extremely powerful. Of course, Lin Feng first needed to see what price these people were bidding. His main target was the Abyss Origin. Lin Feng had recently obtained the storage rings of some experts, so he had a lot of immortal stones. However, even if he added all the immortal stones together, he only had a little more than 10 million immortal stones. Other than the Abyss Origin, Lin Feng still needed a lot of immortal stones to provide energy for his breakthrough. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to buy other things. The starting bid for this treasure is 500,000 immortal stones. Each bid must be increased. It can't be lower than 100,000 immortal stones. Zhuge Xinyu said with a smile. 600,000 immortal stones. 700,000 immortal stones. 800,000 immortal stones. 900,000 immortal stones. 1,000,000 immortal stones. Clearly, many factions were very interested in this treasure. Therefore, people began to participate in the bidding. As for the price of this treasure, it continued to soar. It didn't take long for the price to break through the 1,000,000 mark. However, this was a peak-grade emperor weapon. It was far from reaching the final price of a top-grade emperor weapon. 1,200,000 immortal stones. 1,500,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng hadn't made a move yet. He was still waiting calmly. He wanted to see how much the price of this treasure would soar to. Many factions were eyeing this supreme treasure. After an intense bidding war, the price of this supreme treasure had reached 6,000,000 immortal stones. It's Yuan Huaqing from the Godly Saber School. He's the 8th elder of the Godly Saber School. He's really generous. 6,000,000 immortal stones, how many experts can he nurture? It's only 6,000,000 immortal stones to buy a top-tier monarch weapon. This price is actually not too high. You can't say that. Things are different now. In the past, all kinds of materials were hard to find, so it was very difficult to forge imperial weapons. That's why imperial weapons were rare. But now, those ancient experts who sealed themselves in stone have come out one after another. Those people were all people with great luck back then, so they had a lot of treasures. Not to mention imperial weapons, some of them could even take out immortal weapons. Many imperial weapons were passed down from those experts, so the value of imperial weapons now is much lower than before. That's right. If it was in the past, I wouldn't be surprised if this treasure was auctioned for 20 to 30 million immortal stones. Now that emperor weapons are no longer rare, it's already extremely shocking for it to be auctioned for 6,000,000 immortal stones. Many cultivators in the auction house started discussing spiritedly. These cultivators felt that 6,000,000 immortal stones was the highest price. Just as Zhuge Xinyu was about to finalize the price, a voice suddenly came from a private room. 7,000,000 immortal stones. It was Lin Feng who shouted that price. Although imperial weapons weren't rare anymore, this kind of defensive imperial weapon was still relatively rare. Lin Feng valued the defensive power of this imperial weapon. At certain times, it might be able to play an extremely crucial role. Therefore, Lin Feng participated in the bidding war. You dare to compete with me? Yuan Huaqing, the 8th elder of the Godly Saber School, said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng said indifferently. In an auction house, it's natural for people with abilities to speak. If you're strong enough, then continue bidding. If you're poor, then shut up. Many people's mouths twitched when they heard Lin Feng. Who was this guy? He actually dared to humiliate the 8th elder of the Godly Knife clan, Yuan Huaqing. How audacious, however, his words were crude, but his reasoning was not. In the auction house, the highest bidder would win. No matter how depressed the 8th elder of the Godly Knife sect, Yuan Huaqing, was, he didn't dare to make a move in the auction house. Brat, I'd like to see which of us is the poor bastard. The 8th elder of the Godly Knife clan, Yuan Huaqing, said fiercely. Now, it was no longer a simple competition for this treasure. It also involved the issue of face. Everyone has a face. Buddha fights for an incense stick. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they valued their reputation. 8,000,000. Yuan Huaqing stated a price with a gloomy face. 9,000,000. Lin Feng continued to bid. 10,000,000. Yuan Huaqing continued. Everyone was dumbfounded. These two people were really rich and overbearing. The increment was 1,000,000 immortal stones, 1,000,000 immortal stones after another. This was simply too exciting. Now, the two of them had changed from competing for magic treasures to competing for battle chi. The happiest person on the scene was none other than Zhuge Xinyu. The higher the price of the auction item, the more rewards she would get. Seeing Lin Feng and Yuan Huaqing compete in wealth, She felt as if her heart was about to explode. It was as if flowers were about to bloom in her heart. 11 million. Lin Feng continued to bid. 12 million. Yuan Huaqing continued to bid. 13 million. Lin Feng continued to bid. 15 million. Yuan Huaqing raised the price by 2 million, seemingly wanting to scare Lin Feng away. 20 million. Lin Feng said indifferently. Yuan Huaqing's expression was extremely gloomy, and his whole body was trembling with anger. The cultivators beside Yuan Huaqing all advised him not to continue bidding. F*CK, his bid was too high, he wouldn't end up losing, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He continued to mock, a poor bastard will always be a poor bastard. Just a mere 20 million immortal stones, and you can't even keep up? A mere 20 million immortal stones? Everyone was dumbfounded. Next, they smiled bitterly. 20 million immortal stones was truly an astronomical number. In the eyes of this mysterious man, it was actually just a small number. Was this guy so rich that he only had immortal stones left? 25 million. After being provoked by Lin Feng, Yuan Huaqing completely ignored the dissuasion of the others and raised the price by another 5 million. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Yuan Huaqing became complacent and said mockingly, "Brat, what's wrong? You can't afford a higher price? Now you know who's the poor bastard?" Cough, cough. You're awesome. You're rich. I admire you. I'm a poor bastard, okay? Congratulations on successfully bidding for the first auction item. Lin Feng said indifferently. At this moment, Yuan Huaqing regained his senses. He had actually spent 25 million immortal stones to bid for an item that was originally worth 6 million immortal stones. At this moment, Yuan Huaqing regained his senses. When he called out 20 million, there was an 80% chance that Lin Feng didn't want it anymore. That was why he had continued to provoke him. Back then, he had been so angry that he didn't think too much about it. In the end, due to his personal feelings, he became the buyer. As for Lin Feng, although he claimed to be a poor bastard, everyone knew that he was not a poor bastard. He was very rich. Brat! You dare to trick me? Yuan Huaqing roared in exasperation. Said Lin Feng. When did I cheat you? I couldn't compete with you, that's why I gave up. Besides, I admit that you're rich. You're awesome. You're so rich that you can buy a treasure for the same price as 4 other treasures. I admire you. After hearing Lin Feng's mockery, Yuan Huaqing became so furious that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Holy shit. Yuan Huaqing got screwed over by that brat. That's right. Yuan Huaqing was really screwed over. Now, that item has fallen into his hands. The surrounding cultivators began discussing amongst themselves. Many of them were trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Everyone was very curious. Who exactly was Lin Feng? He actually dared to trick Yuan Huaqing. Clearly, Lin Feng was not afraid of Yuan Huaqing. If he was afraid of him, he wouldn't have dared to trick him. 25 million, going once. 25 million, going twice. 25 million, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the 8th elder of Godly Saber sect, Yuan Huaqing, for winning the profound divine stone immortal sphere for 25 million immortal stones. Zhuge Xinyu said excitedly. Even though she had presided over auctions for many years, it was extremely rare for an auction item to be sold at such a sky-high price. Sir, why do you keep making noises? Are you coughing up blood? Lin Feng asked. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Lin Feng was simply rubbing salt on the wound. Moreover, he was definitely doing it on purpose. He was too black-bellied. Offending a black-bellied person like Lin Feng, they were going to be angered to death. Barf. Yuan Huaqing, who had been deeply provoked by Lin Feng, vomited another mouthful of blood. His aura immediately withered. He almost went berserk. Damn, is he vomiting blood again? If he continues, will he vomit blood and die? If he really vomits blood and dies, it'll be a big mystery. That guy must have been hated by the people of the Divine Blade School. The people of the Divine Blade School will not let him off. Many cultivators began to discuss, but Lin Feng didn't seem to care at all. The auction continued. One by one, the auction items were taken out for auction. However, Lin Feng rarely made a move. Of course, Lin Feng didn't completely stay away from the auction. For example, he bought some extremely precious insect materials that could be used to cultivate his celestial devouring insect queen. Apart from that, Lin Feng had also bought a special kind of spiritual liquid. That kind of spiritual liquid could be used to condense life weapons. It could help Lin Feng condense his two natal magic treasures. One by one, the treasures were taken out for auction. This time, the auction house was very well prepared, so there were many good items that were taken out for auction. Many cultivators participated in the fierce competition, and the large factions took away many good items. At this time, Zhuge Xinyu said, "Everyone, the next auction item is something that everyone will be very interested in. This item is the token to enter the Count of Wind's secret realm." As soon as Zhuge Xinyu finished speaking, the entire auction house was in an uproar. The Count of Wind was a famous expert in the era of titled gods. Moreover, he was the oldest titled god. It was common knowledge that many titled gods had been passed down for a total of 9 generations. However, the Count of Wind was only passed down for 3 generations. This was because the lifespans of the 3 generations of Wind Count were extremely long. Thus, even though many titled gods had died, the Count of the Wind was still alive. As he had lived for too long, he could imagine how powerful the 3rd Wind Count's cultivation was. As for the 3rd Wind Count, he had collected countless treasures during his long lifespan. The Windmaster Mystic Realm was a mystic realm left behind by the Windmaster. No one knew if there were any treasures the Windmaster had collected or if there were any inheritances of the Windmaster. But what if there was? It was hard to imagine what he could get from it. At this time, Zhuge Xinyu showed everyone Fengbu's token. It was a small flag. That's the Fengbu banner. To be able to use the Rainmaster banner to find the Rainmaster Mystic Realm. Of course. I would also like to give you a piece of advice. The Fengbu's secret realm is located in the Starry Sky World. The Starry Sky World is filled with dangers. If you enter it recklessly, you will be in danger of dying. Therefore, it is not suitable for an individual to bid for the Fengbu flag. Zhuge Xinyu continued. Just tell us the starting price. Someone said impatiently. The starting price for the Fengbu flag is 300,000 immortal stones. Each bid cannot be lower than 100,000. Zhuge Xinyu said. 400,000. 500,000. 1 million. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. The price of the Fengbu flag soared until it reached 2,300,000. The person who called out the price was a Grand Elder of the Jinyu Immortal sect. That's the Jinyu Immortal sect's soul-subduing Sky Grand Elder. He's also an expert who sealed himself in stone. He hasn't been in the world for very long, but his cultivation is terrifying. Rumor has it that he was an immortal back in the day, right? No. He probably hasn't reached immortality yet, but he probably had one foot in the door. But now that countless years have passed, his cultivation must have dropped quite a bit. Many people whispered about the Grand Elder of the Jinyu Immortal sect. Lin Feng heard some of the discussions and sneered. Lin Feng and the Jinyu Immortal sect were now irreconcilable enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. 3 million. Lin Feng called out a price. The soul-subduing Sky frowned slightly. Then, he called out a new price. 4 million. 8 million. Lin Feng continued to raise the price. Holy shit. Isn't this guy too fierce? Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Huh? Isn't that the guy who competed with Yuan Huaqing for the Immortal Sphere? He really screwed Yuan Huaqing over. That's right, it's him. He's really daring. He doubled the price of the item. How ruthless. I wonder if the soul-subduing Sky will follow. The price is so ridiculous. I'm afraid the soul-subduing Sky won't follow, right? Many people began to whisper to each other. Haha. Looks like this item belongs to me. 8 million is nothing to me. Old bastard, you think you can compete with me? Do you think you're worthy? Lin Feng curled his lips. Junior, you're too arrogant. The soul-subduing Sky flew into a rage when he heard Lin Feng's mocking words. Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him like this. He didn't even put him in his eyes. The soul-subduing Sky was now filled with the desire to kill Lin Feng. 13 million. The soul-subduing Sky continued to raise the price. TSK. This item is mine, Lin Feng snorted coldly and called out another price. 18 million. Amazing. This guy is really rich. I wonder how many immortal stones he has. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. They were deeply shocked by Lin Feng's wealth. Back off. This item belongs to me. It belongs to me, said Lin Feng. The soul-subduing Sky's expression darkened. The price was indeed beyond his expectations. However, when he saw how determined Lin Feng was to get the item, he decided to make a move. The Sky of soul-suppressing darkness decided to trick Lin Feng. 23 million. The soul-subduing Sky sneered. Old man, looks like you really want to compete with me. I have 35 million immortal stones here. Do you think you can compete with me? Lin Feng roared in exasperation. 30 million. Little bastard, I'll make you bankrupt today. The soul-subduing Sky sneered and called out a new price. 34 million. The soul-subduing Sky originally thought that Lin Feng would bid 35 million because Lin Feng had just said that he had 35 million immortal stones. To his surprise, Lin Feng grinned and said, "Congratulations on obtaining the Count of Wind banner for 34 million immortal stones." Damn. What's going on? Not long ago, Lin Feng had confidently declared how many immortal stones he had. Moreover, he looked like he would not give up until he obtained the Count of Wind banner. However, in the blink of an eye, he gave up. Everyone knew that the soul-suppressing heaven wanted to trick Lin Feng, but in the end, the soul-suppressing heaven was tricked by Lin Feng. Wait, the situation seemed to be a little strange. This was because everyone realized that the fierce competition between Lin Feng and the soul-suppressing heaven was very likely a trap set by Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not seem like an impulsive person. However, when Lin Feng angrily declared how many immortal stones he had and threatened to obtain the Count of Wind banner, he was actually trying to give people an illusion. This illusion was that he would spend 35 million immortal stones at most to obtain the Count of Wind banner. It was precisely because of this subjective idea that Han Jintian had been competing with Lin Feng until he realized that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. You set a trap for me? The soul-suppressing heaven had come back to his senses. His voice was filled with endless killing intent. He had actually been tricked by a junior like Lin Feng. This made the soul-suppressing heaven feel humiliated. Now, the soul-suppressing heaven wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's a fair competition. It's just that I didn't compete with you." Naturally, no one believed Lin Feng's words. Previously, Lin Feng had tricked Yuan Huaqing once. Now, Lin Feng had tricked the soul-suppressing heaven. This was somewhat unbelievable. This guy had actually tricked two great experts in a row. It was truly a little inconceivable. Could this kid be an imposter? Someone could not help but wonder about Lin Feng's identity. Under normal circumstances, imposters were not allowed to appear in the auction house. This would seriously affect the auction house's reputation, so under normal circumstances, the auction house would not find someone to be an imposter. However, there was no guarantee that some auction houses would take the risk and find someone to raise the auction price of the items. On both occasions, Lin Feng raised the price to an unimaginable sky-high price. Then, he exited. The cultivator who made the final bid was cheated by Lin Feng. Everyone felt that Lin Feng might really be a prop hired by the auction house. There is such a possibility. Many people nodded, feeling that this was a possibility. If these cultivators could think of this, then so could the soul-suppressing heaven. He also suspected that Lin Feng was an actor. Soul-suppressing Sky said in a gloomy voice, "The auction house has gone too far. They actually hired someone to scam us customers. The auction house's actions are shameful, and it's hard for us to believe." The Sky of Soul-suppressing Pagoda only said that because they didn't want to buy the Fengbo banner. However, his words resonated with many people. Yuan Huaqing said with a gloomy expression, "Is the auction house treating us like monkeys? We request a refund." The atmosphere in the auction was so loud that it shook the heavens. Everyone was talking about this matter. If Lin Feng was really an actor, there would be a good show to watch. Zhuge Xinyu, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. She had been hosting auctions for so many years. When had she ever encountered such a situation? The situation was completely out of control. No matter what she said, the people below the stage would not listen. Zhuge Xinyu was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. At this moment, an old man walked up to the auction stage and said, "Everyone. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Our auction house is backed by the imperial family. I guarantee in the name of the imperial family that the fellow Daoist who made the bid is definitely not an actor hired by our auction house. It's President Du Guyu." Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the person who had just arrived. The old man was none other than the president of the auction house, Du Guyu. Du Guyu had another shocking identity. He was a relative of the imperial family. The current king of the divine nation of despair had to address Du Guyu as his uncle. After Du Guyu stepped forward to clarify the matter, the deafening commotion immediately stopped. Even an expert like Du Guyu had personally stepped forward. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they had no choice but to behave themselves. Although some people still did not believe Du Guyu's words, they no longer dared to refute him. Lin Feng said, "I've already said that I'm not an actor hired by the auction house. You didn't believe me, but you should believe me now, right? Like hell we'll believe you." Many people muttered. Originally, soul-suppressing Sky and Yuan Huaqing wanted to cause a scene. Perhaps they would be able to give up on the item they had won. However, even Du Guyu had stepped forward. They did not say anything else. If they suffered a loss, so be it. It was better than offending the imperial family. "The auction will continue," Du Guyu said. Then, he walked up to the auction stage and handed it to Zhuge Xinyu. Zhuge Xinyu said, "Supreme Elder of the Hell-Suppressing Immortal Sect, Soul-Suppressing Sky's bid has reached 34 million immortal stones. Is there a higher price than 34 million immortal stones?" The crowd fell silent. Only a fool would offer a higher price. 34 million going once, 34 million going twice, 34 million going thrice. Sold. As soon as Zhuge Xinyu's gavel fell, Soul-Suppressing Sky won the Fengbo banner. One by one, the auction items were brought up for auction. Not long after, the Abyss Source Energy was brought up. The Abyss Source Energy was sealed in a small porcelain bottle. This was a supreme treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation, causing many people to become extremely excited. There's no need to explain the use of the Abyss Source Energy. This thing has unimaginable miraculous effects for cultivators who are stuck at cultivation bottlenecks. Zhuge Xinyu's voice was gentle and enticing. "What's the starting bid for the Abyss Source Energy?" Many people asked. Everyone could not wait to fight for the Abyss Source Energy. The starting bid is 500,000 immortal stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000 immortal stones. "Now, let the auction begin," Zhuge Xinyu said with a smile. She knew the value of the Abyss Source Energy, so she believed that it would fetch a sky-high price. Just as Zhuge Xinyu's voice fell, a voice resounded in the auction hall. 500,000, the person who called out this price was none other than Lin Feng. He directly called out the starting bid for the Abyss Source Energy. Many cultivators who wanted to participate in the auction saw that Lin Feng was the first to bid for the Abyss Source Energy. Those cultivators were completely stunned. Yuan Huaqing and Soul-Suppressing Sky had almost been scammed to death by Lin Feng. These things that could make people so depressed that they wanted to die had happened not too long ago. Therefore, when Lin Feng came out to bid again, everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Was this guy trying to scam them again? Therefore, everyone. The auction for the Abyss Source Energy has begun. Everyone, you can start bidding now. Seeing that no one else was bidding except for Lin Feng's starting bid, Zhuge Xinyu grew anxious. She reminded everyone to participate in the bidding. However, no one paid any attention to Zhuge Xinyu. Still, no one participated in the bidding. "Everyone, are you not interested in the Abyss Source Energy?" Zhuge Xinyu asked. Everyone was naturally interested in the source energy. However, no one wanted to be cheated. Many people were certain that Lin Feng was hired by the auction house. Rather than being cheated, it was better not to participate in the bidding. Let the source energy fall into the hands of the auction house. Therefore, no matter how Zhuge Xinyu tried to persuade everyone, no one participated in the bidding. Lin Feng said, "Fairy. Since no one wants to compete with me, shouldn't we finalize the auction?" Zhuge Xinyu was very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Sold. In the end, Lin Feng won the Abyss Source Energy for a mere 500,000 immortal stones. This saved Lin Feng a lot of immortal stones. Originally, Lin Feng was worried that he would spend too many immortal stones to buy the source energy. If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Before long, someone brought the source energy over. Lin Feng paid 500,000 immortal stones. The source energy was now Lin Feng's. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Can I break through to the Emperor realm? I'll have to rely on this treasure. Lin Feng looked at the original strength of the abyss happily. He did not plan to stay any longer. Lin Feng planned to leave the city as soon as possible. Then, he would find a place to refine the source energy and break through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng left the auction house. When Lin Feng left, many others also left the auction house. For example, it was the supreme elder of the Jinyu Immortal sect, soul-suppressing Tian. For example, the 8th elder of the Godly Knife clan, Yuan Huaqing. Previously, Lin Feng had tricked these two fellows, so they hated Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng leave the auction house, he immediately chased after Lin Feng. Other than them, there were also some other experts. For example, Tai Dao Honorable Lord's trusted subordinate, Tu Shen. He was also in the auction house and immediately looked at Lin Feng. Now, he had also followed them out. Tu Shen had come to deal with Lin Feng under the orders of Tai Dao Honorable Lord. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. In addition, there were also experts from the Evil Spirit sect who had locked on to Lin Feng. The Evil Spirit sect was a powerful sect. They had found Lin Feng and had followed him all the way here. However, this was Stone Golem City, the territory of the royal family. The president of the auction house, Du Guyu, also led a group of people to chase after Lin Feng. Du Guyu was the eldest princess's man. The eldest princess had always wanted to kill Lin Feng, but she was very sinister. On the surface, she was friendly with Lin Feng, but in private, she sent Du Guyu to kill Lin Feng. Some terrifying creatures also walked out of the endless ghost sand. These terrifying creatures included the blood-haired woman that Lin Feng had seen before. Other than the blood-haired woman, there was also the son of the Eastern Emperor, Huangfu Qingtian. If Lin Feng saw Huangfu Qingtian, he would definitely be shocked. Huangfu Qingtian had also been swallowed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lin Feng originally thought that Huangfu Qingtian was already dead. Now, it seemed that not only was Huangfu Qingtian not dead, but he was also mixed up with the terrifying existences in the endless ghost sand. He didn't know how Huangfu Qingtian got together with these people. So many powerful existences appeared together to chase after Lin Feng. Lin Feng rushed out of the city. Suddenly, the void split open. A withered old man flew out of the void and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly enough. He turned around and slapped out with his palm. Bang! Lin Feng and the withered old man collided. Then, he saw his hand turn black. He'd been poisoned. He hurriedly communicated with the white jade toad and asked it to suck the poison out of his body. Lin Feng finally got a good look at the withered old man's face. It was a divine servant. No. It was Judas. It was that old fart. Back on the Martial Sky continent, he'd saved Luotian from Zhuin. Judas, that old fart, had fled without a trace. He hadn't expected to run into Judas here. Kid. It's time for you to die. Judas glared at Lin Feng with a venomous glare. Lin Feng frowned. Judas, that old fart, was very strange. Lin Feng remembered that Judas had been on the verge of death. It stood to reason that even if the old fart had lived to this day, his cultivation should have been much weaker. But Judas was much stronger than he had been back on the Martial Sky continent. It seemed that the old fart had come across some amazing opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way he could have become so powerful. You can't do anything to me, you old fart. Today, I'll finish you once and for all. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Keek keek, kid. I've already spread the news about you. You're surrounded. Judas cackled sinisterly. Lin Feng looked around. Then, they saw experts coming from all directions. Lin Feng even saw Huang Fuqing Tian. This guy really is a centipede. Even after being swallowed by the Dong Huang Bell, it didn't kill him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That old bastard, Zhu Yin, had always been with Lin Feng. He had always found Lin Feng's whereabouts, and he had always found Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He knew that leaving the city would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With so many experts gathered here to deal with him, it was going to be troublesome. Lin Feng quickly made up his mind. He planned to go deeper into Golem City. Because, deep within Golem City was a very special place. It was an ancient ruin, but no one dared to approach it. Because even after countless years, the ruins were still densely covered with extremely terrifying restrictions. Trespassing into that area was likely to lead to death. Lin Feng wanted to go to the ruins and break through to the D-ancestor layer there. Perhaps, he could borrow the power of the tribulation to deal with these people. Quick, stop that kid. Many people shouted, wanting the cultivators closer to Lin Feng to stop Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was too fast. No one could stop Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng broke out of the encirclement and quickly flew toward the depths of Stone Golem City. Chase! The experts from the various factions shouted one after another. Their expressions were gloomy, and their eyes flashed with cold light. They increased their speed to the limit and chased after Lin Feng. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. They didn't understand what was going on. Why were there so many experts moving? They seemed to be chasing someone. Someone said. They had just seen Lin Feng break out of the encirclement. So many experts are chasing after that young cultivator? Someone else asked. He found it unbelievable. How could a young cultivator like Lin Feng be worth so many experts chasing after Lin Feng? Anyone would think that this matter was inconceivable, but it was indeed the truth, and everyone had to believe it. Stone Golem City was huge. Even with Lin Feng's speed, it took him 2 hours to reach the ruins. The ancient city was shrouded in restrictions. If it weren't for the powerful restrictions above, Lin Feng would have left long ago. Now, he could only hide in the ruins. The ruins in the depths of Stone Golem City were huge. It used to be a continuous chain of palaces, but now it was in ruins. Powerful restrictions shrouded it, and its destructive power was great. After arriving there, Lin Feng quickly flew into the depths of the forest. All kinds of powerful restrictions seemed to have their own spirituality, and they all attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's skill in formations was extremely high. Therefore, when those powerful restrictions attacked him, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He moved freely through the large formations. Soon, he rushed into the depths of the ruins. The experts chasing after Lin Feng stopped outside the ruins. They didn't rashly enter. All of them looked inside with gloomy expressions. I wonder if there's a teleportation array that leads to the outside world. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Duguyu said in a deep voice. Go. Go in and take a look. Although this place was dangerous. But with our cultivation base, there is no need to worry at all. Tushin sneered. Huang Fuqing Tian nodded and said, exactly. He had to act quickly. I know Lin Feng too well. He is a person with great fortune. Once he is given a chance to breathe, he can often resolve a crisis. We can't give him any chance to breathe. Very quickly, these powerhouses came to an agreement and decided to attack Lin Feng. Therefore, these experts joined forces and entered the ruins. All kinds of powerful restriction spells bombarded these experts. If he could avoid these restrictions, they would try their best to avoid the attacks of the restrictions. If they couldn't avoid these restrictions, these experts would join forces to fight against the restrictions. They also headed towards the depths. Lin Feng looked in shock at a huge stone statue in the depths. It was 100 meters tall and depicted a valiant man. But now, the stone statue's head had been cut off with a sword, leaving only the body. The head fell beside the body. Is this a stone statue? Or is it just an ordinary stone statue? Lin Feng frowned. He sensed that the stone statue was extraordinary. Even after countless years, it still seemed to have divine power lingering around it. If it were someone else, it might be difficult to sense the divine power in the stone statue, but Lin Feng's senses were too sharp. Even if the divine power was weak, it couldn't hide from him. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. The stone statue had been destroyed. His top priority now was to break through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng took out the abyss origin and devoured it. Then, he began to burn the immortal stones. Mountains of immortal stones burned and were refined with majestic energy. The majestic energy within the immortal stones flowed endlessly into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, absorbing the abyss origin's energy with all his might. When all of the abyss origin's energy was absorbed by Lin Feng felt as if the barrier to the Emperor realm was about to be broken. Magic power surged from his body like a great river, constantly attacking the barrier to the Emperor realm. At the same time, tribulation light shot out from Lin Feng's forehead, shooting up into the heavens. Finally. I'm about to break through. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Rumble, above the heavens, thunderclouds surged as a powerful lightning tribulation was brewing. The group of cultivators who wanted to kill Lin Feng had already seen Lin Feng sitting cross-legged on the stone statue. They'd originally planned to quickly approach Lin Feng and kill him, but now Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was brewing. Many people's expressions immediately turned ugly. Hurry up and leave this place, the son of the Donghuang said grimly. They were in the center of Lin Feng's tribulation. If they didn't leave in time when Lin Feng's tribulation descended, it would be a terrifying thing. Some people's tribulations might be drawn down prematurely. Just think about it. If they didn't prepare well enough and their own tribulation was drawn down, death would be the only thing awaiting them. Even if their own tribulation wasn't drawn down, no one would be willing to face the lightning tribulation. It was simply too terrifying. No matter who it was, even if they didn't die, they'd lose a layer of skin. What they didn't know was that Lin Feng's tribulation was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. One had to know that Lin Feng had summoned the great immortal Dao tribulation as soon as he'd broken through to Emperor realm. It was a tribulation that many didn't necessarily face when they ascended to immortality. Moreover, Lin Feng was about to break through to Emperor realm. The tribulation he'd summon would be even more terrifying. We can't leave. Lin Feng looked impassively at the cultivators who were frantically fleeing outside. These people were the strongest of the strongest, the strongest of the strongest. With so many of them surrounding Lin Feng, it shouldn't have been a problem for them to kill Lin Feng. However, they'd chosen the wrong time to attack. They'd chosen to attack when Lin Feng was about to break through. One had to admit that these fellows were really unlucky. Lin Feng shot into the sky and chased after the cultivators. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng's first bolt of Culpa lightning descended. That lightning tribulation was actually a lightning mountain that was 10,000 meters tall. It was truly shocking. Wherever Lin Feng flew, the lightning mountain would follow. Hurry up and scatter. When the cultivators saw Lin Feng coming after them, they shrieked in horror and scattered in all directions. Lin Feng sneered. Did they think they could just scatter? He could kill them one by one. Kid. Let's talk this out. Let me go. I promise I won't bother you again. Judas screamed at the top of his lungs. His eyes were filled with terror. Lin Feng suddenly realized something was wrong. Judas was far more afraid of the lightning tribulation than the others. He thought back to when Judas was a dying old man, about to be buried at any moment. Now he looked at the man. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Judas. Perhaps for some reason, it would be completely restrained by the lightning tribulation. Perhaps that was why he was so afraid of it. How could Lin Feng let Judas go so easily? Lin Feng thought back to the many times he'd been exposed to his enemies. It had to be that bastard's doing. This time was no different. Lin Feng didn't know why Judas was always able to find him, but Lin Feng didn't need to know that now. He just needed to kill Judas. Once and for all. Lin Feng's face filled with murderous intent. Go to hell, Lin Feng smirked. He rushed in front of Judas, and the first bolt of lightning came crashing down. Actually, the first bolt of Culpa lightning was relatively weak. When the first bolt of Culpa lightning struck Lin Feng was safe and sound. Judas, on the other hand, was suffering. The power of the tribulation drilled into his body. Ah! Judas screamed in agony as his body began to dismember. It didn't take long for Judas' body to explode into a puff of smoke. He was dead. Judas was dead, just like that. His death was too simple. Lin Feng couldn't believe it. The old bastard was dead, just like that. Run, run, run. When the others saw that Lin Feng's Culpa lightning had killed Judas, they all sped up. They wanted to escape, but Lin Feng activated the deployment spell. The heaven-seizing array recorded in the Stone Emperor scripture was incredibly powerful. Once the heaven-seizing array's power was unleashed, Lin Feng could take control of any array. Lin Feng took control of the barriers in the ruins. Lin Feng used them to seal off the area. Then, it blocked off everyone, making it impossible for them to escape. After destroying Judas, Lin Feng rushed toward Butcher God. Lin Feng didn't know him, but his aura was familiar. The black-robed clan. The epic survivors. It looked like they'd come for slaughter. The black-robed clan, Butcher God. Sooner or later I'll destroy them. Lin Feng's mind. When Tushan saw that he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack, his eyes were filled with murder. He threw himself at Lin Feng. Humph. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng attacked Tushan with Culpa strength. The second Culpa strength was a star. Tribulation star. Descending. Lin Feng used his physical body to resist the Culpa strength. He had always used his physical body to resist the Culpa strength. He used the Culpa strength to refine his physical body until his physical body couldn't withstand the Culpa strength anymore. When he couldn't withstand it, he used his magic and divine abilities to resist the lightning. Butcher God had no choice but to fight back. He didn't have the energy to deal with Lin Feng. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, more than 100 bolts of lightning came crashing down. Butcher God was exhausted. Lin Feng found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He summoned the 4 stone swords. Whoosh, 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 the 4 stone swords became 4 beams of light. They tore through the void. They slashed at Butcher God. They moved as fast as lightning. They reached Butcher God in an instant. Not good. The stone swords. Butcher God's face turned ugly. The power of the stone swords was too frightening. If it was any other magic treasure, Tushan was confident that he would be able to withstand the attacks of those magic treasures. But against the stone swords, Butcher God didn't have any confidence. The stone swords were different from other treasures. To the lost races of the epic, the stone swords were too lethal. However, Butcher God wasn't someone who would sit and wait for death. Facing the stone swords, he waved his hand and a world of darkness appeared. The world of darkness enveloped the 4 stone swords. Butcher God. He wanted to use the world of darkness to devour Lin Feng's stone swords. Butcher God failed. The 4 stone swords pierced through the world of darkness and pierced Butcher God's body. I can't accept this. I can't believe I'm going to die like this. Butcher God roared, unwilling to die like this. But what was done couldn't be undone. The others looked at Lin Feng in fear. They quickly broke the array. Lin Feng began to reap their lives. Soon, the people from the Godly Knife sect, the hell-suppressing immortal sect, and the emperor-level expert Yuan Huaqing were all killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about their pleas. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it. Little friend Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's take a step back and everything will be fine. Duguyu looked at Lin Feng and said with an ugly expression. All of you deserve to die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged at Duguyu and the others. I'm a member of the Imperial family. If you dare to kill me, you'll offend the imperial family. Then you'll offend the imperial family. Du Guiyu shouted. He wanted to use the imperial family's identity to scare Lin Feng away. But Lin Feng wasn't threatened by Du Guiyu at all. So what if you're from the imperial family, you think you're amazing, I'll kill you all the same. Soon, Du Guiyu and the others were also killed by Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the experts from the evil spirit sect. Not long after, the experts from the evil spirit sect were also killed by Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng locked onto the group of terrifying existences from the endless ghost sand. They were the strongest. They weren't easy to deal with, and it would take a long time to deal with them. So, Lin Feng dealt with the rest first. The last person to deal with the endless ghost sand, especially Huangfu Qingtian, had to die. At this moment, countless spectators had gathered outside the ruins. When they saw the situation, their faces were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. There were so many experts. There were even many emperor-level experts, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. It was simply too shocking. Who the hell is that kid? Isn't he a little too savage? Yeah, he's so terrifying at such a young age. It's unbelievable. Those major powers have suffered too many losses. I wonder if the last batch of cultivators will also die at that kid's hands? Now, it's your turn. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and blotted the earth smashed down. Lin Feng rushed towards those living creatures in the vast ghost sand. Who said that the creatures in the endless ghost sand couldn't die? If the creatures in the endless ghost sand were to endure an attack that was too terrifying, they would be killed. Only death awaited them. Just like now. The living beings in the endless ghost sand were attacked by the lightning tribulation and Lin Feng. One after another, they were reduced to ashes. Lin Feng looked at Huangfu Qingtian and sneered. Huangfu Qingtian. You've been jumping around for so long. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Huangfu Qingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. Before he met Lin Feng, he was a proud son of heaven who was respected by countless people. However, after meeting Lin Feng, he had become a loser in the eyes of others. This was simply unacceptable to Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was filled with hatred. Simply. His hatred reached the heavens. Huangfu Qingtian had always wanted to trample Lin Feng under his feet, but now it seemed like he was going to fail again. Instead, it was very likely that he would die at the hands of Lin Feng once again. If he died again, the soul reconstruction art would not be able to create another Huangfu Qingtian. Kill, 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 Lin Feng roared. He was like an invincible thunder god. Endless lightning surrounded Lin Feng. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Except for the son of the East Emperor, the blood-haired woman, and Huangfu Qingtian, all the other living beings in the boundless ghost sand were killed. Lin Feng began to attack Dong Huang's son, the blood-haired woman, and Huangfu Qingtian with all his strength. Each wave of terrifying attacks was stronger than the previous one. All kinds of destructive lightning tribulations struck down. The power was simply shocking. However, Huangfu Qingtian, the son of Emperor Dong Huang and the blood-haired woman, had extraordinary means. The battle lasted for 3 days. Lin Feng was actually unable to exterminate them. Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. After another 3 days, Huangfu Qingtian, the son of the Eastern monarch, finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were very unwilling. But what was the point? No matter how unwilling he was, now, he could only die. Lin Feng was planning to get rid of these people in one go. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. An immortal bell appeared in the void. It was actually the Donghuang bell. The Eastern Emperor bell sucked the Eastern Emperor's son, the crimson-haired woman, and Huangfu Qingtian into it. Then, he wanted to leave quickly. I'll kill you. Lin Feng roared, controlling the lightning tribulation to attack the Eastern Emperor bell. Clang! 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 Streaks of terrifying lightning tribulation struck the Eastern Emperor bell. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The power of the lightning tribulation could hardly harm the Donghuang bell. The Eastern Emperor bell vibrated slightly, sending Lin Feng flying. However, the Eastern Emperor Bel didn't continue to stay there, probably afraid of the lightning tribulation. Therefore, the Eastern Emperor Bel tore open the void again and quickly left. That seems to be the Eastern Emperor Bel. Damn, it's actually that supreme treasure. Did the Eastern Emperor Bel turn into a weapon cultivator? It should be. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect it to turn into a weapon cultivator. Around. Countless cultivators. Discussions were everywhere. Some went after the Eastern Emperor Bel, but more people didn't do so. If the Eastern Emperor Bel turned into a weapon cultivator, wouldn't they be courting death if they tried to steal it? If it didn't turn into a weapon cultivator, there would probably be a powerful cultivator controlling it. It would be very difficult to snatch the Eastern Emperor Bel from someone else. Most of them were still watching Lin Feng's tribulation from the periphery. Many of them even planned to attack Lin Feng because they thought that Lin Feng would be extremely weak after the tribulation. At that time it would be a great opportunity to kill Lin Feng. If he missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would not be easy to find such a good opportunity again. Therefore, these people. They wanted to wait for Lin Feng to finish his tribulation before making a move on Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that some of them were plotting against him, but he didn't care. If they weren't afraid of death, they could come at him. Just watch how yours truly would kill them. Lightning tribulation descended one after another. Lin Feng used all sorts of methods, such as the Great Calamity Art, which was one of the 3,000 Great Daos. When used during the tribulation, it had a miraculous effect. All sorts of lightning tribulations were neutralized by Lin Feng's Great Calamity Art. Lin Feng's tribulation lasted for more than half a month, which shocked everyone. What kind of tribulation was this? Why did it take so long? Even the immortal tribulation couldn't reach this level, right? How many tribulations has this guy gone through? Someone asked. 180,000 tribulations. Someone said. My God, this is sick. His tribulation doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. I wonder how many lightning tribulations he'll have to go through. Is this guy already so heaven-defying? He's so young, and even the heavenly Tao can't tolerate him. It's hard to imagine what heights he'll reach if he continues to grow smoothly. Someone exclaimed in surprise, feeling deeply shaken. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. After all, not everyone had seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation before. Demon Lord. How many lightning tribulations do I have to go through before I can succeed? Lin Feng asked gloomily. This lightning tribulation was too sick. He felt that his magic power couldn't keep up anymore. Your tribulation should be the lesser god tribulation. This tribulation. It's much stronger than the great heavenly Tao tribulation. There's a total of 210,000 lightning tribulations. I estimate. It'll take some time. Demon Lord said. Damn, this lightning tribulation is sick, Lin Feng wailed. Later, the lightning tribulations became more and more terrifying, especially the last few dozen lightning tribulations. Lin Feng's body couldn't take it anymore. His body was blasted into pieces several times, dripping with blood. At one point, Lin Feng even felt the aura of death enveloping his body. He thought that he would die under the lightning tribulation. However, at the most dangerous moment, Lin Feng had successfully used the rising from the ashes technique. In the end, he was reborn again and escaped the tribulation. Lin Feng's blood splattered across the sky. The world was filled with the smell of blood. Lightning tribulations continued to descend. Lin Feng narrowly escaped death. After going through many dangers, he finally managed to withstand all the lightning tribulations. Lin Feng's cultivation realm had successfully broken through to the D-Master realm. However, this breakthrough was too difficult. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng could feel his strength increasing by leaps and bounds. However, what he felt the most was not the increase in strength. It was exhaustion. Incomparable exhaustion. He lay down on the stone statue to rest. Right at this moment, the stone statue actually began to move. Lin Feng was shocked. Why did the stone statue move? He soared into the sky, wanting to leave the stone statue as soon as possible. However, it was too late. Oh my God, look! The stone statue has actually come back to life. What's going on? Why did the stone statue come back to life? The stone statue caught that kid. Many people cried out in alarm. The sudden turn of events had clearly shocked everyone. Open! Lin Feng struggled, trying to break free from the stone statue's hand. Little guy, the stone statue's head on the ground actually spoke, directly calling Lin Feng little guy. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. How did this guy come back to life? Now that he was caught by this guy, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. Big brother, great God, great immortal. We've done this in the past, but we don't have any grudges now. Please let me go, Lin Feng begged. The stone statue ignored Lin Feng's pleas. It grabbed Lin Feng with one hand and the head on the ground with the other. Then, that hand put the head back on its neck. At that moment, something shocking happened. Streaks of stone light surged out. Within the stone light, numerous mysterious runes appeared. These mysterious runes fused with the stone statue's neck. Finally, the stone statue's neck and body were perfectly connected. Now, it was impossible to tell that the stone statue's neck had been cut off in the past. The stone statue then tore open the void and quickly left. Arriving at the forest outside, the stone statue grabbed Lin Feng and ran madly through the forest. Lin Feng didn't sense any killing intent from the stone statue. No, it should be said that Lin Feng didn't sense any killing intent from the stone statue. The stone statue shouldn't be harmful to him. However, the stone statue still didn't let him go. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. He didn't know what the stone statue was planning. Lin Feng said, "Big brother stone statue. Hurry up and put me down. I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now." The stone statue placed Lin Feng on its shoulder and continued running madly through the forest. "Where are you going?" Lin Feng asked. "I want to see an old friend. Countless years have passed. I wonder if she's still here," the stone statue said. Lin Feng continued running. He was still running wildly and didn't stop. 3 days later, the golem came to an ancient primitive forest. This primitive forest was shrouded in mist. This was a fog that didn't dissipate all year round. It would never dissipate. "What is this place?" Lin Feng asked. "Dream Cloud Forest," the stone statue said. "Damn. So this is the place. Isn't this Lady Whitesnake's nest?" Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. Miss Whitesnake was imprisoned in the Gourd of Good Fortune. "He's a prisoner of mine." "Lin." The stone statue. Lin Feng asked, "How did you come back to life?" "I didn't sense any life or earlier." This was something that Lin Feng was puzzled about. He had indeed sensed a trace of divine power from the stone statue's incomplete body. However, he hadn't sensed any life force. If there wasn't any life force, the stone statue shouldn't have been able to come back to life. However, the stone statue had come back to life. "Actually, I still have one last strand of life force left. It's hidden in the remnant divine light in my body. That strand of life force is too weak, so ordinary people can't sense it at all. It's your blood that fused with my body. Then, it was absorbed by the weak life force in my body. That's how I woke up and came back to life," the stone statue said. Lin Feng finally understood why the stone statue didn't have any ill intentions towards him. So that was the reason. In that case, he was the stone statue's savior. "By the way, who cut off your head?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The stone statue should have been extremely powerful in the past. An existence that could cut off his head was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Therefore, Lin Feng was very curious about that existence. The stone statue said, "It's better if I don't tell you. If I tell you, it won't do you any good." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The stone statue's words were very tactful. What he wanted to say was, "You're not strong enough. Knowing this would only harm you. Strength. Strength." Although he had broken through to the Emperor realm, Lin Feng knew that there was still a long way to go. The path of cultivation was still very long. As they went deeper into the forest, more and more terrifying beasts appeared. However, none of them dared to approach the stone statue. When they sensed the stone statue's aura, they all fled in fear. 5 days later, the stone statue arrived at the depths of dreamy cloud forest. Here, there was a divine temple. This divine temple was already in ruins. The stone statue stood outside the divine temple. Lin Feng jumped down from the stone statue's shoulder. Then, Lin Feng slipped into the divine temple. He wanted to see what was inside the divine temple. After entering the divine temple, Lin Feng did not find any precious treasures. However, Lin Feng saw a broken statue. This place worshipped a goddess. Lin Feng tried to search for clues to see who this goddess was, but he did not find anything. However, Lin Feng knew that this goddess should be the old friend that the stone statue mentioned. At night, Lin Feng set up a bonfire in front of the divine temple and roasted some dragon meat. Good wine paired with dragon meat, it was truly a great enjoyment in life. The stone statue sat at the side and watched Lin Feng enjoy the food. "What era are you from?" Lin Feng asked. "Chaotic era," the stone statue said. "What era is the chaotic era?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. In this era, 3,000 great eras had already passed, and Lin Feng had only heard of a small portion of them. For example, the Absolute Beginning, the Immortal Ancient, the Immemorial Era, and so on. Most of the eras were unheard of. The Chaotic Era is the first great era after the end of the era of the titled gods, the stone statue said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. The era of the titled gods did not refer to just one era. It referred to the great eras between the appearance of the investiture of the gods and the great war between the Xianxia lifeforms. Lin Feng remembered. After the great war between the Xianxia lifeforms, although the great powers suffered heavy losses, their orthodoxies still existed. After the great war between the Xianxia lifeforms, the era of the titled gods ended. Before the immortal ancient era began, no one knew what happened. It caused countless experts to fall and countless orthodoxies to disappear. History was stopped, and many things became mysteries. The cultivation system collapsed. That period of time was destined to be a mystery to the later generations. It was difficult to find out, but perhaps they could obtain some specific information from the stone man. Why did the orthodoxy collapse? So many powers had vanished, and so many experts had died. What had happened? The era of chaos. Did something particularly important happen? For example, the destruction of countless powers? Lin Feng asked the stone man. The stone man said. Indeed, something like that happened. The stone man seemed to be reminiscing. I still remember clearly that after that calamity, the era of Xiantian lifeforms ended. The various powers and the surviving experts began to recuperate. But who would have thought that something terrifying would happen? What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. Many experts have disappeared without a trace. No one knows how they disappeared. This matter caused a huge panic. Then, many forces sent people to investigate this matter, but no one found any clues. And more people went missing. When the top-notch experts went missing, the experts of the same level went missing one after another. And so on and so forth. As more and more experts went missing, the orthodoxy's legacy was severed. The strangest thing was that it wasn't just the experts who went missing. The scrolls and scriptures of the various powers that recorded the orthodoxy's legacy also went missing. It's really strange. After hearing the stone man's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This was too inconceivable, wasn't it? No one knew how those existences had gone missing, but those terrifying existences were disappearing one after another. This was enough to explain a lot of things. What do you think is going on? Lin Feng asked. There's a mysterious power behind all of this. That's why the experts of the various worlds are disappearing, said the stone man. Indeed. This was similar to what Lin Feng had thought. Lin Feng felt that there might be a pair of dark hands behind all of this, but that pair of dark hands was too powerful. They didn't leave behind any clues. But the key point was, how did those fellows disappear? Thinking about it now, he was puzzled. Back then, where were you? Lin Feng asked. I've gone into hiding. There are also people like me who have gone into hiding, hoping to avoid this calamity. The stone man said. But in the end, you still suffered. Lin Feng said. Yes. The golem nodded. Does your calamity have anything to do with the mastermind? Lin Feng asked. I don't think so. The stone man shook his head. In other words, the stone man did not die at the hands of the mastermind. Someone else had killed the golem, but the golem was extremely wary of these existences, so it didn't tell Lin Feng their identities. Is this how the orthodoxy collapses? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. That's right. That's how the orthodoxy collapsed, the stone man said. Lin Feng said. The mastermind might be the existence that destroyed the epic? That's right. The traitors, the otherworldly beings, and the lost races of the epic are just pawns for the mastermind. Actually, perhaps in the eyes of the mastermind, those fellows are no different from us. They are all targets that they want to destroy. The stone man continued. What do you think the mastermind might be? An unknown ancient power? Or some heavenly Tao laws? Or something else that we can't understand? Lin Feng asked. I can't guess who the mastermind is. It's hard to say if there's a mastermind because even if there's a mastermind, we guessed it ourselves. No one has seen the so-called mastermind. The stone man said. Indeed, it was as the stone man had said. No one had seen the mastermind. Everything was based on guesses. But, some things couldn't be guessed. There had to be evidence. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but the stone man suddenly stood up. He looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, we have to separate. Thank you for saving me. Don't stay here any longer. Leave this place quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone man soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay. He quickly soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the dark forest. He's very nervous. He seems to have sensed something. But I didn't sense anything. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he frowned. Because, just now, the stone man's expression before he left was too solemn. He's already dead. He shouldn't exist in this world. Even if he defies the heavens and returns. I'm afraid, he'll have to experience some terrifying things. Whether he can survive or not will depend on his luck, the demon lord said. You know something? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord was silent and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng knew that the demon lord was afraid and didn't want to say more. With the appearance of the 5 decay of heaven and man, all kinds of monsters have appeared. The myriad worlds are becoming more and more chaotic, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of the 5 decay of heaven and man. It meant that the apocalypse had arrived. Before the apocalypse, many terrifying existences would not come out in order to extend their lifespan. Instead, they would choose to sleep or seal themselves. This way, they could live longer. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, how could they care so much? One terrifying creature after another appeared, wantonly plundering resources, magic treasure, and so on, wanting to increase their own savings. This way, they could better deal with the apocalypse war. 3 months later, Lin Feng secretly returned to the dark forest to meet up with the Bai sisters. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, the Bai sisters were very happy. They could finally relax. Previously, they had been worried about Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent someone to inform the Emperor Jirian, asking the Emperor Jirian to meet him. Not long after, the Emperor Jirian arrived. I asked you to recruit troops. How's it going? Lin Feng looked at the Emperor Jirian and asked. Seeing Lin Feng again, the Emperor Jirian felt that this young master of his seemed to be even more unfathomable. This feeling caused his mind to involuntarily tremble slightly. The Emperor Jirian hurriedly said, reporting to Master. Previously, when we went to the Demon Emperor's secret realm, many sage emperors fell in the dark forest. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The ancient gloomy forest was indeed powerful. Previously, when he went to the Demon Emperor's secret realm, so many sage emperors had died. Now, there were still so many sage emperors. Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. Lin Feng asked, How many of these 120 sage emperors did you recruit? Emperor Jirian said, this subordinate is incompetent. I only recruited 30 of them. Lin Feng said, you can't be blamed for this. After all, most of these beast cultivators don't like to be restrained by anything. Lin Feng then asked, how many sage emperors do you have under you? Reporting to master. This subordinate still has 25 sage emperors under me. If that's the case, there are 55 sage emperors in total. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, Lin Feng had Emperor Jirian and the three-headed viper as his subordinates. 55 sage emperors, in addition to his own powerful battle prowess, was an extremely terrifying force. Go and gather everyone. 3 days later, I will go and meet those people. Lin Feng said. Yes. This subordinate will do it right away. Emperor Jirian hurriedly said after receiving the order. The current Lin Feng made him feel incomparable reverence. He did not dare to say no to Lin Feng's orders. Nine-Eyed Emperor Palace. A large group of sage emperors had been gathered by Emperor Jirian. The cultivators who had originally submitted to Emperor Jirian were more obedient. Most of them were quieter. However, the beast cultivators who had recently been recruited by Emperor Jirian were all shouting loudly. They wanted to know why the Nine-Eyed Emperor Lord had gathered them here. These people had all submitted to Emperor Jirian after being promised great benefits by Emperor Jirian. If one were to say that they were extremely loyal to Emperor Jirian, that was an unrealistic thing. Even if they said it out loud, no one would believe them. Where did Lord Emperor Jirian go? Why did he gather us but not show himself? What is the meaning of this? We are very busy. Everyone has many things to deal with. At this moment, a beast cultivator said with some dissatisfaction. This beast cultivator was an 8-winged lion that was half a step into the Emperor realm. It could break through to the Emperor realm at any time. Therefore, towards Emperor Jirian, he did not respect Emperor Jirian's younger brother. A sage Emperor Jirian was a sage emperor expert. This person called himself the Nine-Eyes Demon Sage. He said coldly, 8-winged demonic lion. Don't forget your status. Since Elder summoned Big Brother summoned you. All you have to do is to wait patiently. Humph. Nine-Eyed Beast Saint, if it weren't for Lord Emperor Jirian, I would have torn you to pieces if you dared to speak to me in such a tone. The 8-winged lion immediately revealed a ferocious and terrifying expression. His eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at the Nine-Eyed Beast Saint coldly. You are too arrogant. The Nine-Eyed Beast Saint was so angry that his entire body trembled. Because the 8-winged lion really did not give him any face. Arrogant. That's because you have the strength to be arrogant. The 8-winged lion sneered. Just as his voice fell, a voice came from outside the hall. 8-winged lion. What you just said. I agree very much. Arrogant. That's because you have the strength to be arrogant. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Powerful. Naturally, you can be arrogant. After this voice fell, 4 people and a snake entered the hall. The person in the lead was Lin Feng. These words were also said by Lin Feng. Behind Lin Feng were Emperor Jirian, the Bai sisters, and the 3-headed viper. However, the 3-headed viper had now become more than 10 meters long. If its body was too big, it would be inconvenient to move in the hall. Many people could not help but frown slightly when they saw Lin Feng. Previously, everyone knew that Lin Feng had killed Emperor Ying Long. However, they also knew that Emperor Jirian and Emperor Ying Long had a good relationship. Emperor Jirian had once wanted to kill Lin Feng because Emperor Ying Long had been killed by Lin Feng. However, he did not succeed. However, now, Lin Feng had actually come to Emperor Jirian's territory. What was going on? Many people were puzzled. The 8-winged lion frowned as he looked at Lin Feng. He felt that today's matter was somewhat strange. Therefore, he did not continue Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng continued, however, there is one thing. I have to tell you. It's completely fine for you to be arrogant. You can be arrogant in front of outsiders. You can be as arrogant as you want. However, you should not be so arrogant in front of your own people. Lin Feng's last words were obviously lecturing the 8-winged lion. The 8-winged lion's expression was gloomy. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng could kill Emperor Long, his cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, he did not dare to directly refute Lin Feng. He looked at Emperor Jiuyan and said, "My lord, this child. Why is he here? Could it be that my lord has made peace with this child?" Emperor Jiuyan's expression suddenly sank. He said, "Impudent. How dare you speak to your master like that?" "Master?" The eight-winged lion looked puzzled. Emperor Jiuyan actually addressed Lin Feng as master. This caused him to be dumbfounded. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Everyone. I was the one who asked Emperor Jiuyan to recruit all of you. Now, everyone, swear an oath to be loyal to this young master. This young master will not mistreat you. Swear the oath now." Everyone could not help but look at each other. "Humph. Kid. Do you think we'll swear the oath just because you asked us to? Although you killed Emperor Long back then, you did not rely on your own strength." However, he hadn't relied entirely on his own abilities. Instead, he had set up a trap to kill Imperial Lord Long. If a real battle were to break out, your strength might not be as good as ours. Why should we acknowledge you as our master? The eight-winged lion sneered. That's right. Why should we acknowledge you as our master? No matter how many cultivation resources you give us, we will not acknowledge you as our master. Many beast cultivators roared. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm accepting all of you because your ancestors have done good deeds." Kid. You think too highly of yourself. The eight-winged lion sneered. Lin Feng glanced at the eight-winged lion indifferently and said, "Since I dared to make you acknowledge me as your master, naturally, I have the strength to make you acknowledge me as your master." Eight-winged lion, your strength should be breaking through to the sovereign master realm soon, right? Lin Feng said indifferently. That's right. The eight-winged lion said proudly. One move. To deal with you. I only need one move. Lin Feng said with his hands behind his back. As soon as Lin Feng said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. The eight-winged lion was very talented. Now that it had broken through to the sovereign master realm, even a sovereign master like Emperor Long might not be able to defeat it. However, Lin Feng said that he could defeat the eight-winged lion with one move. He did not put the eight-winged lion in his eyes at all. The eight-winged lion was usually very arrogant. However, now, everyone knew that the eight-winged lion was not arrogant in front of Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the eight-winged demonic lion was almost angered to death. No matter what, the eight-winged demonic lion was almost invincible under the sovereign lord realm in the dark ancient forest. Against some great emperors who had just entered the sovereign lord realm, it could even have the power to fight, but now it was despised by a young human cultivator. This made the eight-winged demonic lion furious. Good. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such words. Perhaps soon, I will see someone being slapped in the face. The eight-winged demonic lion said coldly. Lin Feng patted his clothes and then said, "You think too much. If I lose to a small character like you, then I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself." The eight-winged demonic lion was so angry that it planned to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Kid, eat my fist. The eight-winged demonic lion shouted coldly and then punched towards Lin Feng. Behind the eight-winged demonic lion, a huge existence appeared. That existence was 1,000 meters tall and was a golden lion. The golden lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky and seemed to be able to shatter the void. The fist technique that the eight-winged demonic lion used was called the Golden Saint Lion Fist. With a punch, it evolved into a Golden Saint Lion Phantom to support itself. Its battle strength soared. Humph. Facing the eight-winged demonic lion's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng snorted and then stepped forward. A powerful aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That aura. This made everyone turn pale with fright. The eight-winged demonic lion, who was enveloped by this aura, suddenly felt as if its body did not belong to itself. It tried hard to struggle. However, it was difficult to break free. It seems that I don't need to make a move. You have already lost. Lin Feng said indifferently. The eight-winged demonic lion opened its mouth and wanted to refute. But it really did not know how to refute Lin Feng. because the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was indeed too strong. Let me ask you. Are you convinced? Lin Feng looked at the eight-winged demonic lion indifferently. The eight-winged demonic lion's expression was uncertain. In the end, it nodded and said, I'm convinced. I'm willing to submit. What about you guys? Lin Feng looked at the others. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, the cultivators had completely submitted to Lin Feng. If he didn't know what to do, who knew what Lin Feng would do? We're willing to submit. The group of Saint Emperors said. Good. Now, make the oath. Lin Feng said indifferently. We swear on our souls that we are willing to be loyal to Lin Gongzi. If we dare to betray him, we will die a horrible death. The group of Saint Emperors swore. After they finished their oath, Lin Feng immediately felt a profound connection with the Saint Emperors. As long as you're loyal to me, I won't treat you well. I won't mistreat you, said Lin Feng. Thank you, young master. The group of Saint Emperors immediately thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng then said, get ready. I've decided to deal with the Great Dream Emperor. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The Great Dream Emperor was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. Emperor Jiuyan said, young master, the Great Dream Emperor can make us enter a dream instantly and then kill us in the dream. He's not someone we can afford to offend. That's right, young master. If we go against the Great Dream Emperor, we might end up dying at his hands. The eight-winged demonic lion said. Lin Feng said, the Great Dream Emperor's methods are indeed strange. Do you have any way to deal with him? The Great Dream Emperor's most powerful ability is to make people enter a dream instantly and then kill them in the dream. As long as we can't sleep, we won't be afraid of the Great Dream Emperor. Speaking of which, although the Great Dream Emperor's cultivation is quite high, if she doesn't use the dream entering technique, we won't be afraid of her. Emperor Jiuyan said. How can we not enter a dream? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Oh right, there's a pill called the daytime pill. After swallowing it, you can stay awake for 3 days. No matter what happens, you won't fall asleep. Even if the Great Dream Emperor doesn't fall asleep. We can't let the cultivators who consume the daytime pill fall asleep. This is the best time to suppress the Great Dream Emperor Lord. A sage emperor cultivator said. This Saint Emperor was transformed from a silver fox. Others called him the Silver Fox Demon Saint. The Silver Fox Overlord's combat strength wasn't particularly strong. In fact, he was far weaker than cultivators of the same level. However, no one dared to underestimate him. That was because the Silver Fox Overlord was an expert in array techniques and alchemy. Many beast cultivators maintained a good relationship with the Silver Fox Overlord. This was because when they needed pills, they would ask the Silver Fox Overlord to refine them. After hearing the Silver Fox Overlord's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the Silver Fox Overlord and said, do you know the method to refine the daytime pill? If you can refine the daytime pill, I'll reward you handsomely. Young master, give me a few days. I'll go to the clan to check the medicine encyclopedia. I saw the method to refine this pill in an ancient book many years ago. As I thought it was a useless pill formula, I didn't pay much attention to it. I'll go look for it now. The Silver Fox Overlord said immediately. Now that he had just acknowledged a new master, he naturally knew that the first impression in front of Lin Feng was extremely important. Now, if he could help Lin Feng suppress the Great Dream Emperor, he would definitely be rewarded. One could imagine that in the future, he would have an extremely important position under Lin Feng's command. Go, I'll wait for you here. Come back quickly. Lin Feng said. Yes, I'll go now. The Silver Fox Overlord said. Then, he quickly left the Nine-Eyed Emperor Palace and headed towards the Silver Fox clan's headquarters. Lin Feng waited for 5 days before the Silver Fox Overlord returned. How was it? Lin Feng looked at the Silver Fox Overlord. Young master, the heavens reward those who persevere. I finally found the formula in the mountain of books. This is the formula to refine the daytime pill. The Silver Fox Overlord said as he handed a piece of paper to Lin Feng. It was filled with spiritual herbs, steps to refine the pill, and things to take note of. Lin Feng glanced at it and nodded, all right, I'll refine the daytime pill now. Hurry up and refine it. Young master, I still lack a lot of these spiritual herbs, said the silver fox overlord. Lin Feng said. Don't worry. I'll get Emperor Jiuyan to collect them. He handed the formula to Emperor Jiuyan and said, Emperor Jiuyan, do your best to collect all the spiritual herbs on this list as quickly as possible. Emperor Jiuyan's efficiency was still very high. It only took half a day to collect all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the daytime pill. After Emperor Jiuyan collected all the spiritual herbs, Emperor Jiuyan handed them to the Silver Fox Overlord. The Silver Fox Overlord began to refine the pill. After 10 days, the Silver Fox Overlord finished refining the pill. Good. Silver Fox Overlord. You've refined the daytime pill. This is a great merit. This is the source of an emperor-level expert. Take it and refine it. I hope you can use this source to break through to the emperor-level expert's realm, said Lin Feng. Then, he waved his hand. Swoosh, divine light flashed and suddenly, a ball of energy source flew out. This ball of energy source was the source of an emperor-level expert's energy source. The emperor-level source of energy was no longer of any use to Lin Feng. However, it was the greatest attraction to these sage emperors. If they could refine the emperor-level source of energy, they might be able to take a step further and break through to the emperor-level expert's realm. Once they broke through to the emperor-level expert's realm, it would be a major transformation. This was because above the emperor-level experts were immortals. Immortals were high and mighty and eternal. Only after breaking through to the emperor-level expert's realm would they have the qualifications to pursue the immortal realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to pursue the immortal realm. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This subordinate will definitely be loyal to young master. The Silver Fox Overlord hurriedly kept the source of the emperor-level expert's energy source and thanked Lin Feng profusely. You deserve it. You've worked hard these days. Go and rest. Lin Feng said. Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. The Silver Fox Overlord said and then left. Inform all the cultivators above the Sage Emperor realm. Rest for 2 days. Then set off. Lin Feng said. Yes. After receiving the order, Emperor Jiuyan quickly went to issue Lin Feng's mission. In the next 2 days, the Sage Emperors all knew that the Silver Fox Demon Sage had obtained an Emperor Master level energy source from Lin Feng. Those Sage Emperors were so envious that their eyes turned red. However, at this stage, they could only be envious and jealous. If they wanted to get such a reward from Lin Feng, they would need to make a great contribution. Right now, all these Saint Emperors only wanted to be loyal to Lin Feng. He hoped to be rewarded by Lin Feng. Therefore, the morale of these cultivators soared and they were all waiting to make a contribution. This was also what Lin Feng wanted to see. After resting for 2 days, Lin Feng led Emperor Jiuyan and the Sage Emperors to the territory of the Great Dream Emperor. This time, Lin Feng didn't bring any cultivators below the Sage Emperor realm. He only brought 55 Sage Emperors, Emperor Jiuyan, and the 3-headed viper. As for the Bai sisters, they stayed in the 9-eyed Emperor Palace. 5 days later, they arrived at a mountain forest 100 li away from the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Lin Feng distributed the pills to everyone and they swallowed them. Let's make our move tonight, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. As the saying goes, it's a dark and windy night to kill. Naturally, the best time to act was at night. Soon, night fell. Lin Feng's group was like a group of ghosts. They were as fast as lightning and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Great Dream Emperor Palace. The Great Dream Emperor Palace was the place where the Great Dream Emperor cultivated. Apart from the Great Dream Emperor Palace, there were dozens of large and small palaces around it. They were the residences of the Great Dream Emperor Palace's subordinates. The Great Dream Emperor Palace was extremely cautious. Therefore, he had recruited many experts. The security at night was also very strict. Not only were there huge universal mirrors scanning the sky, but there were also many guards patrolling the area. Lin Feng's group was too strong. It was naturally easy for them to kill the patrolling guards silently. Lin Feng first used the power of destiny to block the universal mirror's detection. Then, he split up with the group and killed all the patrolling guards. Then, they gathered at the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Lin Feng used the Space Dao and swept everyone into the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Lin Feng's group entered the Great Dream Emperor Palace, the Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace, who was cultivating cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's senses were really strong. Lin Feng's Space Dao was so strong, but he still couldn't hide from the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Oh? It's you. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Then, he looked at Emperor Jiuyan and said, I didn't expect the two of you to work together. My master is wise and mighty. I only regret meeting him so late. Emperor Jiuyan said. Your master? When did you become this kid's slave? The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace was surprised. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace continued, You don't have to answer me. I'm just asking casually. I'm not interested in knowing. Are you here to die? Lin Feng sneered. Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace, I'm lacking a personal maid. You're pretty good looking and have a good cultivation base. You're barely qualified to be my personal maid. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace sneered. Anyone who dares to say such words to me is already a dead man. Even if there are more of you, you're nothing but ants in front of me. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace was really confident in herself. Lin Feng sneered. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Soon, you'll know whether I'm talking big or not. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace sneered. Then, the Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace waved her hand and muttered, How many years has the Great Dream been? What year is it today? As soon as the Great Dream Emperor Lord's voice faded, an extremely demonic energy escaped and poured into the bodies of Lin Feng and the others. Clearly, that demonic energy was the energy that could make Lin Feng and the others fall into a dreamland. In fact, Lin Feng was extremely worried that the daytime pill would be useless. This was because he had never seen the daytime pill before and knew its effects. Lin Feng heard it from the Silver Fox Demon Sage. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This was because the Monarch Lord wanted them to sleep, but he failed. Lin Feng and the others didn't feel sleepy at all. Clearly, it was the effect of the daytime pill. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. How is this possible? Seeing that Lin Feng and the others were still awake, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's face suddenly changed. Ha 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 ha. Great Dream Emperor Lord. It seems that your divine ability has no effect on us. You won't be able to escape today. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Great Dream Emperor Lord's divine ability was ineffective. In that case, the threat she posed to Lin Feng was greatly reduced. Even if I can't put you to sleep against you, it's still a piece of cake. Great Dream Emperor Lord's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. She looked at Lin Feng and the others as if she was looking at dead people. With a wave of her hand, countless formation runes in the entire palace suddenly came to life. The formation runes vibrated violently. This palace was not simple. With so many formation runes combined, it could cause great lethality. Great Dream Emperor Lord's methods were very powerful. Perhaps she knew that she was slightly lacking in combat strength, so she built such a powerful palace. If there was an emergency, she could use the formation in the palace to launch an attack. As a result, her cultivation base and the power of the formation were enough to deal with all kinds of situations. TSK, your formation skills are really good. However, Great Dream Emperor Lord, I'm afraid you've miscalculated today. Against others, the formation is powerful enough to show enough lethality, but if you want to use it against me, it's completely impossible. Lin Feng suddenly sneered. As the successor of the Heavenly Master's lineage, Lin Feng was naturally very confident in his methods. Shameless boasting. Great Dream Emperor Lord sneered. The Great Dream Empress sneered. She was also extremely confident in her own means. Under her control, the powerful formation runes all rushed toward Lin Feng and the others. Many cultivators could not help but show a horrified expression. Great Dream Emperor Lord's attack. It was really too powerful. Everyone was shocked. Their minds were shocked. However, Lin Feng was still very calm. When it came to competing with formations, Lin Feng had never been afraid of anyone. Lin Feng began to use the heaven seizing technique. When the heaven seizing technique was activated, the formation runes that were rushing toward Lin Feng and the others suddenly stopped in midair. Great Dream Emperor Lord tried her best to control the formation runes to attack Lin Feng and the others, but no matter how hard she tried, the formation runes, they did not move an inch. Shock. Shock. Disbelief. You can really control my formation, Great Dream Emperor Lord said. Great Dream Emperor Lord looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. She wanted to know how Lin Feng did it. Of course. Lin Feng smiled icily. He released all sorts of deployment marks towards the Great Dream Emperor. Attack. Then, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful magic treasures and attacked the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Seeing Lin Feng take action, Emperor Jiuyan, the three-headed viper, and the 55 sage emperors also took action and attacked the Great Dream Emperor Lord. All kinds of powerful magic treasures and mystiques gathered together, forming a long river of attacks that drowned the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Great Dream Emperor Lord's face was extremely ugly. Great Dream Emperor Lord took out a powerful magic treasure. It was a mysterious pagoda. The pagoda shone down rays of divine light that protected the Great Dream Emperor Lord. When all kinds of earth-shattering attacks came crashing down, they were all blocked by the divine light that came down from the pagoda. This surprised Lin Feng. The Great Dream Emperor Lord's magic treasure was really powerful. It seemed that it would not be easy to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. However, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared for this. He naturally knew that it was unrealistic to take down the Great Dream Emperor Lord in a short time. Lin Feng set up a great formation and sealed the entire hall. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was now a turtle in a jar. Huff 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 huff, the three-headed viper began to spit out poison to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. The three-headed viper's poison was extremely powerful. The poison's penetrative power was extremely terrifying. The defensive light shield outside the Great Dream Emperor Lord was completely enveloped by the poisonous mist. The poisonous mist from the three-headed viper began to corrode the defensive light shield. The defensive power of the light shield protecting the Great Dream Emperor Lord was getting weaker and weaker. In addition, the Great Dream Emperor Lord had to withstand the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. The defensive light shield was gradually losing its support. If Lin Feng was alone, the Great Dream Imperial Emperor's cultivation level was extremely high. Even though she wasn't particularly good at fighting in the real world, she was convinced that she could easily crush Lin Feng. However, that was not the case. Lin Feng was not alone. Lin Feng had 2 great emperors and 55 saint emperors by his side. The Great Dream Emperor Lord could not fight against so many. How could one person fight against so many people like Lin Feng? Therefore, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's situation was getting worse. The Great Dream Emperor Lord knew that once the defensive light shield was broken, she would be in grave danger. The Great Dream Emperor Lord looked at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, "I can apologize to you for what happened before. Why do we have to hurt each other? Why don't we both take a step back?" Take a step back? You want to take a step back now? Sorry, this young master has no such intention. This young master has taken a liking to you. I must take you as my personal maid, Lin Feng said indifferently. Emperor Jiuyan chuckled and said, "The Great Dream Emperor Lord is afraid of everyone. Only a talent like the young master can conquer the Great Dream Emperor Lord." Shameless. The Great Dream Emperor Lord naturally understood the double meaning in Emperor Jiuyan's words and cursed. Emperor Jiuyan said with a smile, "Great Dream Emperor Lord, you have the young master's favor. This is the good fortune you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. How can you be so ignorant? You don't know your own good fortune." The Great Dream Emperor Lord's expression was extremely ugly. She could no longer be bothered to scold Emperor Jiuyan. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk Lin Feng and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. In the end, the defensive light shield of the Great Dream Emperor Lord's defensive pagoda could not withstand the attacks from Lin Feng and the others. Asterisk crack crack. Asterisk the cracks on the defensive light shield became more and more severe. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the end, following a violent explosion, the defensive light barrier directly exploded. The river of attacks from Lin Feng and the others exuded a power that could destroy heaven and earth as it blasted toward the Great Dream Emperor Lord. The Great Dream Emperor Lord used the divine ability Stellar Transposition in an attempt to neutralize the attacks from Lin Feng and the others. However, it failed in the end. The divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng and the others. Then, suppress him. Lin Feng stepped forward and opened his hand. Instantly, dense runes interweaved in the void and pressed down on the Great Dream Empress. Lin Feng's great suppression art was extremely powerful. Once it was used, it could erupt with unimaginable power. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly, the great suppression art was even more powerful. The Great Dream Empress had just been sent flying. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for her to resist Lin Feng's great suppression art. The dense runes interweaved to form the word suppress. Then, it pressed down on the Great Dream Empress's body. Suddenly, the Great Dream Empress could not move. You. The Great Dream Empress's expression changed drastically. Now that she was suppressed by Lin Feng, her heart sank to the bottom. Hee, Great Dream Empress. It seems like you are destined to be my personal maid. Lin Feng reached out and pinched the Great Dream Empress's tender cheeks. Get your dirty hands off me. The Great Dream Empress screamed. Lin Feng said, You have quite a temper. Now that you have become my prisoner, don't you think it's unbelievable? You must have never thought that you would end up like this, right? The Great Dream Empress's expression was extremely ugly. She said in a deep voice, Every place has its own rules. You killed Emperor Yinglong, and now you have subdued Emperor Jiuyan. If you attack me now, what will the other emperors think? Have you thought about the consequences? The other emperors will definitely attack you. If you let me go now, we can work together. I can let you gradually devour the other emperors. TSK, you are really willing to do anything for yourself. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Every man for himself. The Great Dream Empress said. One had to admit that this woman had the temperament of an ambitious person. Unfortunately, she was a woman and her combat strength in the real world was not particularly strong. Otherwise, this woman would definitely become an overlord of a region. Lin Feng pinched the snow-white chin of the Great Dream Emperor and said, As for the rest of the Emperor Lords, I will naturally subdue them as well. But you. I won't let you off so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng reached out and gently tapped the Great Dream Emperor Lord's forehead. All of a sudden, a powerful force of purification gushed into the mind of the Great Dream Emperor. The purifying power vibrated the void and emitted a power that could distort time and space. It was terrifying to the extreme. A powerful strength penetrated into the Great Dream Great Emperor's brain. Lin Feng wanted to convert him. Actually, Lin Feng really wanted to subdue the Great Dream Great Emperor because she could enter other people's dreams. She was terrifyingly strong. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was almost invincible in other people's dreams. In addition to entering other people's dreams, she could also make others quickly fall asleep. These methods. It was abnormally heaven-defying. If he could subdue the Great Dream Emperor Lord, then, the Great Dream Emperor Lord would definitely become Lin Feng's right-hand man. Don't even think about converting me. The Great Dream Emperor Lord screamed in anger. Lin Feng discovered that there was a powerful magic treasure in the mind of the Great Dream Emperor Lord. That magic treasure was a pitch-black bowl. Of course, it might not be a bowl. Just by looking at the shape, it did look like a bowl. That magic treasure was very strange and could emit an extremely terrifying devouring power. That devouring power was enough to cause one's expression to change. The purifying power that gushed into the mind of the Great Dream Emperor Lord, it was actually devoured by the bowl-type magic treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw that treasure. It was too strange. No matter how much purifying power it produced. But in the end, it was still devoured by the bowl-type magic treasure of the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This magic treasure was somewhat similar to Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. This is my natal magic treasure, the heaven-devouring bowl, which I forged with the heaven-devouring stone. I obtained the forging method of this magic treasure from a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. With the heaven-devouring bowl protecting me, you can't convert me at all. The Great Dream Emperor Lord said. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect the Great Dream Emperor Lord to have obtained something from his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng said, "Do you know who the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is?" "Let me tell you, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is my ancestor." "The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is your ancestor?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord was shocked. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Now it seems that we have some relationship. If you take the initiative to recognize me as your master, I can make you my concubine. How about it?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord's face darkened. She quickly rejected Lin Feng's proposal. "I'd rather die than recognize you as my master. Anyway, you can't convert me. Why don't we both take a step back?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord said. This woman was more scheming. Her soul was hiding in the heaven-devouring bowl, so she had nothing to fear. Hee hee. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng sneered. Then, he summoned a supreme treasure to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This supreme treasure was the heaven-devouring jar passed down by his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The heaven-devouring bowl was naturally inferior to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring bowl was a forging method casually written down by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The heaven-devouring jar, on the other hand, was a natal magic treasure that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had painstakingly forged. The heaven-devouring jar flew into the Great Dream Emperor Lord's mind and released a terrifying pressure. That terrifying aura directly pressed down on the sky-devouring bowl. The heaven-devouring bowl trembled violently when it sensed the terrifying aura of the heaven-devouring jar. It was like a low-level beast encountering a high-level beast and being suppressed by the high-level beast to the point that it did not dare to resist. Now, the heaven-devouring bowl was in such a situation. It was suppressed to the point that it did not dare to resist. It kept trembling. It kept trembling. It kept trembling. The heaven-devouring bowl emitted a devouring power. It also disappeared into thin air. Lin Feng's power of conversion surged into the heaven-devouring bowl and found the Great Dream Emperor Lord's soul. The power of conversion. It began to convert the Great Dream Emperor Lord's soul. "No, I can't accept this," the Great Dream Emperor Lord screamed in horror and began to resist Lin Feng's conversion. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not resist the erosion of the power of conversion. As time passed, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, she stopped struggling. There was a serene look on her face. "Manger greets master." The Great Dream Emperor Lord bowed to Lin Feng. Of the 7 Emperor Lords of the Dark Ancient Forest, Emperor Jiuyan and Great Dream Emperor Lord had already been subdued by Lin Feng. Only the Black Turtle Ancestor, Emperor Yunzhe, Emperor Shuiwang, Emperor Divine Monkey, and Emperor Depeng were left. These 6 Emperor Lords were extremely powerful and each had their own domain of expertise. Some controlled the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, some controlled destruction, some controlled the Blood Sea, some controlled the space and speed Dao, and some controlled the transformation Dao. All of these Daos had their own wonders. If Lin Feng could subdue these Emperor Lords, it would be a huge help. Lin Feng's goal was simple. He wanted to build a huge force and establish a foothold in the Great Sage World. If possible, it would be best to destroy the Sacred War Alliance. If it wasn't for the Sacred War Alliance, the 9 states wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Many of his old friends and fellow sect members wouldn't have died so tragically. Therefore, Lin Feng hated the Sacred War Alliance. If there was a chance to destroy the Sacred War Alliance, Lin Feng wouldn't miss it. Of course, Lin Feng needed to continue accumulating his strength. If he wanted to deal with the Black Turtle Ancestor, Emperor Yunzhe, Emperor Shuiwang, Emperor Divine Monkey, and Emperor Depeng, he needed a strategy. These 5 Emperor Lords, Lin Feng planned to deal with the Black Turtle Ancestor last because the Black Turtle Ancestor was too powerful. It was not an easy task to defeat the old Master Black Tortoise. Emperor Depeng controlled the space and speed Dao, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him either. Therefore, he should be dealt with later. And he had to think of a foolproof plan. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng decided to go and fight against Emperor Yunzhe first, because Emperor Yunzhe was closer to Great Dream's territory. News of the Great Dream Emperor's matter hadn't spread yet, so now was the best time to act. If he waited until news of the Great Dream Emperor's matter spread before dealing with the other Emperor Lords, the other Emperor Lords might join forces. If those Emperor Lords joined forces, it would be troublesome. It would be a huge threat to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng brought the Great Dream Emperor, the three-headed viper, Emperor Jiuyan, and 80 Emperor Lords to Emperor Yunzhe's territory. Among the 80 emperors, 25 of them were subordinates of the Great Dream Emperor. But now, those people had already become Lin Feng's subordinates, and all of them had pledged their loyalty to him. He was extremely loyal to Lin Feng. That night, Lin Feng and the others went to Emperor Yunzhe's core area. This was a huge lake called Yunzhe Lake. Monarch Yunzhe's Yunzhe Imperial Palace was built in the depths of the lake. The lake was surrounded by patrolling beast cultivators. The Great Dream Empress began to chant an incantation. Lord Emperor Emperors Emperors Emperor S's Emperor S very soon. The patrolling beast cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. Some of them fell into the forest, while others sank into the lake and fell asleep. There should be many powerful beast cultivators in Yunzhe Lake. Can you make them fall asleep as well? Lin Feng asked. Of course, no problem. Dream Emperor nodded. Then, Dream Emperor continued to chant the incantation. This time, the incantation was much more complicated than before. After all, the creatures in the depths of Yunzhe Lake were further away from everyone. It was naturally more difficult to deal with them. The methods of the Great Dream Emperor Lord could be described as miraculous. After the Great Dream Emperor Lord finished his incantation, the creatures inside the Cloud Pool Lake all fell asleep. This method was indeed powerful. But this was the innate talent of the Great Dream Emperor. Others couldn't be envious. It seemed that subduing the Great Dream Emperor was indeed an extremely crucial step. Young Master, we can now enter the depths of the Yunzhe Lake, but I didn't do anything to Monarch Yunzhe, it's too far away. Monarch Yunzhe's cultivation is too strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep at such a distance. When we reach the Yunzhe Imperial Palace, I'll deal with Monarch Yunzhe. Dream Emperor said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded and directly used the Tao of Space, using the Great Space Shift. Lin Feng directly swept up all the cultivators. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. The next time they appeared, they were already outside Yunzhe Palace. Great Dream Monarch Lord began to cast a secret technique, hoping to put Monarch Yunzhe into a deep sleep, but he failed. Emperor Yunzhe was transformed from a divine beast and had the bloodline of a divine beast protecting him. He directly sensed Dream Emperor's hypnosis. The hypnosis failed. He knows we're here. Dream Emperor looked at Lin Feng and said. Attack! Shouted Lin Feng. With a wave of his hand, the door of Yunzhe Palace collapsed. Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed into Yunzhe Palace. Dream Emperor. What is the meaning of this? Emperor Yunzhe looked at Dream Emperor with a gloomy expression. He didn't have any grudges with Dream Emperor. You're colluding. Soon, Dream Emperor saw Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Naturally, he recognized Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Lin Feng smiled and said, Emperor Yunzhe. Now, the Nine-Eyed Emperor Lord and Great Dream Emperor Lord have already submitted to me. I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to submit to me. Or be converted by me. Emperor Yunzhe's expression was gloomy, and he waved his hand. Numerous jade talismans appeared, and Monarch Yunzhe took them out. Rumble, the jade talismans exploded. Lin Feng and the others quickly moved back to avoid the explosion of the talisman. Lin Feng and the others quickly moved back to avoid the explosion. Monarch Yunzhe, on the other hand, quickly rushed outside in an attempt to escape. Emperor Yunzhe, you won't be able to escape. The group chased after him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. Lin Feng waved his hand, and countless runes were activated. The runes emitted a power that could distort time and space. These runes were originally Emperor Yunzhe's defensive formation, but now that Lin Feng was controlling them, Lin Feng had activated them and trapped Emperor Yunzhe. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng. The group attacked Emperor Yunzhe together. Emperor Yunzhe used all his treasures and skills, but he only managed to block a few dozen attacks before he was defeated by Lin Feng and the others. "Submit to me and you'll obtain eternal life." "Ah, you want to convert me? I won't let you succeed," Emperor Yunzhe roared and struggled, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng's conversion. Lin Feng's control of the Great Tao was too strong, especially the Great Purification technique. Lin Feng had cultivated it to the point of perfection. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to resist such a powerful divine ability. "Now, it's no longer a matter of whether you let me succeed or not. Instead, it's a matter of you being unable to resist my purification." Lin Feng looked at Emperor Yunzhe indifferently. The power of great purification made it difficult for Emperor Yunzhe to resist Lin Feng's conversion. In the end, the great power of purification invaded Monarch Yunzhe's soul, and he no longer struggled. His eyes were filled with reverence. "Yunzhe." "Greetings, Master." Emperor Yunzhe bowed to Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha. Great, Emperor Yunzhe. You'll definitely soar in the future if you follow me." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Next, Lin Feng integrated the power under Emperor Yunzhe's control. Emperor Yunzhe had a total of 23 sage emperors under him. These sage emperors were the ones Lin Feng valued. Lin Feng quickly asked Emperor Yunzhe to gather these people, and they all swore loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng then led them to the Bloodwing Emperor's territory. 2 days later, they arrived at the Bloodwing Emperor's territory. At this moment, it was still daytime. However, the Great Dream Emperor's methods were extraordinary. He could hypnotize people regardless of day or night. The cultivators under the Bloodwing Emperor's command all fell asleep. The Bloodwing Emperor's methods were extremely shocking. It was too difficult to make the Bloodwing Emperor fall into a slumber. It wasn't difficult for the Great Dream Emperor to enter the Bloodwing Emperor's dreamscape, but Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. They surrounded the Bloodwing Emperor Lord's Bloodwing Emperor Hall. The Bloodwing Emperor was naturally alarmed. When he saw so many people coming together, his expression became extremely gloomy. "Great Dream Empress. You've come here and hypnotized my subordinates. What exactly do you want?" The Bloodwing Emperor Lord asked in a deep voice. Great Dream Monarch Lord said, "Bloodwing Monarch, my young master intends to recruit you. Coming here this time. I'm here to recruit you." "Your young master? When did you become someone else's slave?" The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's expression changed slightly. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was a terrifying existence. Now that he had been subdued by someone, this was no small matter. Furthermore, the most hair-raising thing was the presence of Emperor Jiuyan, Emperor Yunzhe, Lin Feng, and the three-headed viper. These were all terrifying existences. Could they all be subordinates of that mysterious young master? Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, the person that the Great Dream Emperor is talking about is me." "What? It's you?" The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's face was instantly filled with shock. He had not expected Lin Feng to be the Great Dream Emperor Lord's master. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Even though Lin Feng had killed Imperial Leader Ying long before, Lin Feng had killed him. In the Bloodwing Emperor Lord's opinion, the difference in strength between Emperor Ying Long and the Great Dream Emperor Lord was like heaven and earth. How had Lin Feng subdued the Great Dream Emperor Lord? The Bloodwing Emperor Lord could not figure it out. Moreover, the Bloodwing Emperor Lord realized that Emperor Jiuyan, Emperor Yunzhe, and the three-headed viper were very respectful to Lin Feng. Could it be, Emperor Jiuyan, Emperor Yunzhe, and the three-headed viper had all been subdued by Lin Feng? It was a young cultivator of the human race. Subduing 4 Emperor Lords, this kind of thing was really like seeing a ghost. Lin Feng looked at the Bloodwing Emperor Lord and said, "Bloodwing Emperor Lord. Make an oath now. Swear allegiance to me. In the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. If you don't know what's good for you, then I can only edify you." The Bloodwing Emperor Lord naturally knew the meaning of the word edify. He naturally did not want to be edified by Lin Feng. If he was edified by Lin Feng, when the time came, he would completely become Lin Feng's slave and lose himself. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's expression was uncertain. Lin Feng did not make a move immediately. He planned to give the Bloodwing Emperor Lord some time to think. All right. I, Bloodwing, am willing to recognize you as my master. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord gritted his teeth and finally decided to submit to Lin Feng. The situation in front of him, to him, there was no other choice. Lin Feng had successfully subdued the Bloodwing Emperor Lord. After a short rest, the group headed to the Divine Monkey Emperor's territory. Lin Feng had subdued the Divine Monkey Great Imperial Emperor with similar methods. Then, they headed to the Great Rock Emperor's territory. The Great Rock Emperor's subordinates were all hypnotized by the Great Dream Emperor and fell into a deep sleep. The Great Rock Emperor resisted the hypnosis. Lin Feng and the rest surrounded the Great Rock Emperor. Great Rock Emperor, submit to me. I guarantee that you will recreate the supreme glory of your Great Rock ancestors in the future. Lin Feng looked at the Great Rock Emperor and said. The Great Rock Emperor said, I'm used to being free. I don't intend to serve anyone. Humph. Great Rock Emperor. My master is trying to persuade you. He promises great benefits. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Emperor Jiuyan said coldly. The Great Rock Emperor said indifferently, you want to be a slave, but I don't want to be a slave. Don't force your thoughts on me. Great Rock Emperor. Since you're so stubborn, I can only edify you. Lin Feng said indifferently. He waved his hand. Emperor Jiuyan. Great Dream Emperor. Emperor Yunzhe. Divine Monkey Emperor. Bloodwing Emperor. Three-Headed Viper. The 6 Emperor-level experts all rushed towards Emperor Jiuyan. You guys are indeed powerful. But if I want to leave, you can't keep me here. The Great Rock Emperor sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the Great Rock Emperor began to distort. Layers of space appeared and overlapped with each other. The Great Dream Emperor and the other 6 Emperor-level experts were all blocked outside by the overlapping space. They couldn't get close to the Great Rock Emperor at all. This was the Tao of space that the Great Rock Emperor controlled. The Great Rock Emperor's voice came out, Kid. I will tell the Black Turtle Ancestor about your matter. The Black Turtle Ancestor has a powerful network. When the time comes, the Black Turtle Ancestor will deal with you. Tell the Black Turtle Ancestor? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He took a step forward and instantly passed through the overlapping space, arriving in front of the Great Rock Emperor. Next, Lin Feng punched towards the Great Rock Emperor. The Great Rock Emperor didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to pass through the overlapping space and arrive beside him. He hastily attacked and exchanged a punch with Lin Feng. Next. Not good, Emperor Dapeng's expression turned ugly. He had just been sent flying when he was struck by a thunderous attack. The 6 emperors had been waiting for a long time. When Emperor Dapeng was sent flying by Lin Feng, their attacks were already ready. Emperor Dapeng quickly executed a powerful mystique to block the attacks. However, the Great Rock Emperor was still sent flying. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block the attacks of so many people. Emperor Dapeng and the others suppressed Emperor Dapeng. Lin Feng walked out of the overlapping void and looked at Emperor Dapeng with a smile. Emperor Dapeng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me. I'm willing to submit to you, sir. Please give me another chance. Emperor Dapeng begged for mercy. He didn't want to be converted, but Lin Feng didn't intend to give him another chance. There's only one chance, and you have already missed it. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Dapeng indifferently. Then, he tapped on Emperor Dapeng's forehead. A powerful conversion force surged into Emperor Dapeng's mind. Emperor Dapeng struggled for a while, but he was converted by Lin Feng in the end. Greetings, sir. Emperor Dapeng bowed to Lin Feng. You may rise, Lin Feng waved his hand. Lin Feng now had 7 Emperor-level experts under his command. As for Sage Emperor-level experts, there were more than 150 of them. In the ancient gloomy forest, only Ancestor Xianxia hadn't been subdued. Ancestor Xianxia was the strongest existence. He used to be the absolute overlord of the ancient gloomy forest. If they wanted to deal with this old thing, they couldn't be so blind. Ancestor Xianxia is a lecherous man. We can set up a formation first and use a honey trap to lure him out of Turtle Deity Island. We can deal with him outside. Emperor Jiuyan said. That's a good idea, but who should we send to lure Ancestor Xianxia out? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Monarch Yunzhe said, Young master, I have a trusted subordinate here. She's a beautiful snake, and every move she makes can charm everyone. Why don't we send her? Oh? Tell her to come see me. Lin Feng said. Yes. Monarch Yunzhe quickly passed down the order. Not long after, the snake woman arrived. This snake woman called herself Demon Snake Fairy. Her figure was graceful, and she was charming. She had a beautiful face that could charm all living things. With just a glance at this woman, one would be deeply attracted to her. This snake woman didn't even know why she had come here. After seeing so many emperor-level experts, she couldn't help but feel nervous. This servant greets young master. Demonic Snake Fairy hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. In the eyes of the demonic snake fairy, Lin Feng was filled with mystery. Other than mystery, there was also endless majesty. So many emperor-level experts had been subdued by Lin Feng. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng said, Demonic Snake Fairy. Raise your head and let me take a good look at you. Hearing this, the demonic snake fairy was overjoyed. She had thought that Lin Feng was interested in her because of her beauty. If she followed Lin Feng, then from then on, she would become a phoenix and soar into the sky. Thinking of this, the demonic snake fairy was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. The demonic snake fairy raised her head. Lin Feng carefully looked at the demonic snake fairy. She was indeed a charming beauty. There would be no problem with her completing the mission. That old man Ancestor Xianxia was old but not old at heart. Lin Feng said, I'll give you a mission now. Go to Turtle Deity Island and seduce Ancestor Xianxia. Then, lure him to the mountain range 100 miles northwest of Turtle Deity Island. If you can complete this mission, there will be a great reward. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the demonic snake fairy felt a little disappointed. She had thought that Lin Feng had taken a fancy to her. Only now did she know that Lin Feng didn't take a fancy to her. He had only given her a mission. The demonic snake fairy naturally knew that Lin Feng wanted to subdue all the emperor lords in the ancient gloomy forest. Now, the 6 emperor lords had already been subdued by Lin Feng. Only Ancestor Xianxia had not been subdued by Lin Feng. If she subdued Ancestor Xianxia, then the ancient gloomy forest would completely become Lin Feng's territory. If she could really lure Ancestor Xianxia out this time, it would definitely be a great merit. Moreover, this Lin Gongzi had also said that there would be a great reward. Thinking of this, the demonic snake fairy's disappointed mood was swept away. She hurriedly said, Yes, this servant will definitely complete young master's mission. Lin Feng said, When the time comes, someone will inform you when to lure Ancestor Xianxia out. Let's take action now. Demonic Snake Fairy, you go to Turtle Deity Island. The rest of you, follow me to the agreed mountain range to set up the array. Yes, young master. Everyone obeyed. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the nameless mountain range. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the array. He planned to set up 8 array cores. The cores of these 8 array cores were each guarded by a position of the innate 8 trigrams diagram. Then, Lin Feng, the 3-headed viper, Emperor Jiuyan, Great Dream Emperor Lord, Blood Wing Emperor Lord, Great Rock Emperor Lord, Cloud Pool Emperor Lord, Divine Monkey Emperor Lord respectively guarded the 8 array cores. At the same time, Lin Feng set up the Immortal Execution Array, Xianpin Array and dozens of other offensive arrays on top of the 8 trigrams diagram. Although Ancestor Xianxia was powerful, but Lin Feng and the rest worked together, with the help of many holy emperors. Combined with such a powerful array, it was not impossible to suppress Ancestor Xianxia. Lin Feng spent half a month to finish setting up the array. After the array was set up, Lin Feng ordered Bloodwing Emperor Lord to personally contact Demon Snake Fairy. Let Demon Snake Fairy take action. Every Emperor Lord would have a few Holy Emperor-level experts to help them control the array. Not long after, Bloodwing Emperor Lord returned. Young master, I've already sent the message to Demon Snake Fairy. I reckon that it won't be long before Demon Snake Fairy will lure that old fogey ancestor Xianxia over. Bloodwing Emperor Lord said. Alright, return to your position. Lin Feng said. Yes. Young master. The Bloodwing Emperor replied. He then returned to his position. 2 hours later. As expected, Demon Snake Fairy and Ancestor Xianxia flew over from afar. During this period of time, Demon Snake Fairy had completely captivated Ancestor Xianxia. Today, the Demon Snake Fairy told the Black Turtle Ancestor that she had found an immortal medicine some time ago. She had been waiting for the immortal medicine to mature before she went to pick it. Now, the immortal medicine should have matured. However, the immortal medicine was guarded by a powerful vicious beast. She could not defeat the vicious beast alone. Then, Demon Snake Fairy asked Ancestor Xianxia for help. Ancestor Xianxia agreed without even thinking. The two of them entered the mountain range. Swoosh, after entering the formation, Demon Snake Fairy quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Patriarch Black Turtle did not stop Demon Snake Fairy. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is interesting. So many of you have set up a formation here. What are you trying to do to me?" The ancestor of the Black Tortoise was extremely strong. He had surprisingly sensed Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others had hidden themselves very well. They did not show themselves at all. Yet, they were still discovered. This showed how powerful Patriarch Black Turtle was. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Patriarch Black Turtle. As expected of the strongest existence in the ancient forest of gloom. There is only one reason for me to lure you here." "What is it?" Patriarch Black Turtle asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I plan to subdue Patriarch Black Turtle for my use." "Does the Black Turtle Patriarch agree? You want to subdue me?" "I'm sorry. I've always been an idle person. I have no interest in joining anyone," Patriarch Black Turtle said. "Perhaps you have no other choice." "Patriarch Black Turtle, I owe you a favor. You helped me take care of the Bai sisters. So, if you take the initiative to join me, naturally, I will think highly of you," Lin Feng said. Patriarch Black Turtle said calmly, "I don't need others to think highly of me. I'm living a carefree life now." Lin Feng said, "The world has changed. Patriarch Black Turtle, your cultivation base may be extraordinary, but it will be harder than ascending to heaven if you want to survive this calamity. Only by joining me and being under my protection will you be able to survive. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Patriarch Black Turtle said calmly, "If I die, then I die. I've lived enough anyway." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This old turtle was really a pain in the ass. He was stubborn. Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to attack you. Attack." Lin Feng waved his hand and gave the order. In an instant, everyone's powers were channeled into the formation. These formations. They were all activated. Meanwhile, large amounts of immortal stones began to burn. After the immortal stones were burned, all of their energy was poured into the array. It provided powerful energy for the operation of the formation. Boom! Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged out. One by one, the great formations unleashed extremely powerful attacks. The tyrannical attacks unleashed by the formations were simply earth-shattering as they blasted towards Ancestor Xianxia. Ancestor Xianxia did not dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful attack. The Black Tortoise Ancestor waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge hammer appeared in the Black Tortoise Ancestor's hand. That giant hammer was called the Hammer of Heaven. Its power was extremely terrifying. Once it was activated, it was said that it could destroy the heavens. That's how the Hammer of Heaven got its name. The Black Tortoise Patriarch held the Hammer of Heaven in his hand and smashed it in all directions. Bang! A hammer smashed through the sky. Bang! He smashed the ground with his hammer. Bang! Shattering an immortal with a single hammer strike. Bang! Destroying a god with a single hammer strike. The power of the Hammer of Heaven erupted. It was truly powerful to the extreme, causing people to be shocked and moved. Even the void was smashed. And the attacks of many great formations were all broken by the hammer of heaven. Powerful. 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 It was really too powerful. The hammer of heaven coupled with an expert like Ancestor Xianxia could unleash unimaginable power. Now. The power of the hammer of heaven made Lin Feng and the others feel extremely shocked. Hee hee. Kid. Even if you gathered so many emperors to deal with me, I'm afraid you're still far from it. Ancestor Xianxia laughed loudly. Bang. 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 Following that, Ancestor Xianxia smashed out 4 more times in a row. The great formation was broken by Ancestor Xianxia. Then, Ancestor Xianxia rushed out of the great formation. This old man floated in midair and looked in the direction of Demon Snake Fairy. He shouted at Demon Snake Fairy, "Demon Snake Fairy, your figure is great. You're so beautiful. If you've thought it through, you're welcome to come to Turtle Deity Island to find me again." After Ancestor Xianxia finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng and the others flew out of the great formation. Emperor Jiuyan asked, "Young master, should we chase after him?" Lin Feng said, "Forget it. This Ancestor Xianxia is too powerful. If we want to take him down, I'm afraid we'll lose a lot of people. That's not worth it. Let him be. As long as he doesn't get in our way, we don't need to care about him." "Yes." Emperor Jiuyan and the others answered. Soon, a large palace was built in the gloomy ancient forest. The main palace was called the Supreme Palace. This was Lin Feng's place of cultivation. The great Dream Emperor Lord's primordial Yin was still there. The primordial Yin of an expert of this level would definitely have unimaginable uses. If he could obtain this primordial Yin, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng planned to dual cultivate with the great Dream Emperor Lord. The great Dream Emperor Lord had long known that such a day would come. Therefore, she was already mentally prepared. After cultivating, Lin Feng and the great Dream Emperor Lord both benefited greatly. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began to refine the yin and yang energy in their bodies. As the majestic energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's cultivation level also began to rise steadily. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. As expected of the great Dream Emperor's primordial yin, it was really too powerful. It actually raised his cultivation level by 2 levels. Lin Feng glanced at the great Dream Emperor Lord. She was still cultivating. Lin Feng did not disturb her. After Lin Feng finished cultivating, Meng Tianli and the others from the Immemorial sect brought the jade token that released the endless ghost sand and came to the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Eastern Emperor Bell floated in midair. Golden light surged, and the Eastern Emperor Bell transformed into a middle-aged cultivator in a golden robe. "Did you bring the token?" The Eastern Emperor Bell transformed into a cultivator asked. "Of course," Meng Tianli said. Light flashed in his hand, and a jade token appeared. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bell looked at the jade token with a burning gaze. The other living beings in the endless ghost sand also looked at the jade tablet with excitement. "Everyone, please don't act rashly. If you dare to act rashly, I'll have to destroy this jade token. If that's the case, the Lord will never be able to come out," Meng Tianli threatened. The middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell personally led a group of people to meet the Lord. Apart from Meng Tianli and the others from the Immemorial sect, there were also some allies from the Immemorial sect. For example, the experts from the Godly Saber sect and the Black Fog tribe. These major forces had joined forces to reap some benefits. Lin Feng did not know the situation here. If he did, he would probably scold Meng Bingling. Previously, in order to win his trust, this woman lied to Lin Feng and said that she would bring the jade pendant back to the tribe and destroy it. Lin Feng thought that Meng Bingling was a woman who knew the big picture. However, he later found out that it was all a lie. Now that these people had brought the jade pendant to meet the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand, it seemed that the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was about to be released. It was hard to imagine what would happen after the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was released. The group of people came to the deepest abyss of the Endless Ghost Sand. They did not enter the abyss but stopped outside. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor bowed and said, "My lord. The person with the token has arrived. We want to meet the Lord." Boom! At this moment, endless demonic light rushed out from the abyss. Within the demonic light, a blurry figure appeared. The figure was graceful and moving. It was actually a woman. The endless ghost sand. That peerless and terrifying lord was actually a woman. This was too inconceivable. The woman's figure was very illusory. It was obvious that it was just a shadow and not her real body. "What do you want?" The woman looked at Meng Tianli and the others. Her voice was very ethereal and pleasant to the ears. It was hard to imagine that such an existence was the lord of the endless ghost sand. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. "I heard that the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand has the 3,000 secret techniques of ascension. We want a few secret techniques of ascension," Meng Tianli said. "Of course. I can teach you some secret techniques of ascension now, but you have to give me the jade pendant," the woman said. "Hee. We have to get the secret techniques of ascension first, then leave the endless ghost sand before we can give you the jade pendant," Meng Tianli said. "It seems like you don't believe me." "I won't lie to you," the woman said. "You are the master of the boundless ghost sand. With how powerful you are, it's only natural that you would disdain lying to us. However, it's better to be careful." "There's nothing wrong with being careful," Meng Tianli continued. "You're right. Alright, I'll agree to your request." Tianli and the others. Meng Tianli and the others of the Endless Ghost Sand were the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand to be so of the Endless Ghost Sand. These people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that because they had been imprisoned for too long, they couldn't wait to get out of here? Bingling Emperor Jades, God. And the Meng-Tu's Ghosty, sex group Lord S sect. Meng sect Ming demon sex Ming sect S Meng Tianli and the others took a closer look, and their eyes lit up. S2's S of Ascension. Ha 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 ha, we've finally obtained the Ascension technique. Meng Tianli and the others burst out laughing. They were extremely excited. Anyone who obtained the Ascension technique would be as excited as Meng Tianli and the others. "You can leave now," the woman said. Meng Tianli said. Hee. Apart from the Ascension technique, we have something else that we would like to take a look at. The middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell said angrily. "You should be satisfied after obtaining something. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Don't go overboard." The woman waved her hand, indicating for the middle-aged cultivator to calm down. She then looked at Meng Tianli and the others and asked, "What else do you want to take a look at?" Meng Tianli said. "I heard that before you were sealed, you were an existence that shocked both ancient and modern times. You even entered the world inside the door of everlasting life and obtained the art of everlasting life. I wonder if the rumor is true," the woman said. "It's true. I obtained the art of everlasting life, but the art of everlasting life is both real and fake. Even I can't tell what's real and what's fake. Hee, we don't care if it's real or fake. We just want to take a look at it. Pass the art of everlasting life to us," Meng Tianli said. The woman ran her fingers through her hair and said, "You guys are really pushing your luck. Master, let me kill these people," the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell said. "Humph. If your excellency dares to act rashly, then I can destroy this token at any time," Meng Tianli said coldly. He had been holding the jade token in his hand, so he was fearless. "You," the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell's face darkened. He was intimidated by Meng Tianli's threat. He did not dare to act recklessly. Besides, his master did not give any orders. "The art of everlasting life. I can't let you take a look at it," the woman said. "If that's the case, we won't give you the jade token," Meng Tianli threatened. "You're not keeping your promise." The woman raised her eyebrows and said. "You've only fulfilled part of our request, not all of it. How can you say that we're not keeping our promise?" Meng Tianli sneered. "I haven't fought for a long time," the woman said. After she said that, she stretched out her hand and pointed at the void. Then, the bodies of Meng Tianli and the others were directly imprisoned. Meng Tianli and the others didn't even have the ability to move. Although the woman was just a shadow, she was unimaginably terrifying. Meng Tianli and the others were terrified. Mercy! Mercy! You said you'll let us go, Meng Tianli and the others begged for mercy. The woman said, I did say that I'll let you go. Moreover, I always keep my words. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? Actually, I'm grateful that you found this jade token. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you. However, you guys don't know what's good for you. You're pushing your luck. We're wrong. We'll leave now, Meng Tianli and the others begged for mercy. Go and repent in hell. The woman said coldly. A demonic light flashed in her eyes. Then, Meng Tianli and the others' bodies burned. In the blink of an eye, the group of experts was reduced to ashes, and the jade tablet flew towards the woman. The woman toyed with the jade pendant, a smile appearing on her face. This jade pendant was the key to her escape. Now, she had finally obtained this jade pendant. This also meant that she was finally going to break free. She was about to break free. The woman couldn't help but feel excited. After being suppressed for so many years, she could finally see the light of day again. Congratulations, Master. You're about to break free from the seal. The middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel immediately congratulated the woman. He. The woman, on the other hand, let out a series of ethereal and pleasant laughter. Next, she flew back into the abyss. The Donghuang Bel transformed into a middle-aged man and waited outside. He knew the master was about to break free. He needed some time. That was why he was waiting here. Meanwhile, the Jianyu Immortal sect and the other factions were in a state of panic. Because, the Yuan spirit lamps of those who had gone to the endless ghost sands had all shattered. This meant, they had all died. Is the master of the endless ghost sands about to come out? Someone asked worriedly. I don't think so. Perhaps both sides suffered great losses. Before they died, they must have destroyed the jade pendant. They had the time to do so, someone else said. The others nodded. For now, they could only hope that this was the result. Within the Supreme Palace, Lin Feng felt his eyelids twitching. He frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable pressure in his heart. He didn't know what the reason was. I'm afraid something has happened. Lin Feng stood up, hands behind his back, and walked out of the Supreme Palace. Then, he looked into the distance. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the endless ghost sands. Is the master of the endless ghost sands about to come out? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the current stage, only the master of the endless ghost sands would make him feel so pressured. If the master of the endless ghost sands really came out, it would be a huge problem. Moreover, the ancient gloomy forest was so close to the endless ghost sands. Once the master of the endless ghost sands came out, the living beings of the endless ghost sands might enter the ancient gloomy forest. Previously, because they were afraid of the ancient gloomy forest's emperors, the living beings of the endless ghost sands wouldn't easily enter the forest. However, with the birth of the boundless ghost sand lord, they would no longer have any scruples. If they had no scruples, those terrifying existences would naturally be able to enter the dark ancient forest unscrupulously and occupy it. Lin Feng felt that there was a need to quickly convert Lady White Snake. If the endless ghost sand lord really came out, staying in the dark ancient forest would no longer be safe. But when the time came, he could go to the cloud-dreamy ancient forest where Lady White Snake lived. There were a few emperor lords in the dreamy cloud forest as well. When the time came, he would be able to subdue those few emperor lords as well and increase his own strength by a large margin. Lin Feng returned to the Supreme Hall. He took out the creation gourd and said, Lady White Snake, I'll give you one last chance. Now that you've chosen to submit to me, if you don't know what's good for you, then I can only convert you and make you my slave. Hearing this, Lady White Snake's expression darkened. She sneered and said, at most, we'll fight to the death. The fish won't die and the net won't break. Lin Feng said indifferently as he began to convert Lady White Snake. During this period of time, Lady White Snake had to resist the creation gourd's refining power. Hence, her magical energy consumption was extremely high. Therefore, now was the best time to convert Lady White Snake. The powerful refining power continuously flowed into the creation gourd and enveloped Lady White Snake. The power of purification gradually invaded Lady White Snake's mind in an attempt to purify her. However, Lady White Snake's methods were extremely extraordinary. Even though her magical energy was severely depleted, her soul defense was still quite stable. Humph. Don't think that I don't have a way to deal with you. If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luya's stargazing chart flew out and attacked Lady White Snake's soul. Lin Feng used Luya's stargazing chart to launch an extremely fierce attack on Lady White Snake's soul. The power of Luya's stargazing chart was incomparably powerful. As Lin Feng's cultivation level increased, his soul power had been increasing greatly. The power of Luya's stargazing chart was naturally even more powerful. Now, the power of Luya's stargazing chart was unimaginable. Under the fierce attack of Luya's stargazing chart, Lady White Snake's soul defense system was gradually collapsing. No, 3 days later, Lady White Snake let out a cry of horror and unwillingness. This was because her soul defense system had been completely destroyed. Lady White Snake, she could no longer resist Lin Feng's great purification. The powerful refining power continuously flowed into Lady White Snake's soul. At first, Lady White Snake could still struggle. However, as time passed, Lady White Snake was gradually unable to struggle. Because the great power of purification was simply too domineering. In the end, Lady White Snake was successfully converted by Lin Feng. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lady White Snake flew out of the creation gourd. Young master! Lady White Snake greeted Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, you may dispense with the formalities. After converting Lady White Snake, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He could not help but laugh loudly. Lady White Snake stood up. Lin Feng said, "Rest for a few days and recuperate your body." "Thank you, young master." Lady White Snake replied. At the same time, in the depths of the endless ghost sand, in the abyss where the Lord was suppressed, demonic light filled the sky. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from the abyss. It was so powerful that the middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel felt the terrifying aura. He could not help but feel extremely shocked. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too frightening. It was so powerful. It was so powerful that one could not help but be shocked. As expected of an existence that can contend with the Lord of Gods, the middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel retreated far away and then took a deep breath. Rumble! Rumble! The ground shook violently. In the abyss, it seemed as if something was collapsing. Such a huge commotion in the endless ghost sand naturally alarmed all the living beings in the endless ghost sand. The Lord is about to be born. The terrifying living beings in the endless ghost sand revealed extremely excited expressions. Swoosh! At this moment, in the abyss where demonic aura was surging, a woman in a black gauze dress rushed out. That woman was the Lord of the endless ghost sand. After being suppressed for countless years, the Lord of the endless ghost sand. Congratulations on escaping, my lord. Upon seeing the woman, the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bel hurriedly bowed at her. Not bad. Not bad. Although it's time to be born. It's already the age of chaos. I managed to come out in time. If I hadn't come out in time, the great calamity would have descended. Death would have been the only way out. The woman said as she looked at her hands and body. She greedily breathed in the air that belonged to freedom in the world. That woman was very powerful. She was so powerful that she was able to change the color of the sky. A large number of living beings swarmed out of the ghost town. They bowed at the woman and said, "Greetings, my lord, you may dispense with the formalities." The woman smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Huangfu Qing Tian and raised her eyebrows slightly. Pengu's successor? Huangfu Qing Tian walked out and quickly said, "Yes, my lord. This junior has obtained Pengu's legacy." It seems like it's only a part of the orthodoxy, but it's not bad. Panga's orthodoxy might not be the strongest orthodoxy in the world, but it's still one of the top orthodoxies," the woman said. Huang Fuqing Tian did not dare to interrupt. He stood there and listened quietly. "Milord, you've recovered. Next? Shall we attack the heavenly sage Great World?" the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell asked. "Heavenly sage Great World. This place is quite interesting. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Let's start from Bitter Cold Prefecture," the woman smiled faintly and said, "You all go and deal with this matter. I'll go out and take a look at this world." "Understood," the others replied. The woman vanished into thin air. No one knew where she went. In the following period of time, the Bitter Han province fell into great chaos. First, the current king of the divine nation of despair suddenly passed the throne to the eldest princess, Dugu Weiyang. Dugu Weiyang took control of the divine nation of despair's imperial power and became the empress. As for the princes who had competed with the eldest princess for the throne, they had all been executed by Dugu Weiyang. The imperial family had no familial ties. Even if they were siblings, they would be killed without hesitation. They were merciless. In addition, the creatures in the endless ghost sand began to invade the bitter cold state. A large number of forces were destroyed, and only a few remained unscathed. The forces that hadn't been destroyed were all forces that had pledged allegiance to never-ending Empress. Soon, news spread that even the hell-suppressing Immortal sect and several other great powers had been wiped out, suffering heavy casualties. Only a few people managed to escape. It's said that the Jinyu Immortal sect and a few other factions have chosen to surrender, but the beings in the endless ghost sand refuse to accept their surrender. Why is this happening? I heard that the people from the Hell Jinyu Immortal sect obtained the Jade Medallion to release the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. They even went to the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord with a group of allies. They must have angered the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. He's really courting death. I wonder if the Imperial City is still safe. Will we also suffer a calamity? Don't be afraid. I heard that never-ending Empress obtained some legacies from the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. She's equivalent to half a disciple of the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. That's why the creatures in the Endless Ghost Sand won't come to the Imperial City. No wonder the monarch abdicated suddenly and passed the throne to never-ending Empress. It seems like there's a lot going on here. Shoo. This is a taboo topic. Don't talk about it too much, or you'll get into trouble. Many people in the Imperial City were discussing the recent events. Lin Feng was already planning to leave the ancient gloomy forest because the creatures in the endless ghost sand had begun to enter the forest. Therefore, they had to retreat. If they waited until the main force of the endless ghost sand arrived, they would die without a grave. Most importantly, if the master of the boundless ghost sand were to come, then it would be a tragedy. When the time came, who could be a match for that terrifying existence? Perhaps Senior Savage could compete with him. But the problem was that Savage had already left. Lin Feng and the others quickly left the ancient gloomy forest. Along the way, they saw a lot of battles. It was extremely tragic. Lin Feng and the others were also attacked by some creatures in the endless ghost sand. "It's you." Someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. It was actually the extremely ugly woman whose body was rotten. This woman's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had experienced this woman's strength before. However, this woman had now become an extremely beautiful woman. She had a strong sense of vanity. She didn't want to show her true face to others, so she would often transform into a peerless beauty. "Damn. You're still alive. You're so ugly. You actually have the courage to live on. You're really a weirdo," Lin Feng grinned and said. "I'll kill you." The woman roared furiously. She was so angry at Lin Feng that her entire body was trembling. When her emotions fluctuated more intensely, it seemed that she couldn't maintain her transformation. Now, she had once again turned into an extremely ugly appearance. Her body was emitting a stench. It was extremely terrifying. "Brat! You can go to hell now." The woman screamed shrilly and charged at Lin Feng. In the distance, evil energy churned as many terrifying creatures charged out from the endless ghost sand. "Rotten woman! Don't kill him. Capture him and send him to the master. The master must want to see this brat. The middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel flew over and sneered. Damn, the master wants to see me? Why does he want to see me? I don't even know this master. Could it be that he's angry at me because of the master of gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. The master of gods had sealed this master back then, so it was reasonable for the master to vent his anger on the master's descendant. A large number of terrifying creatures charged at Lin Feng. You guys leave first. I'll meet up with you at Dreamcloud Forest later. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Then, he flew into the distance. These people's target was him. It would be easier to shake them off if he acted alone. Besides, Great Dream and the rest could also escape quickly. If they stayed together, it would be even more troublesome. At that time, it would be difficult to shake off these terrifying creatures. Once they were surrounded, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. It hadn't been easy to subdue these experts. How could he bear to watch them die before he achieved his goal? Therefore, it was best for them to split up. Chase, the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand chased after Lin Feng. As expected, they ignored Great Dream and the rest. Let's return to Dreamcloud Forest first and gather the experts there. We'll wait for the young master's arrival, Lady Whitesnake said. All right. Lin Feng continued running. Behind him, a group of terrifying beings chased after him. F***CK. Why are you chasing after me? I don't even know your master. Lin Feng yelled in frustration. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel sneered and said, You are the descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan. The Lord of Gods is your ancestor. The Lord of Gods has been suppressed by the Lord of Gods for so many years. Now that your ancestor has been dead for so many years, it is impossible for the Lord to take revenge even if he wants to. However, there is a saying that a son should pay for his father's debt. F***CK your whole family. How many years has it been? Your master must have forgotten about it. Instead, it's you bunch of slaves who are still thinking about it. Lin Feng cursed. The middle-aged man and the other cultivators transformed from the Donghuang Bell were all extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, they were all high and mighty. Lin Feng actually used the word slaves to describe them. This was simply the greatest insult to them. These beings were all filled with killing intent. Kid. Let's see if you're still so cheap when we catch you. The middle-aged man's voice was cold. Cheap your whole family. Lin Feng cursed. The terrifying beings in the endless ghost sand no longer spoke. Instead, they sped up and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed as much as he could, but it was too difficult for him to get rid of those people. Lin Feng did not dare to stop. He knew how powerful that ugly woman's cultivation was. Of course, the most terrifying one was not the ugly woman, but the middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel. This guy probably had the power of an immortal. Even if he did not have the power of an immortal, he was probably infinitely close to it. It was simply impossible to fight against such an existence. The best course of action was to slip away and escape without a trace. If it wasn't for his speed being fast enough, he would have been caught up by this guy. When he passed by a mountain range, Lin Feng saw a woman standing on top of a mountain, looking in his direction. She was dressed in black. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. Wow, a beauty, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. To be able to see such a beauty here, it was truly fate that brought them together. However, Lin Feng soon began to wail in his heart. The terrifying creatures from the endless ghost sand were chasing after him. This was not the ideal place to meet this peerless beauty. Why are you standing there? Run! Lin Feng shouted at the woman. But that woman didn't move at all. She just kept looking at Lin Feng. Is he scared out of his wits? Lin Feng was speechless. She was a woman who had never seen the world. She was so frightened by the terrifying existences in the endless ghost sand that she couldn't think, speak, or move. Lin Feng swooped down and grabbed the woman's hand. Her hands were really soft. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He pulled the woman and quickly left. In the end, they managed to escape from the terrifying existences within the endless ghost sand. Why did these fellows stop halfway through? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Was it because something else had happened? Was that why they had to deal with something else? Was that why they had let him go? Perhaps, that was really possible. The woman didn't say anything. She just kept staring at Lin Feng. Why do you keep staring at me? Have you been attracted by my handsome appearance? Lin Feng asked the woman. The woman rolled her eyes. However, she was beautiful. Even the way she rolled her eyes was very charming. Let's hurry up and leave the bitter cold province. This isn't a place for humans. Now that master has appeared, he's most likely going to cause a huge mess. Let's part ways here. I'm going to run as well. I can't let that master find me. Otherwise, he'll probably skin me alive. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought about how this mysterious master had been imprisoned by his ancestors for countless years. Now that this guy had appeared, Lin Feng felt like crying. Why had this guy escaped? How great would it be if he was imprisoned forever? He wouldn't have to worry about that guy taking revenge on him. Lin Feng flew into the distance, but the woman chased after him. Why are you following me? Lin Feng asked. Then, he sized up the woman and said, I admit that you're very beautiful, but a disaster is imminent. Let's go our separate ways. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Lin Feng didn't want to bring the woman along. Firstly, it was very dangerous for her to follow him. Secondly, it was because bringing this woman along would be a burden. It was better to split up. However, the woman clearly had no intention of leaving. She continued to follow Lin Feng. They were inseparable, and she didn't speak. Lin Feng felt helpless. Are you a mute? You're so beautiful, yet you're a mute? What a pity. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? You can write your name on my hand. Lin Feng said. I'm Yueshen. The woman said. You can speak? Lin Feng widened his eyes. He had always thought that the woman couldn't speak. The woman said. I never said that I couldn't speak. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. It was true. The woman had never said that she couldn't speak. It was just that she hadn't spoken all this time. Therefore, Lin Feng mistakenly thought that she couldn't speak. Yueshen, Yueshen. This name is really nice. Goddess of the moon, and your temperament. It's simply a perfect match. Lin Feng said. Yueshen smiled faintly and didn't speak. Lin Feng asked, why are you here? Passing by. The Yueshen said. Passing by? Where did you come from? Lin Feng asked curiously. A very distant place. The Yueshen replied. Are you a space traveler? Lin Feng asked. The moon goddess said slowly, perhaps the word homeless would be more appropriate to describe it. Lin Feng said. Wherever I am, there will be a home. How about this, I've decided to take you as my concubine. Lin Feng grabbed the Yueshen's lily-white hand as he spoke, but the Yueshen slapped him away. Io, you're murdering your own husband. Lin Feng wailed. At this moment, the Yueshen took out a large saber and slashed at Lin Feng. The consequence of speaking nonsense is being hacked to death by me. The Yueshen snorted coldly. What the hell, she's a tigress, Lin Feng immediately wailed. He had been deceived by the Yueshen's pure and charming appearance. The Yueshen was as quiet as a virgin, but when she moved, she was like a tigress. In the end, Lin Feng apologized to the moon god, and the chase ended. The moon god finally sheathed her machete. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a beauty, yet you're carrying a machete with you, ready to slash anyone at any time. How unbecoming of a beauty. Now, hand the machete to me. Such an evil thing should be destroyed. The moon god waved her fist threateningly. It seemed that his wish of getting the machete from the moon god had fallen through. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A bonfire burned fiercely in the forest. The roasted meat above the bonfire had already been roasted to a golden color. It emitted an alluring aroma that stirred one's taste buds. It was absolutely delicious. Ha 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 ha, the roasted dragon meat is ready. It's my favorite. Paired with a pot of wine, it's simply enjoyable, Lin Feng laughed. He looked at the moon god and asked, do you want to try it? The moon god said, I never eat such junk food. After saying that, the moon god raised her head high, looking like a goddess. Lin Feng said, you really don't know how to enjoy life. How is this junk food? Have you heard of this saying? It's called dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Life isn't just about cultivation, it's also about enjoyment. Food is the most important thing for people. How can you give up on such delicious food and live like an ascetic monk? That would be a little too boring. Everyone has their own way of life, the moon god said. Lin Feng grinned and said, that's quite true. Since you don't want to enjoy such delicacies, I'll just have to enjoy them myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began gorging himself. Seeing Lin Feng eating so happily, the moon god frowned. Moon goddess frowned and asked, is this barbecue really that delicious? You'll know after you try it, Lin Feng said. The moon god hesitated. In the end, she seemed to have made a great decision. She cut off a piece of roasted meat and ate it. Then, she slowly chewed. The moon god's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This taste, moon god stared at the barbecued meat. Tears actually flowed down her cheeks. Damn. Is it so delicious that I'm crying? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Did he not eat anything in his previous life? He took a bite of the barbecued meat. She actually started crying. It's very similar to when I was young. The taste my chef made. I thought of many things when I was young, and I couldn't help but feel sad. Moon God said. At first, Lin Feng thought Moon God was crying because the barbecue was too delicious, so he was a little smug. However, only now did he know. She wasn't crying because it was delicious. It turned out that she was thinking about the past. Wait a minute, the moon goddess said that the barbecue he made was very similar to the barbecue made by her chef. How preposterous. Could it be that he thought of himself as a cook? Lin Feng was speechless. He was happy for nothing. Eat more if you like it, Lin Feng said. Moon God was a woman who didn't feel embarrassed at all. The barbecued meat reminded her of her childhood. She ate with tears in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she ate. It was a rather strange scene. After eating the barbecued meat, the two found a place to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, they continued their journey. At noon, a great battle broke out in front of them. A group of creatures walked out of the endless ghost sand and surrounded a group of cultivators. Lin Feng looked over. He noticed those cultivators. They were actually cultivators from the Immemorial sect. Because Lin Feng saw Meng Bingling. Lin Feng naturally didn't have a good impression of this woman. If there was anything he felt, it would be disgust and disgust. He was blind to be deceived by Meng Bingling back then. The cultivators from the Immemorial sect couldn't resist the attacks of the creatures from the endless ghost sand. Young Master Ji, save us, please? At this time, Meng Bingling saw Lin Feng in the distance and begged Lin Feng to save them. Save your sister. Lin Feng was speechless. This bitch had the nerve to ask him for help. How could her skin be so thick? If she had any sense of shame, she wouldn't have asked for help like this. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He was someone who would take revenge if he had a grudge. To the cultivators from the Immemorial sect, Lin Feng only had 2 words for them. Die. Do you know those people? The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. I know them. They're just enemies. The moon goddess rolled her eyes and said, your enemy is asking you for help. You're really shameless. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Feng said. The moon goddess nodded and was about to leave with Lin Feng. However, at this time, a voice came from the crowd. Big Brother Ji. Can you save us? When Lin Feng heard that voice, he stopped and looked in the direction where the voice had come from. He saw a young woman. Nalan Shuling. It was her. The only person in the Immemorial sect that Lin Feng felt was a good person was Nalan Shuling. She was Meng Bingling's cousin. She was pure, kind, and cute. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then looked at the moon goddess. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly flew in Nalan Shuling's direction. Lin Feng had a grudge with the Genuine Immemorial sect, but Lin Feng didn't want to drag a pure girl like Nalan Shuling into the mess. Kid, do you want to die? A few terrifying beings in the endless ghost sand coldly looked at Lin Feng, then flew towards Lin Feng. Slash, whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 stone swords flew out. Sword light illuminated the world. Clang 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 clang, a series of violent collisions sounded. The beings in the endless ghost sand were sent flying. Lin Feng killed his way into the encirclement of the Genuine Immemorial sect cultivators. There were only a few dozen cultivators left from the Genuine Immemorial sect. Every one of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. It wouldn't be long before they were all killed. Young Master Ji. No, it's Lin Gongzi. Are you here to save me? Meng Bingling was very happy to see Lin Feng. She knew how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was. Now that Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to save her. As for the rest of her clansmen, Meng Bingling didn't care if they lived or died. Get away from me, Lin Feng looked at Meng Bingling indifferently. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force sent Meng Bingling flying. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this bitch. He flew to Nalan Shuling's side, then grabbed one of Nalan Shuling's hands and said, "Follow me. Save the others. I beg you, big brother Ji." Nalan Shuling looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to be one. He just wanted to live on. As for his enemies, Lin Feng didn't pity them. If he pitied them, who would pity him? Lin Feng didn't want to be a Virgin Mary. Lin Feng felt that those Virgin Mary people were really despicable. Take me with you, take me with you. Lin Gongzi, I beg you, take me with you. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Meng Bingling flew towards Lin Feng again and begged loudly. No one could remain calm in the face of death, and Meng Bingling was no exception. She didn't want to die. Therefore, she was willing to put down her dignity and ask Lin Feng for help. The current Meng Bingling didn't look like a goddess at all. She looked like a pitiful person. Big brother Lin, please save my cousin. Nalan Shuling begged. Some people aren't worth saving. Lin Feng replied indifferently. He increased his speed and rushed outside, but Meng Bingling was stopped halfway by a boundless ghost sand creature. Lin Feng rushed out with Nalan Shuling. Then, he met up with the moon goddess, and the three of them quickly left. They stopped in front of a pond to rest. Nalan Shuling was sobbing nonstop. The death of her clansman was a huge blow to her. Even now, she couldn't let it go. It's useless to cry. Living on is the best way to repay the dead, Lin Feng said indifferently. I will definitely live on. I will take revenge for my family. Nalan Shuling said through gritted teeth. Having faith was destined to be good. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't say anything. The moon goddess didn't hold back and said, "Little girl, you want to take revenge for your family with your little cultivation? You're daydreaming. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just live an honest life. Don't think about taking revenge. That's unrealistic. Otherwise, I'll lose my life too. I can't even think about it?" Nalan Shuling looked at Moon God angrily. The moon goddess curled her lips and said, "For some people, even just thinking about it is not enough. You. Nalan Shuling was so angry that her entire body trembled. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The moon goddess was usually not a talkative person. Why would she mock Nalan Shuling like this? Of course, Lin Feng could feel that moon god was trying to make Nalan Shuling give up on revenge. However, perhaps he could use another method to remind Nalan Shuling. Instead of using the current method. Woo woo woo. Nalan Shuling was deeply shocked and directly squatted on the ground and cried. It's important to know who you are. Moon goddess said. Lin Feng said, "Don't provoke that little girl anymore." Moon god didn't say anything else. Lin Feng naturally felt pity for Nalan Shuling. However, he didn't feel any pity for Nalan Shuling's clansmen. Those people weren't good people either. Even death couldn't wipe out their crimes. 2 months later, Lin Feng and the rest arrived at Dreamy Cloud Forest. The moon goddess said indifferently, "Why are you here?" Lin Feng said, "There are many of my subordinates here." The moon goddess said, "I didn't expect you to have such a big force of your own. There are many things you don't know. As you get to know me, you will find that you will be deeply attracted to me." Lin Feng said with a smile. The moon goddess took out her machete again. Lin Feng's face turned green when he saw the moon god's machete. "You're actually very similar to someone," the moon goddess suddenly said. "What person?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He was even a little apprehensive now. He didn't know why the moon goddess would suddenly say such a thing. The moon goddess didn't answer Lin Feng. She remained silent. Lin Feng was even more confused now. He felt that the moon goddess was a little strange. 5 days later, Lin Feng found Lady Whitesnake and the rest. There were originally 5 sovereign lords in Dreamy Cloud Forest, but Lin Feng had already subdued Lady Whitesnake. The other 4 sovereign lords were the Azure Dragon Sovereign, the 6-armed Divine Ape Sovereign, the Gold-Devouring Rat Sovereign, and the Nether Leopard Sovereign. The cultivations of the 4 monarch masters were extremely powerful too. The 4 sovereign lords had always followed Lady Whitesnake's lead. Now that Lady Whitesnake had returned, it was easy for her to subdue them. When Lin Feng arrived at the Whitesnake Imperial Palace, he saw the 4 sovereign lords. The 4 sovereign lords all swore loyalty to Lin Feng. With that, Lin Feng had 11 sovereign lords under his command. Including himself, he had a total of 12 sovereign lords. The situation outside was still very turbulent. The creatures in the endless ghost sand had joined forces with the divine kingdom of despair led by the never-ending empress. Naturally, they were invincible. They formed an army and rushed out of bitter cold state. They began to invade Heavenly Sage Great World. Lin Feng and the rest had been paying attention to the situation outside. With that powerful sovereign in charge, the creatures in the endless ghost sand could definitely occupy a large amount of territory. Bitter Cold State was adjacent to the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Therefore, the army in the Endless Ghost Sand and the Cultivator Alliance of the Sacred War Alliance fought a series of battles. Every battle was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon dimmed. The battle was extremely tragic. That night, something extremely terrifying happened. It was also something that Lin Feng did not expect. A large amount of evil fog rolled and surrounded the place where they lived. By the time Lin Feng discovered it, they were already completely surrounded. It was the creatures in the endless ghost sand who had quietly arrived and surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. However, the creatures in the endless ghost sand did not attack Lin Feng and the rest directly. "I'm afraid this is troublesome," Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were too powerful. It would be disastrous for them to be surrounded by the army formed by the creatures in the endless ghost sand. Even if they could break out of the encirclement, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Now, the restriction in the Whitesnake Imperial Palace had been activated, but everyone knew that the restriction could not stop the army from coming out of the endless ghost sand. "Sovereign, we have come as you ordered." The middle-aged man in the form of the Donghuang Bell stepped forward. He then said respectfully, "Sovereign? The endless ghost sand sovereign is here?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng looked at the moon goddess. The only person he did not know was the moon goddess. "Moon goddess, you are..." Lin Feng's throat was dry, his lips were dry. The moon goddess stepped forward. "Greetings, sovereign." "My lord." "She's actually the lord." Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected the moon goddess to be the lord. The moon goddess hadn't acted as cold and aloof as the lord before. However, the moon goddess was the master. She was the real master. I really didn't expect you to be the lord. I was too careless. When I first met you, I was clearly being chased by a group of middle-aged cultivators formed by the Donghuang Bell. I couldn't shake them off for a long time before I met you, but after I met you, they left on their own accord. I should have guessed that you were the lord then. Otherwise, why would those guys leave? I thought something happened that forced them to leave, but it seems like you were the one who gave the order for them to leave. The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "That's right. It's just as you guessed. With your powerful cultivation, isn't it easy for you to deal with me? Why didn't you make a move after following me for so long? Why did you summon so many subordinates? Isn't this a little too much?" Lin Feng said with a frown. He really couldn't figure out what the moon goddess was up to. At this moment, the moon goddess's lips curled into an indifferent smile. Lin Feng suddenly came to a realization. Was it disdain? The reason the moon goddess hadn't made a move personally and had summoned her subordinates was actually because she disdained to make a move. How ironic. However, Lin Feng soon felt that things weren't that simple. The moon goddess might indeed disdain to make a move, but Lin Feng instinctively felt that there was another reason he didn't know. What exactly are you plotting? Lin Feng looked at the moon goddess and asked with a gloomy expression. I thought you were him, but after interacting with you, I realized you weren't him. Who is he? Lin Feng asked after taking a deep breath. A man that I hate the most. The moon goddess's voice turned cold. The moon goddess's emotions had been very stable until this man was mentioned. Only then did her emotions change. It was obvious that this man she was talking about was the man she was talking about. This had a huge impact on her. Do you think I'm someone else's reincarnation? Lin Feng asked. That's what I think. But you're not, the moon goddess said. Lin Feng noticed that the moon goddess's expression was a little disappointed that Lin Feng wasn't that person's reincarnation. What? Could it be that the great moon goddess of the moon was abandoned by some other man? Said Lin Feng mockingly. What did you say? Moon god's face was cold. Murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At that moment, the god's moon goddess. That kind of feeling was really too terrible. S's? Could that man be my ancestor, the Lord of Gods? Asked Lin Feng. Humph. The moon goddess grunted coldly, I don't kill members of the sovereign clan. If it wasn't for that reason, you would have died countless times by now. It seems like I was right, Lin Feng said. You think you're so smart? The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng coldly. Then, she waved her hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel shouted coldly. The moon goddess had many reasons for not attacking. But the Eastern Emperor Bel's middle-aged man and the creatures in the endless ghost sand could kill Lin Feng and the others without any scruples. Let's go all out, even if we have to risk our lives, we have to escort the young master out. The nine-eyed Emperor Lords group had a ferocious glint in their eyes. Ever since they had joined Lin Feng, they had been loyal to Lin Feng. Therefore, they wanted to escort Lin Feng out. Don't worry. We'll leave safely. Lin Feng said. In the next moment, swoosh. There was a flash of light. The Stone of Destiny appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng planned to use it. This was something that his senior sister Shui Linglong had given to Lin Feng before she left. It was to save his life. Lin Feng said softly. Stone of Destiny. My fate has been connected to my subordinates. Our fates are closely linked. I hope you can escort us out of here. As Lin Feng spoke, he activated the great art of destiny. He used the power of destiny to envelop everyone. Then, Lin Feng activated the Stone of Destiny. After the Stone of Destiny was activated, it swept out a ball of holy light and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. This. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel stopped, his expression was uncertain. The terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand all stopped because they had lost their target. The moon goddess frowned slightly. She had not expected this to happen. Master. I'll give chase. I won't let them escape. The middle-aged cultivator that the Eastern Emperor Bel had transformed into quickly said. The moon goddess said. Don't chase. They've already left. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up even if you want to. Then are we going to let that brat go? The middle-aged cultivator that was the Eastern Emperor Bel asked. The moon goddess's expression was uncertain. Finally, she said, ignore him for now. Speed up. Take over the great heavenly sage world. Yes, master. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel replied. Lin Feng and the others appeared in a forest thousands of li away. They were finally out of danger. The great heavenly sage world will fall into chaos. It seems like we need to find a place to rest and reap the spoils later. Lin Feng said. There's a deity island in the West Sea called Bewilderment Fog Island. There's a natural array around the island. Once you enter, you'll be trapped inside. In the past, your subordinate entered it by mistake and only managed to escape after a narrow escape. We can temporarily settle down on Bewilderment Fog Island. Emperor Yunzhe said. Alright, let's go to Bewilderment Fog Island then. Lin Feng said. The group flew towards the West Sea world. The main forces of the great heavenly sage world were scattered on land. Therefore, if the great heavenly sage world fell into chaos, it would start from the inland world. In the overseas world, they could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the outer region of Bewilderment Fog Island. The outer region of Bewilderment Fog Island was quiet. Not to mention cultivators, even the beasts of the sea rarely came here. Every once in a while, a large amount of white fog would be emitted from Bewilderment Fog Island, enveloping all living beings within it. Lin Feng stood at the periphery and looked toward the depths of the island. The white fog made it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, he could still vaguely make out the outline of an island. Lin Feng looked at Monarch Yunzhe and asked, Did you discover anything special on the island back then? Monarch Yunzhe said, Back then, the furthest I went was the central region of the island. As for the inner region, I didn't dare enter. Every once in a while, the island would release white fog that would devour all living things. What's going on? Lin Feng asked curiously. Monarch Yunzhe said, It's the white fog that comes from the depths of the island. It's very strange. Back then, I saw the white fog coming out, so I hid in some special caves to avoid being devoured by the white fog. Special caves? What kind of caves are they? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Those caves have extremely ancient runes drawn on them. I don't know when they were drawn. Perhaps it's because of those runes that I was able to avoid being devoured by hiding in the caves. Monarch Yunzhe said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. What Monarch Yunzhe said made sense. It seemed that there was indeed something special about the island. Lin Feng planned to enter the island and explore it further. Bring us inside, Lin Feng said. Young master and fellow cultivators, please follow me. Monarch Yunzhe said as he led the way. The formation outside the foggy island was a natural formation. It was unpredictable and terrifying. One needed a special method to pass through them. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. Under Monarch Yunzhe's lead, everyone circled around the formations. While circling around, Lin Feng discovered that the formations were indeed very complicated. If he relied on his own methods to pass through the formations, even if he succeeded, it would take him a month or even longer. As for others, they would have no hope of passing through the formations. Lin Feng sighed. Nature was truly a work of the gods. The spirit design here was a masterpiece of nature. Lin Feng and the others successfully passed through the array and arrived on Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Island was filled with the roars of beasts and cries of apes. It was an ancient and unexplored island. Lin Feng looked at Monarch Yunzhe and said, Once we've settled down, take everyone on a few more trips. Make sure everyone remembers how to cross the array. Yes, young master. Monarch Yunzhe hurriedly replied. Take us to the cave. Lin Feng said. Sir, please follow me. Emperor Yunzhe said. He personally led the way and flew into the depths of the island. Half an hour later, a mountain range appeared in the forest ahead of him. Monarch Yunzhe said, Young master, the cave is within the mountain range. Lin Feng nodded, and the group entered the mountain range. Lin Feng saw that there were many caves in the mountain range's inner region. Inside the cave, there was another world. The interior of the cave varied in size. There were roughly 300 to 400 such caves. Lin Feng entered one of the caves and immediately discovered that it was densely covered in runes. Due to the passage of time, many of the runes were blurred. Many of the runes had already become blurry, and it was impossible to tell what kind of runes they were. Of course. Even though Lin Feng could clearly see the talismans, he didn't recognize them. Do any of you recognize these runes? Lin Feng asked. Everyone shook their heads. They did not recognize these ancient runes at all. These runes were too mysterious. They did not know what kind of runes they were. The only thing they knew was that these runes were probably used to protect the cave. Demon Lord, do you recognize these runes? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was experienced and knowledgeable. The others did not recognize them. Perhaps the Demon Lord would recognize them, the Demon Lord said, these runes. I don't recognize them, but I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Oh? You've seen them before? Where did they come from? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Let me think about it. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and did not disturb the Demon Lord. After a while, the Demon Lord said, I remember now. Oh? You remember? What race wrote these runes? Lin Feng asked. It should be the innate human race. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The current human race was the descendant of the innate human race. However, as time passed, the power of the bloodline gradually weakened. It was far from being as powerful as the innate human race of the past. Of course, not all innate human bloodlines had deteriorated. For example, the celestial race and the immortal race were still incomparably powerful. High and mighty. Peerless and invincible. As for which race the innate human race that created these caves was, it was unknown. In the past, the innate human race was divided into many different races. However, with the passage of time, most of them had died out. There were very few innate humans who had survived until now. Do you know which race it is exactly? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, I'm not sure. I remember that I occasionally saw these runes and introductions in an incomplete ancient scroll. However, because the ancient scroll was incomplete, the information I knew was too limited. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng knew that it was not realistic to expect more information from the Demon Lord. After all, the Demon Lord did not know much about this mysterious innate human race. Lin Feng ordered everyone to tidy up the caves. Then, everyone settled down. Next, Lin Feng sent Emperor Jirian and a dozen cultivators to scout for information. Not long after, a sage emperor returned. He brought back some information that Emperor Jirian had obtained. The outside world was now in complete chaos. The creatures of the endless ghost sand were simply invincible. They were invincible, nibbling away at the Sacred War Alliance's forces. The Sacred War Alliance had always been the hegemon of the great sage world. Now that their forces were being nibbled away, the Sacred War Alliance was naturally unwilling to accept it. Thus, the experts of the Sacred War Alliance who had come out of seclusion took action. They led the Sacred War Alliance's cultivator army to battle the creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand. The creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand were divided into two powerful armies. The first was the Undead Army led by the Undead Lord. The second was the Heaven Devourer army led by the middle-aged cultivator that the Eastern Emperor Bel had transformed into. This army was formed by the living creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand. The Undead Army and the Heaven Devourer army were very powerful. The Undead Army was almost unkillable. Of course, it wasn't impossible to kill them. In order to kill them, one would need special means or artifacts. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill the Undead Army. As for the Sky Devourer army, they were even more powerful. The living beings in the Endless Ghost Sand were much stronger than the Undead Army, but they didn't have the ability of immortality. The two armies were invincible. Even the Sacred War Alliance was having trouble resisting the attacks of the two armies. Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation outside. He didn't have a good impression of the Sacred War Alliance. If the Sacred War Alliance was destroyed, it would save him the trouble of dealing with them. On this day, waves of violent fluctuations came from the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island, attracting the attention of Lin Feng and the others. The white mist is about to rush out, Emperor Yunzhe said. Inform everyone to return to the cave as soon as possible. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The white mist coming out from the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island was very terrifying. They had to treat it with caution. Emperor Yunzhe quickly went to inform the others. Everyone entered the cave one after another. At this moment, the white mist finally rushed out. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng tried to use the Eye of Origin to observe the scene inside the white mist, but it failed in the end. Even the Eye of Origin couldn't see the specific situation inside the white mist. It was a little inconceivable. When the white mist tried to enter the cave, the mysterious runes inside the cave came to life. Each rune was emitting a mysterious glow. The light rushed out, blocking the invasion of the white mist. The innate human's wisdom is really unfathomable. The runes they drew are really mysterious, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The white mist lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the white mist quickly retreated into the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island. The world returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. Lin Feng and the others walked out of the cave. They discovered that Bewilderment Fog Island was still densely covered by birds and ferocious beasts. When the white fog surged out, it did not attack those creatures, nor did it devour them. Of course, perhaps the creatures on Bewilderment Fog Island knew how to avoid the white fog, which was why they were safe and sound. Lin Feng planned to explore the depths of the island. The Bewilderment Fog Island was simply too extraordinary. Perhaps it was hiding some shocking secrets. He did not plan to bring anyone with him. Instead, he wanted to explore the depths alone. Lin Feng's methods were powerful. If he were to enter alone, even if he encountered danger, it would be easy for him to escape. However, if he were to bring others along, it would be more troublesome. Lin Feng told everyone to wait outside. Then, he rushed into the depths. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many powerful ferocious beasts. Some of them even attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his aura. The ferocious beasts and birds were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. On the other hand, Lin Feng continued to walk into the depths. Roar. Suddenly, a roar was heard. A large part of the forest collapsed. Then, 100-meter-tall ferocious beast rushed out. This ferocious beast was actually an 8-clawed tyrant dragon. This 8-clawed tyrant dragon directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually a dragon here. Although it was only an earth dragon, it was not that the earth dragons were not powerful enough. Most of the earth dragons were indeed much weaker compared to other dragon clans. However, there were also extremely terrifying existences within the earth dragon clan. Lin Feng swept his fist towards the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Bang! Then, Lin Feng and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon fiercely collided. Although the 8-clawed tyrant dragon was powerful, it was still lacking when compared to Lin Feng. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. It turned around and ran. Lin Feng did not chase after the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Instead, he continued to walk deeper into the depths of the island. The ferocious beasts that appeared beside him were also getting stronger. However, those powerful ferocious beasts were more sensitive to aura. Lin Feng deliberately released his aura to intimidate those ferocious beasts. Therefore, in the following part of the journey, there were no more ferocious beasts that attacked Lin Feng. That is, a tree? Lin Feng looked in front of him in shock. A huge canyon appeared in front of him. Above the canyon, there was an ancient tree that was lying down. That ancient tree had already withered and died long ago. The ancient tree was as thick as a mountain. It was 3,000 meters long. It was too huge. Even though Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be extremely shocked after seeing that ancient tree. What kind of ancient tree is this? Lin Feng was puzzled. He walked toward the ancient tree and finally stepped on it. An ancient aura assaulted his senses. He did not know when this ancient tree was born, nor did he know who cut it down. Lin Feng walked along the ancient tree and walked toward the opposite side. Not long after, he actually saw a huge bird's nest on top of the ancient tree. It was a golden bird's nest. It gave off a holy feeling. Lin Feng increased his speed and rushed toward the golden bird's nest. Will there be bird eggs? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The creatures that could live in this area were definitely the overlords of Bewilderment Fog Island. If there were bird eggs here, they would definitely be the eggs of an extremely extraordinary bird. Lin Feng entered the bird's nest. However, he discovered that there were no bird eggs in the bird's nest. This made Lin Feng somewhat disappointed. That is, Lin Feng was shocked. He increased his speed and walked toward that item. Very soon, Lin Feng arrived beside that item and picked it up. Then, his face lit up with joy. A Xiandao martial talisman. This item was actually a Xiandao martial talisman. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a Xiandao martial talisman. After a long time, Lin Feng was unable to obtain another Xiandao martial talisman. He did not expect to find a Xiandao martial talisman here. A Xiandao martial talisman would split into three and scatter between heaven and earth. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had already evolved 6 devouring black holes. If he could find a new Xiandao martial talisman, it would definitely be able to evolve again. Lin Feng had already collected 2 of the 3 Xiandao talismans. He only needed 1 more talisman. If he could find it, he'd be happy to find it. If he could find it, Lin Feng's martial spirit would evolve again. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his entire body turn cold. This feeling of coldness was really terrible. Lin Feng looked around, trying to find that horrifying existence. He wanted to see just what kind of living being it was. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find anything. He could not find that horrifying existence that was hiding in the dark. However, Lin Feng knew that there must be a horrifying existence hiding in the dark. Otherwise, he would not have felt that sense of danger. Whoosh, Lin Feng increased his speed and dashed towards the depths, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Just then, the void tore open. A sharp claw swiped towards Lin Feng. Quick! 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 The speed of this sharp claw was simply too fast. In an instant, it was right in front of Lin Feng. There was no way for Lin Feng to dodge. The sharp claw shone with a cold gleam. That sharp claw was the scariest weapon. Looking at that sharp claw swiping towards him, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. That fella finally could not hold it in any longer. Lin Feng's body flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the ruler's armor flew out. Wrapping Lin Feng up, that sharp claw swiped at the ruler's armor. Clang! A series of clanging sounds rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Even though that sharp claw was strong, there was no way it could break through Lin Feng's ruler's armor. After that horrifying existence's attack failed, it wanted to retreat. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He grabbed that terrifying existence's wrist and pulled. Instantly, that terrifying existence was pulled out from the void by Lin Feng. Lin Feng could finally see what that fella looked like. That fella had a face that was as ugly as a ghost. His body was like a human's, but he had extremely sharp claws. What the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at that existence in shock. However, his attack did not stop at all. He threw a punch at that terrifying existence. Lin Feng's punch was extremely powerful. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. That hideous and terrifying existence hurriedly threw a punch at Lin Feng's attack. In close combat, that terrifying existence was no match for Lin Feng. Along with a dull and powerful collision sound, Lin Feng and that terrifying existence collided violently. Crack! Crack! The terrifying existence's bones cracked. Lin Feng's strength was too strong. In close combat, Lin Feng was almost invincible. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. I don't want to fight you. I can't beat you. That fella started begging. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals and sealed the terrifying cultivator. Oh my god. How dare you seal me? If I hadn't been careless, I wouldn't have lost to you. If we were to compete in terms of magical power, I can crush you to death with my bare hands. That existence roared in anger. Lin Feng said indifferently. Take note of your current status. If you continue to act tough in front of yours truly, do you believe that yours truly won't break your bones? You're ruthless. That existence said viciously. What the hell are you? You're neither human nor ghost. You look really weird. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. F***ck. What are you talking about? I'm a member of the devil race. It's one thing for me to be ignorant, but how dare you come out and embarrass yourself? That fella curled his lips and said. He had no awareness of being a prisoner at all. How dare he mock Lin Feng? However, his face turned completely green the moment he finished speaking. That was because Lin Feng took out his Wolverine mace and held it in his hand. What are you trying to do? Don't be rash. Being rash is the devil. That fella wailed. Bam, Lin Feng swung his Wolverine mace and smashed it at the fella. Clang, the Wolverine mace landed heavily on the fella's body. The fella screamed in agony and was sent flying. Plop, that fella fell into the forest and started convulsing. Lin Feng walked over with his Wolverine mace. He looked at the fella with a smile and asked, that attack just now. How did it feel? That fella said with a sullen face. I'm convinced. Big brother, stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll die. Hee, you might be a little ugly, but you should be pretty good as a follower after being purified. Lin Feng revealed a devilish smile. Lin Feng knew how terrifying that fella was. If not for the fact that they were in close combat, he might not have been able to defeat that fella. Lin Feng started using the Great Purification technique. Then, he touched that guy's third eye and a powerful purification strength penetrated into that guy's brain. However, Lin Feng's expression quickly changed. He discovered that the fella did not have a soul. You don't have a soul? Lin Feng asked with a frown. This was the first time he had seen an existence without a soul. The fella chuckled and said, we are devils. We are not soulless. It's just that our souls have fused with our bodies. Souls fused with their bodies? What a strange race. Lin Feng said with a frown. We devils are the greatest race in the world. We don't have any flaws from head to toe. That fellow began to boast. It was just like how many other races believed that they were the greatest race. The greatest race? Stop bragging. If you really are the greatest race, how could you be my prisoner? Lin Feng said. The devil cultivator was like a wilted eggplant. All the strength in his body seemed to have been sucked out. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. Mo Chanbian, the fella said. Mo Chanbian, what a lame name. However, it does suit your temperament. Lin Feng said with a pout. Mo Chanbian, have you been living here all this while? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. I came here a few years ago. Mo Chanbian said. A few years ago? Why haven't you left this place? Lin Feng asked. Mo Chanbian's eyes flashed and said, I felt that this place was a paradise with abundant spiritual energy and resources. It was very suitable for cultivation, so I settled down here. Bang! Lin Feng swung his Vajra mace again and sent Mo Chanbian flying. Ouch, it hurt so much, Mo Chanbian wailed. After being hit by Lin Feng's Wolverine mace twice, Mo Chanbian became much more obedient. There was nothing he could do about it. How could it be so easy to fool Lin Feng? At this point, Mo Chanbian could only answer Lin Feng honestly, not daring to play any more tricks. Unless Mo Chanbian wanted to be beaten again. Mo Chanbian crawled up from the ground and bared his teeth. Aren't you a little too ruthless? Lin Feng said, of course, I won't beat you up if you tell me the truth. I'll ask you again, why haven't you left this place? Did you find something special here? Mo Chanbian said, I did find something special. You should have seen the white fog from before. It might be related to something extraordinary. All these years, I've been trying to enter the inner region to explore. Lin Feng asked curiously, did you find anything shocking? I really did find something shocking. I have a feeling that something terrifying might be suppressed in the depths of the island. Mo Chanbian said mysteriously. Oh? Something terrifying is being suppressed in the depths of the island? If that's true, then the white fog in the depths of the island is related to that mysterious thing? Lin Feng asked. Yes, that should be the case. However, it's hard to find out what's being suppressed there. Although I've tried to get close to that area, I've given up in the end after many attempts. Mo Chanbian continued. Why did you give up? Lin Feng asked. Fear, the fear in my heart. I don't know why, but every time I get close to that area, endless fear will arise in my heart. Mo Chanbian said. With such little guts, how did you cultivate to your current level? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mo Chanbian said gloomily, don't make sarcastic remarks here. When you get to that area, you'll know that I'm not lying. There seems to be a special power that magnifies the fear in the depths of the cultivators' hearts. Lin Feng scratched his chin. He didn't know if Mo Chanbian was right or not. I'll give you a chance to choose. First, submit to me. Second, be smashed to death by my mace. Lin Feng then looked at Mo Chanbian like a demon. Mo Chanbian wailed, what the hell? I've really met the wrong person. Am I the devil, or are you the devil? I'm someone scarier than a devil. Lin Feng was immensely proud of himself. It's my bad luck to provoke you. I can submit to you. But at most 100 years. After 100 years, I'll be free. Or else. Just beat me to death. Mo Chanbian said. Then, he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Said Lin Feng, smiling. 100 years is fine. Don't worry. After 100 years, even if I chase you away, you won't leave. Hearing this, Mo Chanbian pursed his lips with a disdainful expression. Lin Feng said, all right, let's start the oath. Hearing the word oath, Mo Chanbian's face turned bitter. But there was no turning back. He could only start the oath. I, Mo Chanbian, am willing to submit to young master. For the next 100 years, I'll be loyal to young master. If I have any other thoughts, I'll die a horrible death. I accept your loyalty. Lin Feng tapped Mo Chanbian's forehead. A rune formed and flew into Mo Chanbian's mind. After Mo Chanbian made the oath, he completely submitted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and removed the seal on Mo Chanbian's body. After Mo Chanbian regained his freedom, he smiled. Hee, not bad, not bad. It feels good to be free. Mo Chanbian stretched his muscles and said. Are you a cultivator from Heavenly Sage Great World? I don't think there are any devils in Heavenly Sage Great World, right? Lin Feng asked Mo Chanbian. I'm not a cultivator from Heavenly Sage Great World. I am a cultivator from the underworld. Mo Chanbian said. A cultivator from the underworld? Apart from the underworld envoys, it's very difficult for the beings from the underworld to enter the world of the living. Even if they did, they would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. How did you come out from the underworld? Lin Feng asked curiously. Mo Chanbian said, everyone has their own secrets. Lin Feng nodded and did not ask further. Lin Feng treated his subordinates with great respect. He would never force his subordinates to do something they did not want to do. Since Mo Chanbian didn't want to tell Lin Feng his secret, Lin Feng didn't want to force him. Let's go. Let's go deeper and take a look. Lin Feng said. Mo Chanbian nodded and quickly flew deeper into the island with Lin Feng. The deepest part of the island actually formed an extremely powerful Adele magnetic field. When Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian arrived at the place, Lin Feng immediately realized. It was very difficult for him to circulate his magic power. The magnetic field here is very scary. Lin Feng frowned. Yes. The magnetic field here greatly suppresses magic power. Look at the continuous mountain range in front. After we cross 3 mountains and enter that region, the situation I mentioned will happen. Mo Chanbian pointed to the depths. Lin Feng said, we'll know what's going on after we try it. He and Mo Chanbian entered the depths of the mountain range. The deeper they went, the more their magic power was suppressed. After crossing 2 mountains, they could no longer circulate their magic power. The magnetic field here seems to have formed a forbidden space. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were many conditions to form a magnetic field. For example, when a certain kind of energy accumulated to an extreme, it could form a magnetic field. For example, if a terrifying expert died here, it could also form a magnetic field. Another example would be the entrance to a different world or a place where space and time intersected to form a magnetic field. Lin Feng did not know why this place would form a magnetic field, but for it to form such a powerful magnetic field, it must be hiding a huge secret. It's indeed the same as the forbidden space. There are ferocious beasts roaming around here. We should be careful. Mo Chanbian said. That canyon is the place I was talking about. Mo Chanbian said. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the canyon with Mo Chanbian following behind. The two entered the canyon. Following that, Lin Feng felt that his heart was extremely oppressive. As he walked deeper into the canyon, the oppressive feeling continued to increase. Not long after, the oppressive feeling turned into pain. It was hard to tell where the pain came from, but he could feel the pain. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a sharp sword. A sword. Following that, a sword pierced into his heart. This feeling was terrible. Damn it. This is unbearable. Mo Chanbian had already started cursing. Lin Feng endured the pain and continued walking. He did not have the time to care about Mo Chanbian. If he had the strength, he might as well walk a few more steps. Mo Chanbian gritted his teeth and walked deeper. When he arrived at the central region, Lin Feng felt like his heart had been split into two. Mo Chanbian had also arrived here. This guy's body was twitching. Lin Feng thought that Mo Chanbian could not hold on and was about to die. He said, "Let's leave quickly. Just wait for me outside." Mo Chanbian said. Hee, don't misunderstand. How can I not hold on? This is called swaying left and right to reduce pressure. Don't look at me swaying left and right. Actually, I am reducing the damage to my body from the pressure. Why don't you learn from me? Forget it. You should just stagger forward on your own, Lin Feng said. The two continued to walk deeper into the canyon. It was unknown if it was because the two of them had the motivation to be together, but they persevered all the way. They were still about 100 meters away from leaving the canyon. However, after arriving here, they had almost reached the limit of Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian. Because the two of them felt that their hearts had already shattered. No, to be precise, they could not even feel their own hearts. This feeling was so painful that it made them wish they were dead. Lin Feng wanted to escape from this place. He did not want to continue walking deeper. Only by leaving this damned place could he be free. However, he didn't want to give up. Persevere. He had to persevere. Every step Lin Feng took was incomparably difficult. It was even more painful than being thrown into the 18th level of hell. Mo Chanbian wanted to retreat a few times, but when he saw Lin Feng in front of him, he gritted his teeth and persisted. This guy had always been someone who refused to admit defeat. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and persevered. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. With every step he took, there was a feeling that was worse than death. Lin Feng even felt that his body and soul no longer belonged to him. He lifted his foot. Everything was so difficult. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Anyone could collapse under this kind of torment. But Lin Feng's willpower was strong, and he persevered. Don't give up. You can do it. Everyone's hope is on you. You are not fighting alone. You are not fighting alone. Mo Chanbian felt his consciousness blurring, but the conviction in his heart was very strong. He was not fighting alone. He carried the hope of the entire family. 20 meters. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. He was about to walk out. But at that moment, Lin Feng had the impression that the world was spinning. He was pulled into a dark space. This was the starry sky world. A woman was suppressed by a stone coffin in the depths of the starry sky world. Mother, Lin Feng looked at the woman. Feng-er. My poor child. It's dangerous here, leave quickly. The woman looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. He, a sinister voice resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was extremely terrifying, even more ear-piercing than the voice of a malicious spirit. Black fog rolled. This was a creature from the previous era. Kid, don't you want to save your mother? Today, I'm going to chop off your mother's head right in front of you. The terrifying existence in the black fog said sinisterly. No. No. Lin Feng screamed in horror. He would not allow such a thing to happen. However, Lin Feng was powerless to stop all of this. There was a puffing sound, accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng watched his mother being beheaded with his own eyes. But there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do. Why did this happen? Lin Feng roared in pain. Since young, he kept working hard, and working hard. He put in 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more effort in cultivation than others, just to be able to save his mother one day. However, all of this, it had become impossible. Endless darkness surged forth. The darkness wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling that his consciousness was sinking. He felt very tired. Very tired. Very tired. So many years of hard work had come to nothing. So what if he was unwilling? Everything could not be reversed. His mother died in front of him. The blow to Lin Feng was too great. I'm so tired. I want to keep sleeping, Lin Feng muttered. He closed his eyes. His consciousness became more and more blurry. He seemed to be going to sleep forever. He would not wake up. Until he turned into a skeleton. When Lin Feng was about to lose all of his consciousness, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. Don't give up. Don't give up. No matter when. Don't give up on yourself. Live well. This is the best way to repay your parents. That voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind over and over again. Mother, it's mother's voice, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was sure that it was his mother's voice. His mother was encouraging him. That's right. He couldn't give up. He had to live. No matter what, he had to live. Lin Feng tried to open his eyes with great effort. However, he tried again and again. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. The darkness wanted to completely devour Lin Feng. No. No one can devour me. Lin Feng roared. Finally, he opened his eyes. All of the darkness turned into light. Lin Feng found that he was still in the canyon. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion. The illusion here was very strange. Using the fear in the cultivator's heart to create an illusion space, trapping the cultivator inside. Until he completely sank. Lin Feng took another step forward. When he took this step, he finally rushed out of the valley. All of the pain had vanished into thin air. Besides, Lin Feng had the feeling that his willpower had become even stronger. His spirit had become more condensed. His soul force had increased substantially. Previously, he had experienced inhumane torture. He had experienced endless pain. Now that the pain was over, all the pain was worth it. Lin Feng looked at Mo Chanbian. At this moment, Mo Chanbian was still unable to extricate himself from the illusion. Lin Feng had no way to help Mo Chanbian. He could only rely on himself to break the illusion and walk out. Only then could he complete his self-improvement. No, no, no. Father. Don't die, no, no, no. Mother. Don't die, Xiaolian, wake up. Don't die, okay? Don't die, don't die. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Suddenly, Mo Chanbian roared. He seemed to be experiencing some painful memories. And this kind of memory was something he never wanted to experience again, but it was a memory that he would never forget for the rest of his life. His face was contorted as his body trembled. He was crying. However, what flowed out of his eyes were blood tears. What is he thinking of? What happened to him in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself after seeing Mo Chanbian immersed in his painful memories. Mo Chanbian looked like he didn't care about the world. Who would have thought that he had experienced such pain in the past? Perhaps, beneath the surface of cynicism, there was actually a fragile heart. Hold on. Don't give up. I believe you can do it. Lin Feng looked at Emo Champion and muttered to himself. However, Emo Champion's aura began to weaken. He no longer roared or struggled. His life force was rapidly disappearing. He seemed to have given up. When he was immersed in that incomparable pain, once he gave up, it would be disastrous. He would probably die here. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Was Emo Champion really going to give up? Please don't give up. No matter what kind of pain he went through. But you still have a long way to go. However, Emo Champion's aura grew weaker and weaker. He was so weak. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Emo Champion because he couldn't sense his life force at all. The power in his body seemed to have been completely sucked out. His body was about to fall limply to the ground. Right at this moment, Emo Champion's life aura began to flourish again. No. I want to live on. A weak voice could be heard. It was just like how a single spark could start a prairie fire. Emo Champion's life aura became stronger and stronger. His will. He was conquering the fear in his heart. 2 hours later, Emo Champion finally defeated the fear in his heart and opened his eyes. I am invincible. No one can kill me. Then. The guy shouted loudly. He walked out of the valley and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were empty. Perhaps at this moment, his brain was also empty. Although he had overcome the fear in his heart, he had once again experienced the pain he had experienced in the past. This kind of feeling was truly worse than death. Get up. Don't waste time. Lin Feng kicked Emo Champion. Emo Champion's thoughts were pulled back to the real world. He climbed up from the ground and followed behind Lin Feng. As he walked inside, he complained, "You unreasonable guy, can't you let me rest for a while?" No. Lin Feng said. Emo Champion went silent and said, "Thank you for your encouragement, Lin Feng looked at Emo Champion doubtfully. Just as I was about to give up, I heard your voice," Emo Champion said. "I just don't want to see my subordinates die so easily." "You can't die in these 100 years. I still have many things for you to do. After these 100 years, you can die wherever you want. Even if you want to buy a piece of tofu and kill yourself, I won't stop you," Lin Feng said indifferently. Emo Champion didn't refute Lin Feng and said, "Actually, you're a good person." Lin Feng felt a chill when he saw Emo Champion looking at him. He kicked Emo Champion away and said fiercely, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a straight man. I like women. I like beautiful women, I like women too," Emo Champion said speechlessly after climbing up. Roar. A deep roar could be heard as terrifying beasts drilled out from the ground. These beasts had huge skeletons like velociraptors. However, there wasn't much meat on them. Apart from the bones, there was only a layer of skin. It was actually a group of underground skeleton beasts. These underground skeleton beasts were extremely strong and had many innate divine abilities. Hundreds of underground skeleton beasts surrounded Lin Feng and Emo Champion. "Damn it. Our magic power has been completely suppressed. I'm afraid we're done for," Emo Champion said with an ugly expression. "What's there to be afraid of? Our magic power has been suppressed, so will their magic power. If we can't use our divine abilities, they won't be able to use theirs as well," Lin Feng said with a smirk. Roar. A skeleton from the ground roared and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. "Good timing." Lin Feng sneered and leaped out. Fast. Fast. Fast, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was as fast as lightning. Then, he threw a punch at the subterranean skeleton beast that was pouncing towards him. Bang! The punch landed heavily on the subterranean skeleton beast's body. Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. The underground skeleton beast was sent flying by Lin Feng. Its body exploded. Severed limbs fell in all directions. What a perverted body. Are you really a human? Emo Champion couldn't help but ask. A genuine human. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng said. Then, he charged into the group of beasts. He leaped around the group of subterranean skeleton beasts and threw punches at them one after another. Mo Chanbian's physical body was actually very strong. His clan was a branch of the Nether race. The Nether race's physical bodies were very strong. Of course, there was still a gap between him and Lin Feng, especially in terms of strength. The gap was even more obvious when compared to Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Mo Chanbian displayed his might. Just like Lin Feng, he sent an underground skeleton beast flying with a punch. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian were, how would these underground skeleton beasts dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian? They quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, they burrowed into the ground and escaped. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian continued walking deeper into the mountain range. There were many powerful ferocious beasts living in the mountain range, except for the subterranean skeleton beast that they had encountered earlier. Lin Feng also saw some terrifying beasts. However, they seemed to know that Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian weren't people to be trifled with. Therefore, they didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian. They went deeper into the mountain range and passed through 7 peaks. Finally, they arrived at the 8th peak. There were only 8 peaks in the mountain range. The 8th peak was the deepest peak. Waves of terrifying energy waves were emitted from the 8th peak. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was enough to make one's expression change. The white fog is coming from the 8th peak. Mo Chanbian said with a serious expression. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful. The closer we are to the truth, the more dangerous it is." The two walked towards the 8th peak. In the depths of the 8th peak, they saw a large amount of ruins. There seemed to be many stone halls built here. However, all that was left of these stone halls were broken walls. Stone halls. They look like temples. Did someone build a temple here in the past? But why did all these temples collapse? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This place was very strange, and it gave him a sense of unease. Lin Feng searched for some clues in these dilapidated stone halls. Very quickly, Lin Feng determined that these stone halls were really temples. Because he had found the broken statue. It's a very old temple. Mo Chanbian said. Could it be a temple from the Stone Age? If it is in this era, then it is indeed too long ago. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said. What puzzles me is, where did the white fog come from? Mo Chanbian said. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the white fog should have come from this area. However, apart from this ruined stone hall, Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian couldn't find any clues. Let's keep looking. Maybe we can find some clues, Lin Feng said. He and Mo Chanbian split up to search for clues. Not long later, Lin Feng really found some clues. He found a stone tablet embedded in the ground under a pile of ruins. Lin Feng dug out the stone tablet. The stone tablet was very simple and unadorned, emitting the aura of time. Even after countless years, the stone tablet was still intact. What are these words? Lin Feng frowned and looked at the 2 words on the stone tablet. Twisted and crooked. He didn't recognize these words. Eternal suppression. Demon Lord said. Eternal suppression? Lin Feng was astonished. These 2 words could make one think of many things. I found a stone tablet here too. At this moment, Mo Chanbian shouted from another direction. Lin Feng flew toward Mo Chanbian. Soon, he arrived at Mo Chanbian's location. Mo Chanbian also found a stone tablet that looked exactly the same. This stone tablet was also buried underground. The 2 of them took out the stone tablets. Lin Feng discovered that the words on the second stone tablet were exactly the same as the words on the first stone tablet. They were both eternal suppression. Eternal suppression. Eternal suppression, did it mean eternal suppression? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and ponder. He felt that this might be the meaning. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian separated and continued to search for valuable things in the ruins. Not long after, Lin Feng found the 3rd stone tablet. After digging it out, the words eternal suppression were still written on the 3rd stone tablet. Mo Chanbian found the 4th stone tablet, which also had the words eternal suppression. It seemed that all the stone tablets had the words eternal suppression. Lin Feng was astonished. These stone tablets, what were their origins? In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian dug out a total of 8 stone tablets. All 8 stone tablets had the words eternal suppression. The 8 eternal suppression stone tablets are buried under these stone palaces. Say, do you think there's something terrifying suppressed under these stone palaces? Mo Qianbian looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng's face darkened as he said, that's a possibility. Damn, if there's something terrifying suppressed down there, nothing will happen if we dig out the 8 stone tablets, right? Mo Qianbian's face turned green. Quick, quick, quick. Bury the 8 stone tablets again. Lin Feng said solemnly. Mo Qianbian didn't dare to hesitate and rushed towards a stone tablet with Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried a stone tablet and pushed it back to its original position. Then, without daring to linger, he immediately rushed toward the second stele. Then, he buried the second stele in its original location. Mo Qianbian also buried the stone tablets in their original positions. In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian buried 4 stone tablets each. After burying the stone tablets, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian heaved a sigh of relief. They sat down in the ruins. Are we overreacting? Mo Qianbian asked. Nothing had happened during the entire process. Now, it seemed that they had indeed overreacted. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I think so too. Maybe we guessed wrongly. However, right after Lin Feng said that, Lin Feng's expression changed. Wisps of white mist escaped from the place where the 8 stone steles were buried. Look, white fog, Mo Qianbian stood up, his expression turning ugly. There's really something else down there. Lin Feng quickly stood up as well. He looked grave and dignified. More and more white fog was spreading out. Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Let's go, quickly leave this place and find a cave to hide in, Lin Feng said solemnly and took the lead to rush out. Mo Qianbian and Lin Feng rushed out together. However, at this moment, a ghastly and terrifying aura permeated the air. The white fog was also increasing. The white fog seemed to have a mind of its own as it quickly swept towards Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian. The white fog was chasing after them. How unlucky. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian ran as fast as they could to avoid the white fog. However, their magic power was suppressed, and it was hard for them to escape from the white fog by relying on their physical speed. We're done for. We have nowhere to hide. Mo Qianbian said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng also knew that he and Mo Qianbian would definitely not be able to escape from the white fog. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly said, after the white fog engulfs us, we'll act according to the situation. All right. Mo Qianbian nodded. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian were making their final attempt. However, they were still unable to escape from the white fog. In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian were swallowed by the white fog. Their bodies flew uncontrollably towards the ruins. What the hell is releasing this white fog? Mo Qianbian wailed. Lin Feng also wanted to know what the hell was releasing the white fog. However, he might be able to find out later. The white fog quickly shrouded over, emitting a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Not long after, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian arrived at the ruins. The white fog seemed to want to pull them into the underground world. Look, what's that? Mo Qianbian pointed in a direction. Within the white fog, there was a sparkling light. In the vast white world, it seemed very out of place. However, the white fog blocked their vision and they couldn't see what it was. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin and looked at that thing. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, it's a god statue, a broken god statue. Perhaps we can use the broken god statue to resist the white fog's devouring. Hearing this, Mo Qianbian's eyes also lit up. This was really a good idea. Perhaps it would really be useful. When Lin Feng got close to a broken god statue, he used the 1,000 Catty Fall of his martial arts. After using the 1,000 Catty Fall, Lin Feng's body suddenly became as heavy as a mountain. Lin Feng, who had been swept deeper into the white fog, landed on the ground and picked up the broken statue. The white fog seemed to have a spirit of its own as it released an even more powerful force towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, however, a holy light radiated out from the broken statue. The holy light protected Lin Feng from the white fog. Is it really possible? Lin Feng was overjoyed. When Mo Chanbian passed by a broken statue, he also used the 1,000-kilogram drop. He fell down and immediately picked up the broken statue. When the white mist suddenly increased in power, it was already too late to sweep Mo Chanbian away. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian relied on the broken statues to resist the white mist. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a series of strange sounds came from all directions. It's the 8 stone tablets. Mo Chanbian's expression suddenly changed. This is troublesome. Perhaps something terrible is going to be released by us. Go, go, go. We can't stay here any longer. Lin Feng said solemnly. They had to leave this place as soon as possible and inform the others to leave Bewilderment Fog Island as soon as possible. Because Lin Feng felt that the existence sealed inside was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. If they didn't leave now, it was possible that everyone would be wiped out. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian quickly rushed out. Not long after they left, the 8 stone tablets soared into the sky. White gas seeped out from the 8 deep pits. Jiji, a series of sinister sounds resounded between heaven and earth. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. It was as terrifying as the laughter of a devil. Not long after, a terrifying existence condensed. That terrifying existence was an energy body. Clearly, it had lost its physical body. That terrifying existence looked very similar to a human, but its body was covered in dense white scales. It was truly terrifying. No one knew what race it was. I'm finally free. Back then, I was suppressed here by that old fart Fushi. After countless years, my physical body has been destroyed. Fortunately, I have the all-energy absorption body. Although my physical body has been destroyed, it doesn't matter. As long as I devour enough flesh and blood essence, I'll be able to reform my physical body. The bloodlines of the 2 fellows who just came here are very powerful. If I devour them, it will be a great supplement. The terrifying existence couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Swoosh, the next moment, a light flashed and the terrifying existence disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian came out from the deepest part of the mountain range, they pushed their speed to the limit. They quickly rushed out. However, not long after they flew out, a large amount of white fog gushed out from the void in front of them. The white fog covered the sky and blocked Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian's path. A white figure appeared in the white fog. It was the terrifying existence from before. After seeing this existence, Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian's faces instantly turned ugly. This terrifying existence had really chased after them. This was going to be troublesome. Of course. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian were used to big scenes. Although they knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous for them, the two quickly calmed down. The terrifying existence stared at Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian with a pair of sinister eyes and said, I really have to thank the 2 of you for helping me escape. That pair of sinister eyes looked like it was sizing up an exquisite piece of art. That gaze was simply too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Hee hee. You're welcome. It's fate that we met. However, we still have things to do today. We won't stay any longer. Lin Feng said and changed direction with Mo Chanbian. However, at this time, the white fog covered the sky and sealed the surroundings, completely trapping Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian in this place. Mo Chanbian wanted to cry but had no tears. What is the meaning of this? Hee hee. Nothing special. I just want to eat the 2 of you. The terrifying existence said sinisterly. We let you out. But you want to eat us. Otherworldly beings are truly ingrates. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. You know that I'm an otherworldly being? The terrifying existence stared at Lin Feng with a pair of sinister eyes. Lin Feng coldly said, Of course. Although you're only a soul body, the aura of an otherworldly being is very special. You're quite observant. However, no matter what, you won't be able to escape death. Do it, Lin Feng shouted. Swish, with a flash of light, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. First, suppress the foreign living being. Second, destroy the lost race of the era. Third, seal the undying living being. Fourth, destroy the undead of the underworld. Fifth, destroy the traitor of the era. Sixth, kill the false god. Although this terrifying existence was only a void spirit body, it was still a void spirit body formed by a foreign living being. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram could restrain this terrifying being. At the same time, Mo Champion also took out a powerful treasure. It was a whip. The treasure was called the Deity Striking Whip. It was a supreme treasure forged by imitating the ancient weapon, the Deity Striking Whip. Its power was extremely terrifying. Under Lin Feng's control, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out quickly and arrived in front of the huge palm in an instant. Then, it swept towards the huge palm. The Deity Striking Whip was also taken out by Mo Champion. The Deity Striking Whip rapidly enlarged and instantly became 100 meters long. Then, it ruthlessly swept towards the huge palm. Bang, bang, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the Deity Striking Whip swept across the huge palm one after another. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The huge palm was injured under the attacks of the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the Deity Striking Whip. Blood flowed out from the wound. Then, the huge palm quickly retracted. Humph. You have many treasures, but they are useless. Your cultivation is too weak. No matter how powerful your treasures are, you will still die in the end. The terrifying existence said with a cold smile. How dare a void spirit body be so arrogant? Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, 5 heavenly flames flew out. The heavenly flames restrained all soul bodies. This guy's body was a soul body. It was perfectly restrained by Lin Feng's heavenly flames. The 5 heavenly flames formed the 5 elements heavenly flame array and burned fiercely. Even the void distorted. The terrifying existence was enveloped in it. His body began to burn. Ah! My body, the guy let out a miserable cry. Ha 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 ha, my heavenly fire is restraining it. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Feng and Mo Champion continued to use their supreme treasures to deal with this fella. The terrifying existence roared furiously. Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. Even if the heavenly fire can restrain souls, I still have a way to block the heavenly fire's attack. After he finished speaking, he began to chant an incantation. As the incantation continued to be chanted, then, something astonishing happened. Numerous runes began to emanate from the body of this terrifying existence. These runes were very special and contained a power that would shock anyone. Moreover, it seemed to be able to isolate the heavenly fire from harming its body. Those runes protected this terrifying existence. When the heavenly fire burned again, it could no longer cause any damage to the terrifying existence. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face could not help but sink slightly. This was going to be troublesome. If the heavenly fire could not suppress this fellow, then, in that case, it would not be an easy task to suppress this fellow again. Break, the terrifying existence waved his hand. Instantly, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and God Striking Whip were swept away. Next, the terrifying existence shouted coldly, "Myriad transformation divine art." As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding white mist began to churn violently. The churning white mist actually turned into a huge cauldron. Lin Feng and Mo Champion were naturally trapped inside. Don't tell me they're trying to steam us? Mo Champion said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng said. Myriad transformation divine art. This name sounds a little scary, Mo Champion nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. The name Myriad transformation divine art did sound a little scary. You will become my food. I will refine you directly. The terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Next, the white mist condensed into a huge cauldron, emitting a terrifying energy that continuously invaded Lin Feng and Mo Champion's bodies. They tried to dissolve the strange energy that invaded their bodies, but to their horror, they realized that they could not do anything about it. This was bad. Lin Feng and Mo Champion's expressions turned extremely grave. They tried to rush out, but the terrifying existence was simply too powerful. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian were pushed back. Soon, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. He realized that his magic power was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only his magic power, but he also felt that his physical body was getting weaker. As time passed, his physical body seemed to be melting away. This situation made Lin Feng's expression turn extremely gloomy. It must be the effect of the myriad transformation divine art. This fellow was probably trying to refine him and Mo Chanbian into the purest energy. Then, it would devour him and Mo Chanbian. It's over, we're dead for sure. Mo Chanbian wailed. I don't want to die. I'm so handsome, so dashing, and I still have a long life ahead of me. I'm not willing to die in this godforsaken place. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're already so ugly, yet you still dare to say that you're handsome? Can you be any more shameless? Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian couldn't think of a way to escape. The situation was very bad. The terrifying existence laughed sinisterly, hee hee. Soon, all of you will die in my hands. Now, do you have any last words? You can say them now. Who knows, I might be able to fulfill them for you. Can you let us go? Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian asked in unison. The corner of the terrifying existence's mouth twitched violently. Then, he said fiercely, don't you understand human language? I'm talking about your last words, not your wishes. You're not human. Isn't it normal for me to not understand your language? Lin Feng replied. Courting death, courting death. The terrifying existence roared furiously, increasing the speed of refining Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian. The situation was getting worse. Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian's expressions turned increasingly ugly. Just as they were about to collapse, a rumbling sound came from the depths. This is... Lin Feng and Mo Chanbian looked towards the depths in shock. Kill. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the cultivators in ancient clothing were not real living beings. They were a very special existence. They seemed to be void spirit bodies, but upon closer inspection, they did not seem to be void spirit bodies. Imprint, Lin Feng frowned, feeling that these people might be living beings manifested from the imprints. Lin Feng thought of the innate humans. Could it be that these people were the innate humans who had passed away? Perhaps, there was really such a possibility. Those cultivators instantly engaged in a fierce battle with that terrifying existence. Damn it. You lowly living beings actually have imprints that are still alive. Today, I will destroy your imprints. The terrifying existence said viciously. Bang, 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 the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Those imprints were obviously no match for that terrifying existence. The cultivators who were branded exploded one after another, killed by the terrifying existence. Let's hurry up and run. If we don't run now, after those guys are killed, it will be our turn. Mo Chanbian hurriedly said, his face turning green. Lin Feng said, what are you running for? Don't be afraid. Attack with all your might. We will definitely be able to kill this guy. Lin Feng did not intend to leave, because he felt that even if he left, he would be caught by this terrifying existence. He might as well take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight this terrifying existence to the death. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful, but it was not without weakness. It was a soul body, and this was its biggest weakness. Moreover, the cultivators who had been imprinted on Lin Feng's body were distracting the terrifying cultivator's strength, which gave Lin Feng time. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and began to chant an incantation. The Great Tao of Destiny. Please descend the power of destiny. There is an evil existence here that should have died. Please let him return to the path of death. When Lin Feng's voice fell, in an instant, a river of destiny was formed and slammed towards the terrifying existence. Bang! The river of fate slammed into the terrifying existence and sent him flying. However, that terrifying existence was simply too powerful. The river of fate wasn't able to deal any fatal damage to him. Go to hell. Mo Chanbian made use of the void technique to hide in the void. When this terrifying existence was sent flying by the river of fate, Mo Chanbian was shocked. Mo Chanbian shuttled through the void and arrived beside this terrifying existence. Then, he lashed out with the god-striking whip. In an instant, Mo Chanbian's terrifying attack caused the body of this terrifying existence to turn even more illusory. Dense cracks even appeared on the illusory body. And those cracks seemed like they would shatter at any moment. Mo Chanbian's deity-striking whip also dealt great damage to these phantom bodies. Ah! The terrifying existence roared furiously. His fury overflowed to the heavens, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He pounced towards Mo Chanbian, wanting to finish him off. Oh my god, run, run, run! When Mo Chanbian saw that terrifying existence pouncing towards him, he immediately fled. However, that terrifying existence was simply too fast. It didn't take long for it to catch up to Mo Chanbian. Then, it sent a palm strike towards Mo Chanbian. Just as that terrifying palm strike was about to land on Mo Chanbian's body, just then, a hole appeared on the chest of that terrifying existence. A hole like this that appeared out of nowhere was extremely damaging to him. Lin Feng had successfully executed the great curse art at the crucial moment, silently dealing a huge blow to this terrifying existence. Here's another whip for you. Mo Chanbian was definitely a cultivator who was good at seizing opportunities. Just as the terrifying being was checking the hole in his chest, Yi Zichen looked at the hole in his chest. Mo Chanbian, who was fleeing pathetically, turned around and lashed out at that terrifying existence once more. The god-striking whip ruthlessly lashed at that terrifying existence's body. That terrifying existence was struck by Mo Chanbian for the second time. This time, the injury was clearly more severe. The cracks on that terrifying existence's body were even more severe. The river of fate flew over and descended from the sky, directly suppressing that terrifying existence below. Break for me. That terrifying existence waved his right fist and smashed it towards the river of fate, wanting to completely destroy it. However, the river of fate was simply too powerful. Coupled with the fact that his injuries weren't light, he simply couldn't destroy the river of fate that Lin Feng had summoned. Kill. A deep roar resounded through the clouds. A large number of branded cultivators wearing ancient clothing charged towards that terrifying existence. I'm undying and indestructible. The terrifying existence roared, and a large amount of white fog surged out of his body. The white fog rushed towards the cultivators who were rushing towards him. A large number of cultivators exploded and dissipated into thin air. However, those cultivators still charged towards that terrifying existence without any fear of death. One had to admit that this fellow was truly too powerful. His combat strength could be considered heaven-defying. It was truly terrifying. While killing the cultivators charging towards him, he continued to punch out with all his might. Punch after punch, he smashed towards the river of fate that was suppressing him. Under such a constant barrage of attacks, the river of fate couldn't hold on for long. I'll be free soon. When the time comes, all of you will die. That terrifying existence roared. Pooh! As soon as his voice fell, a ripping sound could be heard. He looked at his own body. His body had been sliced in half by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in one hand and the broken statue in the other. The broken statue could neutralize the white mist's attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng silently approached that terrifying existence and launched a sure kill attack. Isn't this sword cool? Isn't it cool? Lin Feng grinned at that terrifying existence. Let's go, die, together. That terrifying existence's half-body charged towards Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the Gourd of Fortune. A powerful devouring force emanated from the Gourd of Fortune, directly devouring that terrifying existence's half-body. After that, the Gourd of Fortune devoured the remaining half-body as well. Hee, yours truly will soon refine you to raise my soul power. Lin Feng smiled and kept the Gourd of Fortune. This old man should be the leader of this group of branded cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. These branded cultivators actually had their own consciousness and could think. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Feng said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. We should be the ones thanking you. If not for you, I'm afraid we would have died. We can finally rest in peace now that we've eliminated this devil. The old man said emotionally. They weren't real living beings, not even spiritual bodies. They were just a group of existences created by the laws of heaven and earth through some special medium. They couldn't exist in this world for long. Senior. Back then, did you all die because of that fellow? Lin Feng asked. That's right. Back then, he enslaved this island and destroyed the temple. We died because of that. Later, Sage Emperor Fuxi came and suppressed that terrifying existence. Furthermore, Sage Emperor Fuxi used a secret technique to collect a portion of our auras and used them as the source to create us branded cultivators. We're here to protect the seal. Li Yundong said. Now that this devil is dead, our wish has been fulfilled. Now, we will completely disappear. The old man said. As the old man finished speaking, the branded cultivators' bodies began to turn illusory. It seemed that they were about to completely disappear. The 8 stone tablets are still inside. They were left behind by Saint Emperor Fuxi. Although they look ordinary. Perhaps there's something special about them. The old man said. Lin Feng knew that the 8 stone tablets the old man was talking about were the ones with the words eternal suppression written on them. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. This junior will go and collect the 8 stone tablets now. Lin Feng said. The old man nodded, and then his body disappeared into thin air. Just like the old man, the branded cultivators standing behind the old man also dissipated. Seeing the old man and the others disappear, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He collected his emotions and looked at Mo Qianbian. Let's go. We'll go and collect the 8 stone tablets. Mo Qianbian grinned and said, I say. I also contributed in eliminating that fellow. You can't hog that fellow's void spirit body for yourself. Don't worry, I'll give you a leg when the time comes. Lin Feng said. At least 2 legs. Mo Qianbian said. You really want to become stronger? Lin Feng asked Mo Qianbian. There were very few subordinates like Mo Qianbian who would take the initiative to ask for benefits from their master. At the very least, it was Lin Feng's first time encountering such trash. It was very rash to do that. Mo Qianbian wouldn't have done this if he didn't want to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Yes. Mo Qianbian put away his frivolous expression and nodded. Lin Feng said, when the time comes, I'll give you the lower half of that guy's body. Hee, this is good. I didn't follow the wrong person. Mo Qianbian grinned. Not long later, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian arrived at the ruins. 8 stone steels were scattered in the ruins. Lin Feng collected them. Since these 8 stone steels were left behind by Saint Emperor Fuxi, they must be extraordinary. Lin Feng kept the 8 stone steels in the temporal space and left with Mo Qianbian. Back at his residence, Lin Feng introduced Mo Qianbian to everyone. Mo Qianbian grinned and said, ha 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 ha, everyone, please take care of me in the future. Let's make money together and share treasures together. The others weren't familiar with Mo Qianbian and weren't used to his method of getting close to others. Hence, they didn't reply. However, Mo Qianbian didn't feel awkward at all. He had always been thick-skinned. Everyone was curious about what Lin Feng had experienced inside. Lin Feng briefly explained what had happened inside. Lin Feng's explanation was simple, but everyone knew that the entire process was extremely dangerous. Luckily, Lin Feng came back safe and sound. According to their agreement, Lin Feng handed over the lower half of that fellow's body to Mo Qianbian. Mo Qianbian was so excited that he started dancing. As for Lin Feng, he entered his cave to refine the soul power in the upper half of the body. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know how strong my race is? You better let me go now. Otherwise, you're dead. Shouted the terrifying being in the gourd of good fortune furiously. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wasn't dead, and he was threatening Lin Feng. He really didn't know what a prisoner should do. Lin Feng sneered and said, I don't care what race you are. What's your background? I only know that you're a supplement for my soul power. With that, Lin Feng activated the gourd of fortune to refine this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful. However, it couldn't withstand Lin Feng's gourd of fortune's refinement. After all, there was only half of its body left. Its injuries were too severe. It was gradually being refined. However, it wasn't willing to give up. It yelled, spare me, as long as you spare me. I can give you many powerful abilities, treasures, and even bring you to many immortal realms to seek opportunities. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to that guy. He continued to activate the Gourd of Fortune to refine this terrifying existence. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't moved by force or persuasion, the terrifying existence cursed. The terrifying existence immediately cursed, brat. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you to end up 10 times more miserable than me, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If cursing people could kill them, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do it. He also wanted to learn this ability. Finally, this terrifying existence was completely refined by Lin Feng into pure soul power. Now, it was very difficult for Lin Feng's soul to improve. Even a breakthrough of a large realm couldn't make his soul grow by a large margin. However, Lin Feng felt that if he refined this terrifying existence's soul, his soul level would definitely increase again. Lin Feng's soul power was currently at the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm. He wondered how many levels his soul power would increase after refining this terrifying existence's soul power. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Lin Feng began to refine this terrifying existence's soul power. As the soul power was refined by Lin Feng's soul level began to increase. It didn't take long for it to increase from the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm to the 6th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm. After increasing by 1 level, the consumption of soul power wasn't particularly high. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. It seemed that he would be able to break through a few more levels this time. Finally, Lin Feng completely refined all the soul power. His soul level increased from the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm to the 9th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this closed-door cultivation. Being able to break through to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm was definitely a huge improvement. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. After Lin Feng came out of closed-door cultivation, he found that Mo Qianbian was still in closed-door cultivation. If he refined the soul energy, Mo Qianbian would definitely be greatly improved. 9 eyes. What's the situation outside? Lin Feng asked. Reporting to young master. The situation outside is extremely turbulent, especially at this stage. It's said that the 3 alliances are already showing signs of joining forces to deal with the Endless Ghost Sand Army. Emperor Jiuyan said. Oh? Joining forces to deal with the Endless Ghost Sand Army? Lin Feng was surprised. Emperor Jiuyan said. Yes. The Sacred War Alliance is no match for the Endless Ghost Sand Army. Now that they are retreating, it won't be long before most of their territories fall. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is. Before this, many experts from the Sacred War Alliance wanted to join forces to deal with the Endless Ghost Sand Lord. However, even with so many experts joining forces, they were still instantly defeated by the Endless Ghost Sand Lord. The experts of the Sacred War Alliance, the Alliance of Immortals and the Alliance of Demons and Demons have all realized the seriousness of the matter. The Master in the Boundless Ghost Sand is too powerful. We have to join forces to deal with the Boundless Ghost Sand Army. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sage Great World will be completely occupied by the Boundless Ghost Sand Army. Lin Feng nodded and said, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. The 3 major forces obviously understand this principle. Lin Feng decided to continue observing the situation outside. Soon, all kinds of news spread. The Endless Ghost Sand Army was still invading the Heavenly Sage Great World's territories with an unstoppable force. The first territory to be invaded was the Sacred War Alliance's territory. Following that, the Immortal Alliance and Demon Alliance's territories were also invaded. The 3 alliances tried to stop the Endless Ghost Sand Army many times, but they all ended in failure. Moreover, the losses were extremely huge. In the end, it was said that the 3 alliances used some shocking resources. They took out the ancient weapon. It's too terrifying. Every time they used the ancient weapon, they had to sacrifice tens of thousands of cultivators. With such a tragic price, they defeated the Endless Ghost Sand Army. After a short time, Lin Feng's subordinates came to report to him. Lin Feng was astonished. Ancient weapons were monstrously powerful. Their power was simply unimaginable. And now, the three great alliances had actually brought out their ancient weapons. It was truly unbelievable. Actually, this news was enough to shock the world. The moon god blocked the ancient weapon's attack. Originally, the moon god wanted to suppress the ancient weapon, but at this moment, a terrifying expert walked out from each of the three alliances. They were all experts who came out from the god stone. A mysterious woman walked out from the Sacred War Alliance. That woman's cultivation was unfathomable. An old demon walked out from the Demon Alliance. His methods were heaven-defying. A 9-orifice stone man walked out from the Immortal Alliance. The 9-orifice stone man was one of the most terrifying creatures among the stone men. It was very difficult to nurture a 9-orifice stone man usually. Before they could grow, they would be destroyed by the world because the world did not allow such a creature to exist. However, as long as a 9-orifice stone man was born, it would be extremely terrifying. Its battle strength would be heaven-defying. The 9-orifice stone man from the Immortal Alliance was like this. Its cultivation was so powerful that it could shake the world. It was truly shocking. The three experts activated the ancient weapon. At the same time, there were people constantly sacrificing themselves to increase the ancient weapon's power. In the end, they blocked the moon god's attack. The three alliances and the Endless Ghost Sand Army's master plan to have peace talks. They've already stopped fighting. Not long after, Lin Feng received a new piece of news. In truth, he had already expected this to happen. The Endless Ghost Sand Army was very powerful, and the moon god was almost invincible. However, the three alliances also had their own extraordinary methods. There was no benefit to both sides if the war continued. Therefore, peace talks were imperative. However, the division of benefits in the peace talks would depend on the trump cards of the two sides during the peace talks. It's a pity that the Sacred War Alliance hasn't been destroyed. However, looking at the time, it won't be long after the peace talks. The new batch of geniuses to enter the Myriad Tribe's divine palace will be selected. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The location of the peace talks was quickly decided. It would be in the city of Myriad Saints. The city of Myriad Saints was the ancient city where the Myriad Tribe's divine palace had appeared. It was said that the Myriad Tribe's divine palace had appeared above the city of Myriad Saints. Lin Feng planned to go to the city of Myriad Saints to meet Sun Yudao of the Immortal Alliance. He hoped to borrow Sun Yudao's power to enter the Myriad Tribe's divine palace. There were many ancient divine abilities in the Myriad Tribe's divine palace. Moreover, there were top-notch offensive divine abilities. After cultivating them, one's cultivation base would be greatly improved. Lin Feng told everyone to stay on the Bewilderment Fog Island for the time being. He planned to go to the city of Myriad Saints. Emperor Jiuyan and the others wanted to follow Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't think it was necessary and didn't allow them to follow him. After leaving the Bewilderment Fog Island, Lin Feng returned to the continent. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many dilapidated towns and cities. Corpses were everywhere. War had always been so cruel. Many people would die. Some deserved to die, but others were innocent. Lin Feng left the Bitter Frost Island and arrived at the territory ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Then, he heard a piece of news about the fallen angels. It was said that the fallen angels had died in the war against the Boundless Ghost Sand Army because of their old patriarch. The 5 main bloodlines of the fallen angels were fighting fiercely for the position of patriarch. The fallen angels are also the imperial family of the Myriad Tribes, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought of the fallen angel Saintess, Naylan Monley. Back then, the two of them were enemies. Naylan Monley wanted to kill him. But in the end, he was captured by him. Lin Feng's principle was not to kill beautiful women. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't kill her. In the end, Lin Feng and Naylan Monley duel cultivated for a while before letting Naylan Monley go. Skyfall City, one of the ancient cities ruled by the Holy War Alliance. Because it was quite far from the Bitter Cold Province, Skyfall City was still in the hands of the Holy War Alliance and had not been taken over by the Endless Ghosts and Army. Lin Feng came to Skyfall City. The Holy War Alliance was the most hostile force against the human race. Therefore, there were very few humans in Skyfall City. Even if there were humans, they were usually just servants. Heavenly Sage Great World had very few humans, and most of them were gathered in the Immortal God Alliance. Therefore, Lin Feng walked for a long time in Skyfall City, but he did not see a single human. Instead, he saw many different kinds of cultivators. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a beast came from afar. Many people were startled. They looked in the direction of the roar and saw a large amount of evil energy rolling in. In the evil energy, many ferocious beasts were galloping. There was a cultivator sitting on each of the ferocious beasts. It's the endless ghosts and armies living beings. Many people were shocked and hurriedly made way. Not long after, the endless ghosts and armies commander and the leaders of the three alliances had a peace talk. Therefore, the ancient cities ruled by both sides would not stop the other side's cultivators from entering. This was also why the endless ghosts and army had appeared in Skyfall City. Lin Feng stood at the side of the road and squinted at the cultivators in the endless ghosts and army. There were both living beings and undead spirits. He did not know what they were doing here. Lin Feng guessed that they were here with a mission. But he did not know what the mission was. After the cultivators in the endless ghosts and army left, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. They began to discuss the purpose of the cultivators in the endless ghosts and army. Actually, Lin Feng felt that their destination was not necessarily Skyfall City. Perhaps, Skyfall City was just a temporary stop. They would rest here for a while before leaving again. Lin Feng planned to find a restaurant to have a good meal and rest for the night before continuing on to Myriad Saint City. The endless ghosts and armies commander and the leaders of the three alliances had not started the negotiations yet. Therefore, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to reach Myriad Saint City. It would take some time for the Myriad Tribe's temple to reopen. At the very least, it would wait until the end of the negotiations before it could be opened again. Lin Feng saw a luxurious restaurant called Heavenfall Restaurant. This restaurant was probably the most high-end restaurant in Skyfall City. Lin Feng had seen many other restaurants along the way, but none of them could be compared to the Skyfall restaurant. Lin Feng decided to try out the delicacies of the Heaven's Descent Inn. He walked towards the inn, but just as he reached the entrance, he heard a cold laugh. "Brat, stop right there." When Lin Feng heard that, he stopped and turned around. He saw a dozen cultivators. They were all cultivators from the 10,000 clans. The leader of the group had a pair of golden wings. He was a cultivator from the Golden Holy Winged clan, one of the imperial clans of the 10,000 clans. That clan was extremely strong among the 10,000 clans. Is something the matter? Lin Feng glanced at the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator and asked. Heavenfall Restaurant. Humans and dogs are not allowed to enter. The Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator said mockingly. The Alliance of the Holy War despised the human clan to the extreme. Especially after the failure to invade the 9 provinces, they hated the human clan even more. Lin Feng was a human cultivator, so it was only natural that he was looked down upon by the Sacred War Alliance cultivators. Ha 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 ha. Brother Nangong is really humorous. But I agree with your words. How can we eat in the same restaurant as a lowly human cultivator? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our status? Someone else said. Humans are nothing but our slaves. Their status is far from being comparable to the watchdogs of our clans, that's true. Humans are inferior to dogs. The Myriad Tribe's cultivators immediately burst into laughter, looking at Lin Feng with disdain. Many people were watching. They were used to seeing things like this. If a human cultivator came to an ancient city under the control of the Sacred War Alliance, it would be fine if his cultivation was strong enough. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he would be humiliated. Actually, being humiliated was a good result. It was even to the extent that many people would be killed, and they would suffer the miserable fate of perishing. Kid! Hurry up and scram. This is a high-class place. It's not a place where a lowly human like you can enter. How far is it? How far is it? The Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator looked down at Lin Feng with a haughty attitude, his eyes filled with coldness. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Everywhere he went, he would meet such arrogant people. He glanced at the Myriad Tribe's cultivators indifferently, then said, "Looks like I didn't check the almanac before leaving." I only wanted to have a meal, but I heard a bunch of dogs barking nonstop. What's wrong? Could it be that he was hungry? How about this? Kneel on the ground, and I'll give you some dog food in the Heavenfall restaurant. It'll definitely be enough to fill you up. When Lin Feng said this, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be stunned. This kid. Did he know what he was saying? Kid, how dare you humiliate us? Do you want to die? The myriad tribe's cultivators glared at Lin Feng fiercely. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. This was the ancient city ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, had come to Tianluo City. He had to swallow his pride and swallow his pride. However, Lin Feng didn't do that. Instead, he humiliated the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator and the others. The Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator was a member of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. The others were also members of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. These people had extraordinary identities. Lin Feng humiliated them like this. Wasn't he asking for death? However, something shocking happened in the next moment. A bunch of ignorant fools. Kneel down. Lin Feng laughed coldly and opened up his hands. Instantly, lines of runes formed. Those lines of runes pressed down on the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator and the others. Lin Feng attacked as soon as he said so. He was really domineering. Destroy this kid, the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator shouted coldly and attacked together with the other 10 people. However, before they could attack, they were suppressed by Lin Feng's runes. Thud 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 thud. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is this brat really that powerful? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The onlookers all had shocked expressions on their faces. Lin Feng had suppressed so many cultivators with just a flick of his finger. The cultivators that Lin Feng had suppressed were all in the Emperor realm. The most powerful Golden Sacred Winged Race cultivator was already half a step into the Sage Emperor realm. Lin Feng was just too young. How could he have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age? He's not a ferocious dragon. This human cultivator is just too powerful. I'm afraid these fellows have kicked an iron plate today. Yeah, they have indeed kicked an iron plate. But then again, it's rare to see such a terrifying cultivator at such a young age. That Golden Sacred Winged Race cultivator is called Nan Gongxing. This person's identity is not ordinary. The current leader of the Golden Sacred Winged Race is Nan Gongxing's great-grandfather. I heard that Nan Gongxing came to Skyfall City with his elders to celebrate the city lord's birthday. Now that Nan Gongxing is kneeling on the ground, he's a disgrace to the royal family. The Golden Sacred Winged Race will never let this go. That's right. I wonder if this brat will take this opportunity to escape Skyfall City? If he leaves now, there's still time. Some of the onlookers whispered to each other. Lin Feng heard their discussion, but he didn't care at all. With his current cultivation, unless he had encountered cultivators close to or above the immortal realm, even high-level Emperor realm cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Brat! How dare you humiliate us like this? Let us go now. Otherwise, you're dead meat. The Golden Sacred Winged Race cultivator's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared loudly. This guy had always been a high and mighty figure. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Now, he felt like he was better off dead. His hatred for Lin Feng couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the world. Lin Feng looked at the Golden Sacred Winged Race cultivator indifferently and sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What a joke. Little second brother, come here. Lin Feng crooked his finger at the waiter who was watching the commotion at the door. Young master, what are your orders? The waiter bowed and asked. Go. Put some leftovers in front of them and feed them to these guys. Lin Feng said faintly. This? The waiter's face turned green. How would he dare? If you don't go, do you believe that I won't tear down this broken restaurant? Lin Feng said indifferently. Damn, this brat is really arrogant. Many cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng. A young human cultivator came to the territory of the Holy War Alliance and even threatened to tear down this restaurant with a powerful background. How pretentious. Go get something, the shopkeeper said. The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. He ran to the kitchen and asked people to bring 2 buckets of leftovers. Then, Lin Feng asked them to pour the leftovers on the ground. Lin Feng then kicked one of them. The golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest fell on the leftovers in front of him. Their faces were covered in the leftovers. Ha 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 ha, the taste is not bad, right? You bastards are only fit to eat dog food. Lin Feng laughed loudly. This brat is really too arrogant. Many people muttered. Although the golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest were the ones who provoked Lin Feng first, so what? The cultivators of the Holy War Alliance were naturally on the golden sacred winged race cultivator's side. Therefore, many people were furious when they saw Lin Feng humiliating the golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest. Who wants to eat dog food? Come out now. I'll beat you bunch of trash in a matter of minutes. Lin Feng said calmly. There was a large number of cultivators watching the show. Lin Feng was the only human cultivator here. But Lin Feng was still as arrogant as ever. Many people were so humiliated by Lin Feng that they wanted nothing more than to rush up and give Lin Feng a good beating. However, they were quickly held back by their companions. What kind of joke was this, although this human was extremely arrogant and had been acting tough all this time? He was truly too powerful. Nothing good would come out of offending this brat. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators blocking the entrance and scolded, "Scram! Don't block my way. I'm going to eat." The cultivators of the myriad races were furious. But when they thought of Lin Feng's strength, they had no choice but to suppress their anger. They quickly moved to the sides and opened up a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng swaggered into the restaurant. He looked as though he was saying, "Hit me if you can." Many people were gnashing their teeth in anger. Damn it. We've always been the ones humiliating these lowly humans. When have we ever been looked down upon by them? This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he come to our Sacred War Alliance's territory to act tough? He really doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see how this brat is going to die later. The experts of the golden sacred winged race will definitely not let this brat go. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance who were watching the show began to discuss. They couldn't wait to see Lin Feng suffer. These people were all arrogant. They could go to the 9 continents world where humans were gathered and humiliate them as they wished. They could even massacre them. However, now that Lin Feng had come to their territory to act tough, these people couldn't stand it anymore. However, these cultivators were clearly the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Although they hated Lin Feng to the core, they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Feng. Hurry up and inform the experts of the golden sacred winged race. Tell them everything that happened here, the manager of the Heavenfall restaurant said to a subordinate beside him. This restaurant was opened by the people of the City Lord Mansion. Right now, there were many powerful beings of the Golden Holy Feather race who were guests in the City Lord's mansion. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies, ignoring the gazes of others. He wasn't worried about the cultivators coming to take revenge on him. That brat will be crying in a while. Yi Futian murmured. Many cultivators sneered, looking forward to this moment. Not long after, a holy light surged in the distance. A middle-aged cultivator flew over. That middle-aged cultivator had a powerful aura. The experts of the golden sacred winged race are here. This person's aura is so strong. Who is he? That's Nangongmu from the golden sacred winged race, right? I heard that he already has 1 foot in the sovereign realm. He's that strong? With him here, that brat is dead for sure. Seeing Nangongmu's arrival, Nangongjing looked as though he had seen his savior. Ninth uncle. Hurry up and save me, Nangongjing begged loudly. Right now, he wanted to escape as soon as possible so that he could seek revenge on Lin Feng. If he didn't avenge himself, he wouldn't be a man. Nangongmu's arrival gave Nangongjing a chance to take revenge. Because, Nangongmu, powerful enough, apart from those ancient emperors, who else could be a match for a boundary emperor realm cultivator? Although Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying combat strength, many believed that Lin Feng had the strength of a sage emperor. This sounded too unbelievable. After all, Lin Feng was still so young. However, there were many unbelievable things in this world. Where's that brat? Nangongmu didn't help Nangongxing and the others immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng had humiliated the Golden Sacred Wing tribe. In Nangongmu's opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. He's inside. He's still inside. Nangongxing quickly replied. Nangongmu immediately sneered, what an arrogant fellow. After causing such a huge disaster, not only did he not escape quickly, he even entered the restaurant to eat and drink. Fine, I'll save you first, then I'll deal with that brat. As soon as Nangongmu finished speaking, he walked towards Nangongxing. Formation runes intertwined on Nangongxing's body. Nangongmu wanted to forcefully break the formation runes suppressing Nangongxing. In Nangongxing's opinion, this wasn't difficult at all. It was as easy as blowing off dust. The spectating cultivators also thought that it wouldn't be difficult for Nangongmu to break the formation runes suppressing Nangongxing. They were all looking forward to Nangongmu taking care of Lin Feng after breaking the formation runes. Nangongmu's palm was surrounded by powerful magic energy. Then, the powerful magic energy condensed into a magic energy blade. It slashed towards the formation rune suppressing Nangongxing. At this moment, the formation rune suppressing Nangongxing's body awakened. Then, it swept towards Nangongmu's blade of magic power. Many people felt that the rune would be instantly shattered by Nangongmu's blade of magic power. But soon, those cultivators saw that when the rune collided with Nangongmu's dermic power saber, the rune disappeared. Nangongmu's magic power blade was instantly shattered. Then, the rune continued to press down on Nangongmu. Heavens, how is this possible? Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Nangongmu's attack with his powerful cultivation couldn't block the array pattern set up by that human cultivator. Many people found it hard to accept. At this moment, the rune had already arrived in front of Nangongmu. Then, it suppressed Nangongmu. Nangongmu originally wanted to forcefully break the rune, but when the rune approached him, Nangongmu's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because he sensed a terrifying aura from the rune that was so powerful that it suffocated him. Apart from that terrifying aura, there was also a powerful will that was almost impossible to resist. Nangongmu knew that this powerful will must have been left behind by the person who set up the rune. Kneel. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice came from the rune. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao. Instantly, it resounded between heaven and earth. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. When the rune came down, Nangongmu quickly conjured a world of darkness to block the attack of the rune. At the same time, he wanted to quickly retreat and distance himself from the rune. However, it was too late. The rune was too powerful. It instantly destroyed the world of darkness that Nangongmu conjured. Then, it crashed onto Nangongmu's body. Nangongmu felt his legs go soft. There was a thump. Nangongmu actually knelt on the ground. No, this can't be real. Nangongmu couldn't accept what was happening. He couldn't help but roar in anger. His eyes turned blood red. An endless feeling of humiliation swept over him. This feeling made Nangongmu feel like he was better off dead than alive. Nangongmu was a quasi-emperor level expert. After some time, he would definitely be able to step into the emperor realm. Such an extraordinary identity. Now, he was actually suppressed by a rune set up by someone else. In front of so many people. He directly knelt on the ground. One could imagine. This matter. What kind of damage and blow did it cause to Nangongmu? Nangongmu felt like he was going crazy. Wah! Suddenly, Nangongmu spat out a mouthful of black blood. This guy's anger attacked his heart and directly went berserk. If he wanted to step into the emperor realm in the future, unless there was a miracle. Otherwise, there would be no such possibility. Nangongmu has also been suppressed. That rune was casually set up by that brat. How can it have such terrifying power? Nangongmu is a quasi-emperor level expert. To suppress an expert of his level, at least an emperor level expert is needed. That human brat, could it be that his cultivation is at the emperor level? Many people couldn't help but discuss. However, the result of their guesses was too shocking. Lin Feng's life aura was too young. It seemed to have a lifespan of around 120 years. Although it was difficult to determine the exact number, the deviation should not be more than 10 years. He was so young. How could he cultivate to the Emperor realm? Could it be that brat has some kind of peerless divine weapon? Did he actually borrow the power of a peerless divine weapon? Some cultivators couldn't help but ask. Many people thought of the peak battle between the three great alliances and the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand. The Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was an almost invincible existence. However, he still couldn't do anything to the ancient weapon brought out by the three great alliances. From this, one could see how much combat strength a peerless divine weapon could bring. Lin Feng was too young. Therefore, these people couldn't believe that Lin Feng had such terrifying combat strength. They all felt that Lin Feng must have borrowed the power of a peerless divine weapon to be so powerful. Many people even wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his peerless divine weapon. However, after seeing Lin Feng's terrifying combat strength with a peerless divine weapon, such thoughts disappeared. "Quick, go and inform the Emperor-level experts of the Golden Sacred Feather race," said the manager. "Yes." A guard of the restaurant quickly left after receiving the order. Not long after, a terrifying aura surged from afar. A middle-aged man walked over, like a heavenly emperor patrolling the world. "Yamaminamiya is here. That's an ancient existence. It's said that he has been sealed in stone all this while. Now, he has broken out of the stone." Someone recognized the expert's identity and exclaimed. These experts that sealed themselves in stone were typically extremely ancient. Therefore, many people did not recognize them. However, this did not stop people from exclaiming at the strength of these experts. These experts that walked out of the stone had terrifying cultivation levels. Their cultivation was extremely terrifying, and their combat strength was simply heaven-defying. Now that a terrifying existence like Yamaminamiya had arrived, he would definitely be able to rescue the suppressed people. Afterward, he suppressed Lin Feng again. That kid hasn't left yet. He's too full of himself. Let's see how he dies later. A cultivator from the Sacred War Alliance sneered. He felt that Lin Feng would definitely die. One had to know that even if one could rely on treasures for a short period of time, it was very difficult to defeat Emperor-level experts with treasures alone. As one's cultivation realm was insufficient, there was no way one could release the power of top-grade treasures. Now, in the eyes of many, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. "Lord, save us," Nangong Mu and Nangong Jing looked at Yamaminamiya with pleading eyes. Now, they just wanted to get their revenge on Lin Feng after getting out of there. They hated Lin Feng so much that they felt like their chests were on fire. Yamaminamiya looked at Nangong Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, and Nangong Jing, who was sprawled in a pile of food with a gloomy expression. His chest was also burning with anger. To humiliate Nangong Mu and Nangong Jing in such a manner. They did not give any face to the Nangong family. This was a provocation to the Golden Sacred Winged race. Yamaminamiya walked towards the duo, hoping to crack the array pattern that was suppressing them. But at that moment, the array pattern distorted. A figure appeared. The figure was none other than Lin Feng. "Look, it's that kid," an array pattern has revealed that kid's appearance. "What technique is this?" Many people could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng's technique left many people in disbelief. "Retreat. Or else I'll suppress you as well," Lin Feng's phantom said calmly. "This brat is too arrogant. Does this brat really think that he can show off in front of the Sovereign Lord with just a magic treasure? Let's see how Yamaminamiya will deal with him later." The spectating cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Many people were sneering. "Arrogant brat. Today, I will not only break your array pattern. I even want to capture you personally. I'll grind your bones to dust." Yamaminamiya had an indifferent expression as he took a step forward and opened his hand. His dermic power surged as he grabbed at the runic patterns. It was an attack that wanted to destroy the array pattern. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's phantom image struck out at Yamaminamiya. In the void, a giant energy palm print was formed. The energy palm descended from the sky, suppressing Yamaminamiya. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the energy handprint. Yamaminamiya's expression could not help but change drastically. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were unable to withstand the pressure of the energy palm. Thump. Thump. Thump, one by one, the cultivators knelt on the ground. As for Yamaminamiya, he struck out at the energy handprint that Lin Feng's phantom image had condensed. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two weapons collided. Instantly, Yamaminamiya's attack was instantly defeated. Following that, Yamaminamiya fell to his knees with a thud. Why is this happening? This can't be real. This can't be real. Yamaminamiya struggled violently as he constantly roared. His face was contorted as he could not believe what was happening. He was a high and mighty emperor-level expert. Yet, he was unable to withstand a casual strike from a young cultivator's phantom image. This was a huge blow to him. Such a blow made Yamaminamiya feel as though he was better off dead. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were dumbfounded. Yamaminamiya had been suppressed as well. An emperor-level expert had been suppressed just like that. They were unwilling to believe what they were seeing, but everything was real. This was too inconceivable. Did that guy really only rely on magic treasures to grasp such powerful combat strength? Many people felt that things might not be as simple as they had imagined. After enjoying the delicacies, Lin Feng paid the bill and walked out of Skyfall restaurant. Countless people were paying attention to Lin Feng's every move. Yamaminamiya had finally caught sight of Lin Feng in person. He was truly too young. He was so young that he was at an age that made others jealous. Those who provoke me, usually, they will die horribly. However, today, yours truly is in a pretty good mood. I'll spare you bunch of trash. However, you'll have to kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then can you leave. Lin Feng said indifferently. Kneel for 3 days and 3 nights? Upon hearing that, Yamaminamiya and company spat out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights would make them the laughing stock of everyone. When the time came, it would truly be a fate worse than death. You can't do this to us. We were wrong. Please spare us, Yamaminamiya begged. You have to be punished for your wrongdoings. Lin Feng said indifferently before walking into the distance. Everyone hurriedly opened up a path for Lin Feng even though this was the Sacred War Alliance's territory. Furthermore, Lin Feng had come to the Sacred War Alliance's territory to act cool. However, still, no one dared to provoke Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng was simply too terrifying. Those who provoked Lin Feng would end up the same as Yamaminamiya and company. In fact, they would end up worse than Yamaminamiya and company. Lin Feng found an inn and rented a standalone villa in the inn. Nighttime. Knocking sounds could be heard from the door. Lin Feng frowned. Who was it? Who was knocking on the door in the middle of the night? He got up and opened the door. Instantly, Lin Feng saw a beautiful female cultivator appear in his line of sight. The female cultivator was dressed in black. Her face was exquisite like a masterpiece from the heavens. Her figure was lithe and alluring. She was definitely a rare and exquisite beauty. Young master, can I have a word with you? The female cultivator asked. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive because he did not know this female cultivator. The female cultivator clearly wanted to enter the villa to talk to him. This made many thoughts flash through Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng had heard of some female cultivators who sold their bodies in exchange for rewards to maintain the huge amount of immortal stones required for cultivation. As if she had guessed Lin Feng's thoughts, the female cultivator explained, I'm not the kind of person young master thinks I am. I came here because I have something that I need young master's help with. Oh? You need my help? Lin Feng sized up the female cultivator before nodding and saying, come in. Let's talk inside. Thank you, young master. The female cultivator bowed and followed Lin Feng into the courtyard. As for Lin Feng, he closed the door behind him. The two of them entered the living room. After taking a seat, Lin Feng asked, why are you looking for me? Young master, have you heard about the internal strife in the fallen angel tribe? The female cultivator asked. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback before nodding. He had indeed heard about it. After the fallen angel tribe's old patriarch died in battle, the 5 main bloodlines had been fighting among themselves. Everyone wanted to be the new leader. Today, I saw young master's actions and was shocked. That's why I came here to seek your help. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator indifferently and asked, "Are you a member of the fallen angel tribe?" "That's right. I am a member of the fallen angel tribe. My name is Nalan Manqing," the female cultivator said. Nalan Manqing, Lin Feng thought of Nalan Monli. The two women's names only differed by a single character. Could they be sisters of the same tribe? What's the situation with the fallen angel tribe? How are the factions divided? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He knew very little about the fallen angel tribe. All he knew was that the fallen angel tribe had 5 main bloodlines. He didn't know anything else. Nalan Manqing said, "The original main bloodline of the fallen angel tribe was our Nalan family. The other 4 main bloodlines were the Dongfeng family, Morong family, Situ family, and Helian family. After the old patriarch died, our tribe wanted to elect a new patriarch. However, the other 4 main bloodlines didn't agree. Thus, internal strife began." "Why didn't they agree? Wasn't it always like this?" Lin Feng asked. "That's true in the past. However, our bloodline was strong enough to deter the other 4 bloodlines. However, it's different this time. The expert sealed in the divine stone has come out. Our bloodline only has 3 Emperor Realm experts while the other 4 bloodlines each have 4 Emperor Realm experts. Therefore, the other 4 bloodlines no longer agree to let our bloodline take the position of the patriarch," Nalan Manqing said. "To put it bluntly, it's because we're not strong enough that we're in such a situation," Lin Feng said. "The first reason is because of their strength, and the second reason is because of another reason," Nalan Manqing said. "Another reason? What is the reason?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Our bloodline possesses the Dark Bible. The other 4 bloodlines have always wanted to read the Dark Bible. However, the Dark Bible is the greatest secret of our lineage. How could we possibly let them read it? Right now, our bloodline is weak. That's why the experts from the other 4 factions wanted to forcibly read our faction's Dark Bible. Of course, the experts from our bloodline didn't agree. Therefore, the other 4 factions joined forces and attacked our bloodline." Speaking of which, Nalan Manqing started sobbing. Lin Feng naturally knew. Nalan Manqing wasn't just crying because of the deaths of her clansmen. In fact, she had another motive, which was to gain his sympathy. "What happened after that?" Lin Feng asked. "Our bloodline suffered heavy casualties. 2 old ancestors led a group of people to block the experts from the other 4 main bloodlines. The other old ancestor led the others to break out of the encirclement. Most of them were killed in the process. Only a few survived. Our old ancestor has also suffered heavy injuries. The 2 old ancestors who were in charge of intercepting the experts from the other 4 main bloodlines have already fallen," Nalan Manqing said in a heartbroken voice. Lin Feng said. "Then why did you come to me? I don't have the ability to avenge the deaths of your bloodline's members." Nalan Manqing said, "It's like this, our ancestors were afraid that the Dark Bible would be taken away by someone else. Therefore, they divided the Dark Bible into 2 parts. The Dark Bible was placed in 2 different places. We have already found the Dark Bible that was placed outside. However, because we were in a hurry, we were unable to bring out the Dark Bible that was placed in the main vein. Therefore, we hope that young master can help us retrieve the Dark Bible." "You actually came to me for such a dangerous matter? I don't want to throw my life away." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Young master's cultivation is heaven-defying. You will definitely be able to complete this task. If young master agrees, perhaps young master can discuss the matter of reading the Dark Bible with our old ancestors," Nalan Manqing said. "Is the Dark Bible very powerful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "Powerful, very powerful. Even the ancestors of my clan could only read a small part of the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible contains unknown and terrifying power. Moreover, it is said that the Dark Bible is a treasure from the wasteland," Nalan Manqing said. "A treasure from the wasteland?" Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, then the Dark Bible was likely hiding many secrets. It was no wonder that the ancestors of the fallen angel clan could only read a small part of the Dark Bible. "Bring me to see your ancestors," Lin Feng said. "All right, young master, please follow me," Nalan Manqing said. Lin Feng nodded and left Skyfall City with Nalan Manqing under the cover of darkness. Not long after they arrived outside the city, runes suddenly curled up and enveloped Lin Feng and Nalan Manqing. "Not good, the space-time teleportation array has been schemed against." Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. He originally thought that Nalan Manqing was the one who schemed against him. However, Lin Feng noticed that Nalan Manqing had a panicked expression. He immediately knew that Nalan Manqing wasn't the one who schemed against him. It should be someone else. Lin Feng directly hugged Nalan Manqing's waist. In the next moment, they were teleported out. The destructive space-time energy surged over, trying to destroy Lin Feng and Nalan Manqing's bodies. Nalan Manqing treated Lin Feng as her savior and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Lin Feng hurriedly used the space Dao to block the space-time energy surging over. "You want to teleport me to the shattered space-time?" "Don't even think about it," Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold. The law of space coiled around his body, blocking the space-time energy's attack. "I found your location." Suddenly, killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Swish, a bright light flashed. Lin Feng and Nalan Manqing rushed out of the light. The two of them returned to the real world. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that he and Nalan Manqing had appeared in a valley. Inside the valley, runes intertwined with each other. At the center of the valley was a huge platform. A terrifying aura could be felt. The aura permeated the area, causing one's hair to stand on end. 4 cultivators sat cross-legged on the platform. The 4 cultivators consisted of an old man, a middle-aged man, a cultivator in his 30s, and a beautiful woman. All 4 of them were extremely powerful. They should be emperor-level experts. Lin Feng stood in the air, looking at the 4 cultivators with an indifferent expression. "Oh? He actually found our location." When the 4 experts saw Lin Feng, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. They did not expect Lin Feng to appear here. They had thought that they could kill Lin Feng. "Who are you? I don't seem to know you." Lin Feng looked at the 4 with an indifferent expression. "Brat. How dare you behave so atrociously in our Holy War Alliance's territory? Do you think you can leave without a hitch?" The old man sneered. "People from the Holy War Alliance? Hee hee. Are you here to stand up for the Golden Holy Winged Race? None of you are from the Golden Holy Winged Race, right?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 emperors of the Holy War Alliance. "The Holy War Alliance is bound together for glory. Shame upon shame," the middle-aged cultivator said with a sneer. "What a sanctimonious fellow. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you attacked me is because you coveted the supreme treasure on me," Lin Feng said mockingly. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. "Does that mean you really have a supreme treasure on you?" "Of course. And there's more than one. But you people, you have no chance of getting the supreme treasure on me," Lin Feng said indifferently. "No chance?" The group of people sneered. Obviously, these people didn't think so. "Kill this brat," the cultivator who looked to be in his 30s sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 monarch-level experts attacked together. "Hold on tight," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Nalan Manqing hurriedly nodded her head and hugged Lin Feng even tighter. She really liked hugging Lin Feng like this. This feeling made her feel at ease. The 4 Sovereign Lord-level experts activated the Grand Array here. The dense array patterns intertwined and swept towards Lin Feng. The array here shouldn't have been set up by them. It was a formation that had been in place for a long time. These people were relying on the original formation to deal with Lin Feng. Their wishful thinking was extremely good. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent in the face of the attack of the Great Array. Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Feng directly used the formation splitting technique recorded in the Stone Sovereign Sutra. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The array patterns were torn apart and the grand array was destroyed. It was extremely unrealistic to use the grand array to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The great Tao of fate, please descend with the power of fate and punish these lowly existences who dare to blaspheme fate. As soon as Lin Feng's voice sounded, a long river of fate flowed out from the void. Then, it suppressed the 4 Sovereign Lord level experts. Attack together and break his attack, the 4 Sovereign Lord level experts shouted in a deep voice. Then, the 4 Sovereign Lord level experts attacked one after another. Myriad Tao Immortal Slaying Technique. The old man shouted in a deep voice and waved his hand. 10,000 rays of holy light surged out. Each ray of holy light seemed to be able to tear apart the void and kill immortals. The power was extremely strong. It was shocking. As soon as the Myriad Tao Immortal Slaying Technique was used, heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. I seal all worlds. The female cultivator attacked. The divine ability she used was also extremely powerful. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly. The surrounding heaven and earth were sealed in ice. The powerful freezing force wanted to freeze Lin Feng as well. Heaven Immortal Slaying Demon Exterminating Palm. The middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly and slapped at Lin Feng across the void. In an instant, a huge energy palm condensed above the middle-aged cultivator. That huge energy palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a light shake, the void shattered. The energy palm was like the hand of heaven as it blasted at Lin Feng. Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation / The attack of the cultivator, who looked to be in his 30s, was also very terrifying. He condensed an ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's body was burning fiercely. It was an ancient Buddha in a state of rage. The body of the ancient Buddha turned into a ray of reincarnation light. That ray of reincarnation light. It slashed out at Lin Feng. The attacks of the 4 Emperor Lords were extremely strong. However, Lin Feng just chuckled coldly. Trash. You want to hurt yours truly with just your attacks? Dream on. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. He waved his hand. All of a sudden, in the void, an ancient stone gate appeared. Following that, a gigantic wheel appeared. Gate of Karma. Plate of Reincarnation. The Gate of Karma and Plate of Reincarnation were summoned by the 3rd-ranked 3000 Great Tao Karma Technique and the 4th-ranked 3000 Great Tao Reincarnation Technique respectively. Rumble, rumble, boom. 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 The Gate of Karma and Plate of Reincarnation unleashed their powers together. Along with an earth-shattering boom, the Gate of Karma crushed the void. Through the endless void, a horrifying amount of power was sent out towards the 4 powerful beings. As for the reincarnation plate, it started to revolve in the void. Every time it revolved, it would erupt with unimaginable power. The strength of the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc was incredible. Lin Feng had created the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc together, so the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc complemented each other. Its power would be greatly increased. Bang 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 bang, 4 consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The attacks released by the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation instantly destroyed the divine abilities of the 4 Emperor Lords. Next, the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation once again unleashed an incomparably powerful attack. An invisible force instantly bombarded the bodies of the 4 Sovereign Lords. The 4 Emperor Lords were instantly sent flying. Wow, 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 wow. Oh my god, isn't he too strong? Seeing the 4 Sovereign Lords joining forces to attack Lin Feng and being beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng, Nalan Manqing's face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. The combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Such a strong man, such a young man, and such a handsome man. Nalan Manqing even felt her heart palpitating with eagerness towards Lin Feng. Nalan Manqing was also a goddess. Before the calamity of her clan, she was high and mighty with countless suitors. However, Nalan Manqing had never looked at any of her suitors in a different light. Today, facing Lin Feng, Nalan Manqing felt her heart pounding violently. She couldn't help but tighten her arms around Lin Feng's waist. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what Nalan Manqing was thinking. He only wanted to quickly get rid of the 4 sovereign lords in front of him. After the 4 sovereign lords were sent flying, Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 stone swords. The 4 stone swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed towards the 4 sovereign lords. The reaction of the 4 emperor lords was extremely fast. Just as the 4 stone swords were about to slash their bodies, the 4 sovereign lords took out their supreme treasures one after another. Each of the 4 sovereign lords had a powerful treasure in their hands. They activated their treasures and swept them towards the stone swords that were slashing towards them. Clang! 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 A series of clanging sounds were heard as the 4 sovereign lords blocked the attacks of Lin Feng's stone swords. However, before the 4 sovereign lords could heave a sigh of relief, even more treasures were sent towards them. Heavenly Drum, Hell King's Bell, Black Dragon Sword, Green Mountain Sword, and other treasures. Which one of them wasn't a top-notch treasure? Any one of these treasures would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. They couldn't wait to snatch these treasures away and claim them as their own. The power of these treasures was simply unimaginable. The 4 monarch lords were almost scared to death when they saw such a powerful magic treasure flying towards them. This brat is savage. Hurry up and run! Shouted the old man. He turned around and ran. In the air, the old man transformed into a golden eagle. He tore through the void and escaped without a trace. When the other 3 sovereign lords saw the old man running away, they didn't dare to continue fighting. They turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures arrived in front of the 3 emperor lords. The 3 emperor lords had no choice but to defend against the attacks from Lin Feng's magic treasures. The power of Lin Feng's magic treasures was too terrifying. They directly sent the 3 monarch lords flying. The 3 sovereign lords were already injured, and now that they were sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasure, their injuries worsened. Wow! The 3 monarch lords spat out mouthfuls of blood as their faces turned even paler. They knew that the situation wasn't good, but now that they were surrounded by Lin Feng's magical weapons, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Pfft! At this moment, a tearing sound was heard, followed by a cultivator's scream. The cultivator, who looked like he was in his 30s, took advantage of the middle-aged cultivator's carelessness and cut off one of his arms. Then, the cultivator, with the appearance of a man in his 30s, chanted an incantation. The severed arm in his hand instantly exploded and turned into a space-time gate. He quickly entered the gate of time and space and escaped. Xianxia! I'll fight you to the death! The middle-aged cultivator roared in anger. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, but he was sent flying by several magic treasures. Lin Feng rushed forward and suppressed the middle-aged cultivator. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have killed him. However, if it was an emperor lord, Lin Feng would try his best not to kill him if he could suppress him. Cultivators at this level were very powerful. After suppressing them, he could directly convert them and make them his most loyal men of sacrifice. Why wouldn't he do it? The female cultivator was also sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasure. After suppressing the middle-aged cultivator, Lin Feng flew toward the female cultivator. He directly used the 8 divine seals to seal the female cultivator. Dense array patterns condensed and wrapped around the female cultivator's body. The female cultivator wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. In the end, she was sealed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals. Kid! Do you know who we are? We're all from the royal families of the myriad races. There are existences in our families who are close to immortals. If you let us go now, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, when the top experts of our families arrive, you'll definitely die. The middle-aged cultivator shouted in a deep voice. The female cultivator also said. If you let us go, we can even give you a lot of benefits. We also promise that we won't cause trouble for you again. Ha ha ha. No matter how glib your tongues are, you won't be able to change my mind about suppressing you. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand, and the gourd of fortune flew out. Lin Feng opened the gourd. The gourd of fortune emitted a powerful devouring power and swallowed the 2 people. When he found the right opportunity, Lin Feng planned to convert the 2 people. Especially the female cultivator. She was strong and her primordial yin was still there. She would be of great help to Lin Feng's cultivation. Hee, fairy. These 4 people either escaped or were suppressed by me. Fairy, can you let me go now? Lin Feng looked at Nailan Manching in his arms and said. Nailan Manching exclaimed when she heard Lin Feng's words. Her pretty face turned pink. She quickly let go of Lin Feng and lowered her head. Her beautiful face looked as if it could drip blood. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to Nailan Manching's change in expression. He wanted to quickly flip through the dark Bible. This ancient demonic scripture was very attractive to Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Nailan Manching nodded with a red face. She flew with Lin Feng to the place where the remaining members of her clan were recuperating. Heavenly Sun Lake. It was an inland lake in the Heavenly Sun province. The inland lake stretched as far as the eye could see. It was said that deity realm cultivators would need to fly for 100 years before they could cross the lake. From this, one could see how big the lake was. Lin Feng and Nailan Manching arrived at the Heavenly Sun Lake. The Heavenly Sun Lake wasn't safe. There were many powerful beasts roaming around. If one wasn't strong enough, they might be eaten by the beasts in the Heavenly Sun Lake. There was a distorted space in the depths of the Heavenly Sun Lake. It was very dangerous. Ordinary people couldn't enter it. There was an island in the distorted space. Along the way, Lin Feng and Nailan Manching saw many cultivators entering the Heavenly Sun Lake. Most of these cultivators entered the Heavenly Sun Lake to look for opportunities. There were many islands in the Heavenly Sun Lake. Moreover, the Heavenly Sun Lake was rich in resources. Many people liked to come to the Heavenly Sun Lake to search for cultivation resources. In addition, there were many ancient cultivator caves and demon cultivator caves at the bottom of the Heavenly Sun Lake. If one could find one and enter it, it would be a great opportunity. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the front. A grey dragon was besieged by dozens of cultivators. Grey dragons were generally evolved from grey flood dragons. Although their bloodline was not as powerful as the dragon race, they were infinitely close to the dragon race's bloodline. After the transformation, they would be very powerful. Like the dragon race, they would condense a dragon core in their body. Therefore, grey dragons would often be hunted down by cultivators. However, this was the rule of the cultivation world. The strong preyed on the weak. Survival of the fittest. If one's cultivation was not enough, they were destined to become the prey of others. Lin Feng and Nailan Manching flew towards the depths. They flew for more than a month before arriving at the hiding place of Nailan Manching's family. Nailan Manching took out a token. The token released a lustrous light. A ball of light wrapped around Lin Feng and Nailan Manching. Young master. Let's go in. Nailan Manching looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the depths of the distorted space with Nailan Manching. The token in Nailan Manching's hand was a token to enter this place. With this token, one would not be attacked by the distorted space. Nailan Manching said, in the past, one of my ancestors accidentally entered this place and found the island inside. Then, my ancestor spent a lot of effort to integrate some arrays into the distorted space. This greatly increased the power of the distorted space. At the same time, my ancestor created some tokens. These tokens can be used as tokens. Only with this token can one enter and leave this place normally. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. After passing through the distorted space, Nailan Manching and Lin Feng landed on an island covered with ancient forests. So. More than a dozen cultivators quickly flew over. The person in the lead looked rather young. After seeing Nailan Manching return, that cultivator appeared to be extremely happy. That cultivator was probably one of Nailan Manching's pursuers. Although these big clans had the same surname, they could get married after 5 generations. Therefore, the number of people in the big clans who got married was not small. Manching. You're back. I've been worried about you all this time. Many times I wanted to leave this place to find you. But every time, I was stopped. Manching's elder, the cultivator said. Immediately, he felt despised him. This guy was obviously he wanted to pursue. She said that she was worried about Nalan Manqing. He wanted to go out and find Nalan Manqing. If he really wanted to go out. Do you think others can stop you from doing so? He was worried Path Neen the path, however, he also wanted to show his concern for Nalan Manqing in front of her. Sex was of course realm. Heavens was sect. Was people Moon Nalan Manqing nodded indifferently and then said, thank you for your concern, seventh cousin. I still have things to do, so I won't chat with seventh cousin. Then, Nalan Manqing looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, young master, please come with Manqing. Manqing will bring young master to meet the ancestor. Nalan Manqing always had a cold attitude towards men, even towards this male cultivator. This male cultivator was already used to it, so he did not have any special feelings. However, this male cultivator saw that Nalan Manqing's attitude towards Lin Feng was very gentle and pleasant. It was completely different from her attitude towards him. This male cultivator immediately became jealous. Could it be that Nalan Manqing liked this brat? This male cultivator could not help but think. This male cultivator regarded Nalan Manqing as his exclusive property. How could he allow others to touch her? Therefore, his face instantly became gloomy. The male cultivator said, Manqing. Who is this guy? You haven't introduced him yet. After hearing how this male cultivator addressed Lin Feng, Nalan Manqing's face suddenly changed. Lin Feng was a terrifying cultivator, she knew that very well. Such an existence was high and mighty. However, her blind seventh cousin actually used this guy to address Lin Feng. If he angered Lin Feng, he could kill her blind seventh cousin with a flick of his finger. Zhao Yunlong. Shut up. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ji. Nalan Manqing coldly said. When this male cultivator heard Nalan Manqing actually wanted him to apologize to Lin Feng, his lungs almost exploded. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was just a human cultivator. What qualifications did he have to accept his apology? Manqing, what are you talking about? How can I apologize to a lowly human? Zhao Yunlong curled his lips and said. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. That's right, the human race is the lowliest race among all the races. What qualifications does he have to make Brother Long apologize to him? Sister Manqing. Don't turn your elbow to the outside. The rest of the people shouted in unison. You all, Nalan Manqing was so angry that her face turned ashen. She thought to herself, a bunch of idiots. I'm saving you all. Do you know how terrifying this person is? Even the 4 emperor lords weren't his match, let alone you all. However, obviously, this group of people didn't know what Nalan Manqing was thinking. Lin Feng shook his head and said, Fairy, it seems like the decline of your lineage isn't without reason. Look at the group of trash of the younger generation. Using cats and dogs to describe them is an insult to the words cats and dogs. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nalan Manqing revealed a bitter smile. Lin Feng's words were really insulting, but she couldn't refute Lin Feng. Brat, you dare to insult us? Do you think that with Manqing protecting you, we won't dare to touch you? Zhao Yunlong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. That's right. We must teach this brat a lesson. Otherwise, where will we put our face? Later, we must make this brat kneel on the ground and kowtow to us. If he dares to resist, break his legs. The group of cultivators shouted loudly. Nalan Manqing, who was at the side, heard this group of people's words. She wondered how this young Master Ji would deal with them. 13th Uncle. After seeing the middle-aged cultivator, Nalan Manqing bowed to him. 13th Elder. Zhao Yunlong and the others did not dare to hesitate and quickly bowed to the 13th Elder. During this period of time, the 13th Elder had been studying the Bible of Darkness. It was said that he was about to break through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. His status in the clan was extremely high. The middle-aged cultivator nodded. Zhao Yunlong said, 13th Elder. Nothing happened. We were just joking with this brother. Lin Feng could not help but sneer in his heart. Zhao Yunlong looked like a fiend. In reality, he was just a useless piece of trash. The 13th Elder glanced at Zhao Yunlong and the others and said, disperse. Zhao Yunlong and the others hurriedly nodded and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Nalan Manqing introduced, young Master Ji. This is my 13th uncle, Nalan Xiong. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, nice to meet you. Nalan Xiong cupped his fists and asked with a smile, may I know how to address you? Nalan Xiong had a smile on his face. His attitude towards Lin Feng was also very friendly. He was different from Zhao Yunlong and the others. He had experienced too many things in his life. He also knew that Nalan Manqing wouldn't easily bring people to this island. Since Nalan Manqing had brought this person here, then why would she come here? This meant that this person was definitely extraordinary. One could not judge a book by its cover. The 13th elder naturally understood this principle. Therefore, he did not look down on Lin Feng just because of his young age. Lin Feng said, my name is Ji. So it's young Master Ji. Nice to meet you. The 13th elder said with a smile. Nalan Manqing said, I brought young Master Ji here to meet the old ancestor. I have something important to discuss with the old ancestor. The old ancestor is in seclusion. Counting the time, there are still 3 to 4 days before he comes out. Can young Master Ji wait for a few days? Nalan Xiong asked. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng replied. Nalan Xiong smiled and said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the clan and talk in detail. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the depths of the island with Nalan Xiong and the others. In the depths of the island there were continuous mountain ranges. Many of the mountain peaks had palaces built on them. Some people didn't like to live in crowded places because they felt that it would disturb their cultivation. Therefore, they built their residences on various mountains. In this way, normally, very few cultivators would disturb their cultivation. The gathering place of the fallen angels was built in a mountain range in the depths of the island. The area was surrounded by mountains on all sides, but the area in the middle was flat. In that area, there were many courtyards and palaces. The two of them chatted for more than an hour in a living room. Next, Nalan Xiong asked Nalan Manqing to take Lin Feng to rest. Nalan Manqing arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Then, he left. Lin Feng was planning to rest for a few days to adjust his body. Not long after Nalan Manqing left, Zhao Yunlong and the others came to visit. Brat, scram out here, these people cursed outside. Lin Feng frowned and walked out. He saw Zhao Yunlong and the others. Brat. The 13th elder just appeared. We didn't teach you a lesson. However, do you really think you can escape this calamity? Zhao Yunlong sneered. Heh. If I were you, I would scram as far as I can. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat. You are really arrogant. Do you know where this place is? Zhao Yunlong sneered. In the territory of the Angel clan, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Since you know where this place is, you are still so arrogant. You are really tired of living. Zhao Yunlong looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was thinking of how to humiliate Lin Feng later. After all, Lin Feng was brought here by Nalan Manqing. Therefore, it was impossible to kill Lin Feng directly. He still had to give Nalan Manqing face, right? However, ruthlessly humiliating Lin Feng was imperative. Fallen Angels Land? So what? I am arrogant. I am happy to do so. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The corners of Zhao Yunlong and the others' mouths twitched violently. They had always been the arrogant ones in front of others. They had always been the ones bullying others. Now, someone was actually being arrogant in front of them. They were being bullied. This made the group angry. They were extremely angry. If I don't teach this brat a lesson, I won't be able to vent my anger. I want to trample this brat under my feet and crush him like a bug. The fallen angel cultivators were all extremely furious. The conflict here naturally attracted a lot of fallen angels to come and watch. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was Nalan Manqing's guest, but they didn't know who Lin Feng was. Of course, everyone knew that Zhao Yunlong had been pursuing Nalan Manqing. The reason why he came to find trouble with Lin Feng was most likely because of Nalan Manqing. However, no one expected Lin Feng to be so arrogant. Lin Feng was the first person to say, I am arrogant, I am happy to do so. In the fallen angels' land. It's fine if that brat is arrogant outside, but now he actually came to our fallen angel tribe to be arrogant. Who does he think he is? Some of the fallen angels said. These people were on Zhao Yunlong's side. However, this matter was started by Zhao Yunlong and the others. Since that brat is Manqing's guest, our fallen angel tribe naturally has to be a good host. This way, people won't say that our fallen angel tribe doesn't know the rules. But look at what Zhao Yunlong and the others did. They actually targeted that brat like this. They really don't know the rules. It's a loss of face for our fallen angel tribe. That's right. Zhao Yunlong and the others went too far. No one would have a good temper after being targeted like this. That brat said some extreme words. I think it's quite normal. Some of the fallen angels were clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Yunlong. These people supported Lin Feng. Did you send someone to inform Manqing? Someone asked. They didn't want this matter to become too tense. After all, if Lin Feng was humiliated, it would be a great blow to their tribe's reputation. I've already sent someone to inform her. I believe she will arrive soon. Someone replied. Heh. A piece of trash like you dares to threaten me? The ignorant are truly fearless. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly as he looked at Zhao Yunlong with disdain. Anyone would be enraged if they were looked at with such disdain, let alone someone as arrogant as Zhao Yunlong. This guy's words are indeed true. I'm arrogant, I'm happy. It seems like he really doesn't care about Zhao Yunlong and the rest. I wonder what he's relying on. Could it be that he's relying on Manqing's support? Manqing hasn't come yet. Zhao Yunlong and the rest have enough time to deal with him. That's right, but this kid is still so arrogant. Could it be because of Manqing? Does he have the strength to be arrogant? This kid is so young. How much cultivation can he have? I don't believe that he has the strength to defeat Zhao Yunlong and the rest. Zhao Yunlong and the rest are probably going to make their move soon. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show discussed softly. Zhao Yunlong and the rest looked extremely gloomy. He laughed coldly and said, Kid. The ignorant are fearless. I've seen many people who don't know their own limits, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you who doesn't know his own limits. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I can't be bothered to talk to a piece of trash like you. You're courting death. You're courting death. Do it. Teach this kid a good lesson. Zhao Yunlong immediately roared furiously, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Lin Feng had completely infuriated him. Do it. Teach this kid a good lesson. Zhao Yunlong waved his hand. Yes, after receiving Zhao Yunlong's order, the rest of the cultivators pounced on Lin Feng fiercely. Kneel. Seeing the cultivators pouncing on him, Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He shouted coldly. Suddenly, it was as if endless heavenly might filled the area. Thump. Thump. Thump, the group of cultivators who were pouncing on Lin Feng all knelt on the ground. The cultivators were all trembling. Their faces were pale. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body made them feel as weak as ants. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was an extremely powerful dragon. Heavens, he's so strong, the cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed one after another. Lin Feng is too strong. The combat power that he displayed is truly shocking. How is that possible? Zhao Yunlong's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Feng of the Lin Feng of him. Of a human cultivator. In Zhao Yunlong's impression, human cultivators seem to always be closely associated with the word weak. However, of Lin Feng of Lin's of the Lin of the Lin of Lin. Lin Feng hadn't even attacked. He had only released a portion of his aura, yet it had suppressed so many experts. If he really made a move, how strong would he be? It's your turn. Lin Feng walked towards Yunlong step by step. Yunlong retreated step by step. He looked at Lin Feng in horror and said, This is the land of the fallen angels. You'd better not go too far. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences are. Lin Feng sneered and said, So what if it's the land of the fallen angels? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Lin Feng's words. He's really arrogant to the extreme, he actually dared to say such words in the land of the fallen angels. It's shocking. Someone who dares to say such words must have a problem with his brain. He must have absolute confidence in himself. Obviously. Lin Feng looked at him. He didn't look like someone who had a problem with his brain. This showed that Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, that's why he dared to say such words. You kneel down as well. Kneel until I'm satisfied. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and an invisible force suppressed Yunlong. That invisible force suppressed Zhao Yunlong's body. There was a thump. Yunlong also knelt on the ground. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's suppression. Ah, you dare to suppress me. You actually dare to suppress me. Brat, I won't let you off, Yunlong roared angrily. He knelt on the ground in front of everyone. Zhao Yunlong felt deeply humiliated. This drove him to the brink of insanity as he roared hysterically. However, no one dared to speak up for Yunlong. Kneel down obediently. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Yunlong, who was kneeling on the ground. He was just a small character. Lin Feng didn't even care too much about him. Then, he returned to his residence. He left behind a group of fallen angels who were discussing among themselves. Not long after, Nalan Manqing arrived. When Nalan Manqing saw Lin Feng, she said, "Young Master Ji. Yunlong and the others offended Young Master. It's their fault. Young Master has already taught them a lesson. Can you let them off?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "If I let them off now, they won't learn their lesson. Let them continue kneeling there." Nalan Manqing felt somewhat helpless. Lin Feng's actions would cause dissatisfaction in many of the fallen angels. After all, Lin Feng was currently in the territory of the fallen angels. Yet, he had suppressed Yunlong and the others, making them kneel for a long time. Many of the fallen angels felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of changing his mind. Nalan Manqing sighed inwardly. She knew that Lin Feng was a man of his words. Besides, Lin Feng looked gentle and kind, but in reality, he was a decisive person. It was hard to believe that anyone could change his mind. Nalan Manqing could only leave. Preposterous. This brat has gone too far. Not long after, many of the upper echelons of the fallen angels gathered in the meeting hall of the fallen angels. Many of them had extremely gloomy expressions. Everyone. This young Master Ji is very terrifying. Don't provoke him. Or else. If you anger him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nalan Manqing said. Humph. He's so young. No matter how powerful he is. How strong can his cultivation be? A Peak Saint Emperor elder said with a sneer. Nalan Manqing said, previously, Manqing was surrounded by 4 sovereign lords with him. The 4 sovereign lords were instantly defeated by him. Furthermore, only 2 of them managed to escape. The other 2 were suppressed by him. What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. However, it sounded inconceivable because Lin Feng was too young. No one could believe that such a young cultivator could possess such terrifying strength. However, these words were said by Nalan Manqing. Naturally, Nalan Manqing wouldn't lie to everyone. Therefore, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off in everyone's heart. Nalan Manqing said, Zhao Yunlong and those bastards deserved it. I warned them not to provoke young Master Ji, but they didn't listen. Now, they are in big trouble. This young Master Ji is so powerful. Zhao Yunlong and the others are lucky that they didn't get killed after offending him. It seems like this young Master Ji still left some face for our clan. A female cultivator said. This female cultivator was none other than Nalan Manli, Nalan Manqing's elder sister from a different mother. However, the relationship between the 2 sisters wasn't very harmonious. The reason for this situation was traced back to a long time ago. One clan had a saintess. Back then, the 2 sisters were about the same strength and talent. However, Nalan Manli's mother had a powerful background. Therefore, Nalan Manli was appointed as the saintess. As for Naylan Monley's mother, she didn't become the saintess because her mother's background wasn't as strong as Naylan Monley's. Naylan Manching was naturally unwilling to accept this. Therefore, from then on, the two sisters were like strangers. That's right. I think we should put this matter to rest for now. Tell the clan not to offend young Master Ji. As for Zhao Yunlong and the others, let them continue to kneel there. Let young Master Ji vent his anger. A middle-aged man said. This middle-aged man was the father of Naylan Monley and Naylan Manching. His name was Naylan Yuanlong. Naylan Yuanlong was also a powerful figure. He could break through to the Emperor realm at any time. His words carried a lot of weight in the clan. If there were no accidents, he would become the new clan head once he broke through to the Emperor realm. Yes, hearing Naylan Yuanlong's command, everyone hurriedly complied. Naylan Yuanlong continued, Qing you are more familiar with young Master Ji. Go to young Master Ji's place and bring some gifts as an apology. Let young Master Ji calm down. Yes, father. Naylan Manching replied. She liked being close to Lin Feng, and this was another reason to be close to Lin Feng. Naturally, she was extremely happy. However, at this moment, Naylan Monley said, Father. Manching is more familiar with this young Master Ji, so it's not appropriate for her to apologize. This might cause their relationship to drift apart, which would be disadvantageous to our clan. So, why don't you let me go? I don't know this young Master Ji, so it's best for me to apologize. Naylan Manching coldly said, There's no need for that. Young Master Ji is broad-minded and isn't the kind of person you think he is. Naylan Monley smiled and said, There's no telling what's in a person's heart. Little sister, how do you know what that young Master Ji is thinking? I can see that you like that young Master Ji, don't you? The rest of the fallen angel clansmen, including the two sisters' father, Naylan Yuanlong, couldn't help but light up. If they could really make Naylan Manching and young Master Ji a couple, wouldn't that mean that their clan would have a top-notch son-in-law? Why wouldn't he be happy about it? The higher-ups looked at each other and began to consider this matter in their hearts. After Naylan Monley guessed her thoughts, Naylan Manching's face immediately turned red. She said in a panic, What nonsense are you talking about? Who likes him? Naylan Monley smiled and said, Little sister, it's normal for a man to be in love with a woman. There's no need to be embarrassed. In this world, there are many scumbags and not many good men. This young Master Ji is obviously a top-notch man. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Big sister is going to help you sound him out. If this young Master Ji is also interested, we might as well make this beautiful marriage happen. Wouldn't that be great? Are you that kind-hearted? Naylan Manching looked at Naylan Monley suspiciously. Naylan Monley said, Little sister, there have been some misunderstandings between us sisters all these years. However, how many years have passed? It's time to resolve these misunderstandings. I'm sure you're very clear about our clan's situation. We should work together to overcome this crisis. Good. Well said, Monley. Father is gratified to see the two of you reconcile. Monley. When you go to young Master Ji's residence, try to sound him out and see what he thinks of Manching. Naylan Yuanlong said. Yes, Lord Father. Naylan Monley replied. Naylan Manching's hair was flushed red. Her beauty was indescribable. I'll go and see that young Master Ji, Naylan Monley said and left. Soon, Naylan Monley arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Cousin Monley. Save us. When they saw Naylan Monley, Zhao Yunlong and the others hurriedly asked for help from Naylan Monley. Shut up, Naylan Monley scolded coldly. Zhao Yunlong and the others' expressions turned ugly. However, Naylan Monley was the clan's holy maiden and had a high status. They didn't dare to refute Naylan Monley. Young Master Ji. I'm Naylan Monley, Naylan Manching's elder sister. I'd like to see young Master Ji. Naylan Monley said from outside. Lin Feng, who was resting inside, was shocked. Naylan Monley. She's actually here. Is this an old lover meeting? Or is it a small world? Come in. Lin Feng's voice sounded from inside. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Naylan Monley's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. However, everyone looked the same, let alone their voices. Therefore, Nayland Monley didn't think too much about it. She pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Then, she closed the door and walked towards the living room. Nayland Monley came here with the intention of asking Lin Feng about his feelings towards Nayland Manqing. She wanted to use this opportunity to mend the relationship between the two sisters. Of course, Nayland Monley also wanted to see who this young Master Ji was. He was so young and yet so powerful. Soon, Nayland Monley entered the living room and saw the young man sitting in the living room, drinking tea. "It's you." Upon seeing Lin Feng, Nayland Monley immediately screamed. Even if Lin Feng turned into ashes, she would still remember Lin Feng. She would never forget what had happened back then. "TSK, isn't this little Lily? It's been so many years, but you're still as beautiful as ever." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nayland Monley. "Who are you calling little Lily?" Nayland Monley gritted her teeth as she looked at Lin Feng. She couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Even though many years had passed, Nayland Monley still couldn't forget what had happened back then. Lin Feng smiled as he said, "When old lovers meet, there's no need to have such a bad attitude, right? I'm so disappointed. I originally thought that when the two of us meet, it would be a scene of you and me being lovey-dovey." "Who's lovey-dovey with you? Right now, I just want to chop you up." Nayland Monley took out a treasured sword and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Then, she slashed her sword at Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, this high and mighty saintess completely lost control. Lin Feng flicked his finger. With a clang, the treasured sword in Nayland Monley's hand was sent flying. Then, he grabbed Nayland Monley's jade-like hand and pulled Nayland Monley into his embrace. "Let go of me." Nayland Monley looked at Lin Feng fiercely. "Beauty. Please don't speak ill of me. You'll hurt my heart. All these years. You've always been on my mind." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nayland Monley. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're a despicable and shameless guy." Nayland Monley gritted her teeth as she spoke. Lin Feng said, "Little Lily. I'm telling the truth. Ever since that day, I realized that I could no longer forget you. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you have the heart to treat me so heartlessly? You, shameless, who was your husband for a day?" Nayland Monley blushed and said. Lin Feng said, "Little Lily, you sure are forgetful. Do you need me to tell you what happened earlier?" "Shut up." Nayland Monley quickly screamed. She would not tolerate Lin Feng talking about what had happened in the past. "It seems that my little Lily has remembered." Lin Feng pinched Nayland Monley's face. "Let me go first." Nayland Monley glared at Lin Feng. But for some reason, listening to Lin Feng's sweet words, Nayland Monley found that her hatred for Lin Feng was rapidly declining. This caused her to panic a little. Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'm not letting you go. I haven't seen my little Lily for too long. I miss you so much. How can I let you go so easily? You." Nayland Monley immediately gnashed her teeth. "What about me?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Shameless." Nayland Monley said fiercely. "Look at what you're saying. You've wronged me." "I'm a gentleman." Lin Feng said. "Would a gentleman say those words all the time?" Nayland Monley said sarcastically. Lin Feng said, "I'm a gentleman who likes to keep saying those words." Nayland Monley rolled her eyes. Shameless people were truly invincible. "Do you know why I came to your clan?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course I know. Didn't Manqing ask you to find the second half of the Bible of Darkness?" Nayland Monley snorted. "Actually, that's not my main goal. My main goal is to see you. How have you been all these years? Are you safe? Are you hurt?" Lin Feng looked at Nayland Monley with an affectionate expression. Lin Feng was a love saint. Wasn't it easy to deal with an inexperienced woman like Nayland Monley? All these years, countless people had pursued Nayland Monley, but Nayland Monley had never agreed to any of them. Thus, she was a complete novice when it came to dealing with relationships. Seeing Lin Feng's affectionate expression, Nayland Monley did not even dare to look at Lin Feng. Because, she felt her heart beating very fast. She felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This feeling made Nayland Monley nervous, shy, and a trace of sweetness. Actually, one could not blame Nayland Monley for having such feelings for Lin Feng. This was caused by many factors. First, the first point, Lin Feng's appearance was very handsome and charming. He was simply a handsome man who could charm thousands of girls. Second, the second point, Lin Feng was so young, yet his cultivation was so strong. His future was limitless. When men looked for women, they liked to look for goddess-like women. When women looked for men, they naturally hoped that their men would be capable. Third, the third point, although Nayland Monley did not want to admit it, one thing had already happened. She had already done that kind of intimate thing with Lin Feng. This was something that could not be changed. Although she wanted to kill Lin Feng, due to various reasons and Lin Feng's sweet words, the last line of defense in Nayland Monley's heart was instantly broken. Therefore, when chasing a girl, one had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. Chase whichever girl you like, and praise her beauty when you have nothing to do. Sooner or later, you will be able to catch up with her. Nayland Monley now felt that her heart was in a mess. She did not know how to face Lin Feng. Originally, Nayland Monley wanted to ask Lin Feng how he felt about her sister, Nayland Manqing. But now, these original intentions had long been thrown beyond the clouds. I want to go back and sort out my thoughts, Nayland Monley said. The night is long. Why don't you stay and tell me about the various things you have experienced over the years? I will also tell you about some of the things that happened over the years. Lin Feng said. Nayland Monley hesitated in her heart, but in the end, she nodded her head. The night was full of flowers and moon. Every moment of the spring night was worth 1,000 gold. A sleepless night spent singing. The spring breeze blew and brushed the willows. It was the night of the full moon. Every sound was delicate and moving. One night. In the past. When Lin Feng woke up, Nayland Monley had already left. He felt refreshed. After waking up, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the divine ability. Bang! Not long after Nayland Monley returned to her residence, Nayland Monley came to Nayland Monley's residence and kicked open the door. What are you doing? Nayland Monley asked coldly. What am I doing? Don't you know what you are doing? Yesterday, you went to young Master Ji's place and did not come out. What are you doing? Nayland Monley looked at Nayland Monley with resentment and asked aggressively. She knew that she had been deceived by Nayland Monley. Nayland Monley said, You misunderstood. I didn't chat with young Master Ji for long before I left. However, the sky was dark, so I left quietly. I didn't alert anyone, not even Zhao Yunlong and the others who were kneeling outside the courtyard. It had to be said that this woman was able to lie without blushing. Who are you trying to fool? Nayland Monley obviously didn't believe her. She glared at Nayland Monley fiercely. What I said is the truth. You know what kind of person I am. Over the years, there have been so many geniuses who have chased after me. Have you ever taken a second look at them? How is it possible that something like this happened after meeting young Master Ji? Nayland Monley continued. This, Nayland Manqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Although she hated Nayland Monley very much. However, Nayland Manqing still believed Nayland Monley's words. Because, Nayland Manqing understood Nayland Monley quite well. She knew that Nayland Monley wasn't a casual woman. Humph. I'll believe you one more time. Nayland Manqing snorted coldly. Nayland Monley let out a long sigh. Nayland Manqing asked, Then, did you ask young Master Ji about that matter? Nayland Monley naturally knew what Nayland Manqing was referring to. He said, I've already asked young Master Ji. Young Master Ji said that, at this stage, he is wholeheartedly seeking the Tao. He doesn't have the energy to spend on his personal feelings. Young Master Ji really said that? Nayland Manqing bit her lips and said. When she heard Nayland Monley's words, she felt as though her heart was being split open by a treasured sword. Pain, really pain, her hope was shattered, what followed was pain, no wonder feelings were the easiest to break down, it really made sense, little sister, there are many good men in the world. Nayland Monley wanted to persuade her. But before Nayland Monley could finish speaking, Nayland Manching had already run out. Little sister. I can only apologize, because that man is mine. After Nayland Manching left, Nayland Monley's lips curled into a faint smile. On this day, Lin Feng finally waited for the fallen angel tribe's ancestor to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng met the old ancestor. This old ancestor was indeed extremely old, but his cultivation should be very strong. Lin Feng guessed that he was around the 7th or 8th level of the monarch realm. However, his face was a little pale. It seemed that his injuries had not healed yet. Little friend Ji. This old man is Nayland Xiong. I've kept you waiting. Nayland Xiong said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's okay. As long as I can read the Dark Bible, it's worth it no matter how long I wait. Nayland Xiong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter and said, little friend, you're really a straightforward person. I've always liked to speak the truth. I'm sure the people in your tribe have already told you my request. I want to read the first half of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng said. Nayland Xiong said, indeed, this old man has already been informed. This old man can agree to your request. However, I need you to bring back the second half of the Dark Bible. Only then can this old man let you read the Dark Bible. Lin Feng said indifferently, I have a rule when I do things. I'll take the benefits first before doing anything. Hearing this, the corner of Nayland Xiong's mouth twitched violently. Who would take the benefits first before doing anything? Wasn't it always taking the benefits after doing something? Little friend's rule is really hard to accept. Nayland Xiong said. Asking me to do something. That's the rule. However, you can rest assured. I'm a person. Since I've taken the benefits of others, I will definitely help the other party get it done. Lin Feng said. Nayland Xiong's expression was uncertain. Clearly, he was worried that Lin Feng would not help them after reading the Dark Bible. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for them, in the end? Nayland Xiong gritted his teeth and said, all right. This old man will let you study the first half of the Dark Bible. This old man believes that you're definitely not the kind of person who takes things and does nothing. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course. I've always been a man of my words. Swish, there was a flash of light. An ancient book appeared. It was a black book that was chained by 4 chains. You can only study it. You can't open the chains. It said that once the chains of the Dark Bible are opened, something terrible will happen. Nayland Xiong said. Something terrible? What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. In the past, an ancestor of my clan who entered the immortal realm opened the chains, but that ancestor eventually became crazy. Nayland Xiong said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. If what Nayland Xiong said was true, then this Dark Bible was truly strange to the extreme. All right. I'll remember it. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Feng stood up. Nayland Xiong personally sent Lin Feng out. Lin Feng returned to his residence and took out the Dark Bible. This Dark Bible should be the first half of the Dark Bible. It seemed that the Dark Bible was deliberately written in 2 books. Swish, the Demon Lord appeared and looked at the Dark Bible. Lin Feng was surprised. The Demon Lord rarely appeared, and there were very few things that could attract the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord came out because of the Dark Bible, which was really beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Demon Lord. I've heard of this Dark Bible. It's a treasure from the wasteland. How much do you know about the Dark Bible? Lin Feng asked. Previously, he had actually talked with the Demon Lord about the Dark Bible, but the Demon Lord told Lin Feng that he didn't know much about the Dark Bible. But now, it seemed that the Demon Lord's words were not credible. The Demon Lord said, the Dark Bible. Rumor has it that it came from that place. That place? What do you mean? Isn't it something that came from the wasteland? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Demon Lord's words made him even more puzzled. The Demon Lord said, the place I'm talking about isn't the wasteland. Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that the Dark Bible had come from the place the Demon Lord mentioned to the wasteland. It was brought out from the wasteland by someone. what exactly is that place? Lin Feng continued asking, very curious about the place the demon lord mentioned. It's a place that can't be mentioned. The demon lord frowned. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. There were many things that the demon lord was unwilling to talk about. Lin Feng's curiosity was cut off just like that. This kind of feeling was really quite terrible. However, Lin Feng quickly thought of a possibility. He took a deep breath. He said, Demon Lord, the place you mentioned, is it related to the mastermind? It seemed that the Demon Lord was very wary of those terrifying existences. Perhaps the Demon Lord already knew the true identity of those people behind the scenes. In the past, those people behind the scenes had also suffered heavy injuries, which was why they had gone silent. However, after so many years, those people behind the scenes should have more or less recovered. Therefore, when those terrifying existences were mentioned, it was very likely that something terrible would happen. The Demon Lord was very cautious and would not easily put himself in danger. Even if it was the smallest possibility, he would do his best to eliminate that possibility. Hopefully, I can find some useful information from here. Lin Feng said. He planned to study the Dark Bible. Lin Feng wanted to obtain some powerful inheritance from the Dark Bible. Secondly, he wanted to use the Dark Bible to find out some information about those mysterious existences. However, he did not know if he could find any information about those existences. If he could, he would be able to find out some information about those terrifying existences. Perhaps it would be of great help in resisting the Doomsday War in the future. Lin Feng sat cross-legged with the Dark Bible in his hand. He then began to try to communicate with the Dark Bible. However, how difficult was it to communicate with the Dark Bible? Lin Feng tried for a long time, but he was unable to make any progress. Of course, Lin Feng was not someone who would give up easily. He continued to sense the Dark Bible. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally sensed something mysterious. He vaguely felt as if he had fallen into a dark world. Inside that dark world, there was a huge ancient book. That ancient book was the Dark Bible. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on top of the Dark Bible. What do you want to know? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. That voice was fleeting. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was also impossible to tell whether it was old or young. I want to know the secret of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng replied. If you want to know the secret of the Dark Bible, you need to open the chains. Now, open the chains of the Dark Bible. When the time comes, you will be able to learn many unimaginable secrets. That voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind, slowly tempting him. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that Nalin Qiong had told him not to open the Dark Bible carelessly, because the Dark Bible was too terrifying. Once the Dark Bible was opened, some terrifying things would happen. For example, Nalin Qiong's ancestor would become insane, or perhaps something even more terrifying would happen. The Dark Bible was like a curse, and he had to treat it with caution. Someone told me. I can't open the Bible of Darkness. Lin Feng said. Do you know why he didn't let you open the Bible of Darkness? An ethereal voice was heard. Lin Feng said, You're worried that something might happen to me, he. The faintly discernible voice sneered. Why are you sneering? Am I wrong? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Do you believe what that person said? The faintly discernible voice asked a question instead of answering. I believe you very much. Lin Feng replied. The ethereal voice was clearly trying to lead Lin Feng into saying that he didn't believe the person. However, Lin Feng didn't fall for it. Lin Feng's reply could easily put an end to the conversation. There are many great secrets recorded in the Bible of Darkness, such as, the secret of becoming an immortal. The voice said. Let nature take its course, and you can become an immortal. Lin Feng said. Kid, you're too ignorant. How can becoming an immortal be so simple? You need the method to become an immortal. Otherwise, it's impossible to become an immortal. That's why many people are only a step away from becoming an immortal, but they can't become an immortal even after spending their entire lives because they don't have the method to become an immortal. The faintly discernible voice continued. The method to become an immortal isn't that hard to find. For example, there are some ancient immortal scriptures such as the Great Desolation Scripture and the Eastern Emperor Scripture. Lin Feng replied indifferently. What about the secret to eternal life? The faintly discernible voice continued. That, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It might be possible to find the method to become an immortal, but the secret to eternal life was too difficult to find. Lin Feng had heard that the secret to eternal life was recorded in the Supreme Celestial Court, the door of eternal life, and the heaven-shaking stone stele. But, he hadn't heard of anyone who had obtained the method to eternal life. The secret to eternal life is recorded in the Dark Bible. Do you want to know? If you do, you can open the chains. Explore it. The voice continued to tempt Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng wanted to become immortal, but it was too early to talk about immortality. Lin Feng was still a great emperor. He hadn't even broken through to immortality, so how could he talk about eternal life? It was really too early. Forget about eternal life. I'm just living one day at a time, Lin Feng replied indifferently. The terrifying voice continued, then, do you want to become an existence that can control everything? What do you mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brow. Look at this, one era after another begins and ends, take a look. One epoch after another begins and ends, the end of an era, accompanied by some unknown and terrifying power. Many people say that there's a mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, you can also think of it this way. No matter how strong one's cultivation is, as long as one is in an era, one can die. For example, those who have crossed several eras can also die. Do you want to transcend? Transcend to the point where you can control the fate of others. You can become immortal when heaven and earth decay. You can become immortal when an era is destroyed. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you make it simpler? Said Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. I have to say, your comprehension ability is very poor, the faintly discernible voice said in an annoyed tone. Lin Feng said. It's precisely because my comprehension ability is poor that it's time for you to perform, the ethereal voice continued. To put it simply, you want to become one of those terrifying existences who started the Armageddon Wars and destroyed eras, right? What? You have a way to make me become one of those existences? Of course. How is it? Are you tempted? The faintly discernible voice continued to entice him. It wanted to lure Lin Feng into taking the bait. Lin Feng sneered and said, the ones I hate the most are those who started the Armageddon War. You actually want me to become that kind of person? What are your intentions? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the ethereal voice was rendered speechless. Because, he truly did not know how to respond to Lin Feng's words. He had thought that Lin Feng was tempted. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say something like that? This faintly discernible existence could only smile bitterly and helplessly. He really wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head and see what Lin Feng was thinking. What? You're not saying anything? I already knew that you were up to no good. Just as I guessed, you really are up to no good. Lin Feng said viciously. Kid. You're rejecting a chance to become a super expert. You should know this. In a person's life, opportunities are limited. Once you reject the opportunity in front of you, perhaps you won't be able to get any other opportunities. Have you ever thought about this? The faintly discernible existence said in a cold voice. Lin Feng said indifferently, this young master has plenty of opportunities. I'm not lacking in opportunities like yours. Besides, you don't look like a good person at all. You've been trying to lure me to open the chains. You must have some unspeakable secret. Kid, don't be so full of yourself. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The ethereal voice was filled with anger. Clearly, Lin Feng had infuriated the voice. Regret your entire family. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You. This faintly discernible existence was greatly angered. Schwa, a moment later, Lin Feng returned to the real world. He opened his eyes and found the dark Bible still in his hand. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. The Bible of Darkness was extremely strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. If his willpower was not strong enough, he would not have been able to resist the temptation of the Dark Bible. If he were to be tempted by the Dark Bible, he would most likely die a tragic death. Let me try again and see if I can gain anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. After the previous experience, Lin Feng paid a lot more attention this time. Lin Feng once again entered a state of epiphany. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that he had once again returned to that dark space. He was still sitting cross-legged on top of the huge dark Bible, but this time, the seductive voice did not ring out. Lin Feng attempted to communicate with the dark Bible. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed some special information. They were runes. Every rune was mysterious and unfathomable. Now, Lin Feng memorized all the runes in his mind. After memorizing all the runes, Lin Feng's divine sense retreated from the dark space. Lin Feng carefully examined the runes in his mind. Lin Feng was shocked to find that there were many chants recorded in the runes. Is this the first half of the Dark Bible's chants? Lin Feng looked shocked. The Dark Bible was the core demonic scripture recorded in the ancient book. It was the Dark Bible. Of course, one had to be careful when cultivating such a demonic scripture. Many demonic scriptures were very powerful, but they were not easy to control. In the end, there might be cases where the cultivation method took control of the cultivator. Such cases were relatively rare in the world of immortals. In the fiend world, however, there were countless such cases. I wonder if the Dark Bible has a way to become an immortal. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, a high-level demonic scripture like the Dark Bible should have recorded a way to become an immortal. However, if one wanted to obtain such a way, one would have to comprehend it on their own. The Demon Lord asked, apart from the Dark Bible's chants, what else did you sense? Lin Feng said, there was a voice that kept enticing me, hoping that I would unlock the chains. Oh? What did the voice say to you? The Demon Lord asked curiously. Lin Feng told the Demon Lord everything the voice had said to him. It should be. The Demon Lord frowned. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. The spirit of the Dark Bible. The Demon Lord said. It is said. This book. It is said to be an extremely terrifying treasure, the Demon Lord said. It's an extremely terrifying magical treasure? Is that true? A look of disbelief appeared on Lin Feng's face. It sounded, a little, inconceivable. Because, he truly did not realize that the Dark Bible was a treasure. Apart from the special materials, there did not seem to be anything special about it. However, the Demon Lord had said that the Dark Bible was an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Feng felt that the Demon Lord would not speak without thinking. Perhaps we can unlock the chains. The spirit of the Dark Bible will appear. The Demon Lord said. Let's forget about that. If we really unlock the chains, who knows what terrifying things will happen? Lin Feng said. There are some things that I need to ask this guy, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, the Demon Lord insisted on unlocking the chains. However, Lin Feng did not want to do so because he felt that it was extremely dangerous. If he was careless, he might die without a grave. You can try to comprehend the Dark Bible. When you enter that illusory world of darkness, you should be able to communicate with the spirit of the Dark Bible, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said. It is useless. Only people of flesh and blood can sense the Dark Bible. As for me, I do not meet this condition. So, you must unlock the chains of the Dark Bible? Lin Feng's frown deepened. The Demon Lord had made such a request. This put Lin Feng in a very difficult position. However, the Demon Lord insisted. Thinking of how much help the Demon Lord had given him over the years, if he directly rejected the Demon Lord, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the Demon Lord? If the spirit of the Dark Bible escapes, will we suffer a calamity? Lin Feng said helplessly. No. I am here. What are you afraid of? The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The more confident the Demon Lord was, the more uncertain Lin Feng felt. Alright, then unlock the chains of the Dark Bible. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will happen. The Demon Lord said confidently. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Now that he had decided to open the chains, he could only pray that the demon lord had a way to deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. If he couldn't deal with it, who knew what terrible things would happen? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. The demon lord had a calm look on his face. This guy wasn't worried at all. His heart was really big. Seeing the demon lord's confident look, Lin Feng was finally able to relax a little. Since the demon lord wasn't worried about the spirit of the Dark Bible appearing, it seemed that the demon lord might really have a way to deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng immediately pondered. What did the demon lord want to ask the spirit of the Dark Bible? He didn't hesitate to take the risk to open the chains of the Dark Bible. Although he still didn't know what the demon lord wanted to ask, he would soon find out. These 4 chains, how do I open them? Lin Feng asked curiously. The demon lord said, the truly powerful part of these 4 chains isn't the chains themselves, but the runes on them. If you can break these runes, the chains will automatically open. The demon lord said. Lin Feng looked at the runes on the 4 chains and couldn't help but frown. The runes on the 4 chains were very mysterious. With Lin Feng's level of array formation, looking at the runes a few more times actually made him feel dizzy. This shocked Lin Feng. What kind of runes were they? How could they make him feel so dizzy? It was really unimaginable. The demon lord came before the Dark Bible and reached out to touch the 4 chains. Then, something that shocked Lin Feng happened. Runes flew out one after another. Those runes all fused into the 4 chains. The demon lord was deciphering the runes. The demon lord's methods were getting more and more advanced. Lin Feng was astonished by all the techniques he knew. Even Lin Feng found it hard to believe. The current demon lord. Things were no longer the same as before. However, Lin Feng remembered that the demon lord was only a great emperor-level expert in the past. At most, a great emperor would have the battle strength of an emperor lord. Logically speaking, even emperor lord level existences were far from the demon lord's current strength. Therefore, Lin Feng now had some doubts about the demon lord. He felt that, this fellow, Yao Jun, was hiding many secrets. Lin Feng said, Demon Lord, some of your methods are truly shocking. The demon lord said indifferently, in the future, perhaps you will know why I have such extraordinary means. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the end, he nodded and didn't say anything. The demon lord had too many secrets on his body. It wasn't good for him to ask too much. Once he asked too much, it would arouse the disgust of the demon lord, which would be bad. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Instead, he stood to the side and carefully watched the demon lord crack those mysterious runes. After spending about a day's time, the demon lord finally cracked the runes on the 4 chains. Kacha 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 kacha. Then, the 4 chains directly split open. Finally, the 4 chains were completely separated. However, Lin Feng found that after the 4 chains were opened, the Dark Bible didn't have any movement. He couldn't help but mutter, could it be that the voice he heard during the epiphany wasn't the voice of the Dark Bible spirit? As for the specific situation, Lin Feng couldn't say for sure. The demon lord frowned slightly. Then, he sneered and said, still not coming out? Could it be that you want me to burn this Bible of darkness? After hearing the demon lord's voice, a sinister voice came from the Dark Bible. You should know that the Dark Bible can't be destroyed. Even the cycle of eras can't destroy the Dark Bible, let alone a mere demon soul that doesn't even have a physical body. The demon lord said indifferently, it seems you don't recognize who I am. HM? You are. The voice sounded somewhat bewildered. It seemed to be sizing up the demon lord. It's you. Next, the voice cried out in alarm. Evidently, the voice had recognized the demon lord's identity. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, it's just as I guessed. The demon lord has other identities. The most likely possibility is that the demon lord is a reincarnation. I wonder who the demon lord was in his previous life. I have something to ask you. The demon lord said. The Dark Bible spirit sneered and said, you have something to ask me? How strange. You and I don't have any friendship. What can you ask me? Besides, even if I know the answer to your question, I have no obligation to tell you. Listen to what I want to ask first. Tell me if you're going to answer my question or not. The Demon Lord said. What do you want to ask? The Dark Bible Spirit asked with a frown. The Demon Lord's lips moved. It was unknown what he was saying. What a pity. Lin Feng didn't know how to read lips. If Lin Feng knew how to read lips, he would be able to read what the Demon Lord was saying to the Dark Bible Spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat depressed. What did the Demon Lord ask? Why was he hiding it from him? Lin Feng sensed a trace of divine will fluctuation. It should be the Dark Bible Spirit communicating with the Demon Lord. Lin Feng tried to capture that godly awareness, but when Lin Feng saw the contents of that godly awareness, he realized something was wrong. Lin Feng was speechless because the spirit of the Dark Holy Bible used an ancient language to communicate with the beast. Lin Feng didn't understand what that language meant. These two fellows were deliberately hiding it from him. Lin Feng felt like his heart was being scratched. He wanted to know what they were talking about, but he had no way of doing so. Lin Feng could only wait at the side. About half an hour passed. The communication between the two ended. Shua, with a flash of light, an illusory figure appeared. This illusory figure was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what he looked like. However, an extremely evil aura was emanating from his body. This fellow should be the Dark Bible Spirit. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "You were the one who transmitted your voice to me in the dark space? Kid, your willpower is quite strong. You actually weren't tempted by what I said. However, I've managed to escape. Now, I've decided to eat you." The spirit of the Dark Bible was terrifying. After sensing its aura, Lin Feng could not help but feel a suffocating pressure. It was a terrible feeling. Humph. The Demon Lord sneered and blocked the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, he slapped the spirit with his palm. Bang! He collided with the spirit of the Dark Bible. The two sides were actually evenly matched. This shocked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord had not made a move for a long time, but now it seemed that the Demon Lord's strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was truly inconceivable. What level of combat power was this? Although it was hard to tell, Lin Feng felt that it had surpassed Fan Tao, who was an emperor. Lin Feng still remembered that Emperor Shun's alchemy scroll was very close to the Demon Lord. At that time, Lin Feng had already suspected the Demon Lord and made some guesses about the Demon Lord. Now that he thought about it, Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Could the Demon Lord be related to Emperor Shun, one of the 5 emperors of the human race? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked by his own guess. You dare to stop me? The spirit of the Dark Bible looked at the Demon Lord with a gloomy expression. The Demon Lord said, "Obediently return to the Dark Bible. That way, you won't have to suffer physical pain." Ha 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 ha. The spirit of the Dark Bible laughed and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can deal with me?" The Demon Lord said. "Of course, then I'll destroy you first." The spirit of the Dark Bible rushed toward the Demon Lord. Dark Order, he unleashed a peerless divine ability. Endless darkness shrouded the Demon Lord. After the endless darkness, a powerful order law condensed. Between heaven and earth. If there was light, there must be darkness. The power of darkness was everywhere. The order of darkness ruled heaven and earth. Now, the spirit of the Dark Bible had unleashed the Dark Order, a peerless ancient technique. Its power was truly shocking. Anyone who felt this powerful divine ability would feel their hair stand on end. This powerful divine ability was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. However, the Demon Lord remained indifferent in the face of this divine ability. Light dispels the darkness. I shall become the god of light, illuminate the world, the Demon Lord's voice fell. In an instant, boundless light gushed out of the Demon Lord's body. At that moment, his body seemed to have turned transparent. At this moment, the Demon Lord turned into light. When light descended upon the world, the darkness was destined to be dispelled. Bang! 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 Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, the power of light and darkness disappeared together. Light could not completely suppress darkness, but darkness could not truly devour light either. Take one more move from me, the spirit of the Dark Bible sneered as he walked step by step toward the demon lord. Look up to freedom in the darkness, yearn for new life in death. I am the embodiment of darkness, darkness shall corrode everything. After the incantation, a strange power gushed out of the Dark Bible's spirit body. That kind of power was too terrifying. The void was directly torn apart by the corrosion. This is the power to destroy the epic. The demon lord's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He did not expect the spirit of the Dark Bible to possess such power. Lin Feng was shocked. The power to destroy the epic. Didn't that mean that it was a terrifying power that appeared before the epic collapsed, the collapse of the epic? It was directly related to this power. Although that strange power hadn't touched his body yet, he was still able to feel it. However, Lin Feng could already feel the aura of death. The power to destroy the epic was too terrifying. The power of that power was simply unimaginable. Anyone who was enveloped by that power would feel the danger of death. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor covered Lin Feng's entire body. Lin Feng relaxed slightly. At that moment, the power to destroy the epic enveloped the demon lord's body. After being enveloped by the power, the demon lord's body began to crack. It was as if it had cracked like porcelain. Damn, the power to destroy the epic is so terrifying. Isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He knew very well how powerful the demon lord was. However, such a powerful cultivation base, he was actually unable to resist the power to destroy the epic. This was too inconceivable. The demon lord would not die at the hands of that fellow, would he? If the demon lord died, he would be dead for sure. Hee. Now you know how powerful I am, right? The Dark Bible spirit looked at the demon lord smugly. You are indeed powerful. The demon lord lowered his head and looked at his body that was cracking. If you are willing to become my slave, I can teach you the cultivation method of this power. I can even bring you to that place, the Dark Bible spirit said. The place that this fellow was talking about, Lin Feng guessed that it was the place where the people behind the scenes lived. Actually, Lin Feng didn't know who those people were, but he didn't know who they were. Were they some kind of living beings? Or were they some kind of law? The demon lord and the Dark Bible spirit both knew, but they would not say it out loud. Not interested. The demon lord said with an indifferent expression. You're so stubborn. Go to hell then. The Dark Bible spirit sneered. Inside his body, a large amount of terrifying power surged out. The power to destroy the epic was surging violently. Then, it engulfed the demon lord. Now that the demon lord's body was in pieces, if he took another terrifying attack from this fellow, he would die without a doubt. Open your body, your power and mine become one. The demon lord looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng trusted the demon lord unconditionally. He hurriedly removed all of his defenses. Whoosh. The demon lord turned into a demonic aura and rushed into Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng immediately sensed that the strength in his body was increasing at an incredible speed. After fusing with the demon lord's power, Lin Feng's power rose to an unimaginable level. Strong. Strong. Strong, Lin Feng felt that with a raise of his hand, he could destroy the sky and shatter 10,000 worlds. Now, Lin Feng had the urge to look up to the sky and howl. Could it be? Lin Feng wasn't sure if the demon lord's power had reached the level of an immortal's power, but now the two of them were fused. Fusion meant that. It meant that the power of two people fused together to form one person's power. Just like Lin Feng now. So, Lin Feng felt that after he fused with the demon lord's power, he should be able to reach the level of an immortal. This kind of fusion technique couldn't be easily used under normal circumstances, because it was very difficult for the cultivator to trust the other party 100%. If one of them had any evil intentions during the fusion, the other party would be killed. Then the other person would be hit by a thunderous blow. But fortunately, this kind of situation wouldn't happen in front of Lin Feng and the demon lord. After the fusion, Lin Feng's battle strength soared, and he directly rushed toward the Dark Bible. The power of the era's destruction quickly surged. Previously, Lin Feng was worried that the power of the era's destruction would cause great damage to his body. But soon, Lin Feng's face showed a relieved expression. Because the power of this supreme treasure, the armor of the ruler, was too strong. It directly blocked the power of the era's destruction. As expected of a supreme treasure, it played an extremely crucial role at the critical moment. If he didn't have the armor of the ruler, then it was extremely unrealistic to rely on magic or physical body to block that kind of destructive power. Lin Feng was very clear about this. But now, since the armor of the ruler blocked the power of the era's destruction, this gave Lin Feng a chance to show his skills. Lin Feng rushed in front of the Dark Bible's spirit and directly punched toward the spirit of the Dark Bible's spirit with a supreme reincarnation fist. Damn it, the spirit of the Dark Bible's expression was very gloomy. His power of the era's destruction was so strong, but now it was blocked by Lin Feng. Naturally, he was extremely depressed. However, this guy's methods were extraordinary. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he used the Dark Demon Fist. Boundless black energy permeated the space between heaven and earth. That black energy was extremely strange. No one knew what kind of strange energy it was. A powerful attack was formed in an instant and collided with Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. Thump 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 thump, both of them retreated, and they were evenly matched. Lin Feng was shocked. This guy was really powerful. Even when he merged with the Demon Lord, he still couldn't suppress this guy. It was hard to imagine how strong this guy was. You can't defeat me. I'll give you a chance now. Leave this place immediately and you can still live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The spirit of the Dark Bible coldly looked at Lin Feng and said. Clearly, he also knew that Lin Feng's combat strength had skyrocketed after fusing with the Demon Lord, so he didn't want to fight Lin Feng and the Demon Lord to the death right now. This wouldn't do him any good either. In the end, defeating the combination of Lin Feng and the Demon Lord would only result in a lose-lose situation. If I don't destroy you, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lin Feng sneered. He had no intention of leaving. It would be best if he could destroy this guy. Even if he couldn't, he would seal him again. Because this guy was simply too evil. If he didn't seal him, who knew what this guy would do in the future? At the very least, these fallen angels would definitely suffer a calamity. Stubborn. Then I'll send you all to hell. The spirit of the Dark Bible laughed nastily. Then, a destructive aura spread out from his body. When that aura surged out, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a grave expression. This guy's strength was terrifying, but Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He began to chant an incantation. Almighty Tao of Fate, help me break this evil creature's magic. I will represent the justice of this world and dispel all evil in this world. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of fate condensed and instantly blasted toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. The power of fate, the spirit of the Dark Bible was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to use the power of fate. It was inconceivable. It was unimaginable. Facing the attack of the power of fate, he didn't dare to be careless. In truth, no one in this world dared to underestimate the power of fate. Once the power of fate was used, it might be able to reverse the situation of any battle. The spirit of the Dark Bible was very clear about this. He hurriedly threw a punch at the power of fate that was surging toward him. Bang! A violent sound of collision was heard. The power of fate instantly broke the attack of the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, the spirit of the Dark Bible was sent flying. Under Lin Feng's control, the powerful power of fate continued to attack the spirit of the Dark Bible. However, at this moment, the spirit of the Dark Bible summoned the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible floated above his head, emitting a terrifying power that could distort time and space. The Dark Bible itself was a supreme treasure. Now that it was activated by the spirit of the Dark Bible, it unleashed a terrifying power that could suffocate people. The Dark Bible quickly flew toward Lin Feng, colliding with the power of fate that Lin Feng had unleashed in midair. It actually broke Lin Feng's power of fate. The Dark Bible was truly terrifying. Its power was too strong. The demonic sacrificial orb against the Dark Bible. The voice of the Demon Lord rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Demonic orb, come out, Lin Feng shouted and quickly summoned the demonic orb. The demonic orb was incomparably mysterious. Before this, Lin Feng had been unable to activate the demonic orb to fight. But now, things were different. Lin Feng's power and the power of the demon lord fused together. So, he could now activate the demonic orb. After being activated, the demonic orb released endless demonic light, which then blasted toward the Dark Bible. Bang! It was as if two ancient demonic mountains had collided. It was truly shocking. The demonic orb blocked the Dark Bible's power. It's this thing. It hasn't been destroyed yet. When the spirit of the Dark Bible saw the demonic orb, it was shocked. It clearly recognized the demonic orb's origin. In truth, even Lin Feng did not know much about the demonic orb's origin. However, the spirit of the Dark Bible had a deep understanding of the demonic orb's origin. What's the origin of the demonic orb? Lin Feng asked as he charged toward the Dark Bible. He had asked the demon lord before, but the demon lord had not told him. So, Lin Feng planned to get some information from the spirit of the Dark Bible. Keek, kid, you don't even know the origin of the demonic orb, yet you dare to carry it with you? You're really courting death. Tell me. What's the origin of the demonic orb? Lin Feng continued asking. Ha 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 ha, kid. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to ask me questions? What a joke. The spirit of the Dark Bible burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Lin Feng sneered and charged at the spirit of the Dark Bible. At present, the Dark Bible was tied down by the demonic orb. The spirit of the Dark Bible could no longer use the Dark Bible to fight, so Lin Feng could only deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spirit of the Dark Bible was powerful. However, Lin Feng was confident that he could deal with the spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng arrived in front of the spirit of the Dark Bible and used the Monarch's Descent, a spell that directly attacked the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spell was so powerful that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled, immortal monarch, invincible. Kid. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The spirit of the Dark Bible looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Then, he used a powerful spell of his own. The spell was called Eternal Instant, and it was also a supreme spell that had never existed since ancient times. It had great destructive power. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the spells of the two sides collided. The collision between the two was unimaginable. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Then, the two sides were once again evenly matched. Kid. You won't be able to maintain this fusion state for long. Once the fusion state ends, you'll die a horrible death. The spirit of the Dark Bible sneered, his face full of killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, before the fusion state ends, I'll have enough time to deal with you. The spirit of the Dark Bible said disdainfully, what shameless boasting. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen powerful magic treasures were taken out by Lin Feng. Each of the magic treasures contained destructive power. Then, it blasted toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. After seeing so many powerful magic treasures, the spirit of the Dark Bible's expression changed abruptly. However, its reaction was extremely fast in the face of such terrifying attacks. The spirit of the Dark Bible hurriedly took action, condensing a divine ability called the Infinite Dark Wave. With the Dark Bible as the center, waves of dark power surged out from his body. The surges of dark energy actually formed a dark wave. Rumble, 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 a loud explosion shook the heavens. The waves of darkness were like huge waves in the sea, sweeping across the world and releasing a shocking impact. It's useless. No matter how powerful your ability is, it's absolutely impossible for you to withstand the attacks of so many of my magical treasures. Lin Feng sneered. Bang, 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 Lin Feng's dozens of magical weapons suddenly collided with the attack of the Dark Bible spirit. The spirit of the Dark Bible spirit was very powerful. However, under the combined attack of Lin Feng's many magical treasures, it was far from enough. The divine ability of the Dark Bible was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's dozens of magical treasures. Then, Lin Feng's dozens of magical treasures bombarded the spirit of the Dark Bible. The spirit of the Dark Bible was sent flying. Damn it! A dragon in the shallows is toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. The spirit of the Dark Bible roared angrily after being sent flying. This guy was obviously very unconvinced. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you a dragon? At most, you're a little black snake. Are you a tiger? At most, you're a lynx. How dare a piece of trash like you act all high and mighty in front of me? Shameless people are truly invincible." Mocked by Lin Feng like this, the spirit of the Dark Bible was so angry that it trembled all over. For countless years, who dared to mock it like this? Although its current cultivation was not as high as it used to be, it was still a high and mighty existence. Hearing Lin Feng's mockery was simply unbearable. "Kid, don't be so smug. I'll make sure you die a horrible death later." The spirit of the Dark Bible glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Then, it flew toward the Dark Bible. It wanted to become one with the Dark Bible. Once it became one with the Dark Bible, the spirit of the Dark Bible would combine with the power of the Dark Bible, and its combat power would be greatly increased. Lin Feng naturally had to stop the spirit of the Dark Bible. Under his control, dozens of powerful magical treasures instantly intercepted the spirit of the Dark Bible. Then, they bombarded the spirit of the Dark Bible with indiscriminate attacks. The spirit of the Dark Bible was severely injured, and its body began to crack. Lin Feng rushed forward and used the 8 God-sealing seals, wanting to seal the sky. Dense runes flew out and flew toward the spirit of the Dark Bible. Those runes moved toward the spirit of the Dark Bible, wanting to seal the spirit of the Dark Bible. "Break!" The spirit of the Dark Bible shouted coldly and threw a punch at those runes. However, the runes that Lin Feng had unleashed were branded on the spirit of the Dark Bible like maggots. The spirit of the Dark Bible kept struggling, but it was unable to break free. 8 God-sealing seals. This is the legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Kid. So. You and that world have long been connected, the spirit of the Dark Bible roared. Lin Feng was shocked. What did this guy mean? Lin Feng felt that the world he was talking about was very likely the place where the mastermind lived. However, this guy saw his 8 God-sealing seals and said that he had long been connected to that world. Could it be that the Celestial Master Path has something to do with that world? If this conjecture was true, it would be too shocking. I'll search your soul in a moment. I'll find out all your secrets. Lin Feng looked at the spirit of the Dark Bible with an indifferent expression. He did not ask this guy what he wanted to know. Lin Feng knew that even if he asked, it would be pointless. This guy would not answer him at all. It was better to wait until he sealed this guy and then search his soul. That would be the most direct way. Kid. You'll never know what you want to know. The spirit of the Dark Bible roared. The spirit of the Dark Bible roared, and his body began to burn fiercely. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to burn himself? Is that necessary? Said Lin Feng, waving his hand and summoning a heavy rain. The downpour poured on the spirit of the Dark Bible, but it was unable to extinguish the flames on his body. F***ck. He actually self-immolated. What a scam. Lin Feng immediately shouted gloomily. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the demon lord flew out of Lin Feng's body. He said, "This guy is not dead. It's just that his body has become illusory. He is a spiritual body, and he has already fused with the Dark Bible. After some time, he will be lively again." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and said, "If that's the case, we still have to reseal the 4 chains?" The demon lord nodded and said, "That's right." Naturally, this task could only be left to the demon lord. The runes on the chains were too complicated, and Lin Feng was still unable to deal with them. Only the demon lord could deal with them. While the demon lord was resealing the Dark Bible, Lin Feng began to comprehend the demonic scripture that he had obtained earlier. After spending about a day, the demon lord finally resealed the chains. Lin Feng did not ask what the demon lord had asked that guy, because he knew that even if Lin Feng asked, the demon lord would not tell him. If the demon lord wanted to say something, he would say it himself. There was no need for Lin Feng to ask him. "Are you planning to give the Dark Bible to the fallen angels?" The demon lord asked Lin Feng. "What else can I do?" Lin Feng shrugged and said, "The Dark Bible belongs to the fallen angels." "Fine. It's inauspicious to keep it on me. I just need the complete cultivation method of the Dark Bible," the demon lord said. Whoosh, a flash of light. The demon lord returned. It then flew back into the demonic orb. After exiting his closed-door training, Lin Feng returned the Dark Bible to Xianxia. The secrets hidden within the Dark Bible were not something that could be discovered just because one wanted to. However, Lin Feng had already obtained the cultivation method for the Dark Bible. This sort of harvest made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Of course, Lin Feng had only obtained half of the Dark Bible's secret manual. Moreover, it was the second half. He would have to wait until Lin Feng found the second half of the Dark Bible before he could study it. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to rest for a few days before heading to the fallen angel race's ancestral land. Right now, this clan land was only a temporary foothold for the Nalan family. If they were able to regain their power in the future, it was possible for them to return to their ancestral land. If he couldn't regain his power, then he could only stay here forever. Lin Feng discovered that Nalan Manqing had not appeared, but he did not know why. Previously, Nalan Manqing was very enthusiastic towards him. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. After resting for a few days in the Nalan family's ancestral land, Lin Feng set out for the fallen angel race's ancestral land. Before leaving, Nalan Qiong had already given him the place where the second half of the Dark Bible was placed, as well as the token to enter that place. Lin Feng arrived at the fallen state. The fallen state got its name because the fallen angel race was located here. The Nalan family of the fallen angel race's patriarch family had completely declined. The remaining 4 great families were also not peaceful. The 4 great families were fighting over the position of the new patriarch. So, they were now locked in a fierce struggle. Moreover, the 4 great families had fought several times, resulting in heavy casualties. After arriving at the fallen state, Lin Feng heard the news of the 4 great families fighting each other. After hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that the fallen angel race was about to fall apart. However, what was the current situation of the 4 great families? Lin Feng arrived at the fallen angel race's ancestral land. The fallen angel race's ancestral land was located in the fallen ancient forest. There were 5 huge mountain ranges here. The central mountain range was originally under the control of the Nalan family. However, it had long been ruined. In the other 4 mountain ranges, the Dongfang family, Morong family, Situ family, and Helian family were located respectively. The mountain ranges where the 4 great families were located were covered by powerful restrictions. The people of the 4 great families were obviously worried that the other party would suddenly attack their hinterland and eventually exterminate them. In addition to the powerful restrictions, there were many cultivators of the 4 great families patrolling above the 4 mountain ranges. Before coming here, Lin Feng had heard the news that the 4 great families had stopped fighting. The continuous fighting had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the 4 great families were now planning to use the arena duel. Each of the 4 great families could send 3 powerhouses to participate in the arena duel. The 12 powerhouses of the 4 great families would fight one-on-one until the final winner was decided. Whichever clan the victor was from, in the end, the new clan leader would be from that clan. This method was relatively fair. Currently, the chosen powerhouses of the 4 great families were in seclusion to adjust their states because the war would break out in 3 days. Lin Feng had no interest in the war between the 4 great families. His purpose for coming here was the Dark Bible. If he obtained the Dark Bible, Lin Feng would immediately leave this place. Above the mountain range, there was a huge universal mirror that searched the heavens. If anyone wanted to sneak into the fallen angel race's ancestral land, they would immediately be discovered by the universal mirror. This universal mirror could stump countless people, but it couldn't stump Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Suddenly, the power of destiny entered the universal mirror. Lin Feng used the power of destiny to block the universal mirror's detection. This trick had been tested repeatedly. This was also the reason why Lin Feng dared to swagger into the ancestral lands of those top forces. As long as he blocked the universal mirror, demon revealing mirror, and other supreme treasures, it would be very difficult for anyone to discover Lin Feng's tracks. Lin Feng hid in the mountain range where the Nalan family was originally located. The palace here had already been destroyed. A deep roar suddenly rang out. Following that, a ferocious beast pounced at Lin Feng. This ferocious beast was actually a saber-toothed tiger. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng killed the saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that many ferocious beasts had appeared in this place. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. After this place was abandoned, could it have become a place where the four great families reared ferocious beasts? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at a valley deep in the mountain range. There was a mechanism deep in the valley. By activating the mechanism, one could enter the cave where the Dark Bible was kept. But when Lin Feng arrived, he noticed that there were many gigantic dragons resting in the valley. Dragons. There are over 100 dragons. What's going on? Lin Feng could not help but frown. These dragons were very powerful. They didn't seem like captive dragons at all. Although the fallen angel race was powerful, the fallen angel race didn't have the ability to rear over 100 dragons, right? There was something fishy about this whole situation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at these people. He was trying to figure out their purpose for coming here. The group of people stopped outside the Dragon Valley. They were all cultivators of the fallen angel race, and there were both men and women. One of the female cultivators said, "Dark Dragon King, our 4 clans are going to hold a competition. We intend to invite the Great Master to host the competition for us. Can you contact the Great Master?" As soon as the female cultivator finished speaking, a huge dragon flew out. The dragon exuded an intimidating aura. It was a Western dragon, but its entire body was as black as ink. His body emitted a cold aura. Anyone who felt the aura emitted by this existence would feel a sense of suffocation. It was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. When would the Great Master have the time to participate in your battle? The most important thing now is to find the Dark Bible, not fight among yourselves. The Dark Dragon King said coldly. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, was slightly shocked. These fellows had a master? The 4 clans of the fallen angels did not attack the Patriarch's clan just to fight for the Patriarch's position. There was actually a deeper reason. For example, the mysterious Great Master. Behind the whole thing, was there actually a pair of invisible hands directing all of this? At this thought, Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. If that was really the case, it would be too shocking. However, he did not know. Who was this Great Master behind the scenes? Another fallen angel said coldly, "Dark Dragon King. We'll lend you this place to recuperate. Don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Or else. We have the right to chase you out." Chase me out? How laughable. If it wasn't for me, would you have had the chance to know the Great Master? It was me who introduced you lowly fellows to the Great Master. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? The Dark Dragon King said with a cold smile. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Dark Dragon King. You must remember this. If it weren't for us, you are now trapped in the Forbidden God world, and we are the ones who rescued you from there. An old man said with a cold smile. Lin Feng understood the ins and outs of the situation. The Forbidden God realm had already cracked open. Since the Forbidden God realm was already cracked open, cultivators who grasped the spatial coordinates of the cracked areas would be able to freely enter and exit the Forbidden God realm. However, if they wanted to enter and exit the Forbidden God realm freely, they would have to be careful. It was likely that the 4 great families had entered the Forbidden God world without the Nalan family's knowledge. Then, they released the Dark Dragon King and the others who were trapped in the Forbidden God world. As for this Dark Dragon King, he knew an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng guessed. The existence that the Dark Dragon King knew was most likely trapped in the Forbidden God realm. Therefore, the Dark Dragon King led the people of the 4 major clans to rescue that terrifying existence. As a result, the 4 great clans were highly regarded by that existence. After that terrifying existence came out and learned about the Dark Bible, he wanted to get his hands on the Dark Bible. After that, the 4 great families proposed to the Nalan family to view the Dark Bible, but were rejected by the Nalan family. With the support of that terrifying existence, the 4 great families decided to overthrow the Nalan family's rule. Then, they would obtain the Dark Bible that had always been in the Nalan family's possession and offer it to that terrifying existence. However, they did not know where that terrifying existence was and what kind of life form that terrifying existence was. Both sides started arguing. At this moment, the void distorted, and a mysterious existence shrouded in darkness appeared. Master. After seeing this existence, the group hurriedly bowed to this mysterious existence. I was absorbing the space-time energy in a parallel space to recover my cultivation. I heard all of you arguing. Why are you arguing? The mysterious existence asked. His voice was extremely hoarse, unpleasant, and ear-piercing. The female cultivator said, replying to Master, our 4 great clans have decided to fight it out. The one who reaches the end will become the new patriarch of the Fallen Angel clan. Only by uniting the Fallen Angel clan can we better contribute to Master. TSK, this woman's words are quite good. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. All right. I will come over when the time comes. The mysterious existence said. Thank you, Master. The fallen angels hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. That fellow is indeed an expert trapped in the Forbidden God realm. He still has the aura of the Forbidden God realm on him. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. That existence's aura was extremely terrifying. He had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for who knew how many years, but he was still so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. Moreover, that fellow's aura was extremely strange. First of all, that fellow was not from the epic lost race. This was because Lin Feng did not sense the aura of the epic lost race from that fellow. That fellow was also not from the otherworld. Lin Feng also did not sense the aura of the otherworld from that fellow. Who is he? His aura is even more evil than the aura of the netherworld. It's even more terrifying. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Ha ha ha, Dark Dragon King, Master has already agreed to participate in the grand competition of the 4 races. We know why you didn't help us contact Master. It's because Master has ordered us to do many things, not you. However, when you think about it, you dark dragons are traitors of the dragon race. There are many dragon race experts in the great heavenly sage world's demon alliance. I've heard that those dragon race experts can even communicate with the dragon world. During this period of time, it's not good for you to go out casually. If the demon alliance finds out, you won't be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Are you worried that we will steal your position in Master's heart? Is that why you're making things difficult for us? Actually, you don't have to do this at all. Haven't you noticed that Master has long thought highly of us? One of the fallen angels laughed heartily, directly sprinkling salt on the Dark Dragon King's wound. You. The Dark Dragon King's gaze turned cold. He was extremely sullen. He had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for too long, and his cultivation had long fallen. Many factions had their own schemes, such as the 4 great clans of the fallen angels and the Dark Dragon King. While they were on guard against each other, they were also attacking each other. The group of fallen angels didn't stay here any longer. They quickly flew away into the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared without a trace. As for the Dark Dragon King, he returned to the Dragon Valley with a gloomy expression. The Dark Dragon King is in the Dragon Valley. That fellow is extremely powerful. If I enter the Dragon Valley, I will definitely be discovered by him. Lin Feng could not help but frown. It was unrealistic for him to sneak into the Dragon Valley right now. He needed to think of another plan. I wonder if the Dark Dragon King will attend the grand competition of the 4 great clans. If he does, then it will be the best time to make a move. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. As long as the Dark Dragon King left, Lin Feng believed that with his means, it would not be a problem for him to hide from everyone. It would be too difficult for the other dragons to discover him. The only problem was whether the Dark Dragon King would go and watch the competition. Lin Feng planned to wait for a few days and observe the situation. It would be best if the Dark Dragon King went to watch the competition. If the Dark Dragon King did not go, then he would have to think of another plan. Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. He had hidden himself. He began to wait for the day of the competition. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. That mysterious existence had appeared here. Master. The Dark Dragon King flew out and transformed into a man who looked to be in his 30s. He then bowed to the mysterious person. How long have we known each other? The mysterious existence asked. We have known each other since the primordial era when we were sealed. The Dark Dragon King said. The mysterious person nodded. Although we are superior and subordinate, we are also friends. However, we are different from those people. Those people are merely pawns in my eyes. The mysterious person said. Hearing this, the Dark Dragon King's eyes lit up. Yes. This subordinate will remember. The Dark Dragon King hurriedly said. Let's go. Let's go and bear witness to the power struggle between the 4 clans. Yes, Master. The Dark Dragon King replied. Next. The Dark Dragon King followed this mysterious existence and left quickly. This guy really knows how to buy people's hearts. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he watched the mysterious existence leave with the Dark Dragon King. Then, he curled his lips. Fortunately, the Dark Dragon King finally left with that mysterious existence. When the mysterious being and the Dark Dragon King had completely disappeared, Lin Feng immediately used the Great Void technique to hide in the void and sneak towards the Dragon Valley. The dragons in the Dragon Valley were all extremely evil dragons. For example, the Poison Dragon, Evil Dragon, Green Dragon, Evil Dragon, and other giant dragons. Those enormous dragons all had one thing in common. That was, those enormous dragons all belonged to the category of dark enormous dragons. These dragons should have been subordinates of the Dark Dragon King. However, they had been sealed in the Forbidden God realm for too long. It was already pretty good that he was able to survive until now. Of course, even though he had survived until now, his strength had greatly decreased. There was no way he could be compared to when he was at his peak. Lin Feng's Great Void technique was indeed worthy of being called one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Void technique helped Lin Feng to hide in the void. He freely traversed through the void. The enormous dragons in the Dragon Valley were unable to discover Lin Feng's traces. Lin Feng sneaked all the way into the depths of the Dragon Valley. Finally, he arrived at the deepest location. The deepest location was originally the resting place of the Dark Dragon King. Ordinary enormous dragons would not dare to come here without permission. When Lin Feng arrived at the deepest location, it was very quiet. Those enormous dragons were all in the outer region or the central region. Even the heavens are helping me. When he saw that there were no other enormous dragons here, Lin Feng smiled. If there were other enormous dragons here, there was a certain chance that he would be discovered. At that time, a great battle would be inevitable. If he alarmed the other enormous dragons, that mysterious expert, the Dark Dragon King, who had fallen from the angel race, would definitely be attracted over. But now, Lin Feng did not have to worry about this problem at all. He set up several concealment restrictions and sealed the deepest location. Then, Lin Feng took out a keepsake. The keepsake that Nailan Qiong gave Lin Feng was a piece of stone. This piece of stone was actually very ordinary. It was just an ordinary mountain rock. However, there were many runes engraved on the stone. This stone was dug out from the cliff. Lin Feng needed to find a place where this stone was perfectly compatible with the wall. When the time came, he would press the stone into the wall. The place where the second half of the Dark Bible was placed would automatically open. When the time came, Lin Feng would be able to enter. Found it. Not long after, Lin Feng found the place on a cliff. The cliff was more than 10 meters above the ground. Lin Feng put the stone with the talisman in his hand into the hole. Kacha 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 sounds could be heard. The cliff in front of him actually opened up on its own, revealing a cave with a diameter of more than 3 meters. Lin Feng looked into the cave. It was pitch black and emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng frowned. This cave seemed to be the place where the Dark Bible was placed. He wondered if there was any danger inside. After all, the first half of the Dark Bible contained a spirit. Moreover, the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was so powerful. If he had not merged with the Demon Lord and had many powerful treasures on him, he might not have been able to deal with the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng carefully walked into the cave. It was pitch black inside the cave. It was very quiet. Only the sound of Lin Feng's footsteps could be heard. Lin Feng could even hear the sound of his own breathing. Finally, Lin Feng came to the depths of the cave. There was a huge belly of the mountain here. In the middle of the belly of the mountain, there was a platform. There was an ancient book placed on the platform. It was the Dark Bible. Found it. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He quickly rushed toward the Dark Bible. When he came to the edge of the platform, Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the platform and frowned. Why did the ancestors of the Nalan clan build a platform? Was it just to place the Dark Bible? They were really going all out. Lin Feng stepped onto the platform and walked toward the Dark Bible. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was amiss. The entire platform was emanating waves of dark power. The densely packed runes on the platform seemed to have come to life. Oh no, something's wrong. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He rushed toward the outside of the platform, but at that moment, a blood-colored ring of light rose from the platform. Bang! Lin Feng's body slammed into the blood-colored ring of light. In an instant, Lin Feng was bounced back. Damn! What's going on? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Next, he discovered that the Dark Bible was trembling violently. Then, a black pillar of light rushed out of the Dark Bible. A figure was floating in the middle of the black light pillar. Spirit. The spirit of the Dark Bible. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, the second half of the Dark Holy Bible had its own spirit, but it was different from the first half. The second half spirit was a woman. Moreover, this spirit was not locked within the Dark Bible. The spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was locked within the Dark Bible by 4 chains because the spirit of the first half of the Dark Bible was simply too evil. If that person were to be allowed to escape, who knew how terrifying the massacre would be? Thus, the spirit had simply locked that person within the Dark Bible. The spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible was not locked within the Dark Bible. Did this mean that the spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible was not as terrifying and evil as he had imagined? Perhaps that was true. Lin Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of that. How many years has it been since someone came here? The spirit said. The spirit opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was crisp and lively. Lin Feng was very excited. A spirit with such a pleasant voice must be a kind spirit, right? The spirit raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her hair was disheveled, but even so, Lin Feng could still clearly see her appearance. That was a face so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Beautiful, too beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating. Such a beautiful woman was definitely a goddess-like existence. There was no justice in this world. Such a beautiful woman was only a spirit. How good would it be if she was a human? I'm here to save you. Lin Feng said. You're from the Sovereign clan. The woman said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This woman was really amazing. She actually recognized his identity at a glance. That's right. Do you know one of my ancestors? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jizishu. Do you know him? The woman asked. Lin Feng naturally knew of Jizishu. Back then, he was someone who had punched through the Undying Realm with a single punch. It was a pity. This ancestor of his. In the end, he had died. Lin Feng said. Of course I know of Ancestor Jizishu. How do you know Ancestor Jizishu? Hee. Back then, the second half of the Dark Bible was in the hands of one of Jizishu's close female friends. How do you think I know Jizishu? The woman said. Ancestor Jizishu's close female friends? Isn't that the 8th Underworld King? Is the second half of the Dark Bible in the hands of the 8th Underworld King? Lin Feng was puzzled. Actually, Lin Feng had always felt that the Sovereign clan's bloodline was not passed down by Jizishu. Because the 8th Underworld King had not had any children with Jizishu, Lin Feng had always felt that Jizishu had other siblings. And the bloodline of the Sovereign clan was passed down by Jizishu's siblings. However, it seemed that there was something else going on. Back then, the 8th Underworld King had already died. Jizishu went to that world to do something very important. The woman said. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. He knew that the world the woman was talking about should be the world where the mastermind lived. The destruction of epochs and the birth of new ones were caused by the mastermind. Jizishu's actions were in hopes of stopping all of this so that the epochs would not change and the living beings in the universe would be able to survive. However, Jizishu was injured while trying to save the 8th Underworld King. That was why he did not succeed, and all his efforts were in vain. What did he experience in that world? Lin Feng asked. He experienced too many things. Later on, he was on the verge of death and was saved by my master. My master is very similar to the 8th Underworld King. The woman recalled. During that time, Jizishu's soul was injured. That's why he was like a walking corpse. However, I really don't know why my master is so fond of him. Moreover, she even gave birth to a child. What the? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He had not expected things to turn out this way. Perhaps the cries of the newborn woke him up. He finally woke up. The woman sighed. The woman sighed. He feels very guilty for what he did to the 8th Underworld King and my master. Moreover, he has his own things that he needs to do. Eliminate the mastermind. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That's an unimaginable existence. My master advised him not to go, but he still decided to go. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Lin Feng muttered. He could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Ancestor Jizishu, it was all because of this one life creed, his life was incomparably tragic. He went to that place and never returned. I heard that he failed. He was so close to succeeding. However, he still failed in the end because his injuries were never healed. This set the stage for his failure. Later on, my master's clan was attacked, and everyone died. Only my master brought their child and escaped from that world, the woman sighed. Rumor has it that the Bible of Darkness came from that world. Was that when you were brought out? Lin Feng asked. Yes, the woman nodded. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. Later on, my master found the ancestral land of the sovereign emperor clan and raised their child. However, the people from that world still came, the woman revealed a sorrowful expression. I escorted the young master away. My master lured those people away. From then on, I never saw my master again. I think my master must have died in their hands. The questions you asked are too sensitive. I can't answer you, especially now that the age of chaos has arrived. They must have awakened. If I tell them, they'll sense it. When that time comes, we'll all die. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't say anything. He felt helpless, but he couldn't say anything. This was because the things this woman was afraid of had to be dealt with seriously. If they were discovered by those terrifying existences, they would definitely die without a burial ground. No one was willing to see such an outcome. Lin Feng said, since you can't talk about this, can you tell me what happened after you escorted Ancestor Jizishu's son away? The woman said, many things happened. Those existences still didn't give up. They continued to search for Jizishu's descendant. Later, I sealed little young master's bloodline and entrusted it to an ordinary family. Then, I left and lured away those who had been pursuing little young master. After that, a great battle broke out between me and those people. I was injured and fell into space-time turbulence. When I woke up again, I was already in the ancestral land of the fallen angels. The fallen angels have the first half of the Dark Bible here. They relied on the first half of the Dark Bible to find me. Because my soul was injured, the ancestor of the fallen angels set up a Tao platform here, allowing me to absorb the power of the Yin vein underground to recover. Countless years passed, until you came. Lin Feng said, it seems that my little ancestor awakened his bloodline later on. Little young master's talent is very powerful. Awakening his bloodline is only a matter of time. The woman said. We can't stay here for long. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Feng said. The woman nodded. Then, she turned into a ray of light and flew into the Dark Bible. South. The Dark Bible then flew into Lin Feng's spacetime domain. Lin Feng quickly flew outside. He walked out of the cave, then used the Great Void technique to conceal himself in the void and flew into the distance. At this moment, the Emperor-level experts of the fallen angels' 4 bloodlines were engaged in a great battle. The mysterious cultivator sat on the main seat, watching the battle in the arena. Suddenly, the mysterious cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "Master, what is it?" The Dark Dragon King noticed some changes in this mysterious being and asked curiously. "I can sense the aura of the Dark Bible," the mysterious existence said. Whoosh, the next moment, the mysterious existence disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng left the ancestral land of the fallen angels. His trip was relatively smooth. He quickly rushed into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. He had already left the ancestral land of the fallen angels. However, Lin Feng was still not at ease. It was mainly because that mysterious existence made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He didn't know who that guy was, but no matter what his identity was, he was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw the top of an ancient tree in the distance. There was actually a cultivator standing there. That cultivator was none other than the mysterious cultivator Lin Feng had seen before. "He actually chased me all the way here," Lin Feng was horrified. He had left without a sound, but that guy had still discovered him. Furthermore, he had chased him all the way here. Lin Feng turned around and rushed in another direction. That guy was too strong. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting him. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. 8 minor worlds appeared beneath his feet. Lin Feng seemed to be shuttling through the 8 minor worlds. Lin Feng's speed was at the peak. Every step he took seemed to be shuttling through 8 minor worlds. However, Lin Feng still couldn't shake off that terrifying existence. That terrifying existence chased after him. His voice was extremely cold. "A member of the sovereign imperial clan. You are the descendant of that person from back then, you are, someone from that world." Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He couldn't be sure whether this person was from that world or not. However, some of the words that this person had said, indeed, it was very easy for Lin Feng to guess. This person was from that world. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. After all, that world was simply too mysterious. Yet, a person from that world had actually appeared here. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng didn't know much about that world. However, from the limited information he had gathered, he knew that there were people from that world. That world. There should be different levels of people in that world. The mastermind should be that world's sovereign imperial clan. If this person was really from that world, he should be a subordinate of that mastermind. Moreover, this person seemed to have been suppressed in the Forbidden Divine World since the primordial era. Could this person be one of those who had chased after Ji Zishu's son back then? Keek keek. That's right, kid. It seems like you know quite a lot. You actually know that I'm from that world. Did you hear it from Xianxia? The terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Xianxia? Who's Xianxia? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The spirit of the second half of the Dark Bible is called Xianxia. Didn't you obtain the second half of the Dark Bible? Didn't you see Xianxia? That shouldn't be the case. You are a descendant of the sovereign imperial clan. Xianxia will definitely come out to meet you. Could it be that Xianxia is already dead? The terrifying existence said. Lin Feng said. Sir, I'm afraid you sensed wrongly. I don't have the Dark Bible on me. The terrifying existence said sinisterly. Kid, don't try to trick me. I can't sense the aura of the Dark Bible wrongly. It must be on you. Hand over the Dark Bible now, and I can give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate with me, I have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Haha, my reinforcements are here. Lin Feng looked behind the terrifying existence. He wanted to lie to this fellow and then instantly leave through space. However, this terrifying existence didn't even turn his head. His expression was incomparably cold. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. He did not fall for Lin Feng's trick at all. This made Lin Feng feel rather depressed. It really wasn't easy to deceive this guy. Kid, you won't be able to escape. Just wait to die at my hands. The sudden increase in speed gave Lin Feng a huge fright. It was simply too fast. Lin Feng discovered that this fellow's speed was much faster than his. This was going to be troublesome. However, Lin Feng had other options. He still had the Tao of Space that he had yet to use. Lin Feng used the World of 8 Directions and the Tao of Space to increase his speed. As expected, Lin Feng's speed began to increase greatly. Faster, 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 Lin Feng's speed reached the limit, and he once again pulled away from the terrifying existence. Brat. I really didn't expect you to have such speed with your cultivation. However, you won't be able to shake me off. If we continue to exhaust each other like this, you'll be exhausted very soon. At that time, I'll be able to catch up to you. At that time, I'll be able to torture you however I want. The terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. F***ck your entire family, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This fellow's wishful thinking was quite good. Kid, think about what will happen when you fall into my hands. The terrifying existence continued. He wanted to use words to disturb Lin Feng's heart. This was a psychological warfare. Once the psychological fluctuations were too great, many people's condition would be greatly affected. Speed, perhaps, it would also weaken greatly, Lin Feng sneered. How laughable. You haven't even caught me, and you're already fantasizing about it? Coming from that world, it's really sad to end up like you. You. When Lin Feng made fun of him, he looked furious. He had been imprisoned in the forbidden godly world for so many years. He had been at death's door for so many years, but he had survived. This had always been a pain in his heart. Lin Feng continued to mock. What? Am I wrong? Being suppressed in the forbidden realm for so many years wasn't a good feeling, was it? In the end, you were still rescued. How embarrassing. Back then, even in that world, you were considered a lowly existence, right? No matter how lowly I am, I'm still many times nobler than you. The existence sneered. Brag. Continue to brag. Don't you feel embarrassed when you brag? My ancestor almost got rid of the mastermind behind the scenes. How can trash like you be compared to my clan? You actually have the nerve to say that you're nobler than me by who knows how many times. I feel embarrassed for you. Trash like you don't even have the taste of carrying my shoes. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Brat, I'll kill you. This terrifying existence angrily roared. He originally wanted to verbally attack Lin Feng, but instead of accomplishing his goal, he was greatly provoked by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had hit the one thing that this existence was most unwilling to accept, the one thing that he didn't want to face the most, and the humiliation had turned into anger. He was even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing him. Killing Lin Feng right away would be letting him off too easily. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng right away. It would be best if he could torture Lin Feng until Lin Feng knelt on the ground and kowtowed while begging for mercy. Then, he would kill Lin Feng. He began to increase his speed, madly burning his magic power to increase his speed. This guy was indeed worthy of being from that world. He actually had a way to increase his speed in a short period of time. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the increase in speed, his expression turned solemn. At this rate, this guy would catch up to him sooner or later. This was really troublesome. 6 hours later, the terrifying existence was only 400 to 500 meters away from Lin Feng. At such a close distance, this guy could already release a powerful attack on Lin Feng. Boom boom boom. All kinds of powerful attacks were released by this terrifying existence, and those attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor to protect himself, and at the same time, he quickly dodged the attacks of those attacks. Although he dodged the attacks of those attacks, the huge shockwave produced when those attacks exploded hit Lin Feng. It still sent Lin Feng flying. The only thing to be thankful for was that Lin Feng wasn't injured after withstanding those powerful attacks. After all, the distance was still a bit far, and with the powerful defense of the ruler's armor, it wasn't a problem to block that guy's attack. However, that guy quickly chased after him, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to Lin Feng. This guy was very good at grasping the timing of a battle. Boy, let's see how you block this king's palm. This terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile, and a palm blasted towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it instantly blasted towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying aura of that palm, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The power contained in that palm was really too powerful and terrifying. It made him feel a sense of suffocation. Such a terrifying attack made Lin Feng feel extremely shocked. Lin Feng didn't resist this terrifying attack head-on, but used the heaven patching technique. Swish. At the critical moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. This divine ability is somewhat interesting. This terrifying existence revealed a surprised expression, but then he sneered, this kind of divine ability usually has many restrictions. Boy. You still can't escape the fate of death. As soon as his voice fell, he rushed towards Lin Feng again. This guy had completely locked onto Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had no way to avoid it. It was better to fight this guy to the death. Cold killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He had many magic treasures, and he wanted to see if he could ask the Demon Lord to help him later. If the Demon Lord agreed to help, he might be able to fight this terrifying existence in front of him. Even if he wasn't a match for this terrifying existence, when the time came, he should be able to merge with the Demon Lord and escape, right? With that thought, Lin Feng planned to communicate with the Demon Lord. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and then he pointed behind this existence. My reinforcements are here, Lin Feng called out. Lin Feng had already used this trick before, but he hadn't been able to fool that terrifying cultivator. This time, this terrifying existence naturally didn't believe him, because he didn't feel any aura behind him. Idiot! This terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze, and couldn't help but mock him. He didn't look back, and he continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Puff, in the next moment, a demonic light instantly penetrated this terrifying existence's head. End of chapter 40:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.